Okay. So yeah, we got him coming on. So if you can do me a favor, if you can retweet the space, if you can reshare the space, anybody who wait, where's the chat? Anyone who does, oh, it doesn't matter at this point. Anyone who does retweet the space, reshare the space. Sorry, anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet their quote tweets. Let me see, co-host. So yeah, guys, if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. We should be starting in the next couple of minutes in terms of the interview. But yeah, we've got lots of interviews today lined up, actually. We've got Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. I mentioned that earlier. We have, who do we have? We have that Evan guy, the guy who was given coordinates to, Iran for where to hit in Israel. He's coming at 12. We've got Professor Morandi coming. We've got Zachariah Foster coming, and then possibly Craig Murray as well. So lots of people come in for the conversation. So if you can quote tweet the space, I'm doing it right now where I'm retweeting the quote tweets. So do make sure you have quote tweeted the space. Let's get as many people in here as possible. Very important news. Lots of breaking news. Lots of experts on here. So that will be awesome. Let me just see the YouTube chat. If they can let me know things are working, that would be awesome. And yeah, retweet the space, reshare the space. I can see, oh yeah, people are on there already. Where's the chat though? I can't see the YouTube chat, but is there a YouTube chat?
Yeah, I don't see the chat going live here so either.
The YouTube chat. Yeah, strange. And there's like 2 things that have gone live, I think. Oh, it's weird. Okay, let me just tweet this out anyway. I don't know why the YouTube doesn't have a chat. That's so strange. Live on YouTube. I should put interview with Lieutenant Colonel Davis. Just want to welcome Darkside and Robert onto the stage. How you doing, guys? Are you how's things?
Hey, good morning. Things are good.
Brilliant.
Well, as good as they could be, you know?
Well, yeah, under the crazy circumstances. Yeah, I do want to hear from you guys. We have got an interview in 2 minutes, and then I do want to hear your guys' political opinion. This interview will only be like 30 minutes, I think. Okay, sorted. Yeah, guys, we got okay, I'll put the tweet out. There we go. So I can put it in the nest. And then yeah, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. I don't know why the YouTube doesn't have a live chat, so I don't know what's happened there. But if Beatrix, are you on the YouTube?
I'm here. I'm gonna look at it now. Yeah, let me look at it.
Is it? Can you hear me on there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It's just, but there's no chat, right? Or is that me?
I don't see it.
So do you have a community moderation panel, Suleiman? I know the other day we turned it off on Eid Day yesterday, but then last night you had YouTube on and the chat was on, so I don't know.
Maybe you need to turn on what you turned off.
No, it can't be that because it worked, isn't it? It must have worked because you had it on last night.
But that was ongoing. Maybe it's because you changed it so the next one it didn't work. if that makes sense. Right, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. I have retweeted every single person who has quote tweeted the space. Appreciate everyone who has done that. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Lots to speak about and lots to get through. We should be having the Lieutenant Colonel on any second now. It should be a good interview. Obviously, he knows his stuff. Especially when it comes to the ground invasion. So yeah, looking forward to hearing what he's got to say on that. That's annoying about YouTube because we've got so many great guests on. I think that YouTube would have been lit with the conversation. But yeah. So I'm guessing because maybe you took the moderation off, it's gonna take. It'll probably have to be like when the stream ends, then it'll work. Okay, we got him in.
Yeah, we're looking into this, Solomon, on the YouTube. Somebody's just looking into getting it sorted, so we should have the chat on very shortly. And welcome to Andrew and Darkside and Robert. Oh my God, Robert and Darkside.
Okay, I'm just gonna start. Okay, I'm gonna start the interview now, guys. Just wanna let me just record it. I just want to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis onto the show. He has been covering the war with Iran, and he is a geopolitical expert, in addition to the vast amount of experience that he has in the military and serving the country. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
I'm doing really well, Suleiman. Thanks for having me on back again today.
Yeah, no, it's an honor and a privilege for us. I need to get right into it. We've been speaking. I saw one of your interviews and you were speaking about it, and it was about the possible ground invasion and how your contacts have been telling you that it's going to happen. If you can elaborate for my audience, what's your information or knowledge about the possible ground invasion?
Yeah, it's a couple of combination of things which makes it near certain. Number one, everybody in Washington is talking about it, which is one big indication, because especially those that are close to the administration almost always start selling something before it happens. If that's what the administration wants, they'll send up a trial balloon and with just some comments and some reports maybe on the side, and we'll see. And then if people react well to that, and if it seems to pass and it doesn't cause any problems, then they move further, etc., if that's what they want to do. And then we've seen a lot of that, a lot on the mainstream media, especially on Fox News, Newsmax, One American News. Folks that are friendly to the administration, and they've just really been talking up Carg Island especially, but maybe some other places inside the horseshoe. But far more important than that is the assets that we have sent to the region. We have A-10 Warthog ground attack fighters. We have Apache gunships, Osprey tilt rotor aircraft. Of course, you have now thousands of Marines with 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, MEUs, that are either there or on the way there. And now then we have the 82nd Airborne Division has apparently been put on deployment orders, light fighters. So all of that tells you that a lot of ground power and ground support power is being sent to the Gulf in this area. And so based on everything else that we've seen since this whole operation really began to build up last year, we don't send stuff there unless it's going to be used. This is no longer a situation to where we're just posturing for something. We're just trying to put pressure on Iran to something to make them think. That went out the window on the 28th of February when the war started, and it was clear it was an all-out fight. There's no more pressuring with tactics or signaling. You're only going to do something or you're not going to do it. And the fact that we've sent all of this ground power there by itself strongly implies that that's what we're going to try to do. Then I have some assets and some connections to some folks who are on the ground in the region, and they convey through their source that yes, they're actually in the process of this. They're in the planning phase of it, and that they think it's a suicidal mission. But they're going to do what they're ordered to, because that's what soldiers do. It doesn't matter if the mission's hard or difficult. If you're ordered to do it, you're going to execute. And I just think it's an egregious waste of human life, because when you do any kind of elementary analysis of the Strait of Hormuz, and of course this is all centered on getting the strait opened up. That is the chokehold that Iran has over the entire West, and primarily the United States, because it's driving up the price of oil, obviously, is to keep, they have the military capacity to keep that thing shut. That's why we're on day 22 of the war and it still isn't open. And the U.S. Navy is not within probably 1,000 miles of the strait right now for good reason, because we would be attacked and possibly even destroyed or sunk if we move into that area. So then people think in Washington, okay, well, you know what? Let's have a ground operation and force the thing open. That's going to do it. But listen, militarily, that's like trying to put out a raging house fire with a cup of water. That's all you're going to do is you're going to throw that cup of water. It's going to turn into steam and blow away, and the fire won't even know that anything happened. That's what we would likely face if we send in any kind of a ground operation to the extent that we're talking about, with a single light infantry airborne division and 2 Marine MEUs. I mean, those are, when you look at the map of Iran, and I'm you're looking at the whole the Strait of Hormuz there, you're talking about 800 miles of shoreline from the Iranian border in the south all the way up through the strait up to the Karg Island. And of course, that's just the shoreline itself. But Iran has the ability to interdict shipping, really throughout the course of its entire country, all the way through. They can have short-range missiles, long-range missiles, medium-range missiles, drones of various calibers, even some artillery in some areas, that are within range of the sea. They have sea drones, the unmanned boats. They have the manned speedboats. They have underwater torpedoes. They have submarines. I mean, there's all kinds of things they can have to keep that strait shut. If you take a dot on that map, whether it's Karg Island or maybe that's a disinformation campaign, it's really going to be a different target. It doesn't matter, because taking any dot on that map is not going to have any effect at all on whether the Strait of Hormuz is open. And so to try and do that, you're going to sacrifice God only knows how many people if you're successful at getting in there. And by the way, this idea that you have the USS Tripoli and the USS Boxer steaming in there with all these Marines, Marine amphibious assault craft, etc., you're not even going to get to Karg Island, because you'd have to go through this gauntlet of death all the way up through first the Gulf of Oman, through the Strait, then the Persian Gulf, even to get there, and they'd never make it. I mean, there's so many ways that you could stop that, not even mention sea mines. Add that to the mix. And so the only thing you have left then is as a heliborne insertion, whether it's V-22 Ospreys or other kinds of military helicopters. Those things are incredibly vulnerable. I mean, we saw that Iran was able to knock out an F-35, for crying out loud. And you think they can't take down some helicopters, especially when there's only a couple of places where we could come in, and you better know that they have for decades understood that this was going to be a high priority target in the event of war. I mean, it was a big target during the Iran-Iraq war. So I think they kind of have some idea about what may happen. And there's no doubt that they have plenty of defensive contingencies already in the can, and now they've been updated. So anything that come in would be fully expected, and it would suffer catastrophic losses. And in fact, I think it would be something akin to the Ukrainian attempt to invade into Russia in the Kursk Oblast, in 2024, 2025, 2024, when they tried to go up in there. Well, all you ended up doing was spending 7 months in a futile operation because you couldn't hold it when you made it. That's a key thing there. We might take Karg Island. Maybe we can, because we have some really highly skilled Marines and soldiers. Maybe we seize it, but then what? Can you hold it? Because now you've got to keep it resourced. You have to keep ammunition coming in, water, food, other kinds of medical support. You've got to be able to get people out when they get wounded. How are you going to do that if it's constantly under all the focused fire of the other side? Eventually, you'll be driven off, or everyone will be killed or captured. I mean, it's an insane operation that has no chance to succeed, because even if you get it, you haven't accomplished anything of strategic value. The strait will still be closed. So I just, for the life of me, cannot understand why this is being seriously considered. And hopefully it won't be. Hopefully enough sanity will come in before this happens. And regardless of, even the people on the ground are telling me that everything is set up for it, but until an order is given, there's no mission. So maybe sanity will come in. I truly hope so, because otherwise all we're going to do is lose a lot of people and look even worse and more weak in front of Iran.
So in terms of coming into Karg Island, you believe that it's going to be airborne? How many helicopters are going to try and go airborne? How many soldiers are going to try and get into Karg Island in order to take it? So like, what is the kind of military?
That's all I can do is speculate on that.
Yeah.
I certainly have no idea what the force package would look like, but I mean, dozens of helicopters, I would imagine at a minimum, and maybe 1,000, 2,000 Marines. I'm not sure. It could be anything, and I don't have any fidelity on any information on that.
But if it's only 1,000 or 2,000, I mean, that's going to be even more of a struggle. We know, according to American reports, there's at least a couple of thousand Iranian soldiers, and from my understanding, there's actually a lot more. And so, how are they going to be able to even conduct operations in the island when they've got so many combatants within?
Yeah, well, that's actually not a problem force ratio, because the Iranian side has to defend the entire island, and it's not a massive side, but it is still pretty big. I mean, there's 10,000 people that live on it, so they don't know where to defend. If they only have a couple thousand, then that means they're spread throughout, because they can't afford to leave anything undefended, because anything with a helicopter invasion, every piece of ground can be used as a grounding port. So I'm sure that we have great overhead intelligence, whether from drone or satellites, and we probably have a pretty good idea of where these guys are, and they would then find where's the weakest point, where there are the fewest of them, and then they'll come in on that point there, establish a beachhead, and then they would spread out from there. That would be the general course of action.
And then another question people have is, once the Americans take Karg Island as an example, won't it be really easy for the Iranians to hit them with drones, hit them with missiles? And so what would the Americans have planned in order to defend themselves?
Well, that's exactly why I liken this to the excursion into Kursk Oblast in Russia from Ukraine. Yeah, you got in there, but then what? Because it was obvious that Russia was just going to send reinforcements in, and then they would start methodically with the ground troops and with air power and drones, et cetera, and artillery to just methodically move them out and mow them down. And that's exactly what happened. The same dynamic would exist here if you successfully got that. And I think it's entirely probable that the Marines and if the Army or maybe if the 82nd's involved, I think they could succeed at that. I think they could actually get a foothold on the island and at least have military control of it. I think they could do that, probably would. But then what? And of course, Iran already has in their minds a counteraction to that. There's no doubt they probably have plenty of resources already stockpiled at various locations, just waiting to start doing exactly what you suggested. Yes, they definitely would. And the answer is, what would we have to defend ourselves with? Nothing. I mean, you can have some tactical help with some air defense against some version of drones, for example. But then what happens when they run out? Because if whatever you bring with you will be temporary, it won't last long. And without constant resupply of missiles, or if they knock out some of those like C-RAMs or some of the other kinds of air defense capabilities, what are you going to have then? I mean, you're not going to have anything, and then you're just going to be at the mercy of these things coming in. You can be sure that Iran would put highest priority of supplies and everything else and categories of weapons to make sure that they defeated the Marines, because it would be a huge, huge psychological victory for Iran if they were to destroy the best of the U.S. Marines or the 82nd Airborne, the storied history with all that. I mean, it would be handed a victory of mammoth proportions to the Iranian forces, to the Iranian people, to their military, and then to others all around the world that would all mock us if that happens, because they'd say, oh, tiny little Iran, and you can't even defend against them. That's what we would be facing, which is why this would be just a suicidal thing to do for the United States. We should not take this operation. Also, just because they're coming in through the air via airborne, how many C-RAMs or any of these defense interceptors can they actually take? It's so hard to move it across to Karg Island. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you've got the logistic issues and the logistical footprint to support and everything else to getting it there. Yeah, it's just not practical. It's just not practical.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I assume, just to give Trump kind of to see where he's coming from, I assume, because I was trying to think, like, what's the logical reason for what's in his mind? Like, it can't just be like a chaos mission. I assume that what his plan is to take Karg Island, and just the sheer shock of taking it, to immediately start negotiating for the opening of the strait. So you take Karg Island, that impacts Iran's oil by 50%. They're gonna have to realign it, and you're like, guess what? We'll give you Karg Island back, or we'll allow you to use the oil there if you open the strait. So I'm assuming that's his reasoning. Is that his reasoning, or have you got other thoughts or ideas of what his actual plans are?
I think there's a couple of things at play. I think there are people in the White House that think that Well, if it was me and somebody did that to me, and I had a chance to open the straits and get our selling of oil so I can make some money again, sure, I would do that. But that they're not me. They're not the United States. They don't think like Westerners do. And you have to look at their history. Number one, we've had these oil sanctions on them forever that makes it nearly impossible for them to get their own oil out the strait. Now, why are you suddenly going to say, okay, well, now then we'll give you your oil back? And then what? They're supposed to trust us that we're not going to immediately sanction it again or prevent it from coming out. Right now, we're allowing Iran to actually get more oil out than they were before the war started. A lot of people don't realize that.
Well, the sanctions were lifted yesterday.
We need it. We need that because the interdiction of so much of the Gulf Arab oil coming through has been cut down. We've got to replace it with something. And since the Iranians won't allow that to go through, we've got to allow something to go through to keep the supply at least tempered so that the price of oil doesn't go too high. That's had some success, and ironically. And then Scott Bessent last night was saying, you know what, we may just temporarily take all the sanctions off of Iran so that they can continue to do this. And then it's like being pitched as a 4D chess move. Somehow that's against Iran because that'll make the price of oil go down and other kinds of nonsense like that. That has nothing to do with that because all that's going to do is keep the price of the lid on it from going skyrocketing 150 or above. It's not going to drop it down back to 67 where it was before the war started. So that's just fiction in our own mind. But I think the other thing that could be at play is that Trump could just have in his mind, God only knows if he's being advised this by some, I fear he may, that they say, no, this will work, man. We can do this military. This is Marine Corps 101. I've heard one analyst say this was taking that island. We can definitely do that. And that will put the pressure on them and that will bring them to their knees. He's believed all this other nonsense that should never have been believed. And everything that Iran says is like, dude, we're locked into this. We know what suffering is. We went through an 8-year war that the U.S. helped support against us already with the Iran-Iraq war. We know what this is like. And my understanding is from talking to some Iranian contacts that are able to read internal social media and other commentary by the folks inside, I guess their internal media, they're saying, get ready, folks. This is going to be years. Don't think this is going to be short. We just need to get mentally hunkered down. We're going to have to outlast the West. So we've been here before. We're going to do it again. And the people understand that. They don't like it. None of them do, but they can do it. And I think they have some history. Trump doesn't understand that just one little military setback on Karg Island, if that turned out to be successful, even temporarily, they're going to shrug their shoulders. They already know they're going to have pain. They by the way, have some alternatives to Karg, so that's not the only thing they have. Other alternatives have slower volume, but it wouldn't cut it off. It's not like, literally choking them off completely. It would cause more pain and more difficulty, but there are alternatives. But even if it comes to that, they understand they're going to suffer. But they're like, and there is no way then, with all the death and destruction that we've had, all the kids that we've blown up, there's leaders that we've assassinated across the board, all these different leaders, that just because of one little additional economic pain, that's going to cause them to say, okay, we'll have a negotiation, when they've already emphasized that there's war in 2025. And now this one, we're in the midst of negotiations after in 2018, Trump unilaterally withdrew from another agreement. Why in the world would anyone in Iran trust the Trump administration of all people to keep his word when he has never kept his word before? We have ruined the chance to have a good diplomatic negotiated settlement to get out of this because we have violated and perverted diplomacy to the point to where no one would trust us at all, even if they wanted to. So they will almost certainly, because of our past actions, keep that strait closed at all costs, recognizing that they can suffer for probably longer than the West have. And I think it's all down to that. It's kind of a gamble to see who can suffer the longest, the most effectively. And I think the Iranian side thinks they can, and I think they're probably going to be right because we don't do suffering. Suleiman, I'll just tell you, Trump doesn't do suffering. Trump wins big, quick, or he gets out. So I think that if somebody's going to not win that struggle for time, look to the White House.
In terms of Karg Island, from your experience, how long will it take to, I know you said people are already mobilized and ready, but are they now ready, or how long will it take to basically be actually go and try and take Karg Island? Then how long will the exact operation take in terms of taking it, consolidating it, taking control over it, and then maintaining it. So this entire operation from each aspect, from your experience, how long would it take?
Well, we've already seen some of these A-10 warthogs that have already been at work trying to, quote, soften up shore batteries and try to get into the defense capabilities around the shore, probably around that area, to minimize that. So there's already preparation of the battlefield, we might call it, early stages. There's also Apache gunship helicopters that are either there or en route already. And now then, of course, you have 82nd Airborne on alert, and then other Marines coming. So, I mean, there probably are enough assets on the ground right now where they could do this if they wanted to, but they would also probably say, well, let's wait until all the Marines get on location. So they've got roughly 5,000 combat Marines that they could use. And then, of course, I don't know about how the 82nd, I haven't seen the deployment timeline, so I don't know for sure when that's coming. But the Marines, probably another week to 10 days before they're all there, disembarked and ready to go. So it could be, another week plus. But we've seen already that sometimes this administration will not wait for all the pieces to be in place. They may just launch off even before everything is. And so at really any time, something could happen, or it may be a week to 10 days. I doubt it would be much further than that unless they just decide not to do it, which is, of course, what I hope. I would hate to see an operation for all the reasons I've just mentioned go off.
And how long does the actual operation take? So in terms of taking Cog Island, consolidating it, and then keeping control over it, how long would that entire operation take?
If it goes well, if it's successful, you could have within 2 or 3 days military control over the thing. Because one thing that I would say is that the Marines and potentially the 82nd Airborne are very highly trained at the unit level, at the troop level, and they are extremely good at what they do. And I doubt that the defenders are as capable. So I think that in a just to fight just on the ground there, I think that the advantage would overwhelmingly go to the U.S. Marines because they probably have a lot better skill, definitely have a lot more experience in training and everything else on how to do exactly these kinds of missions. So I imagine that they would be tactically successful to getting the thing on. So it could be 2 and 3 days, and the whole thing could be done. Who knows? You could get a stroke of luck and get it rolled up in a day. Sometimes we've had some kind of successes with that, but we may also find a surprise like the Russians had a surprise in the opening round of the 2022 war against Ukraine, where they thought they were going to take Hostomel Airport, and they thought they would get that real quick. And it didn't turn out that way because the defenders fought a lot more fiercely than the Russians expected. So you can't take anything for granted. Everything could happen.
And you mentioned the 82nd Division. Just for my audience, can you explain what's uniquely brilliant about them?
Yeah, the 82nd Airborne is like our kind of like our 911 force. When you have an emergency, you need forces somewhere really quick, you get those because they can be deployed. I think like within 96 hours, 72 hours. I'm not sure what the current rate is, but they're designed to where with a no notice thing, they always have a ready brigade, for example, that's always ready to go, on a dime. That could happen within hours if they get an alert to do that. So they're ready to be flown someplace to get ready to go into action within a number of hours, really. But the thing is that they can go, they're like an emergency force. They're like first responders. They can show up, but they don't have sustained ability. So they can go in quick, but they can't stay there a long time. So they'll open a door, but they've got to have somebody else come in to keep that door open.
Interesting. And in terms of now, I mean, this is just really concerning, but how does this marry with Trump's claim, which I assume he's doing it to try thinking he's going to throw people off, but what's your thoughts? Well, the administration came out yesterday and said, look, we've almost wrapped up the operation. We said at the beginning of the operation would only be 4 to 6 weeks. How does that marry with this notion of this possible ground invasion?
But obviously it doesn't at all. It's just more of the disconnected, just weirdness of all this, if I'm just being honest, because I saw a interview just last night in front of I think it was the Rose Garden, where President Trump was asked, where are we in the war? And he said, oh, it's all but one. It's all but one. Like you said, Truth Socials, we've got it wrapped up. It's just they clogged up the strait a little bit. So we just got to get that knocked out. So in his mind, he could be saying, well, this is to get that clog out of the way. We'll send that in there. And he's still trying to get navies from other countries. No one is willing to do that suicide mission, to send their navies to get shot through that gauntlet of death I've described. So it kind of marries up in sense that he's still talking about getting the Strait open up. You see that marries up with what Besant's doing to try to say, well, we'll unsanction some of the Iranian oil. We've already unsanctioned Russian oil to try to get more of it onto the market. So they're trying everything they can to get this done. But Trump doesn't like to give anything away. He doesn't like to have give and take in diplomacy. Hates that. He wants to take. He doesn't want to give anything. So it's probably with gritted teeth he's giving this. And, of course, they're characterizing it as a 4D chess move that I'm really giving Iran so that I can take from them and make it worse for them. We got – which is elementary, obviously not true. But he's trying to characterize that because he can't be seen even in his own mind. I'm going to give something away. What he wants to do is take something. So he's like, when someone comes up to him with this military plan that we can use force of arms and kill our way to success, that has an allure to him, an appeal. So I think he's doing these things with the economics and the lifting of sanctions on the one hand to try to provide immediate relief, but he's more interested in what can I do to take back what I want so I don't have to give anything away. And then they would throw all those sanctions right back on both Russia and Iran should they have some success through their fantasies that they have, that would somehow open up the straits to, on our terms, et cetera. And Trump just wants to win. So I think that's how it all ties together.
Yeah, that makes sense. And just from, it kind of links to what you said now. I think I know what the answer may be. But in terms of if Karg Island doesn't go the way he wants, do you think then he escalates even more and then we get an actual ground invasion of the mainland? Or how do you foresee?
No, that's just not an option. That you can forget about that. That we don't have the number of troops. We physically don't have the troops. You would need... I mean, if you don't even start with 500,000, just forget about it. And probably 600,000-700,000 is what you would really need, because it is orders of magnitude more difficult to mount a ground operation into Iran than it was into Iraq. And if you look at a topographical map, you can see that the points of entry for the wars that we had in 1991 and 2003 against Iraq were practical cakewalks. I mean, you had the most perfect terrain. I was there, part of the invasion force in 1991, and I mean, it's literally like just an open sand you can drive through, and hard sand too. I mean, it's perfect. There's almost no terrain. There's no undulations, hardly even, and it's as easy as it gets. Nowhere to hide behind. There's no defensibility. We literally could just drive in at our own course. It was incredibly difficult for the defender in such a situation. This is the mirror opposite of that. All the terrain is in the favor of the defender. You would have to go through multiple mountain ranges even to get through there. And of course, every time you're going through these narrow defiles or the valleys in between, you're like a sitting duck. Anybody going through there, making it easy as can be on the defenders. We simply couldn't do it. It would be a bloodbath. If we attempted something on that scale, it would be commensurate with Hitler's decision in September 1941 to invade the Soviet Union. It would be the end of the American empire and almost certainly result in the physical defeat of our armed forces. I cannot overstate enough the risk that would be involved with that. And I can't imagine even these generals who right now are willing to do anything for the administration and not push back anywhere. I think there's a limit even to that, and that no one is going to lead such an operation that is a virtual certain bloodbath and a failure on top of it. So I don't think that's even on the table.
Interesting. And just coming back to the actual war at the moment, what you're seeing now is Iran's hitting Israel quite easily. They've been hitting Haifa quite hard. They've been hitting Nevatim airbase quite hard now. In addition to the GCC countries have been hit as well. Tehran, obviously, the shores near Hormuz has been hit, as well as Tehran and a few other places. What's your assessment of the way the entirety of the war is going?
So far, it's going about the way that I expected that it was going to go, based on what we saw in the 2025 war. I mean, I was screaming to anyone who would listen. The technology didn't change, either the offensive or the defensive capacities from the 2025 12-day war. So the fact that at the end of that war, and the reason why everybody agreed to a ceasefire, especially the U.S. and Israel, is because they realized the percentages of Iranian missiles getting through was going up the longer the war went. So there was every expectation that this one would go the same way. And that's how it's worked out. And we had, I think, this really arrogant idea that, well, yeah, we can't do anything about the interception rate, the real one, but what we can do is we'll go and destroy all the launch sites, all the mobile launchers, all the fixed silos, et cetera. We'll knock out their ability to do that, and then we don't have to worry about receiving anything because we'll take it all out. But Iran knew that. They have always known that. So they have gone to great lengths to be able to disperse throughout the country their offensive missile capacity. They have some really clever ways to fire. Everybody's by now seen those images of missiles look like they're literally coming out of the sand, almost like a submarine launch cruise missile or something comes out of the water. You don't even know where it's coming from. And even after the sand is settled, how can you even know where the launch point was? You can't see it. And that's just a few that they've shown. We don't even know how many of those they have. So you're not going to take those out. And even the ones that are underground with some of the mobile launchers, they've taken some of those out. But by all accounts, Iran still has scores of them scattered throughout the country that still can come out of barn doors, so to speak, out of their bunkers, fire, come back inside before we can strike them. And they know about now how long it takes from the time they become visible to set up fire before they can get back out before a missile is going to come on it, because the U.S. and Israel do have really good both satellite and persistent drone coverage, and so they're really good at identifying those things and vectoring attack assets on very quickly. But it's not instantaneous. In a country that's, the size of basically Western Europe or good portions of Western Europe, it's too vast of an area, to be able to patrol everything all the time. So it's a cat and mouse. It's a whack-a-mole kind of situation. Sometimes you hit it, sometimes you don't. And so they have this ability to continue on. And that's not even talking about the drone capacity, which has its own separate launch points and its own separate abilities to fire. And by all accounts, they can go for many, many, many months in all of these categories and to remain viable. That's the key point that everybody needs to understand. The requirements for success for the two sides is just as different as the mountain ranges are from the valleys here. The Iranian side has to survive. They have to continue to exist as a political entity and have to maintain the viability militarily. They have to have some sort of sustained rate of missile and drone fire. And that's it. All they have to do is maintain that and survive and endure. And if they drag this out for many, many months, they're fine. They know how to survive on minimal requirements, whether that's oil, whether that's food, you name it. I mean, they can suffer. They can do it for a long time. They're used to it. We, on the other hand, have to militarily have victory. Key of it, everything goes down to that strait. We have to force the opening militarily of that strait. We can't get it diplomatically by threatening or coercing or whatever. If that doesn't work psychologically, then the only thing left is you have to open it militarily. And if Iran keeps it closed militarily and you can't force it, then they're going to win strategically, even if they're 10-1 on the downside of the balance of power between the two sides in terms of missiles and planes and ships and all that kind of stuff. None of that makes any difference if it doesn't change the dynamic on the one key terrain of the battlefield, which is the Strait of Hormuz, because that is the lifeblood, the economic lifeblood of the entire American economy and therefore the Western economy, because everything is connected with this global connections here. That's what we have handed. We have handed Iran the leverage to keep our entire economic lifeblood at risk here because of our starting this war of choice. That is the consequence already of what we have, and we've seen that everything we're doing has still kept a lid kind of on the cost of oil, but that's not going to last much longer because the supply is still finite, even with the lifting of sanctions, et cetera. And it's going to start having an impact. And of course, I hadn't even talked about the urea for the fertilizer feedstock. It's also been significantly reduced at a time when people all over the world are ready to start planting. That's going to be a massive, massive and a longer term problem if we don't get this thing open. So there is so much pressure on Washington and Tel Aviv, but primarily Washington, to get this thing solved and off the table one way or another. And that's what leads to desperate thinking like, well, then let's try this card thing anyway. Maybe it'll work. And all that's going to end up doing is making it worse.
No doubt. Just one last question, because I know you're very busy. In terms of, you saw yesterday the F-35, sorry, it was yesterday, the day before, where possibly two F-35s were hit and possibly taken out. What's your view on that? Because this was considered almost not possible.
Well, was considered by some as not possible, but those who've been paying attention have always known that it's entirely possible, and that you have to be very careful how you employ those aircraft, because every aircraft can be seen and hit, and it has now been proven. Whether that's the F-22, whether that's the F-35, F-16, F-18, you name it, everything can be hit. Now, some of the technology makes it more difficult, and it's gives advantages to the airframes for sure. But everything can be hit. And now that we see, again, part of that armor has been chinked, and this impression, this belief that we're basically undefeatable in the air. And now that we've seen one hit, and by all accounts that I've seen, we are, despite what General Kane said after the 4th or 5th day of the war, we have not gone away from the stand-off weapons and to the stand-in weapons, as he called them, like with JDAMs and some other things, which require you flying over Iranian airspace in order to employ those. It looks to me like, and what I've seen from folks who have some knowledge, that we're still using a significant number of standoff weapons, whether that's with Tomahawks or JASSMs from some of the longer range, like 400 kilometer range on some of these others, sort of like the Russians are doing in Ukraine, where they have long range weapons that they fire off outside the range of the air defense on the Ukraine side. As depleted as it is, it's still a threat. And it appears anyway, and I don't have confirmation of this, but it appears something similar is in the Iranian side, to where they do still have some viability. We do recognize it as a risk, and so we're using a lot more standoff stuff because we still dare not fly over it. So if that's the case, that's not working out well for us either, because that means we're going to continue to deplete our long-range standoff stockpiles, and that will continue to limit our capacity and our defensive capabilities everywhere else in the world.
Interesting. Lieutenant Daniel Davis, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. I know you've got a really amazing YouTube channel, which is Deep Dive with Daniel Davis, or Daniel Davis Deep Dive. So I do implore everyone to watch that. It is just amazing. I do try and watch it as soon as I get any time. You have great guests on that, and you have great analysis yourself. And on Twitter, you've got a Twitter handle, which is Daniel L. Davis 1. Is that right?
That is right.
Brilliant.
Yes, thank you.
So everyone do give Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis a follow on X as well, because I think it's a very good analysis of what's going on in real time. Is there anywhere else anyone can find you?
No, those are the two things: the X and the YouTube, and that's where we spend the majority of our time.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Really appreciate you giving us your time. I know you're extremely busy and sought after, so appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suleiman. Always my pleasure.
Appreciate it. That was Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. We always appreciate him taking his time out to join us. Great guy, great person. Appreciate him, and I think he's given us A, very good analysis of what's going on, but B, told us that the invasion into Karg Island is guaranteed. It's definitely happening. It's been confirmed. They've moved assets there, and his sources on the ground and in the Pentagon confirm that they are planning. Guaranteed that they are planning to. It's been confirmed. They've moved assets there, and his sources on the ground and in the Pentagon confirm that they are planning. To take Karg Island. The ground invasion is coming. It is confirmed. So that's the latest news in that. I just want to welcome so many people on the space. I want to welcome Ryan Dawson onto the space, Simon onto the space, Robert, Darkside, Andrew, and Mango. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. How are you?
Hey, the heavyweights are in here, Suleiman. I'll just say, as always, Colonel Davis does an outstanding job in analysis. Back him up 150% from the Navy point of view. Absolutely. So, yeah, thanks, Sulie.
Appreciate it, Andrew. Ryan, you were going to say something? Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Is it wrong to enjoy car wreck?
It depends what the car wreck is. Ryan, explain.
Karg Island, like they announced it. We're gonna go right here at this time with this many people on this boat. The Tripoli, like, yeah, okay, that'll go great. Anyway, if you want to do an update, I got a bunch of stuff from the Asian side of things, and because I keep seeing a bunch of wrong takes on X.
Yeah.
I can clear all that stuff up, and then yeah. I mean, a lot of things that would have said were just said by Daniel Davis anyway. But I have some things about Japan, Korea, Vietnam I, that I can add, and yeah, it's just unbelievable watching Trump and his cronies just like headbutt the wall. They really just don't know how to get out of this, and they're like, "Let's send in the Marines. That's going to go so well." Morons.
Do you want to do the interview on a video, Ryan, or do you want to do it here? What's your preference?
I'd rather do YouTube so that we have a copy of it because it'll just get lost on space because these are like 12 hours long.
Okay, I'm going to send you the link right now, and then you can jump on.
All right, I'm just going to leave my phone in this room and go in the like usual.
Yeah, sweet. Awesome. Simon, how are you doing? How's things?
Yeah, all good. Thanks, Silly. Good to hear. I think it's just really important to know, like, that okay, you may be able to take over the island, but then what's the game plan? Now you've actually got to maintain that infrastructure so that you can see that there's no real logic in that game, and then just which I think we've known all along, but.
Balanced approach about the way he thinks things are gonna go. He says that he thinks they obviously may take the island, but there's gonna be an extreme loss of life if that was to happen. So it's really worrisome.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally, just having listened to Daniel like many times, he doesn't seem to have like that bias that we all like have. So he says, yeah, the US are amazing at this, and they can certainly achieve this, but you're wrong. Like there's definitely not. So I think that impartiality in this day of tribalism is really important.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why when he says something, it does add a lot more merit, because it's kind of like he's looking at it more from the American point of view, and he's very much pro-America. So, but he just thinks that this is not a good decision for America, and so he is concerned about the invasion into Carg Island.
But just while we're waiting for Ryan, I think the thing that I put out there is I think people should ask now, if you're thinking about America and Americans, then everything's a bad decision. And I know other people will say, well, what's the Israel strategy as well, which I'm sure Ryan will cover. But just purely if Trump works for corporate power in America, then the military-industrial complex just got a $200 billion stimmy check. The financial-industrial complex and big oil just got high oil prices, renegotiation of all contracts. They've also got depletion on national structure by Qatar and Iran, which helps renegotiate LNG contracts, oil contracts, and get a windfall that doesn't help the American people, but certainly helps the big oil companies. You get an economic set of circumstances that guarantees a big print, which will socialize the losses, privatize the gains, and create a windfall for the banks and financial institutions. So if Trump works for them, this is a good strategy. If he works for the Americans and the American people, it's a bad strategy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we've got Ryan on. Let me just get him up. This is going to be a great update as always. Ryan's one of the best geopolitical experts we've got. Hi Ryan, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Brilliant. Let me just start this.
I do enjoy watching the Gulf Arabs and Israelis burn.
Goive indeed. Let me start this.
Goive. Listen to me.
Right, guys, I want to welcome Ryan Dawson, a geopolitical expert. He's been covering this conflict and Israel from a geopolitical perspective for decades. and he's been giving us analysis on what's going on for throughout the war and even before that. Ryan, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
Told you it was coming. Not like that was a hard call. Everyone saw this coming. They've been planning it for 40 years. As soon as Syria fell, everyone knew Iran was next. So this is the fourth time they attacked them. That's why it's True Promise 4. And they're getting some comeuppance. Diego Garcia was allegedly hit today. They're not denying that. That is quite the distance shot. F-35 shot down or forced to land from being hit. Shrapnel on the pilot, we hear. There is some news. It appears that Japanese ships are going to be allowed to leave the Strait of Hormuz. It's not, they are not paying in yuan. That is never going to happen. They're going to pay in yen. Japan already did this from 2007 until 2019. They bought oil from Iran in yen. They were already not using dollars. And people act like it's some big thing. That's quite normal. Many countries do buy oil and gas in their own currency because there is no rule saying you have to use a dollar. People seem to think everyone is forced onto the petrodollar. That is bullshit.
Actually, so let's talk about that. We had the Japanese Prime Minister go to the White House. She was seemed like she was very close to Trump. Trump kind of insulted the Japanese talking about Pearl Harbor. She wasn't she had there was a lot of negative press from that in terms of within Japan.
He insulted Americans too. He just insulted everyone's intelligence because the question that was asked was, why didn't you inform your allies that you were about to attack Iran? Given the fallout of the Strait of Hormuz, places like Vietnam, the Philippines, and India did not have large oil reserves. Cuba either, apparently. That's not an ally, but they are in dire straits and scrambling around. That's why he had to lift waivers on buying Russian oil and gas, for example. He didn't inform his allies because they really thought it would be over in 48 hours, kill the Ayatollah, everything would collapse. They did not anticipate the Strait of Hormuz being closed, or the fact that they can't get it reopened and they can't open it by force. But instead of answering the question, he goes, well, who knows surprise better than Japan? Why didn't no one told me about Pearl Harbor? Which the analogy doesn't work at all. Despite the fact, quick history on Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, not part of the United States. They had a base there. Hawaii wouldn't be a state for another decade. It wasn't a sneak attack. The USS Ward sank a Japanese mini-sub prior to the aerial bombardment. They had plenty of time. They knew they'd break the Japanese code. That was brought about because of the Bacala Membo and putting an oil embargo on Japan. It did not happen out of the blue. They'd already attacked the Japanese in Manchuria. So it wasn't like surprise. They goaded that on, wanted it to happen, knew it was coming. Anyway, the analogy is stupid. Even if you think it was a surprise out of the blue for no reason, then it would still be the equivalent of not telling Iran that you're about to attack them. You don't tell your enemy that you're about to attack them, but you do tell your allies. And the question was, why didn't you inform your allies about what you were about to do? And he dodged it by making that stupid statement. And immediately, before Takaichi even got home, because it's a day away, Japan had already made a deal with Iran to get oil. Well, she was on the plane. And that they've already negotiated that through. Now, it's not as exciting as it seems because Iran doesn't really have that much of a surplus. There's about 140 million barrels stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. Some of that was loaded on the ships already from the Gulf states before they were set on fire. Sorry. And so that will get released. So some's gone to China, some's gone to India. Japan will get its bit. But 140 million barrels is about 7 days worth of Hormuz traffic, 20 million a day about. So not that great. Better than nothing. Tides things over for about a week. But, and that's the very large countries, India, China, Japan. India and China much larger, but Japan would be the next. Of those. Now, there's a condemning statement from 20 nations. It's a bunch of hot air. Because they have no enforcement arm. Iran's not going to let go of the Strait of Hormuz because they're fighting for their survival. If you really want the Strait open, then you have to tell the aggressors who started the war to withdraw their forces, and that's the U.S. and Israel.
Yeah.
And it looks like South Korea is in negotiations, so is Vietnam. And Iran's probably fine as long as you don't use dollars. They don't care what you use to get your own oil out. Unlike Japan, South Korea had been buying about 10% of the oil from Iran. They never complied with pressure from the United States. Japan did buy oil, like I said, from 2007 to 2019. The reason they stopped was because they got a waiver to buy oil from Russia, which is right next door and closer, made more sense. It was cheaper, so they just switched. So, but the public over here is calling it Israel's war. They're not confused at all.
Interesting.
So this is Israel's war, and there was actually in the Japanese Congress, they had I won't say yelling because they don't really yell, but they were stern talking about how Israel started this war and how Takaichi needs to be condemning Israel and America because they're the aggressors and they're the ones that bombed Iran.
So I mean, when you talk about Takaichi, she managed to get this deal. The Japanese stock market, the Japanese economy is on its knees. First of all, how was she able to get this deal? And B, how was she dealing with the entire Japanese economy on its knees immediately after she basically became the new prime minister?
She went to the U.S. and people don't seem to know this. Like the predecessor was Ishiba. It was a clown. He was this Christian prime minister that just opened the borders 3 million. He almost destroyed Japan in a very short amount of time. And he had already made a deal with the United States worth billions of dollars that she cannot renege on. But she went there and got more conditions added to it. So that it made the deal a really bad deal, more favorable, like a less crappy deal, basically. And in that, Trump lifted the waiver on Japanese, he created a waiver against Iranian sanctions, which will allow oil from Iran to go out of the strait. Now, what that means with a wink wink is oil that was already loaded on the ships by the Gulf countries can go through trading companies and then declare, oh, this is now Iran oil, and then Iran can sell it and so black markets will get some of that oil out of there to whoever. But it's good, but Europe's not getting it. The Gulf Arabs are going to get way less proceeds for it. And obviously America and Israel, they don't get anything.
Okay, so that's the Japanese strand. Now, in terms of the overarching Hezbollah, what's the updates in terms of Hezbollah, South Lebanon, and the incursions there? I believe that they did 55 different assaults yesterday. How's it going?
Yeah, I wrote them all down. That's like... my assistant wrote them all down yesterday. I have a busy day with other things, but we went over it, verifying. And yeah, Hezbollah, it's what we thought. They've taken out the radar across the blue line. They're hitting all the staging areas with rockets. They're taking out tanks with usually cornets, but not always. Direct hits. Sometimes they'll damage the tank to lure the Israelis into towing it out of there, and then they hit the other tanks that come to get the first tank. They've done that trick like 4 times, and the Israelis never change tactics. They just go in and die. Like they really don't know how to fight Hezbollah this time. The mistake that Hezbollah made last time was using electronic devices. Now they know, don't use cell phones. Don't bring it. That's how they find you. They know where you are. They can listen to you. So they just get rid of all that. They go into those hills and they just disappear. The Israelis, the IDF is not a very strong fighting force on the ground. They bomb people from a distance, and they've got very good high-tech skills, nerd warfare. But when it comes in, boots on the ground, wheels on the ground, they don't do very well. And they're getting ambushed. They're getting pegged with drones. And Haifa is destroyed. It's unusable at this point. Northern Israel is lost. A lot of the people that used to live up there have fled further south. Shelters are overcrowded. People are on edge. It makes my day because no one deserves it more. These rats, they torture people, starve people to death, rape prisoners, and killed all those people in Gaza and Beirut. Too bad for them. Hezbollah, they don't seem to have an answer to Hezbollah. They can't. They keep saying tomorrow or tonight or whatever is going to be the invasion, and they get to the staging area, get killed, get blown up, and they just never go in. There was once, like the very first time they announced it, they did go in from 3 points, got repelled all 3 points, and that was that. Even their offshore rig got set on fire. They're just losing, and it's like the perfect play because Israel has the technological advantage. They have endless money from the United States. They've got better gear, better everything, even more troops. Doesn't matter. They're undisciplined. They don't know how to fight, and Hezbollah has studied them, knows their weaknesses, and is systematically eroding them. And every day the clock ticks by, the empire is just bleeding out, and they don't know how to open the strait. And they're going to make this mistake of raiding Kharg Island. Trump is, I don't know where he's getting his advice. Like, they started dropping these 5,000-pound bombs along the shoreline, and there's some islands in the Strait of Hormuz as well. I'll point out to the people that they keep quoting, oh, look, it's 21 kilometers wide here and there. It's actually much more narrow than that because those type of ships need 50 feet deep water or more, and not all of the strait has that depth. So it's actually more narrow than what they say. Very easy to police. We mapped it out. If you look at the tankers and things that have been getting hit, they're usually at port or sitting still. When they're moving, they can still be hit, but less so. And I think what's going on, let me tell you why these bombs don't work. I've said this on your stream, but I'm going to say it on the recording. You're talking about over 1,000 miles of shoreline, and then you add the islands. It's about the size of Vietnam. So you can drop bombs. You got a few hundred planes over thousands of miles. You can go 5 or 6 miles deep as well. And what? You're going to hit something the size of a gun or the width of a speedboat? Good luck. It's not going to happen. And they're not sitting there right on the shore, like shooting across the water. These things can be back in the mountains. They can be wherever. You can't jam them electronically because they are more than capable of just using optics, just fancy binoculars, basically a pole with a very high-powered lens. And you can see these ships. They're flat on the water. They're giant. They're slow. You got to do a little trigonometry. You know where they are, and you can peg them. Be that a drone, rocket, missile, whatever. They have various means. They're not using mines so much yet, but they can. They have those suicide boats and drones. And if they're using optics, if they're just using lenses and glass, they have no electronic signature. They cannot be jammed from a distance. They do have these little infrared seekers. That's kind of in the in-between, I guess. But the only way to go get those is to try to find them, which is impossible, or going on the land and strafe the area, destroy them all. That's pretty much impossible unless you want to lose about 30,000 guys. And as if you don't, the more ships you put in, look. The sea doesn't fight the land. It's like a fool fights a fort, I think the phrase goes. It's stupid. They can sink you. You can't sink them. And so they have a lot of anti-ship missiles that can be launched from the water, and they have plenty of anti-ship weapons that can go air to sea. So it's not just along that little narrow part. It's the whole strip. They can fire from anywhere along that 1,000 miles and nail you. And so you can't just randomly bomb places and hope you got them with some bunker busters. Like, they have no clue. Some of these things are mobile, so they can be there, shoot, move. It's ridiculous. You cannot open the Strait of Hormuz other than to listen and comply to Iran's demands. That's the only way you're getting that open.
So Ryan, their plan seems to be to take control over Kharg Island and then to negotiate possibly for the opening of the strait.
I was like, look, we're going to hold on to this, and so we'll give you this back if you open this. Okay, let's walk through this. again, I swear to God, I think people playing Battlefield 4 video games make
Yeah, true.
because they have that as a stage. I know my son played that. It's okay. Let's say, how are you going to get there? Are they you can paratroop them in, I suppose, or you can try to get an aquatic version where you go through the strait, don't get hit the whole time somehow to a place where you've announced you're going, land there, get through the defenders. That's the dumbest way to go.
Yeah.
Or you can get some Osprey tilt rotors and drop off a bunch of people, and then what? Are you gonna send them care packages from the air full of food and stuff and supplies every day that they're there? Are you gonna? What's the plan? How many defenders are there? You don't know, because the intelligence they have on it is from the middle of the 1980s.
Yeah.
So yes, none. You have no intelligence. You have whatever you can see from a satellite. That's it. Let's say you get in, you kill all the defenders, and you hold the oil. And do what with it? You can't ship it out. Strait's still closed. What are you going to do? Threaten to destroy it? Well, then Iran will destroy all the oil fields in Saudi Arabia and everywhere else. And that's the real Samson option. Like, kiss it all goodbye. That isn't going to work. It doesn't make sense. You will not get hold of it either. You're going to get killed before you even arrive on the island. That strait is a death trap. You could try both. Let's try simultaneously. Drop them in from the air and meet them with the Tripoli and maybe with there's another ship, the Boxer, I think, is on the way or whatever. It's like, man, who comes up with these? And how many? What, 5,000? 2,500? That's enough? You think so? Really? Okay. What a waste of life.
You don't think it's going to be
dumb enough to do it anyway? That's what I was saying yesterday. Like, why don't they do this, and this? And like, because they're retarded. And that's the answer for why they keep doing stupid things. They're like, but they could have done. And I'm like, yeah, but they're retarded. Well, they should have. Yeah, but they're retarded. Like, that's why they do these things. There's no other explanation. I mean, these are the people that think they can bring back Jesus, and like foster on Armageddon from their mythology. They're retarded. There's no, I mean, we have children in charge of the U.S. government.
Yeah.
It's scary. But that's what you got. And it bothers me when I see people like Tulsi, who's not retarded, just like lapping it up from a dog bowl. Ugh. Her underling, Joe Kent, resigned. I think Tulsi should resign. I think anybody with a brain needs to leave before they try this island stunt.
Yeah.
Trump's out there saying their Air Force is gone, their Navy's gone, they're running out of weapons. It's pretty much over. We're going to go take this island anyway. Nothing, like not a word out of his mouth is true. And I don't know if he's lying or he's listening to people like Mark Levine and stuff who's lying to him and he believes all of it because he's retarded, or what it is. But because Trump has no problem lying and he also has no problem being a fool. So it's very hard to tell which one it is.
Well, I think it's probably he's got delusions of grandeur. But in terms of when he gets to the island, you mentioned that 5,000 is not going to be enough. I spoke to Daniel Davis. I don't know what your thoughts on that. He thought that if they were managed to get to the island somehow, they would have the 5,000 men strong army or whatever it is, the Marines, sorry, they'll be strong enough to hold the island, and because Iran won't have strong enough defense in terms of from a manpower perspective within the island. What's your thoughts on that?
It's not going to still be 5,000 when they hold it, though. You're expecting 0 losses. I think they're going to have a hard time even reaching the island. Let's say they all reach the island. Everybody dodges every bullet. Iran has no defense, and all 5,000 people survive. And they just have magic resupply boxes that have endless food and bullets and whatever they need. There's just a supply chain that goes unmolested that Iran just lets them do, whatever in fantasy land. And then what? Strait's still going to be closed. You want to hold that hostage? Like, it's already held hostage. What are you going to do? Threaten to destroy it? You could destroy it right now from the air without risking anything. Just hit it You're not doing it because you know what Iran would do back. So what's the difference when you're going to risk a bunch of life so you can now threaten it from standing next to it? Like, how does that change anything from what you could already do just by hitting it with a missile? So they know you're not going to do it, or you would have already done it. So what are you really trying to do? He just wants to pull some stunt and get a W, declare victory, and get out. And it will fail.
Same question.
I really don't see the objective here. Like, what is the point? What you gonna do? You're gonna, all right, the oil's here, but Iran can no longer ship it or something.
Yeah.
After you just lifted a waiver to allow Iran to ship oil because your allies are so desperate. Like, you're just making stuff up as you go along. You get all these different plans. They don't make sense. You have no clear objective. When the Ayatollah, when that whole stunt, I can always say they don't have a plan B. When that didn't work and there was no regime change, then what? What is the objective that you could do to end the war? Like, what is your goal? What do you want to just totally destroy Iran? What do you want them to disarm? That's not going to happen ever. Because then we know what they don't want to look like Gaza. They don't want to be a little fiefdom like that. They don't want greater Israel. You can't even define what your purpose is. Israel started a war. They dragged you into it. You are losing this war. Your bases along the Gulf have been destroyed, utterly crushed in Kuwait and Bahrain. They're sparing Qatar, the UAE, but that can, like that, they can destroy that whenever they feel like it. You're even getting hit on the west coast of Saudi Arabia and Diego Garcia. That's when you know things are bad. The only thing safe out there is the carrier because it's huge and it can move around. And eventually that'll have to leave. It's going to have to refit, resupply, whatever. Your northern front in Israel is getting destroyed by Hezbollah. Even your massive city-size embassy that is actually a base in Baghdad is getting destroyed. Erbil's getting destroyed. You've lost your airfield, your Fifth Fleet docks, right? And the Strait of Hormuz is closed. You're not winning on any, like, you have nothing to point to that's an actual win. Oh, we sank some boats, including one off Sri Lanka that was unarmed. Like, that was your big thing. Whatever. All you're doing is making gas and oil prices and fertilizer. You are wrecking the global economy for Israel. And it's not going to get any better until you leave and end this war. And, maybe they'll reopen the strait and say, you know what? We're going to put a toll, just like Panama does, just like Egypt does, just like Turkey does, like everyone else that controls a waterway in the Maritime Silk Road, you have to pay. Well, now you're going to have to pay Iran. The Gulf states are going to be so many years behind just trying to fix what has already been destroyed, and we don't know how much more will get destroyed. Iran's going to own that strait. They're going to be the new Gulf state. They're going to make all the billions of dollars off all that traffic.
True.
Not these traitorous Arabs that finance ISIS and Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab and RSF and terrorism all over the globe. That's over. They are done.
Well, when the new Persian Empire comes, make me and Ryan Dawson viceroys. But anyway.
I want to be AG and help I want to go after all these Epstein clients. Like, if you knock that out, we never would have had a war.
Exactly, Ryan.
Epstein fury. I mean, this is for Israel. So was Iraq. So is Syria. Like, this is their script, their plan. Netanyahu wrote books about it. And you can go back and, Israel started this war for the fourth time. And they also started the war in Gaza, and they started the war in Lebanon. Mm-hmm. They've been attacking Gaza over and over and over again. They call it mowing the lawn. Every single pre-war lie about Iraq, both times, from babies on incubators to yellow cake uranium, came from neoconservative Jewish con artists that dream of greater Israel. And they saw Saddam as a threat to Israel's hegemony in the region and Israel's regional ambitions, annexing land and ethnic cleansing, and started a war. It didn't benefit the U.S. at all. They lost trillions of dollars, thousands of soldiers, got the whole world hating them. And it just creates a cluster, as it goes. In Syria, 500,000 people died in that conflict where they were sponsoring terrorist groups. openly. Gulf states did too. For what? Hezbollah didn't even break because of this black market weapons trade out of Ukraine, and a lot of the weapons the SAA funneled right across the border to Hezbollah. Now they have Cornet missiles taking out McCarver tanks. It's just like, yeah, well, you brought this on yourself. But at such a price, because Syria was an ancient culture, one of the oldest in the world that had continuity, and it's been effectively destroyed in that 12 days of terrorism that Giuliani and his goons went around. Priceless artifacts destroyed, history destroyed, and obviously all the lives lost. Syria is only Syria on paper. It's basically Rojava, Kurdistan, and Al-Qaeda land. That's what it is now. Libya is no longer Libya either. They handed that over to terrorists. And they always accuse the other side of doing what they're doing. You guys were the global sponsors on terror, from the OG Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan to the moderate ISIS in Syria. That's always been Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States, and their little little obedience dogs. They sponsor it all over the world. And you can trace it all the way back to BCCI, and you want to go through it bit by bit. I've done that.
Well, I mean, check out Ryan's
groups and killings and stuff. This is not the MIC. This is not the petrodollar. It's not the banker. It's Israel.
So, Ryan, just a couple of quick questions. The first one is, you mentioned about northern Israel. What's the situation in terms of the settlers there? Have they now evacuated from the area completely?
Sorry, I should have said northern occupied Palestine. Excuse me. But yeah,
exactly. But what's the situation with the settlers there? Have they left? Or are they still there?
A lot of them have fled. Not. I said some went south. Sure, a lot of them went to Cyprus. They don't want to be in Israel at all. And I can tell you, Cyprus is not very happy about this either. But they're getting by the boatload all these Israelis that laughed as they were murdering Palestinians and shooting kids going to food trucks. They were laughing and celebrating, making fun of them on TikTok and Telegram. Now they're crying and getting on a boat and fleeing to Cyprus because they're not safe.
Yeah.
Occasionally an apartment gets hit, but that's enough. One or two times, like, oh, it could be me. But it's been pretty contained to military targets, but that's, no one can do that perfectly.
Exactly.
That's how it is. And that's partly Israel's fault for enmeshing their military sites inside civilian areas. Again, they do have human shields. Shin Bet and the Mossad will put their office at the lower part of the building with civilians on top of it.
Yeah, in Tel Aviv, yeah. So, Ryan, one last question, which is about the F-35, because I didn't get your thoughts on it on the stream as opposed to on the space. The F-35 fighter separated.
I wrote this book.
Right.
What year was this? This is it's called The Separation of Business and State. And people keep they care separation of church and state. I'm like, no, it's a play on that. It's a separation of business and state. And in it, I went over the F-22 Raptor and the F-35. This is from 2018. So it's about 6 years old, but it doesn't matter. Many of us have been saying how bad. Here's some stuff, too, that I'm still mad about. So I'm going to show you this page.
Yeah.
This is because I had to go over the bailouts. Citigroup, 2.5 trillion, Morgan Stanley, 2 trillion. Like, this is the Epstein file, right? These people getting hundreds of billions, sometimes trillions of dollars in bailouts for the mortgage-backed security fraud. But in here, we have the gamut of the F-35 and how it is weak to long radar and all the problems with it and da-da-da-da. And so, this book is still worth it. Even though it ended in 2018, it tells you all these different problems. Like, government has the reverse Midas touch. Instead of turning to gold, turns into bovine excrement, if you know what I mean. And so if anyone's like, everyone thought the F-35 was untouchable, I'm like, not everyone. I didn't. I certainly didn't. There's probably 6 pages just ripping on how stupid, how expensive, how vulnerable, and what hype that is. It's very expensive. I call it the Bradley with wings. If you know the history of the Bradley fighting vehicle, which was the majority of combat deaths in the Iraq wars. It's just it's so bad. There's a movie called Pentagon Wars. Kelsey Grammer plays a general or something in it, and just talking about how corrupt the whole thing is and how many industries are involved to make this transport vehicle that becomes an everything vehicle. They even made like aluminum walls. Like it is so stupid. And this is how the U.S. designed things. They designed things for profiteering, not for combat effectiveness. During the Cold War, they made, for the time period, some good things. You know, the Warthog, F-16, 15, those were good for the day. But without a real threat, they just made things expensive. The goop that keeps the F-35s in stealth mode was knocking out the ground crews, and they couldn't even tell the medics what was in it. And like it's like an episode of Trailer Park Boys. All the problems with these planes, they pull oxygen through a sleeve. It's just they don't use liquid air. It is the dumbest. It's a death trap. I'm surprised they don't just fall on their own, because in the beginning they were having problems where they would crash because it rained or because there was some dust. The Navy version didn't have a landing hook that fit the carrier, so they built the whole thing and forgot that, apparently. Like, it's just so bad, so dumb, and such a waste of money. And when you start reading about it, you're like, my God, is that real? I'm like, yep, go look it up, because I got the sources in here, and you're reading these problems and how much it takes to fix them. There's no foresight. It's just, yeah, that is how a lot of military gear is. Same thing with interceptor armor versus dragon skin and stuff. Like, they picked the inferior armor because John Kerry sat on the Armed Service Committee, and the company was out of Massachusetts, and he just, he didn't care if more of our boys got killed wearing it, because, it came out of his district. It really is that disgusting how they choose what goes in and not, and what's effective and what isn't. It's just about creating jobs and spreading money around and lobbies, and that's how bad it is. Even when it comes to fighting and saving lives, like, you think that would be the one thing you got to be serious about. Well, we need stuff that works, right? No. And I think that's a lot of problem with the air defense system. They're like, it'll intercept 90%. They were fudging the numbers so bad because they wanted to sell it.
Exactly. And all of this has been proven to not be as strong as they said. Ryan Dawson, always appreciate you as always. Guys, do check out Ryan Dawson's website. It's ryandawson.org. You can join his Substack.
The audiobook of this book is on there. If you sub, you got to do a search for it, or I can post it again. But there's some hilarious stuff. If you ever heard the way I talk sometimes, very blunt, that's how I wrote it.
Well, and so the audiobook is on there, and so I would definitely read that, especially when he's breaking down the specific problems with the F-35. So do follow his Substack. It's free.
High-tech terrorism is still terrorism.
Exactly. So do follow his website. Sorry, do follow his, subscribe to his Substack. And also, you can become a paid member, and I do think you should think about doing that and support the work he's doing. You can see it. He's on it. He's smart. He gives you really good geopolitical analysis. And he's not even forgetting the Epstein class. He's got a lot of abuse for them going on at the same time as well. So watch that.
Thomas Massey was naming names, man. He went into Leon Black, Jess Staley. It's like, this is what we need.
You will love it.
We got someone in Congress that isn't bought and paid for by AIPAC who's going after pedophiles. You think that'd be an easy thing to do. You think about the entire population in the world would be against raping kids, but not Congress.
Yeah, I wonder why.
AIPAC. They ought to call this whole, when you go to the pump and you fill up your gas tank and it's like $100 and something or whatever, that's your AIPAC tax. That's what you're paying.
It is indeed. It is your Israel tax for sure. Right, Ryan. Yes, everyone do check out Ryan. His Twitter, Ryan Liberty. You can see his on the X. You can see his Twitter on there. But for YouTube guys, it's Ryan Liberty. Do follow it. Great guy, great content. Appreciate him. Close friend of mine. Appreciate it, Ryan Dawson. Thank you so much for taking your time out.
Come celebrate in the land of elves.
We're gonna come, bro. We're gonna celebrate once Iran wins. Once the Persian Empire takes over, I'm coming to Japan and we're gonna celebrate. Appreciate you as always, Ryan. Thank you so much. That was Ryan Dawson. Really appreciate it. We've got so many collaborations today. It's unbelievable. I want to get back on the space because I've got Simon, Robert, Darkside, who are going to give us a financial outlook. And then we have at midday, we've got Ethan coming on. If you remember, he went viral because he's been sending locations. He's been sending the locations of where, let me put this on first. He's been sending locations of where the different Israeli assets are. He went viral because he's been sending locations. Hilarious. He's been sending the locations of where, let me put this on first. He's been sending locations of where the different Israeli assets are. He went viral. And that's hilarious. And so we'll have a conversation about him on that. I know he got banned a few times. They were calling him treasonous, but how is he treasonous when he's just exposing that? I'm going to try and get the YouTube as well sorted. I believe the chat tricks who did that. But I'll try and rectify her mistakes, guys. I'll try and rectify her mistakes. Because that's what I am. I'm a philanthropist. Okay, let's get back into the space. I've got the thing back up on there. I've got this muted, Okay, let's get quickly to Simon, Robert, and Darkside. If you guys can give us a update on the financial market, guys, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Robert, do you want to give an update on the market? But I'll just kind of close the loop on the last two things. You know, if you want a story where you can make sense of these actions, then you just need to look at who benefits from this situation, and by following the money, you can see who's benefiting, and then you can ask yourself the question: is Trump's policy helping them, or is it helping someone else? And as I said before, if the end result of this is you get a $200 billion stimulus check to military companies, their stock price is up 40% on the year since the Trump administration. If you that increases their revenue with every bomb, with every operation, and you get the justification for that. The high oil prices that are not too high in order to take us into a global recession, by containing the oil prices, you get lots of, derivative treasury type of contracts that profit from all the volatility. You also get the fact that there's going to be serious distressed acquisitions at the end of this. So the Gulf countries, UAE, Israel, there'll be a bunch of distressed assets that will be acquired. Big oil gets to renegotiate all their contracts. They get to do force majeure in Qatar, or the ones on the wrong side of the strait, and then they get to renegotiate it on the other side of the strait. So Chevron, Exxon, remember, none of these benefit the American people because it's all paid for by the American taxpayer. So the American taxpayer picks up the bill and the corporate entities get the revenue. That creates GDP, it creates stock market valuation, it creates increase in revenue, and it justifies the mechanism for rolling over the debt. And so you then, you can see that if Trump works for them, then all of this makes perfect sense. And at the end of it, if you have not an economy that's completely global recession that creates massive demand destruction, but if you create the environment that requires a bailout, a big print, which is what's being created here, then you can get your $5 to $10 trillion money printing stimulus, and all of that will go in the hands of the institutions that will socialize the losses and privatize the gains. So it makes 100% financial sense, this operation, if he's working for those people, and that's all I'd say. In terms of the economic situation, I'll hand over to Robert to give an update on where we are, if you want, Robert.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So on Friday, we saw the equity market, the stock market sell off about 1.5%. Nothing really super wild. But of course, at the end of the day, we got like a little bit of a taco from Trump, or an attempt at a taco from Trump. Bond yields continue to move higher. So since the start of the war, kind of end of February, the 10-year U.S. Treasury yield is up by about 0.5%. Now, that is what your mortgage is priced off. That's what your credit card interest rate is priced off of, right? Auto loan, personal loan, mortgages, that kind of thing. Those yields, those interest rates are moving higher, not just here in the U.S., all over the world. In fact, in the U.K., their bond market's completely melting down. It appears that they're going to be hiking interest rates over there. We don't quite have that yet. If you look at our 1-year U.S. Treasury yield, that's about even with where the Fed funds is. So no hikes being priced in here in the U.S. yet. But, you know, it's definitely a potential that the bond market prices that in. Now, whether or not the Fed actually ends up hiking is a totally different story. What we're talking about here, though, is the largest energy shock in at least modern history in the past, I don't know, 70 years. So the Strait of Hormuz, or let's start with the total demand per day, about 100 million barrels per day of demand for oil. Oil is everything. Energy is everything. You have 100 million barrels. It, you know, fluctuates a little bit, but call it 100 million barrels per day. The Strait of Hormuz traffics 20 million barrels per day. So kind of right off the bat, if we're just going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz, you're talking about a 20% reduction in the global supply of oil. Now, that might not sound like a lot, but there's a concept called price elasticity. Now, that is very, very low for oil. And the reason is that people need to get to work, right? They need to go to the grocery store, right? And put gas in their car to get to the grocery store and do essentials, right? The entire kind of modern economy runs on oil and its derivatives, right? Gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, that kind of thing. So you could have a large increase, right, in the price of oil, but people still need to get to work. They still need to get to the grocery store, right? Life still must go on. And so there's a very, very low price elasticity, about 0.1. And so what that would imply, if we're just going to look at the Strait of Hormuz being blocked and 20% of global supply being taken offline kind of overnight, I mean, you know, you're talking about like $200 something oil. Now, there are offsets. There is the pipeline that goes from kind of the north, I guess, down into the Red Sea. Now, I'll point out that port, the Saudi Arabian port where that pipeline terminates, was just hit. Yanbu, I think. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that right, but Yanbu port, that is where that pipeline terminates. And that is kind of a way to divert, right, and get some oil from kind of the north down into the Red Sea. But if you look at the amount of increase, right, not the total flow, which is 4.5 million barrels per day, but if you look at the amount that the Saudis can ramp that pipeline up, right, because we took 20 million barrels off. So how much can we kind of fill that gap? Well, they could increase by about 3 million barrels per day. So now you're talking about a 17 million barrel disruption, because you're able to kind of reduce, right, and offset with this pipeline. Now, there's also
everyone says it's 7. It's 7 million they can push through that pipeline.
Total. Yeah. I'm talking about the increase, because that was already flowing. We need to talk about the increase to offset the 20 million barrels per day that is closed from the strait. But yeah. But we're talking about increase, right? If 20 million barrels was taken offline because the strait is closed, there was already 3-4 million flowing through that pipeline already. Right?
Your math 6, Robert. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't get this guy's problem. Okay, 20 million barrels per day. We're able to increase the amount of flow through that pipeline by about 3 million barrels. So you're talking about 17 million barrel per day disruption. Now, there's oil on
Yeah,
water.
look, it took me a minute to look it up. Your numbers were wrong. It was, I just looked up what the numbers were before the war. It was 1 to 1.4 million barrels per day going through Yambu.
Okay, so an increase of 4 million barrels. Cool. So you're talking about 16% supply disruption or reduction in supply. Now, if you look at COVID, right, we shut down the entire global
Yeah, and real
economy.
quick, the UAE has a
The-
bypass
oh my
pipeline too, and
God,
that's
dude.
about 1.5 million.
Just let Robert finish his
Okay.
analysis first, please, Manko. Go ahead, Robert.
Using the increase in flow through the Saudi pipeline and that UAE pipeline, which goes kind of onto the good side of the strait, you're talking about, call it a 14% supply reduction in global oil supply. COVID 2020, where we shut down the entire global economy, was about 19 million barrel per day demand shock, right? So we are talking about, something that is roughly on par with COVID in terms of the amount of disruption. Now, COVID, when you have a negative demand shock, you're able to print money and stimulate demand, right? That's no problem. And we did. And we printed a lot of money to kind of fill that hole. This time, you cannot print molecules. You cannot print oil. You cannot print physical commodities. So, I think that when it comes to the oil price, I think that, everyone's talking about $100 Brent. That's what the paper market is trading at. But if you look at the physical market, Omani crude, for example, hit 170 already, right? This was Friday, yesterday. So, jet fuel in Asia is already $200 equivalent. So, there is already a severe amount of a disparity, in the actual physical landed cost of energy. And again, you can't run an economy on US treasuries. You need energy. So as these countries that like South Korea, Japan, all of Europe almost are pressured, right? Their economies are pressured from higher energy, from higher import prices. Their economy is pressured. What that means, if Europe is probably not in this case, but say South Korea, Japan run very, very large current account surplus, that current account surplus is going to be greatly diminished. So we talk about global trade being disrupted, call it a 15% supply reduction in global oil supply. And we talk about the trade disruption, but there's also a capital disruption, a capital flow disruption, because on the other end of a current account deficit is a capital and financial account surplus, right? So if you're like the US, you run a huge trade deficit, about $1 trillion per year current account deficit over the past 4 quarters. What that means, the other way of saying that, is that $1 trillion per year flow into your financial markets, right? So as global trade is being severely constricted, again, basically like in the same ballpark as COVID, where we shut down the entire global economy, as global trade is so severely impacted, you are also going to have global capital flows severely disrupted. Now, you look at the American economy, what is the one sector that has kept us out of a recession already, right before the war? It was data center, AI, right? That whole trade. That without that, your GDP was running probably like 50 bips, like 0.5%, right? Basically on the verge of recession without that AI and data center spending. Well, where was a lot of that investment for those data centers coming from? Is coming from the GCC, right? They make a ton of money, like ungodly amounts of money, because they have, oil, natural gas, and resources, run very, very large current account surplus, trade surplus. But what that means by definition is they are creditor to the rest of the world. Well, the US, and the AI trade was one of those areas. Well, if their exports start to drop, right, their current account starts to become more diminished, right, because they are not able to export nearly as much, and there are probably, that balance once you factor in imports. that balance is getting pressured. The other way of saying that is that outbound credit to countries like the U.S. is going to be pressured. So you have, a demand shock, a supply shock on par or very close to when we shut down the global economy and oil went to negative $34, right? That is what ended up needing to happen for that severe demand supply imbalance back during COVID. The only way to get that to clear, the market to clear, was for oil to go to negative $34. And so, don't listen to me, listen to people like Rory Johnstone or Jeff Curry at Carlisle, right? Like these guys are trying to tell the Wall Street that they are sleepwalking into a complete and total disaster because $200 crude, that is like conservative according to these guys, right? And they have done this for the past 4 decades, right? This is all they do. So when you talk about the amount of demand destruction that would occur from oil prices that high, it is catastrophic for an already weakened economy, an economy that was already relying disproportionately, call it, on the AI data center thing, right? Which is now going to be impacted due to the fact that these GCC investments are going to start to dry up due to the fact they can't. They're being bombed and they're not trading. So like the whole thing is very, very precarious. If you look at the consumer, about 65% of GDP here in the US is consumer spending. If you look at oil, natural gas, Trump is right. It's going to help, 1.5% of the economy is oil, natural gas. So yeah, that corner of our economy will be helped. But you have, 2/3 that is going to be severely hurt by higher oil prices. So, I think that when you look at the S&P 500, when you look at what the bond market is doing, it is clearly worried about that initial first order effect, which is higher inflation. We know PPI, Producer Price Index, which leads CPI. We know that came out a couple days ago, showed 3.4% headline, which includes energy, 3.4%. But that was for February. That was before oil went up, 70%. And so, we are likely to see probably a pop in inflation for maybe a month or two. But again, the consumer, the average American is already so stretched, so weak. You look at consumer sentiment surveys, University of Michigan Current Economic Conditions Index, basically lower than the depths of the 2008 Great Financial Crisis, right? Personal savings rates basically near a record low, very near to a record low. We don't have, the average American cannot absorb $150 crude, or even probably $120 crude. And so there's going to be, on the other end of the inflation, the only cure for high prices is high prices, meaning that the deflation, right, that you would get from the demand destruction on the other end of high prices is going to cause some very significant issues for highly levered countries like the US, like most of Europe, where .com, we had an equity bubble, kicked it up to the housing market, created a housing bubble that blew up, and we kicked it up to the sovereign level. Well, there is nowhere left to go, right? And that gets to what Simon was mentioning with the big print. You go into a recession, which I think is all but guaranteed. Personally, take that for what it's worth. I think that is all but guaranteed. We're talking about a fiscal deficit of $5 trillion. Right? Because in a recession, your expenditures, if you're the government, go up due to automatic stabilizers, but your revenues go down, right? People are losing their job. Income tax is vanishing, right? Because people are unemployed and not earning. Capital gains tax revenue dries up. So you actually get, during a recession, kind of by definition, you get the deficit widen by about 600, 700 basis points as a share of GDP. Well, that would take our already insane deficit to almost 15% of GDP. That is in nominal terms, right? $5 trillion about. There is no capacity for the bond market to absorb that. So the Fed is going to have to print to backstop that Private credit already having issues. Call it 5 trillion. That's including kind of cross collateralization. 5 trillion there. That's already having issues. So you got that. Then you got the mortgage market over 10 trillion. They're going to have to print an immense amount of money. But first, you are going to get this demand destruction, this severe wave of shock of deflation. And again, this is akin to what we saw during 2020, where we shut down the entire global economy. We're talking about an energy disruption. The inverse, right? The mirror image of that, kind of on par with that. So take your mind back to 2020. Remember what that was like. That's kind of what we're talking about, but in reverse, right? Instead of demand falling by 20 million barrels per day, supply is falling by about 15 million barrels. Because you also have to remember, by the way, some of these refineries are starting to get shut in due to the fact that inventories are full, and some of them are being damaged, right? So that 15 million barrel could very well be 16 or 17 by tomorrow. I haven't gone through and looked refinery by refinery, but that 15 million barrel could very well be 16 or 17. So they have to get the Strait of Hormuz open, and they cannot allow for the Red Sea to start to have issues, or things get even crazier. I mean, I would argue they're already crazy. I would argue that we're already destined for a recession already, right? And so if you have Red Sea disruption, and again, don't listen, I am not an oil expert. I am just a nerd that has gotten a crash course in this over the past 5 or 6 years. Go listen to the people that have been doing it for decades. Jeff Curry, Rory Johnston are 2 very good analysts. Listen to them. They're talking $200 crude as like a floor if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't reopen.
Hey, Robert, you've been talking a lot about macro across the board.
Thomas, can I just quickly 2 seconds give some update, and then I'll give it straight back to you, Thomas. I don't want you to give you a question. Just some more updates. There's a major evacuation going on in Ras Al Khaimah in the Emirates. Major evacuation going on in Ras Al Khaimah in the Emirates. In addition to that, Iran has taken out another Israeli fighter jet. The Israeli plane crashed into the UAE after it was hit by an Iranian surface-to-air missile. IRGC confirmed they hit a third Israeli F-16 fighter jet today. US and Israeli attack on Najafabad in Iran as well right now. That's it. That's the quick updates. Obviously, there's more updates, but I'll jump in when I get them. Sorry, Thomas, you had a question.
No, Suleiman, the war continues. But the question I have for Robert is, he's been talking a lot about the macro issues. Robert, can you speak a little bit about, this is not going to be equally felt across the globe, meaning that there'll be regional pain that'll be worse in some areas, not as bad in others. And I'm really specifically looking at, comment a little bit on what's going on with Japan, given their dependence on oil. If we've seen oil up, 50% from its pre-war numbers, I would use a more conservative approach to do the analysis. When you get to 200, the whole world is in a shitter. At 120, we're at stress levels that are probably, the system is still alive, but places like Japan may be suffering. Can you speak a little bit about the regional effects and specifically Japan?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm in America, and my family's here in the U.S. So I talk about America, but I'm not trying to be one of those people that claims that America is going to be the only one that's hurt by this, right, on a economic frame, because Europe and Asia are going to be hurt way more. Like significantly more, right? Southeast Asia, South Korea, Japan, most of Europe, very reliant on energy imports. So over in Japan, like I don't really know what to make of the news overnight with Japan and the Strait and potential waiver, right, where they get. I don't really know like how that all kind of fits in the broader scheme of things, or certainly kind of the geopolitical frame. I really kind of have no clue. But what I do know is that higher oil prices really hurt Japan. They unlike the U.S., right? We're a net exporter here in the U.S. Japan is imports almost 90% of their oil, right? They are entirely reliant on imports for their oil and their refined products. So when the price of oil goes up, it really, really hurts them, because there's two issues there, right? When we're talking about the oil price going up, we're talking about the dollar price. But if you're in Japan, for example, right, your local currency, the yen, is already weakened. So we're talking about an oil price, but that oil price is actually higher, right? It's going higher as the dollar strengthens relative to your currency. So you're getting hurt by the fact that in dollar terms, oil's going up, but then you're getting hurt even more because it requires that many more of your currency, right, the yen, to get $1 to get the 1 barrel of oil, right? So this is what we've seen kind of, over the past couple of weeks. We've seen the yen weaken. We've seen South Korean won. We've seen the euro, the pound. All these currencies are weakening. Rates are going vertical, basically. Like in Great Britain, they had like a 35 basis point move in a single day. That is huge, right? In bond land. So there are legitimate, like almost crisis level events going on in those markets that we are not seeing here in America, right? And they're stuck. The central bank in the ECB in Europe and the BOJ in Japan. Now, Japan's kind of funny because they were kind of already in a hiking cycle. They were one of the few developed economies that was already kind of hiking rates, where everyone else was cutting rates. So they're kind of like a bit of an oddball situation. But, for example, with the ECB, when your currency is weakening due to the fact that you rely on energy imports, and the cost of those energy imports is going up, right, in dollar terms, but even more in euro terms. You get a rise in sell off in the bond market and a sell off in the currency, and you also are getting a sell off in their equity market. So I haven't looked at the Nikkei, but like basic, all around the world, stock market, there is no stock market that is up, right? I know that going back to the start of the war. So, that is kind of textbook capital flight, where you get a weakening currency, you get a weakening bond market, right? Because bond yields being inverse to the actual price of the bond. As bond yields are going up, the bond is getting sold, right? It's dumping lower. And you also get a sell-off in the equity market. That is textbook capital rotation out of a country. And we've seen it, with emerging markets all the time. But what we're starting to see is that dynamic, but with, Great Britain, right? Which is not, or you would hope, you would think, you're not an emerging market, but you're getting very emerging market-like dynamics from countries that kind of historically you wouldn't ever think of as an emerging market. But they are pressured immensely more than the US, because look, we could always do an export ban because we are a net exporter. We could decide, we are no longer exporting crude, right? And we're keeping it for ourselves. And this is what we've been seeing over the past year or two, right? With China, go to the rare earth minerals, also precious metals. There have been things here and there, right? So we are seeing that kind of already as a kind of emerging trend, where countries, start kind of restricting global trade in preference of their own domestic needs, their own kind of national needs, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. But that is clearly a trend that is developing. And here in America, we could do that. We could decide to do that. And that is why you are seeing the Brent WTI spread blow out to the highest level in 13 years, right? Brent being the price of oil kind of benchmark for Asia, Europe, and WTI being the benchmark for America. Brent, the spread, the degree to which Brent is trading above WTI, that spread is widening. So,
But Robert,
countries
so
like,
let's say Trump decides to do that. How does that affect your analysis for the U.S. economy going forward?
well, you're still talking about a huge supply shock. Everything nowadays, if
Well,
we
no.
were
If
if we
he
were
bans
living,
exports and we're a net exporter, then the United States market would be fully supplied, and there would be no supply shock here.
Yeah, but we would sink Europe, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
but who
like
cares?
Again,
I'm just
everything
asking
is
about the domestic U.S. economy analysis from Robert because
Right,
he
right.
had a lot
Hold
of
on,
analysis
hold
having to
on.
do
But
with
just
that was
I
dependent
understand,
on
but
the global
Manko,
oil prices hitting us.
Manko, you're missing the point. You can't sink Europe without sinking the United States.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
there
I
is no
fundamentally
isolating.
disagree with you on that. I don't agree with your analysis. I
Well,
think the U.S. can take down the world, but I don't think some of these other countries in the world take down the U.S. necessarily. But I
What
know
about
Robert was
Iceland?
still
What
going
about
on his
Iceland?
analysis.
yeah.
So I just
I don't
wanted to
think
hear
I don't.
Robert to say what the change in his analysis would be if Trump invoked his powers to limit oil exports.
Well, you're already seeing WTI trading almost at 100. It was just 55 a couple weeks ago. So like we have already gotten a huge shock,
I
right,
mean,
on
wouldn't
the
we go
demand
back to
side.
55?
No, you cannot isolate in the modern economy, at least, right? In the modern financial system, you cannot isolate a country. Now, look, that is the direction things are moving, but we are so entirely globalized and interlinked. And this is, I think, what Darkside was trying to get at. Post at least post 1990, certainly post 2000 and the China shock, we have become so interlinked with the rest of the world, especially when you look at our huge current account deficit, which therefore requires this massive amount of
Hold
foreign
on, though. You're
investment in our.
changing the subject. We're just talking about oil prices right now.
Yeah, but
Wouldn't
you
the
can't. You can't.
WTI go
You don't
down
get
You,
it,
if
you
Trump
don't.
dude.
You don't
limited
You
understand.
exports?
don't understand what you're talking about.
I
Yeah.
do
See, Rob.
actually, Dark Side. So I have a simple question. Would WTI go down or up if Trump limited exports of oil from the United States?
Let me take this. So WTI would go down, and our bond market would get imploded because these foreign countries that you are now embargoing would sell our debt. That
Because
not
they
just
have
a,
to,
You
because
don't know that they would do that.
they're
they have
no, they
to.
would have to. You don't get it. You don't get international finance and balance of payments,
Yeah,
dude. You
actually,
just
I
don't
do
know what you're
enough to
talking
know
about.
that,
No,
that's
you
just not
don't.
true.
All
Oh
right.
my God.
All right. Look. Hey, Sully, can I take this?
Hold on.
Can I take? Yeah.
Let me intervene here. Robert, do you want to explain the concept of like the capital account and just help other people? Mango doesn't want to hear it, but other people understand that relationship and what percentage of GDP like would be hit if you took out those exports.
Yeah. So the spread, the Brent WTI spread, would widen in that environment. That is probably why it already is. Is that the market is pricing in the eventuality that we do impose an export ban. So you are already seeing the market adjust for that kind of inevitability. I would agree that I think that's probably likely. But the issue here is that if you look at the amount of financial assets that the U.S. owns of the rest of the world, right? How much in America do we own of European stocks, European bonds, Japanese stocks, Japanese bonds, right? Foreign assets. And then you look at the amount that they own of ours. That's called the net international investment position, or the difference between those two numbers is called the net international investment position, or the NIP. Our NIP is negative 95% of GDP. And this is due to the fact that we have been the reserve currency and therefore been required to run ever larger trade deficits, ever larger current account deficits. The rest of the world literally owns us. They own our US treasuries, they own our real estate, they own our corporate bonds, our US equities. What do you think that they sell when the price of oil, which is denominated in dollars, their currency is weakening? Remember, the price of oil is going up in dollar terms, right? We're talking about Brent, right? Forget WTI. We're talking about Europe. We're talking about Asia. The price of oil is going up in dollar terms. Brent is going up in dollar terms. That export ban is not going to affect Brent. So the price of Brent is going up in dollar terms. Not only that, but their currency is weakening more and more and more and more due to the fact that they are net energy importers, and the energy they need is priced in dollars, right? And they are being pushed into current account deficit. If you're Europe, pushed even further into current account deficit. How do you fund that? You fund that through the sale of dollar denominated assets that you've accumulated.
And
Yeah, well,
the largest holder of those assets, particularly treasuries, is Japan, Europe. If you combine all of Europe, it's bigger than Japan and China combined.
Yeah,
So
correct.
yeah,
The other thing to remember that oil is not one thing. There's light and heavy and sour and sweet, and there's a big mix of all the different things. We produce a lot of light sweet. That's the but we produce more than we need, so we export it. We produce, I think, 14 million a day. We can only use 10. So you can, I guess you could put the 4 in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and not export it, but we still import 6 million of heavy and the sour stuff because that's what our refineries are designed on. And we also export the natural gas liquids. So while we're a net exporter, it's against a spreadsheet of different things. We're importing and exporting across the board, and we're a net exporter. If you put capital controls and limit that, you still create problems because
and Thomas, and you also create a dollar squeeze, right? Which just makes the problem even more acute for the rest of the world, right? You shut down the supply, the outbound supply of dollars to the rest of the world. You create the dollar milkshake, right? You create a giga squeeze in the dollar, which just pressures these countries even more, right? And it just becomes a reflexive, vicious cycle. Like, you know, sure,
you
I
have
guess you could.
huge energy crises in Europe, in Asia, but the United States is totally immune to it. We have cheap oil here because of the export ban. What you would have is a flight of capital away from the crisis nations into the United States because we would be a much more lucrative investment at that point.
Just makes their selling of dollar-denominated assets even greater.
No, they would
You're
be
not
buying
this,
American. Dude. They wouldn't be selling their American assets. They'd be buying
How?
into
With
American.
what money?
With
Their
whatever
currency is
money
going to
they
be
have, because
collapsing.
we're a better investment. Like, are you going to open a factory in Japan when Japan is getting strangled by energy prices? Or are you going to open a factory in the United States? You're going to choose the United States.
You're not going to open a factory. It's just that simple.
A lot of oil. We still import a lot of oil. That's a misnomer. We're a net exporter, and net being the operative word. We export WTI. We import the heavy sour stuff because our refineries are designed for that.
Hey guys, if I could pivot this just a smidge, because Robert mentioned private credit. I spent the night and I did a deep dive on what's really going on in private credit and private equity. So this is a $13 trillion market, the private equity, private credit market. And there's a kind of a fraud scheme going on. At least it seems fairly obvious now after doing this dive. There's something called a valuation agent. I think they're the modern day rating agencies. We know during 08, 09, the rating agencies were being paid by the mortgage-backed security guys to give kind of inflated ratings on certain tranches of debt, and that led to an absolute crisis. It looks like the modern crisis is now being caused by these valuation agents. And if I can give a little brief overview of what this is, these valuation agents are hired by the private equity, private credit guys to value their portfolios. And the way they're valuing the portfolios is basically marking everything at par, even though the actual assets that these entities hold might be worth 50 cents on the dollar. And the way they're doing that is by creating what they call PICs, or payment in kind. So if I write you a loan at 10% and you don't have the cash flow to pay me back, instead of paying me in dollars, you pay me in shares of your worthless company, your zombie company. And the valuation agent sees that and says, okay, so you're not getting dollars, but you're getting shares. That's the same thing. And they're inflating the valuations on the assets that these private equity, private credit firms hold. And I think the way this is going to play out over the next few months is that now that AI has the ability to look at every single holding of these private credit and private equity firms and actually look and see, okay, what's being paid back in cash and what's being paid back in zombie equity. Um, the emperor's left with no clothes, and we're learning that assets that are being marked at par may be only worth 50 cents, 40 cents, or even lower on the dollar. And I think that's behind the crisis that we're seeing in private credit and private equity. And this problem is so big, it could be as much as $6, 7, $8 trillion worth of fake assets. And mind you, that these assets are held by pension funds, insurance companies out of the Caymans and Bahamas that are levered 20, 50 to 1. This issue might actually be what's behind a lot of what we're seeing today in the war. War is always used to mask a problem. And the real problem in the U.S. economy right now might be these private equity, private credit firms. I suggest it is. I think this is a $7 to $8 trillion hole.
Manco, you got a hot mic?
No, sorry.
I think Manco's got a hot mic.
Oh no, it was just me. I was
No,
just
mine
waiting
goes
for
off.
Darkside to finish because we've got an interview in 1 minute. So I feel bad about ending this conversation because I think it's such a great conversation. But we basically got on Ethan Levens coming on. So just for the YouTube audience, I'm just gonna set this up because Darkside's gonna finish his point. But Ethan Levens, he's the guy who's been sending the Israeli coordinates to Is that working, guys?
It's very possible that it's to cover up what's
Is that working, guys?
doing with private equity and private credit. I'll land it there, Sully, and maybe we'll pick it up later.
Yeah, this will be it's only about 30-minute interview. So guys, let me just quickly actually get him on.
And dark, yeah, it's 1,000 times less liquid than mortgage-backed securities.
Hi Ethan, can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing?
Okay. Doing good. How you doing?
Yeah, doing great. You're live, so I'm just gonna start it straight away.
All right, perfect.
Yeah. Right, guys, I just want to welcome Ethan Levens onto the show. This man has been going viral because he has been doing something so unique, so awesome, which is he's been finding locations within Israel, importantly locations, strategic locations, and then posting them on the line and letting Iran know you can hit these locations. He's like the modern day Habib, but he's sending Iran the location. Ethan, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Hope you're doing well.
Of course, man. Hope you're doing well as well.
Yeah, doing great. We're live on X and YouTube. Give us your thoughts. Give us an explanation of what you were doing or what you were attempting to do with these videos.
Yeah, so I was watching Israeli Channel 13 about a week ago. I think it was exactly about 8 days ago, last Friday. And they did a report from the Palmyra Air Force Base. And the guy posted it on X. He was an Israeli reporter. And when he posted it, I got curious and I said, man, I wonder where they store these air defenses. So I made a TikTok. I went to Google Maps. The coordinates thing, everybody really freaked out on, especially the pro-Israel crowd. They don't understand that coordinates are on Google Maps. I just put it there because it looked funny. And I wake up the next morning after posting the Arrow system, not American. This is not an American system. I'm American. I got the flag right. I wouldn't do that. They were Israeli. So if Iran wanted to hit Israeli systems, fine with me. So I posted the coordinates. I even said how to hit it, where to hit it. Blew up on X, blew up on TikTok. So I woke up the next day and I said, well, I'm going to just do it again. So I found on Saturday, found their nuclear base. I can't pronounce that word. And it's beside that same air base. And that same air base houses their F-15, F-16 nuclear capable fighter jets. So I said, hit this as well. Posted that, blew up again. The Israelis lost their minds. I went the next day. This one might have been a little too far. This was very civilian. I posted this one on Sunday. I deleted this one pretty quickly. I posted all the coordinates on Google Maps of Israeli civilian water facilities. So I posted that one. I said, knock these out. They started doing it actually. So whoops. But that's what's been going on. Finally grew on X, which was good. Had some very interesting threats. I had some big MAGA accounts like Cat Turd come at me. So that was fun to get posted like that. But it's been pros and cons with it. Obviously, the pros are, I hate Israel. So if I can do anything to promote the anti-Israel agenda, perfect with me. The cons are, like, my little brother got some death threats, but I told him that's just kind of a part of it at this point. But yeah, that's been my week. So
it's been a blockbuster week, to say the least. Appreciate you coming on. And so look, let's just break it down. So one of the important things you mentioned was that what you were giving was coordinates for Israeli assets, not American assets. You're an American patriot. But despite that being the case, there was people online claiming that you had committed treason, and so therefore you should be incarcerated. What's your thoughts on that, and how this mergence of Israel and the United States of America?
Well, I thought the people calling for treason and the traitor stuff, which these were massive accounts. Honestly, I was shocked at it. But it's not, Israel's not America. The Israeli systems aren't American, and these people are just being proud of dual allegiance to the Israelis and Americans, and they're proving that these MAGA crowd, and look, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative, well, I'm not going to vote Republican again, but these people are showing their dual allegiance. They're showing that they're, quite honestly, putting the Israelis over someone like me. Like, I'm in my early 20s, I grew up in the South, I live in America, and they're doing a hit piece on me because I did Israeli systems, Israeli bases in Israel, and they act like I'm aiding the enemy. This is a operation. We're not really at war technically. We haven't declared war. But some of these big MAGA accounts, for me, it really exposed to me. A lot of people have already seen this, but that the Israel push on social media is fake. It's fabricated, especially on X. X is really bad right now. And it is a coordinated effort, because this was the biggest part. They posted these videos of me. It was the same video in the same copy and paste paragraph. It had my face in the top left, my profile in the bottom left, and the video on the right side. And at the top, it said, American TikToker shares American coordinates, which was wrong. And they copy and pasted over hundreds of accounts, the biggest ones, the same thing. They copy and pasted the same message with the same video, kind of like this was in a group chat, like, hey guys, copy and paste this. Here's the video. Everybody posted the same thing. I actually reached out to some people, and excuse my camera, I'm on an old computer, but I had a lot of
just don't send your location.
Yeah. So I had a lot of these people that were even some just Zionist Middle Eastern accounts that were trying to dox me and post about me. And, I don't regret it, a little bit maybe, but just because of the dangerous aspect of it. But, seeing the attack, I've never been attacked like this. I have 800K on Instagram and nothing's ever happened. But I post something on X, and the push, by whatever, Elon, or the head of X, I can't even pronounce his name. He's a massive Zionist. His girlfriend, check out her. And this is a effort from these MAGA crowd to try to make the war in a positive, fun, helpful light. And then they're targeting people like me. And then the next day, I'm nowhere near him, but they targeted Tucker Carlson for treason. These idiots like Mark Levin, Laura Loomer is in India right now. Like, okay, fun, have fun. And all of these other people that are just attacking anybody that's American. I'm not advocating for Israel to be nuked or anything like that. I'm not advocating for a genocide of Israel or the Jews. I simply posted Google Maps coordinates, and they're calling for me to be killed. Like, that's where we're at right now.
Well, and I think that just demonstrates to you a couple of important points. First of all, they are threatened by Americans who want to put America first rather than put Israel first. And the second thing is, to X, even though it is astroturfed quite a bit, X is so important because what it does is it does impact society, impacts culture, it impacts people's perspective and narrative. And so when they're seeing someone like you, a young, a good-looking American, standing out for America and differentiating between America and Israel, they see that as a problem. So I can see why those attacks are happening on you. But from your perspective, I mean, look, you've been doing a lot of good work. What's been the kind of biggest realization you had over this last week, which was different to previously?
The coordinated effort entirely, because I would say a week and a half ago, I kind of had this idea that America was still on this 50-50 split of pro-Israel, anti-Israel. And after this attack and kind of diving into the world of X, because I wasn't big on X, it was the only platform I couldn't really grow on, and being able to connect with people and message people and just, I mean, look at simple stuff like likes on posts, replies on posts. These pro-Israel American accounts are getting ratioed by astronomical numbers. I ratioed somebody the other day. I never thought it could happen. This pro-Israel account, I don't know, forgot about it. But this divide is incredibly more right now. The average American, I would confidently say, as somebody in the Deep South, a Protestant in the Bible Belt, where this Christian Zionism flourishes, I have my family members who are like, a year ago, die-hard Israelis, the Muslims are all terrorists. They're calling me up and going, what's exactly going on? Why are we at war? Why are gas prices high? Why is this happening? Everybody's starting to question things. And when I have basic Christian Protestant Zionists that are now flipping, that only watch Fox News, by the way, so they're really starting to question it themselves, when you start to see this questioning occurring. And I did this 2 years ago. I wasn't really political, and now I'm at this point. So if you start the questioning point of it, especially as an American, because we're so disconnected from everything that's going on, you really dive into the rabbit hole of what's going on. And to see the desperation from of these Zionist accounts and big name people like Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, and some of these other losers that are just, they're resulting, reacting to this in a targeting, aggressive, violent manner. There's no more debate. There's no more arguments. Ben Shapiro's not debating anybody anymore. None of these Zionists want to go on Piers Morgan or Tucker Carlson and debate them because they know their position is lost. They know the position is a losing position and it's become a minority. So they're resorting into violence, into threats, into trying to get people arrested for treason because that's all they have. And the government is filled with these radical Zionist, Israeli influenced people like Trump, like his cabinet, like all of Congress at this point. They know they're losing power, they're losing the grip, so they're trying to slam people down with fear and intimidation. And I'm sure you've experienced it. You're way bigger than me, of these people that are just threatening us. They're threatening us, they're threatening our families, they're getting us banned. These platforms are not our friends. And we're lucky that we're still able to do this. Salute to X and some of these other platforms that are a little lenient. But we are going up against a much bigger, much richer enemy. And we are flipping, we're winning. We're honestly winning, and I think we've already won. But I would, to go back to the question before I rambled on for a while, was, yes, it is a coordinated effort is what I'm seeing, and the desperation of these Zionists in order to try to flip public opinion. They've gone straight scorch earth, and it's embarrassing. And it's going to make their stance look even weaker.
Well, you're doing brilliant, and obviously they're threatening you because they fear you. But the threats don't work. I mean, they put my name on a missile, and I just ignored it, and, like, you know, they're getting dominated on all aspects of life, and they're being exposed. Ethan, you're very much, like, just listening to you, you can see how committed you are to America, the American people, and that you care about them greatly. You've seen this war with Iran start. You've seen this war now go on for 3 weeks. There's a possible ground invasion coming in. What's your kind of thoughts about what's happening in the war and America being forced into it?
So we've lost the war, essentially. There's no victory that's happened. We just unsanctioned, I say we as in America, we unsanctioned Iranian oil, Russian oil. The Iranians are now getting paid $2 million per ship going through the Strait. We had an aircraft carrier that just left for Greece for repairs. This is a total failure. The Gulf countries are being smacked around. The Israelis are smacked around. The Israelis are getting beat up in southern Lebanon right now. The American bases in Iraq are on fire. Oil prices are through the roof. Gas prices here in America through the roof. There's nothing good. And this idea of regime change, you replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei. So congratulations. You killed some of the most moderate people in the Iranian system. Everybody is becoming hardliners because you're slaughtering women and children in Iran and in Lebanon. You're turning the entire region against you. The Gulf doesn't trust you anymore. Trump is now backpedaling, trying to shout victory, trying to say we decimated their air defenses and Air Force while an F-35 was hit for the first time in history the other day. Everything that we're being fed is a lie. It's propaganda. It's the media trying to tell us that everything's going all right. It's like Vietnam all over again. These reports coming back. It's going well. It's going great. We just need a few $200 billion now to continue this operation that they want to do. And the boots on the ground is, I believe that it's Trump trying to get a cheap victory. He's trying to go in and it'd be a disaster, but try to secure Karg Island, maybe try to secure one of these small islands near the Strait of Hormuz as a propaganda victory. And then you just walk away and try to shout like you've won. It is America and Trump trying to find some sort of victory, and the desperation level has reached boots on the ground, which was unheard of a month ago, 3 weeks ago, a year. This is stuff that was unheard of. Back in June, Trump was openly stating that the war should end, that America is not even going to bomb Iran. And now we're talking about invading an island, and the Iranians are ready. They want this to happen. Really, 2,000 Marines sitting on an island with hundreds of drones and kids with little FPV drones like we see in Ukraine and Russia. You can't defend that quite yet. And the Iranians and Russians that work together hourly, I am sure that these little shipments of drones, all you need is 1,000. That's all you need. I am sure they're going to fly over these Marines' heads. I hope not. I don't want this to happen, but this is the truth. Yeah. The truth is they're going to die. It's going to be a bloodbath. And even if they take the island, what do you accomplish? Oops. Hold up. Can you?
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't stress.
This computer is so annoying. My gosh. But yeah, it'll be a bloodbath. It'll be.
Well, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's because of the prices. It's because of Israel. Israel's causing this to happen because of the situation they've created in the United States of America.
Yes, this is an old computer. Really, the computers, I looked the other day, like a PC's $1,000. That's not going to happen. I'm going to keep riding with this. But it'd be a bloodbath, man. If they really want to invade Iran, even take a little island, it's Trump sacrificing the lives of Americans to try to get a propaganda victory. That's just what it's going to be.
And so that's the biggest problem, because he's going to be sacrificing the lives of Americans in the attempt to get a propaganda victory. But with these Americans dying, the opposite's going to end up occurring. What's the sentiment like I'm in obviously Tampa, but I'm in a kind of largely Lebanese Palestinian area. So, but in terms of what's the sentiment like in the rest of America in terms of A, this war, and B, this possible invasion, and what will the sentiment be like if there is a major loss of American lives?
The idea of an invasion is one of the most unpopular things in America right now. It's beyond unpopular. I have my friends. We went to this sports bar the other day to watch basketball, and the conversation shifted to, Ethan, are we going to invade Iran? And I go, well, maybe. And then they brought up the fact that Israel pushed us into the war. So you have these college kids that are even talking about this now. Beautiful thing. But the situation of it's horrific. But the idea in the Deep South right now, South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, this majority pro-Israel coalition of people, the Zionists in America, even they're starting to turn on this. But Trump likes to continue to move the goalpost from regime change to supporting the protesters to just a simple bombing, maybe a little operation, and now we're looking at a ground invasion. But it's only a limited invasion. We're only going to take an island so that we can reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Once the people here, and it's happening, start to realize that Trump's backpedaling in order to claim some sort of a victory is what he's doing, then I think that, hell, maybe he gets impeached. The Democrats are going to sweep the midterms, but I can say this pretty confidently, that we are likely 1 or 2 presidential elections away from a pro-Israel candidate getting swept, undeniably. If Tucker runs in 2028 and just tells whoever the Democrat is that he's bought by AIPAC, he might win the whole country. This idea of Republican Democrat now, especially, is just getting thrown up in flames whenever we're literally sacrificing people to the Israelis right now. Whether it's women and children in Lebanon, whether it's literal children in Manab, Iran, the advancement of the American-Israeli agenda is in full eyes, in the face of people, even boomers. Boomers are really having, the boomers are our greatest enemy in this propaganda war, to be honest. And these boomers are watching these kids die. And even just the idea of possibly believing in that is enough to go, maybe we don't need a ground invasion. Maybe we don't need to do the Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea, Libya, all this crap all over again of intervention that just ends in absolute chaos and disaster. And given that we voted a year and a half ago for no new wars and the peace ticket, these are people that have this ideology in their mind that they don't want to see this stuff happen again. And, it's happening right in front of our faces.
One of the problems I've always had with politics is that actually both sides are just completely controlled by Israel. And the worst thing about this is that the fact that Trump's taken the United States of America to war, it's going to give Democrats an easy win in 2028. But the problem for me is that what they're then going to do is they're going to put another pro-Israel candidate, like maybe Gavin Newsom. And then what they'll do is just attack Trump solely based on war and affordability. And so we're going to be left in a situation where you still have pro-Israel candidates. Have you got those concerns, and what's your thoughts about that?
That we're going to get 2 pro-Israel candidates is what you're saying?
Who are going to fight against each other.
If things keep going the way they are, we're probably going to get 2 pro-Israel candidates, because to understand American democracy I feel like a lot of people have this skewed view in the world that we get to pick a Republican and we get to pick a Democrat. We don't get to pick anything. The 2 parties get to decide who they want to run to represent them. And I'm still having a very hard time. I made a video about this on Instagram the other day. I'm still having a hard time at trying to convince myself that the Republican Party would put somebody up that's anti-Israel. The Republican Party, the Democratic Party, they're corrupted by Zionists. They're corrupted by AIPAC and all of this money flowing in from those groups of people. And I don't think that they would willingly promote someone like Tucker Carlson. They might not even let him register. You have to get permission to run for office, by the way, in the United States. If you to run for president, you have to get permission. You have to submit an application. And then one of the parties has to allow you in. If you're a major anti-Israel, like a major anti-Israel candidate, I find it very hard to believe that the Republicans or Democrat, the party itself, that is $1 billion deep state Zionist corporation organization that runs everything, that these 2 parties would allow that to happen. I think it's going to be baby steps to where somebody understands the situation. Maybe a J.D. Vance, maybe a Gavin Newsom. Vance is trying to distance himself a little bit from Trump if people haven't noticed. But maybe they say something simple of the Israelis can handle themselves. Maybe they don't need all of this money, but we still support the right to exist. I am a Zionist, but I don't support foreign aid for anybody. It's going to be baby steps, and we're going to have to see one of the parties, whether it's the Republicans or Democrats. The Democrats seem more likely to do it, but then you cut off the right side people. And then we get to the question of, are right-wingers like me, I'm a conservative, am I going to vote for a very hardcore liberal who opposes Israel? And then does that split the vote? Does that really solve the problem? What solves the problem is that we get this is just basic stuff. We shouldn't be killing kids in the Middle East. That's what's basic. If we get a Republican that says America first and a Democrat that says America first, I would vote for either one of those people based on their domestic policies. We shouldn't have a policy based on furthering Israel's ambitions in the Middle East. And honestly, if we get I don't like AOC. I don't really like her. But if we get her versus Trump again, or a super hardcore Zionist, you're going to have a lot of people like me that either don't vote or are going to look at that and go, well, maybe it's time that we stop killing kids. And you might have a radical right-wing guy and a radical left-wing guy somehow win something, whether it's Senate, whether it's Fishback in Florida, who's not really far right, but he's just vocal against Israel, and the Republican Party is scrambling right now that he doesn't win. It's just to go back to what we were saying. I'm getting on tangents right now. But back to what we were saying. The Republican and Democratic Party, that $1 billion Zionist organization, is going to have to be the one to allow a anti-Israel candidate to run. And in 2026, it's hard for me to see that happening, anytime soon.
Appreciate that. If the United States of America invade Carg Island and there is a loss of American lives, how do you expect things to go in the US? And what I mean by that is, do you expect some kind of protests? Up to now, I've been quite surprised that there hasn't been that many protests in America about this war. What happens in terms of within the country, the sentiment, the possible protests, and even more so, things escalating even more?
I wouldn't say there'd be massive protests. America doesn't really have a big protesting ideology. We don't really protest a lot. It's just too big of a country, to be honest. It really is. But I would say that the Republicans, goodbye midterms. Republican candidate for 2028, goodbye. If you're J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, you're going to face the same problem that Kamala Harris had last year, which is you're going to be associated with Donald Trump. Any Republicans that supported this war, that even were in the administration, they can kiss any victory, any future in politics goodbye. That's what this is going to be. Trump is, quite honestly, could be impeached, and not just impeached, he could be removed from office if we get a very heavy Democrat majority. But to invade Carg Island is a political death for the Republican Party, because you're already seeing Republicans on the right side just run away in mass right now. The Israel issue is the biggest in America. And if American Marines try to land on this island and get massacred like they do, like they probably will, God forbid, but it's not going to look good, then we could see people questioning and maybe even trying to prosecute, especially if we get the Democrat majority in a few months in the elections, maybe some of the people in charge in the military, because this could be a suicide mission. This could be seen as a propaganda operation for Trump, as a victory for Trump. This is no longer any military goal. There's no military aim. He's at a point of desperation right now. The Iranians have backed him into a corner militarily, politically, and economically. Yeah. We're feeling this back in the U.S., and it's going to force Trump, who the Iranians don't want to negotiate, so there's no peace deal that you can wave your hand around and just say, we did it. The Iranians are going to declare a victory as well. Trump's going to have to do something drastic, and he knows that. And the best thing to do, the drastic good thing to do, is to withdraw, leave, and admit that you messed up and that you were misled by Israel. If Trump wants a win, if he says that he was duped and misled by the Israelis, which he's not going to do, that is the only semi-positive outcome. Because any boots on the ground is yet again moving the goalpost, is changing the objective further and further. And every time you do this, you're losing more and more voters. You're rapidly losing more and more support. And if the boots go on the ground, the American support for whatever the hell is happening is going to dip below 10%, and it's going to be an electoral massacre in November and in the presidential election of 2028. And his history will remember Donald Trump as another Vietnam type of president, another George Bush, just an idiot that is being led by the Israelis. We went from bombing Iran, the nuclear sites, bombing all of that, to boots on the ground in less than a year. This guy's he's a flat out moron, and everybody sees it at this point. And he'll be remembered as one as well.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that's happened recently in this week is Joe Kent. Joe Kent was somebody who was part of the Trump administration, working with Tulsi Gabbard, who had access to the intelligence briefings, he was able to collate the intelligence briefings and then provide them to the President of the United States of America. What's your thoughts on his resignation, and the resignation being at this specific point in time?
I think it's heroic and it's brave. And when you have someone that high, the head of counterterrorism in the United States, he knows everything. He knows what's going on. He's the one that's creating some of these briefings and documents. It's proof of what we've already all known. But you could look at this in two ways. You could either look at it and say, this is a guy that's jumping ship. The rats are jumping the ship. He's the first one to do so. Or you could look at it in a way of maybe there's still some good people left in the administration. Maybe there is some people with voices of reason, like Joe Kent, like others that we don't know right now, that are pushing against Trump. Maybe there's two sides in the White House, one that's being led by Israel and the other side that's pushing away the Israelis. Somebody like Thomas Massey, though he's in the Congress, or I heard someone say this one might be more likely. I mean, why didn't he jump ship leading up to this? Why didn't he jump ship when it started? Why did he wait? I don't want to dig at him, but why did he wait until we bombed a school in order to go a week and a half later? Well, actually, this is bad. Well, actually, I'm going to resign because we were led by Israel. Why didn't you say this beforehand? Why didn't Joe Kent say this February 27th and come out and say, I'm going to catch a lot of hell for this, but I'm resigning because we're going to bomb Iran on false context because the Israelis are dragging us into it? That would have been the correct thing to do. I'm not in his shoes. I don't know the pressure he was under. That's why I don't want to just go after him like that. What he did was heroic, and what he did was the right thing to do. But anybody that wants to jump ship after there's already blood on the hands is as guilty as what was going on. If he wasn't actively trying to push against this, which it must have not worked, maybe he was, then I would say he's as guilty as everyone else. But yet again, I don't know exactly what happened. I wasn't in the meetings. I don't know if he was pushing against it. And he is the first one to come out and go against it. And there was this other girl in Trump's faith team. Gosh, I forgot her name. This Catholic girl, Carrie something. And she came out against everything in the Israeli push in the U.S. government. If we can have more of these people do this, because when he jumps ship, whenever he comes out against what's happening, you have more people questioning, more Republicans looking at this. And then the even more idiotic attack from the Zionists in America that are calling him a traitor, that are calling him a coward and a loser and a liar and all this stuff. It makes that position, the Israeli Zionist position, look even more weak and pathetic, because this is a guy that had his wife killed, I believe, in Syria horrifically by terrorists. So this is a guy who's a hero. His family's a hero. His wife was a hero. And he's coming out against this Israeli terrorist regime, which is slaughtering women and children in Iran and Lebanon. How could anybody support that? And he did the right thing in not supporting that. But I wish he would have done it sooner, but I don't know everything that happened.
Yeah. So Ethan, Iran's saying, Ethan, send me location. What's the next location you're going to be sending them?
Yeah, actually, I have a few of videos I made. When I made those, I actually had some, I got to be careful what I say here.
Yeah.
I had some interesting people message me, and if I wanted to make some more videos, I would be on really legal ground. So, because of the information, so I'm actually going to probably hold off on that for now. Google Maps is fair game. Hell, if I want to find something on Google Maps, I'll do it, because anybody can. But I'll just let everyone know and let you know that the Iranians know a lot more than we do. The Iranians have a really good intelligence agency that doesn't get a lot of credit, because an Iranian, he was an Israeli citizen, was just arrested for spying for the IRGC, and he was manning an air defense system. So if you think the Mossad is embedded in Iran, the Iranians have been preparing for 40 years also on the Israeli side. They know more than I do also. This idea that I'm a traitor for exposing this crazy stuff, dude, come on. But probably not going to get the Netanyahu locations anytime soon. They do a pretty good job at hiding that.
Yeah. And one other thing was, I'm aware that your accounts were banned as well once you start exposing some of these locations. Yes. What happened with the censorship?
Yeah, so I never posted the videos on my X, which is the most questioning thing to me. I only posted it on TikTok, which is my smallest platform. It's super small. I posted it on TikTok, and a day later, a lot of big accounts were posting it on X. And then my X account, which was at the time around 20,000 followers, it wasn't very big, got banned because of unlawful activities and all this other stuff. I never posted the video. I never reposted the video. I never put a link to the video. But somebody at X saw my face and made the connection and said, we're going to ban this guy on our platform because he made a video on another platform. And also, I must have posted something really sensitive if they had to go out of their way to do that. But I got a new account. We're back now. I'm at 80K. So really incredible that was able to happen. But hopefully that one doesn't get banned. But yeah, they banned me for a video on another platform exposing the Israeli sites on Google Maps. So they're really desperate at this point. They understand they are in a desperate position.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Ethan, it's been a pleasure to have you on the show. Really appreciate you. Love your content. Where can people find you? I know you're on X. It was Ethan... What's
Ethan Levins 2 on X.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to go to my Instagram, it has all of my links. Ethan Levins with a Z at the end. You can find all of my links on Instagram, and also on X, you should be able to as well.
And guys, on the X, let me just put it in the nest for everybody. So his account is in the nest. So if all of you guys can give this guy a follow, how many have we got here? 3,000 on X, about 1,000 on YouTube. If all of you guys can give him a follow, that would be awesome. Ethan Levins 2, he's bringing the content. It's awesome. We love it. We really appreciate you, Ethan, and thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Really appreciate you.
Of course, man. I appreciate the opportunity. Keep it up. Love your stuff as well. You're the GOAT with all this stuff. I've seen your stuff for a long time.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Evan. And we really do appreciate you. Everyone, do give this guy a follow. He's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate him. That is Evan. Ethan, sorry. A great guy. Really appreciate him. Great content. He's brilliant. Give him a follow, guys. Give him a follow. The tweet is in the nest. So give him a follow, Ethan Levens 2. And guys, I'm going to put the thing back on the space. We're going to be back in the space again. We got Professor Morandi come in at 1:30, so in about an hour. Your boy's got so many interviews lined up today for you. So much content. It's unbelievable. Let me just quickly get this up. There we go. Hour. Your boy's got so many interviews lined up today for you. So much content. It's unbelievable. Let me just quickly get this up. There we go. Okay, we're back on the space. We got the financial experts in here as well. We are. So yeah, I really appreciate it. So let's go to Sam. Oh, Robert's got his hand up. Robert, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to kind of go through, play it out, what Manko was getting at earlier, because I think it's really important. America, going back the past at least 30, 40, 50 years, we have been globalizing. We have been embracing globalism, neoliberalism, kind of the Washington consensus, trying to spread the dollar, right? Petrodollar, everyone knows. We've been going down that road. Well, what that ends up accumulating over those decades of very, very large trade deficits due to an overvalued dollar, decades and decades of trade deficits lead to what I was referring to earlier, which was that NIP, that net international investment position. Foreigners own gross basis $65 trillion worth of U.S. Stocks, U.S. corporate bonds, U.S. treasuries, U.S. dollar denominated assets. They own $65 trillion. Well, in a world where we are, potentially restricting exports, right? We're prioritizing the needs of America. We don't care what's going on with the rest of the world, which I do think is probably going to happen. You have WTI and Brent diverged. As Brent, remember, that is the benchmark for Asia, for Europe. That is in dollars. As Brent is moving higher in dollar terms, they are getting squeezed. They, in Europe at least, already run very large fiscal and current account deficits, kind of with few exceptions. They generally run pretty large twin deficits as a share of GDP for a country that's not the reserve currency issuer of the world. Here in the US, we kind of get away with it because we're the reserve currency issuer, but they run twin deficits already. Well, if you have Brent going up, call it 50%, 100%, right? It was trading at, call it 60, 65 before things started to get priced in. So we're almost at a doubling in Brent. Now, remember, that's priced in dollars. That is going to squeeze their economies. They have accumulated, again, going back to that NIP, over decades of large trade deficits where we are sending dollars out to them, and they are the way that we are funding those trade deficits, they are reinvesting dollars, right? This is kind of like a flywheel effect. They're reinvesting dollars in our stock market, in our U.S. treasuries. This is the whole dollar reserve currency, U.S. treasury global reserve asset. That is how that worked. And the dollar strengthened and strengthened and strengthened. So they made money. They had positive carry. Well, what happens when Brent goes up to 100, 150? What happens is they get even more squeezed, right? They have huge pension obligations, huge, if you look at government spending as a share of GDP, it's like half of their economy, in UK, France, some of these countries. They have huge obligations to their people, but they also have to import energy, right? You cannot run a train, a tractor, a car, a truck. You cannot run it on US treasuries. You need energy, you need oil, you need gas, you need diesel. And the price of that, priced in dollars, is going up. But then you add into that your currency is weakening because, again, you're getting pushed further into both a current account and a fiscal deficit. So what do you do to raise money? You sell some of those $65 trillion of U.S. bonds, U.S. Treasury bonds, U.S. stocks, even real estate is counted. It's under a different category, FDI, but they own $65 trillion worth of U.S. dollar denominated assets. And we know, right? We have a recent example that we can look to. 2022, just a couple years ago, right? There was a kind of similar energy shock. And we know that Europe sold like $240 billion worth of U.S. treasuries from January to December 2022. We know that Asia, again, which I mentioned earlier, is also going to be squeezed, right? Because they rely on imports for their energy. They sold almost $500 billion worth of dollar-denominated assets. We know this from the TIC data, Treasury International Capital Statements, that the Treasury Department puts out. So in total, you're talking about, call it, I don't know, $700 billion worth of dollar-denominated sales, whether it be U.S. Treasuries, U.S. stocks. Well, the more that they sell U.S. Treasuries, right? Remember, the yield is inverse to the price of the bond. So the more that they're dumping U.S. Treasury bonds, the higher the yield goes. Well, the higher the yield goes, the more capital gets attracted into that instrument, right? Into the dollar. You have to remember the U.S. Treasury is just an interest-bearing dollar with an expiration date. That's all a U.S. Treasury bond really is. It's an interest-bearing dollar with an expiration date. And as the interest becomes more and more and more appealing, more and more capital would flow into the dollar and U.S. Treasury. Well, this creates a short squeeze. I mean, if people are familiar with Brent Johnson, this is the dollar milkshake. This is basically what I'm describing. There's even more dollar strength, which leads to even greater burden, right? Because the price of oil for Europe and Asia is priced in dollars. And if the dollar is strengthening, relative to their currency, the price doesn't have to go up in dollar terms, but it is getting more expensive, right? Because their currency is weakening. It requires that many more currency units, that many more euros or yen to get $1, right? Hopefully the price of oil is not going up because then you're getting double squeezed. And you have to sell even more U.S. treasuries, causing the rates here in the treasury market to go even higher. Higher U.S. treasury rates lead to even more dollar strength, right? You get into a situation where the Dixie could go to like 200, right? And that's game over. I mean, this is what Brent Johnson has been talking about kind of for 3, 4, 5 years now. This is that dollar milkshake theory. And so, to pretend, we'd be talking about, a 6% U.S. 10-year treasury yield, right? Maybe even higher, to be honest. With that much foreign selling, you get to a point where you break us. You break America. We are interlinked now. If this was 100 years ago, much less hyper-financialized, right, as an economy, much less globalized and interconnected as an economy, what Mako was kind of getting at could happen with very little consequence. But the problem is that we have accumulated a negative 95% of GDP net international investment position. The rest of the world literally owns us, literally, when it comes to our financial assets, equity, right? Ownership in our public companies and debt instruments, whether it be corporates or U.S. Treasury bonds, government bonds, they literally own us. I have looked, maybe someone can find an example. I have looked for a country that has that big of a gap, that negative of a net international investment position. I haven't seen one. And I have tried, going back hundreds of years. This is the result of the dollar's reserve currency status. This is kind of the end stage Triffin's dilemma, or dollar milkshake theory that Brent Johnson has laid out. This is what happens. We do not escape from this. Now, do we escape maybe better off than Europe or Asia? Absolutely. And I think I've been pretty clear about that, for a while now. But do we escape with no pain? Absolutely not. I mean, we're not even. I was just talking about U.S. Treasury selling, right, leading to higher rates, leading to more dollar strength, leading to more selling of U.S. Treasuries because oil's getting more expensive, right? On and on. It's a reflexive loop. I didn't even talk about the selling of U.S. equities, which is a whole other ballgame that arguably would cause a recession in and of itself, given how hyper financialized the U.S. economy has become. But I understand where Mako is coming from with that argument, and I do think that is the direction that not only America is headed in, but the rest of the world. I think that over the next decade, we are going to see deglobalization, and much more of an emphasis, kind of a mercantilist emphasis on your home, right, your country, your national needs. But we don't escape this potential squeeze unharmed. There is still immense pain that would be inflicted on the U.S.
Appreciate that. I've just got some important chats to read, and then we'll get into the conversation. We've got quite a few. First of all, Loki Lansby, thank you for the level 1 membership. Appreciate you, and appreciate you joining the community. Really appreciate it. We appreciate every single one of our members, and this community is growing quite a lot during this war. So really appreciate you and really appreciate your support. We've got we've got a few super chats, but I think these are from earlier. Saying Manco, is Iran achieving anything or not? The guy's hilarious. Troll level 9,000. This whole Iran war screams of desperation. Hussein Shafi said, good to see Ethan on your show. Yeah, it was great to have him on. A really nice guy. Really do appreciate him. Mana said, great interview with Ethan. Any chance you can get an interview with Normal Finkelstein? Also found you via Rathbone. Appreciate your work. Happy Eid. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the happy Eid. I missed my samosas and pakoras because I wasn't home, but yeah, appreciate that. And yeah, I'll try and get Norman. I did contact him about a year ago or 2 years ago, and I think he wasn't taking interviews at that time. But yeah, I'm sure we can contact him and see what he's got to say. And then Lesgadzu Hockey says, would love Simon's take on gold, 15 to 20k by end of year. Simon, what's your take on that? I don't know if you were here, but was it Robert or Darkside? One of those two was mentioning that there were futures, I believe, that were being bought based on this notion or idea that gold. Yeah, you weren't here. It was Joe and Robert who were speaking about it, I believe, or Joe and Darkside. That the gold was being bought at 15 to 20k.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. There's either that's ignorance or someone knows something. But look, overall, I'm not saying short term. I don't know what the short term markets are. I never play or trade short term markets. But my whole way of investing is that I take assets that are ethically aligned. I accumulate a position into long term beliefs. And so, personally, at these prices, we may get more corrections, but I don't think people can own enough gold and enough Bitcoin in self custody. And over the next 10 years, I think that will play out to be a vital thing. And in 10 years, we'll know what the world looks like. But right now, like, we are going through whatever you want to call it, a fourth turning, a change of empire, a shift to multipolarity. The world is not the same, and we are transitioning. We're not going back to where we were. That's not happening. Now that's very volatile. So, from here, whether we get further buying opportunities at lower prices, which we may, I still feel that fixed supply assets accumulated regardless of price on a dollar cost average basis is something that everyone can do. And then when the price goes down, you get a better price. But you're protecting yourself with a 10-year horizon of if you think about it, the transition from the British Empire to the American Empire, there was wars, but it wasn't a dramatic economic collapse. It was just a silent depression. that led to wealth transfer to the wealthy and the asset owners away from everybody else. And there is only one way of surviving this, and that is to own assets. Now, what assets is what will make or break, but you can't sit on the side. You are if you are sitting on the side and you don't own assets, then you are just a collateralized debt obligation. You are the product, and you will get wrecked. Like there's just no two ways about it. Long answer. I wanted to just give some thoughts there, but yeah, I'm long term bullish on gold.
Yeah, because as much as what we're seeing recently over the past week, we saw implied correlations move notably higher. Implied correlations, that is a measure, kind of like the VIX, where it tells you, does the market expect everything to move, right? Is everything getting dumped, or is it just, the software companies or whatever, right? Implied correlations, when they're moving higher, what that's telling you is that there is liquidity stress, right? People are just selling everything. They are broadly degrossing, de-risking their portfolio. We've seen implied correlations move higher, and we've seen everything kind of sell off in unison. Not to like a capitulation kind of low, not yet. I don't think we've gotten that like washout yet. But that's what we're seeing. And also, Simon didn't mention it, but to give him credit, he's been talking about the fact that these countries over in the GCC, they need to defend their currency and their dollar peg. Well, if you look, for example, the UAE has $1 trillion of foreign exchange reserves. Now, how much of that is gold, I'm not sure. I'm not super familiar with the breakdown there, but they own $1 trillion of basically national savings, right? The central bank, it's kind of the exact opposite of the US, right? Here in America, we accumulate debt. But if you're a net productive country, right, and run a current account surplus like the UAE, you're going to accumulate national savings for your people. Some of that might be in gold, some of that might be in dollars, right? US treasuries. But they have about $1 trillion. So if they need, right, they are getting pressured, like I was mentioning earlier, their exports are getting pressured. Their business, right, their revenue as a country is getting pressured by the war. And so, their economy is weakening and they need to defend a peg, currency peg. One of the ways they can do that is by selling gold. And so, they're usually when it comes to the foreign exchange reserves, there's a bit of a lag, right? You can't really get like real time data on that. Usually it's a month or quarterly data set. But that is probably also what is going on. You have, everyone was kind of in the momentum trades, right? Which were gold, silver, Mag 7, whatever it may be. Those are all kind of getting sold, right? Because there is a liquidity squeeze going on, and we're kind of feeling the initial impact of a deflationary kind of liquidity squeeze. So everyone is selling everything, number one. But then on the other hand, you have like sovereign selling probably of gold as well to defend some of the currency pegs, because again, these current accounts are getting pressured if you're in the UAE.
Yeah, look, this is if you haven't figured it out, like take a step back from the war, the emotion, the human cost of all this stuff. And I often go from like, I have to wear two hats. One is when I act like a human, which is my humanitarian hat, but then the other is when I act like an analyst, and you can sound very cold and unemotional and calculated, but you have to step between those. But what we are witnessing right now is Operation Warp Speed 2.0. This is as big an event as COVID in terms of impact. And Trump has done it again. And this war is Operation Warp Speed 2.0. It's a different flavor with the same outcome: a big print and massive transfer of wealth to large multinational corporate interest.
And Simon, what preceded COVID? Most people probably don't know this, but nerds like me that are neck deep in the repo market. We in September 2019 we had something called the repo rate crisis, and people can look up. I've done videos on it, but there's a lot of information if people are are curious. But basically, the repo market, which is responsible for funding the basis trade, which Simon and I talk about, that is that trade, the highly levered trade that is responsible for about 40% of demand for U.S. government debt. Well, that repo market started to seize up. And you had the interest rate for that particular overnight repo market, you had that interest rate go up like 11% in a day. And that was September 2019. And the reason that happened was there was a liquidity shortage, a dollar shortage. There was a lot of U.S. Treasuries in the plumbing of the financial system. There were a ton of U.S. Treasuries, mortgage-backed securities, but there was very little actual dollars. And so you had this kind of imbalance, right, between demand for dollars, right, supply and demand of collateral versus actual dollars. You had a severe mismatch there, a liquidity shortage, a dollar shortage. And what do you know? Not to be the tinfoil, but what do you know? Just a couple months later, you got an event that necessitated the largest amount of money printing and dollar liquidity injection that we've ever seen in the history of the U.S. So it's kind of an interesting thread there for people.
Not only that, Robert, I just want to say that didn't the Fed also introduce the LCR, or categorize U.S. Treasuries as Class 1 HQLA, so high quality liquid assets, as part of their Basel 3.1 Accord. So encouraging banks to really store or hoard U.S. Treasuries because of this fact. So you have buyers, so you're introducing a lot of buyers to U.S. Treasuries, or encouraging buyers from the national banks, basically. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. And U.S. Treasuries generally kind of, to the prior point I was making, for 50 years, U.S. Treasuries held their value, right? And we were in a secular bond bull market. And so, it was kind of a logical thing for foreign governments, foreign institutions, foreign banks, foreign individuals to own. But then, 2020 through 2023 kind of broke. Right. And we broke that 50-year secular bull market in bonds. And so, yeah, I could go on and on about the U.S. Treasury market, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
But yeah, I think it is worth understanding some of the kind of more conspiratorial World Economic Forum agendas that are achieved by this. They all get achieved, by renegotiating all these energy, making things unaffordable for the masses, concentration of power into the hands of a smaller and smaller number of multinational institutions. The concept of a police and surveillance state, the technocracy that emerges from this, the acceleration of those big trends, all of those more conspiratorial World Economic Forum agendas. Even when you create an energy crisis, food insecurity, carbon credits, the rollout of civil unrest that leads to the acceleration of police and surveillance state technology, all of those things, that came from COVID. This is another operation that you can look through all the strategic World Economic Forum goals, and you can see how this war helps multinational institutions and elite business interests achieve those goals.
Yeah, Simon, like BlackRock, right? BlackRock back in, it was either 2018 or 2019, wrote a paper talking about how to basically helicopter money, financially repress the bondholders, and get out of our debt situation, right? And that was written. It was basically a guidebook that was written, a year before COVID ever showed up, and it looked actually like they were going to do that, right? They were going to financially repress the bondholders, get us out of our debt situation. Financial repression is just the technical term for inflate the debt away, right? Make the bond, devalue the debt in real terms. But the guidebook for that was put out, a year before we ever, printed $5 trillion and started to financially repress. Of course, everything kind of changed, right, with how that ended up playing out. But at first, it was looking like we were going to run the BlackRock guidebook, print a bunch of money, helicopter it right to consumers who have a very, very high propensity to consume, meaning that those dollars have high velocity to them, and kind of have about a very high inflation and very low bond yields, and inflate the debt away, right? Not default on the debt. The U.S. will never default on the debt. It will just default in real terms. If you put $100 into a U.S. Treasury today, you will get your $100 back in 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, and you'll get an interest rate. The problem is that the way that they're going to solve the debt issue, this financial repression, is by running inflation higher than the yield that they are giving you to compensate you for inflation. So imagine inflation is 10% and you're only getting 1% from your bond. Well, yeah, you got your $100 back, right? And you got your 1% interest each year. But the problem is cost of goods and services that you need, food, vehicles, right? Whatever it may be, it's gone up by 10%. So that's how they're going to get out of it. And it's very interesting to me that paper was written, long before COVID ever showed up. And then they started to actually run that playbook until everything kind of pivoted.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that the net beneficiary of the global financial crisis, if you could put it down to two players, I think it was BlackRock and JP Morgan. There was obviously other net beneficiaries, but this is when BlackRock really concentrated its power, and it ended up like getting all the Barclays iShares, ETF, and various other mechanisms for controlling capital, and then you use your ESG policy and various other mechanisms. But the 2008 financial crisis was, a ginormous transfer of wealth. And, that was really when BlackRock became a rising star. And let's not forget that Larry Fink was credited as the inventor of the mortgage-backed securities, and he was creating his institution was creating the AI algorithms that the Fed was using at the time, that now the Treasury was using during Operation Warp Speed as well. So these more
Aladdin.
yeah, Aladdin,
Yep.
yeah. So these more conspiratorial, and then obviously Blythe Masters from JP Morgan was the creator of the credit default swap. And if you combine those products together, you can see how you socialize the losses, privatize the gains, prop up the real estate market by putting it all on the Fed's balance sheet. And let's not forget the Fed still has about $2 trillion of these mortgage-backed securities on their balance sheet. And this is pushing up the long-term rates, which is keeping mortgage rates at like 6% and above. So you can always do a little bit of a reset on the real estate markets, which I think is exactly what's going to happen in the UK. And that leads to severe distressed acquisitions. We're in fact seeing that in UAE and Dubai right now, as retail, tourists are kind of mass selling. And you're getting an institutional scoop up of UAE and many of the Gulf assets, which vassalize those countries into some of these large multinational financial institutions, so they can get a foothold on strategic routes. So
Yeah, they were also given Ukraine too.
absolutely, I mean,
BlackRock. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you just need to look at Zelensky's career of how he became in charge of Ukraine to realize that he was manufactured for Lockheed Martin and other BlackRock portfolio companies. And you can look at the construct of all the loans and the acquisition of land and various. Look, they're turning us into serfs, and if you're more conspiratorial minded, if you don't own the idea that we are moving to that, you will own nothing and be happy. And energy insecurity, food insecurity, and inflation are three mechanisms for achieving that exact playbook.
Hey, Simon
Yeah.
and Robert, listening for the last hour or so, just you make it each thing that's said is making a compelling case. But if you zoom out, for most people who weren't going to go down into this level of analysis, the key takeaway that I think people need to come to grips with is that the system that they have faith in, but the system today is not probably accurately pricing the shitstorm that's coming from this whole endeavor. And we can speculate on how bad it is by looking at this, that, or the other thing. But this is bad. I mean, one guy I was
Thomas,
listening
I'd say it's factoring in that there will definitely be a big print. That's what it's pricing in. It's pricing in a massive bailout here. Sorry, Thomas, back to you.
I think, I agree 100%. I was listening to Luke Groman, and I probably a lot of you guys follow him, but just distilling, he seemed quite apoplectic about where we're at right now. And what he was saying is that this is worse than the 2008 and worse than COVID. And when you say that to people, like if I just leave this space, I go out to lunch and I visit with people and I suggest that, the reality on Main Street is so divorced from that potentiality. I think people are not ready. The political fallout, when people come to realize this in 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days, is going to be incalculable. They were talking about losing the midterms. I think it's much bigger than that. I think you're going to have issues of social unrest. It feels very bad to me. I don't want to be overly alarmist, but the disconnect from what I see and what I've heard on this space over the multiple days that it's been on, and the disconnect from the Main Street's point of view is tremendous. And when that gap closes, it's not going to be pretty.
Well, on the real world financial impact, I'm not sure about the political impact, although I would guess that you're right. And Republicans just get slaughtered in the midterms and probably in 2028. But in terms of what can the average person listening, what do you do, right? What I would, obviously I can't recommend, I can't give financial advice, but what I'm doing is I'm preparing for, a sharp deflationary sort of moment, where, layoffs, the labor market starts to really crack, right? Unemployment's probably going to spike, right? And move notably higher. If you look at the unemployment rate, it's been grinding higher over the past couple of years, but we haven't gotten that kind of recessionary, just vertical spike. That's what happens, in a recession is it goes parabolic, right? Unemployment. So the labor market's going to be pretty bad, probably. You're also probably going to have the stock market down, right? So your 401k, any self-directed accounts you might have that are just in, the S&P 500, for example, probably going to be down, and they're probably going to be down quite a bit. In that moment, really, like the best thing to position yourself is to have very little unproductive debt, right? So things like 30% APR on a credit card to buy a new TV, very unproductive debt. Now, if you have a 2% mortgage rate, very productive. I would be grateful for that. I would not worry about that. But as much as I have been basically eliminating my entire debt over the past year, and I think that that'll be really, really key. It gives you a buffer, gives you flexibility to have very little unproductive debt, and then you just kind of hang out in generally in dollars. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but this is what ideally, actually, you want interest-bearing dollars in the form of U.S. Treasuries. You don't want to own corporate bonds in deflation because credit spreads will be widening, credit risk will be increased, right? Revenues will be pressured, that kind of thing. So you don't really want that. Like ideally, generally, you want U.S. Treasuries. But the problem here with this kind of moment that we're in, generally, you want to be in dollars. You want to be in interest-bearing dollars like U.S. Treasuries. The problem now with this moment is that as soon as that deflation hits and that sharp decline really, really takes hold of not only the labor market, but the stock market, right? The real estate market probably will crack. Private credit, like Darkside was talking about. The problem is that this time around, when you get that sharp deflation, when you get that sharp kind of contraction and destruction of wealth, the problem is it'll act as a margin call on the US debt. And so immediately, this is what Simon has been referring to as the big print. This is what that is, right? So you get maybe like, I don't know, a couple months where the stock market's just knifing, real estate's probably not doing well, private credit funds are blown up left and right, that kind of thing. But then immediately we are going to get an injection of liquidity that'll be unlike anything we've ever seen. It'll be more than COVID.
So, sorry, Robert, some huge breaking news. Absolutely shocking. Major impact on DIMONA. I posted it about 5 minutes ago. We had a missile impact hit DIMONA. Israeli rescue forces are heading towards the site. And now we've just seen it's like I just put the footage out. It is crazy. Like a huge impact on DIMONA from Iranian missiles. And then I wrote, remember, DIMONA is home to Israel's nuclear facility, but you can see it. It's just completely penetrated and absolutely decimated Israel. It is shocking. The footage.
Sully,
Yeah.
yeah, they bombed Natanz last night. So Iran said, "Look, we're coming after you now." So they bombed Natanz. So they sent those B-2 bombers, whatever it was, and they started bombing them. I saw the pictures of Natanz, and now Iran are retaliating. And because their idea being, if they bomb Natanz, they'll say, "Look, we've eliminated the nuclear threat from Iran, and so now this could be seen as a sort of a victory and exit the war." But Iran said, "No way, DIMONA is next." So this is no surprise.
But hold on, this is nuclear denuclearization of Israel, right? Is that the consequence of this? If this is an operation that escalates that way?
I hope so, but you can't trust the Israelis. I mean, they could launch. They've got so many stockpiles of nuclear weapons, 90 at least, they said. So they could launch them from anywhere. So it doesn't have to be. They've still got them. They don't necessarily have to produce any more right now for them to pose a threat to Iran and the world.
Yeah, but just in terms of the fact that Iran is targeting DIMONA, the implication there is that this is an attempt at denuclearizing Israel. Is that accurate to say, Suleiman? Do you think?
That's what I
No.
wanted. I wanted Suleiman just to finish his breaking news because he was interrupted while he was giving it. Suleiman, can you tell us, please?
Yeah, it's a complete. Yeah, just to answer Simon's question. Yeah, that's it. DIMONA's been hit. I'm putting another video out. DIMONA is the missile impact is huge. In terms of Simon, no, they've got other. The DIMONA is not the only facility. They've got other facilities in Israel.
But it could follow with other ones, right? After this.
I mean, it could. I don't think like hitting nuclear facilities denuclearizes. You would need them to agree to basically give up the nuclear weapons, which they would never do.
Got you. But it's definitely a step up the escalation
Oh,
cycle.
that's for sure. Because if you start hitting with the nuclear sites specifically, there'll be nuclear fallout, right?
Does this have like what you're seeing, Suleiman, in the initial phase? And obviously, everyone we're just analyzing on the go, so like we're just foggy information and stuff. But does it look like there might be some environmental consequence to this in Israel?
Not at the moment, because I don't think there's a direct hit on DIMONA, actual DIMONA nuclear facility. But yeah, if that was to happen, then there would be for sure. So we've got this.
Cool.
I just want to read these out. Got a level 1 membership from Stix87. Level 1, appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining the community. We love every single one of our members and we appreciate them a lot. And by the way, we got the interview with Professor Morandi coming in about 15 minutes. Has he messaged me? Oh, this tweet hasn't posted yet. But yeah, Simon, there's a question for you, but I don't know if it's relevant to the war. But you will know better if it is. It says, can you ask Simon his thoughts on the BSV and Craig Way angle on the future of Bitcoin and the viability of BSV as a scalable global ledger and insights why he's undermined?
Completely irrelevant, but BSV is a scam from my perspective. It's not even worth talking about. That's a
Oh my god, bro! Don't be promoting some scams on my show, brovs. Oh my god! You sent me a super chat and then I'm getting done. What's that all about? Okay. Oh my god! This didn't even post up.
yeah. You fell for it, Solomon. You got a free promotion for a shitcoin
Is
scam.
it? Oh, flipping hell, man! Why? And this guy was being so nice as well, and he was sending me super chats, and then he was like, "Oh, you didn't answer my question. Made me feel bad." And he was trying to promote a meme coin.
Nah, it's not a meme coin. It was do you remember Dr. Craig Wright when he said he was Satoshi Nakamoto? It's his version of Bitcoin that he claims is the real Bitcoin and he's Satoshi. But now he had to go to court and it was proven he's not Satoshi in court and it was a complete psyop from actually it was from my research, which just to bring it a bit of relevance, Dr. Craig Wright, I believe, was an op and he was promoted via Brock Pierce, who was connected to the Jeffrey Epstein thing. So I think this was like an attempt at trying to like hard fork off Bitcoin into a shit coin, and I think that was connected to some Jeffrey Epstein stuff, just to try and make it a bit relevant. But it's a shit coin, and it was an op.
Interesting.
So it is a meme coin.
I guess you could say that it was a hard fork of Bitcoin that's connected to a character who's completely discredited, and there's like a bunch of bag holder believers left over that think Satoshi Nakamoto was Craig Wright still, despite the fact that that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Sorry, back to you, Simon. You were discussing finance.
Yeah, no worries. So what we were talking about is a bit of the. So I think we were trying to get into like how do people prepare themselves and stuff like that. So if you look at those two big events, like even the global financial crisis, there was a 3 month lag from like the first systemic risk event. So if you remember, it started with Iceland, and then it created an issue with Northern Rock, a bank in the UK owned by Richard Branson, and then it wasn't until like 3 months later that we had like the Lehman Brothers Chapter 11, and we realized what this thing was. So from knowing that this was an issue, there was kind of like that 3 month head start until it was chaotic. And if you think about COVID as well, right? We had the Wuhan incident. Then we had, oh, this is a major issue in China. Then it went across to America, and then the media started really ratcheting up. And it wasn't until like, 3 months later that then they decided, oh, we need to start talking about lockdowns, and then lockdowns just shut down the economy. And then we realized this was like one of the biggest events ever. I think you're getting a similar escalation ladder with this one. So in 3 months from now, the market is really going to know. All right, this broke supply chains. There's food issues. The energy contracts have completely changed the world. And so you kind of get like that 3 month head start. I don't think people are factoring in like the second, third, fourth degree consequences of exactly what's happening right now. And so I think it goes through a similar cycle here of disbelief and everyone trying to adjust to the reality. The reality is that you'll definitely get inflation from here. Inflation is going to have an impact, and then I agree with Robert that that then leads to unemployment, a recession, and then it's the extent of the big print, and the big print just means you're pushing the K-shaped economy. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and those that are on top of the chain do incredibly well out of the big print, and the average person that is not prepared for this just finds things getting firstly unaffordable, and then just the impact of a recession and reality. This is a global reset. I know that that's a crazy, like these are words that are just thrown around, but it already is a global reset. This is happening.
Yeah, and trying to trade it is probably going to be quite difficult. If you're just a normal person that's trying to, go to work every day and just kind of, get by with your family, trying to trade it is probably not the best idea. It's probably going to be very, very short, right? Each phase, the deflationary shock and then the big print, right? It'll all happen very quickly, or at least kind of very quickly in the overall scheme of things. Just kind of, it's one of those moments where, just don't, in my opinion, I'm building cash, so about 40% cash right now. The rest is Bitcoin and gold, and no leverage, right? Because leverage is going to be what wrecks people. And so, if you don't have leverage, you have 20-30%, in some money market fund, right, getting 3.25. When that unemployment spikes, when the negative growth shock hits, and stocks are dumping, and there will be tons of opportunities. Those are the opportunities that Simon is talking about that the big guys are probably going to take.
I think what worries me, Robert, and Simon and Darkside, is just everything is just so tight. You've got high private debt, thin market liquidity, everyone high leverage, and sort of crowded positioning. And then the repo markets are very tight. That's why the Fed started, as you said, buying shorter term treasuries, or aka money printing. And it's only, what is it, 25 billion?
About 50 billion a month.
Or is it 30 billion?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, $50 billion a month, which is half of what they did in COVID at the moment. And so I don't think that's enough. And that's just to grease the wheels. As you said, the financial plumbing is so tight, it's just to give that extra liquidity. I think they need to, just from this crisis alone, given all the tightness, they need to print at least 3 trillion, 4 trillion in the next 6 months, just from what's happened so far. Never mind about the next year, the next 2 years. And this is really what worries me, because it looks like this, not a financial apocalypse heading our way, but I just don't see a lot of, there's only going to be a few people or a few corporations that are going to benefit, and then the rest of us are just going to really suffer. So everything's going to be super expensive. We're either going to face extreme deflation and then hyperinflation, or the best case scenario we could face is like a slow death stagflation event for the next 20, 30 years. And that's really what worries me. There's no really good scenario out of this. And this war has really exacerbated everything and sort of accelerated all the potential economic demise.
Well, it's illustrated the issue, right? Which is that we have hyper financialized the US economy. And we have moved more and more and more away from actual industrial production, or mining and refinement, or physical commodity production, right? We have a pretty good agricultural sector, but in general, right, I'm talking kind of in the aggregate. We thought that we could run the world and run all of our high frequency trading algorithms that scrape, a tenth of a cent here and there, and a bunch of people on Wall Street get rich and run these huge trade deficits. So there's a guaranteed $1 trillion per year bid into financial assets. The rich get richer. We thought that, this kind of fake, I don't know another word for it other than kind of fake or financialized. We thought that was sustainable, right? And what is catching up to us is the fact that no, real physical things matter. We started to see that first with silver and gold, but now it's energy. And I would argue there's probably no more critical component in modern life than energy. We have, historically underinvested in not only, mining materials, that kind of thing, refinement, but also in power creation, baseload power creation. If you compare us to, say, China, for example. So this is just kind of like that. That's why I keep phrasing it as a margin call. Like you mentioned, the debt is out of control. Right now, 23% of tax revenue is going to interest. Right now, we're spending over $1 trillion per year on interest. It's 23% of tax receipts. This is kind of levels where emerging markets usually start to get, a tap on the shoulder from the IMF. We at the sovereign level are so heavily indebted that like this is going to kind of act as a margin call. And look, we need just as a forest needs a fire to rip through it every couple of years, the economy does too. And there has been so much malinvestment here in America. I mean, half of the Russell 2000 doesn't make profit, right? So I think we need this cleanse. That is not to say that it will not be painful, but we have tried to defy financial gravity for decades, and it's kind of all catching up to us right now. And I think that yes, it will be quite volatile, but I think that it's good for America. It's good, in the medium to long term.
Yeah,
and people talk.
Go ahead, Resistance.
No, go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, I was just going to say, again, we're all focused on oil, the Strait of Hormuz, but remember, all of this it appears to be a reaction to what's really happening in private equity and private credit. And if the calculations are right, and this scam, this valuation agent scam is as big as I think it is, you're potentially looking at $7 to $8 trillion in losses that are sitting on the books of highly leveraged insurance companies, annuities, pensions that are about to vanish. And that's before we even start talking about oil, the Strait of Hormuz, international finance. So, I'm beginning to question myself if what we're really seeing, because obviously we know who controls private equity and private credit. I wonder if what we're seeing is a war to cover up what's about to go wrong in the financial economy with private equity and private credit. Those losses are monumental.
That's a great point, Darkside. I mean, everyone's talking about bailouts for corporations, but don't forget there's also going to be bail-ins, which is going to be very painful because when credit is so tight and there's obviously a counterparty risk that you have margin calls everywhere. You're gonna see some painful bail-ins.
And people can look to Cyprus for what that how that goes.
Yeah, bail-ins tend to be, I think, a bit more. So the what happened with the bail-ins is the people that got bailed in were anybody that had balances of over 100,000 euros equivalent in Cyprus, but it was mainly targeting Russian oligarchs. So it's quite political when they do a bail-in. I think they would favor a bailout rather than. And then if you do a bail-in, it's more like just concentrating. You tend to just concentrate these banks into fewer and fewer banks. So at the top of the chain, you just have the JP Morgans and various others that end up. Or the end result of it is you just end up with less banks. And obviously the people paying the bill and the banks benefiting from the moral hazard.
It's interesting because in a bail-in, you can think of it this way. A bail-in is a populist response, whereas a bailout is a centralized response that hurts the population. So, given the rise of populism, yeah, it's very possible that we do see bail-ins because remember, 80% of the public doesn't really own assets anyway. They don't have $100,000 in the bank. So they'd be in favor of seeing the rich get screwed. So I'm just not sure which way
Which
this
is why
goes.
it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
because you actually wipe out the wealth of the very wealthy within the bank instead of socializing it on the people, which is why
Yeah,
it was
well-
a pretty rare with Cyprus.
Yeah, it's interesting though. They've created stable coins and now we have Bitcoin. So the wealthy can get their money out of the system, out of the banking system, which of course they would before any bail-in, right? Everything's fixed. So
Well, that's
again,
true. They don't really hold their wealth at the bank. The only reason, like they're obviously holding it in assets. So if rich people lose their bank account, they don't give a shit. It's their assets where they're really holding it.
Yeah, but if you want to get rid of the private credit, private equity problem and all the private debt, then a bail-in's the way to do it, right? The bailout is enabling the zombie company to be a zombie company. So it doesn't fix the problem; it just pushes it out another 10 years.
Yeah,
It'd be
exactly.
interesting to see how it plays out.
And Dark, maybe talk about the ownership, right? Say one of the people out there, they got 500,000 in S&P 500, Boeing, maybe some Moderna stock. Maybe talk a bit about whether or not they actually own that.
Yeah. So
Okay, just before you go, just need to announce
Sure.
quickly, and then I'll give it straight back to you. So, guys, your boy might have got the timing confused with Iran. So the interview's not now. The interview's in 33 minutes. It may or may not have been my fault. I don't know. Timing's complicated when it comes to time zones. But anyway, it is in 33 minutes, so don't stress. That is going down in 33 minutes. Also, I'm seeing reports DIMONA is being hit hard. DIMONA is being hit hard. 20 injuries, apparently, in DIMONA right now. So, yeah, that's the latest news on that. Let me just quickly give you this super chats as well. So, the previous person, I didn't know BSV is or was a scam. I wasn't promoting. I don't hold any BSV. Innocent question. Glad I asked. No idea he was related to Epstein. And then Mohammed says, "Love you, bro. X's #1 panel. You have a great team. Can I ask Simon a question?" And you can go straight. Obviously, Simon answers after. Was it Dark Side I interrupted? Or Robert? Can I ask Simon a question regarding gold and silver, and where do you think it's heading? As I'm heavily invested in physical metals. Okay, back to you, Robert, or Dark Side.
Yeah, I was just gonna let's just talk about ownership for a second.
Sorry. Before you go, I just want to comment
Yeah,
on that comment.
go
I
ahead.
really appreciate that. Like, he was genuinely asking about BSV, so I hope the information was useful. I wasn't trying to call you a scammer. Given that your answer there of what you said, I think it was a genuine question. So just want to put the record straight. Thanks, Solomon.
Yeah, so just to pick up on what I was talking about and Robert's question on ownership, there's a misconception in the world that when you own assets, particularly stocks and bonds, the thought is that you actually own them, and the reality is you don't own them. What you own, if you buy 1,000 shares of Apple, what you own is you own a claim. Let's assume you use Morgan Stanley to buy your shares. What you own is a claim on Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley, in turn, has a claim on the DTCC, the Depository Trust Company, and they, the DTCC, are the owner of the Apple shares. And post 0809, there was a landmark lawsuit, I believe Lehman Brothers versus JP Morgan, where the court ruled that the DTCC's claim to the securities held by your brokerage account, what's in this case Morgan Stanley, the DTCC's claim is actually senior to your claim. So that means if Morgan Stanley were to go bankrupt the way Lehman did, then you don't own those shares of Apple. The DTCC owns those shares of Apple, and they're able to claim them in what we call the Great Taking. And there's an incredible video that was put out by David Rogers Webb. He also wrote a book called The Great Taking. It's available on YouTube, on Rumble. Everybody should watch it. And he walks through how the rules have changed, the regulations have changed, and how the regulatory agencies have put into place all of the regs they need to seize all of the assets. So this is a crazy story, and a lot of people believe that owning Apple or owning shares of stock or owning S&P 500 or owning bonds even means you own that wealth. Well, you don't. All you have is a legal claim on somebody else who owns that wealth. And if that entity were to go bankrupt, then there goes your claim. So it's a really significant problem. Most people aren't aware of it. And again, I implore people to watch The
Also, they
Great
can
Taking.
screw you over as well, Dark Side. And basically say to them to just steal it off you, and you can't do anything about it. Or they'll close your trade, and you can't do anything about it.
100%. And it's even worse than that. You may own an asset outright.
I lost 6 figures because I didn't realize one of the platforms was a Zio company, and they literally were just like, "We're gonna shut your account." And I had trades open, and you know how trades are. Sometimes they'll drop down and then they'll go up or whatever. Like basically lost a huge amount because of Zios.
Yeah,
And the account
you
and the
don't
place
own
is called
anything.
plus 500, but guys, don't be using it. Cancel your plus 500 account. Sorry, got you, dark side.
Yeah, and just to tell you how bad the situation is, you may own a car. Let's say you go buy a car and you buy it outright. Well, the problem is that the dealership may have pledged that car as collateral on a loan. Even though you bought the car outright from the dealership, there may still be a loan tied to the VIN number of that car. And then that bank could come take your car that you actually own and you have title to because there's a loan outstanding on it. And that's what, when we talk about this over financialized economy, that's crazy, right? The entire concept that you can own something but you don't own it, that's the world we live in.
Full
People,
of
please watch that video
yeah,
and post that again, Robert.
an example of how to think about it is imagine you don't upload you rather than taking photos on your phone and storing it on your phone, you decide to upload them to Facebook, and you use Facebook as a mechanism for storing your photos. You don't have a backup, and you just think, oh right, okay, yeah, I'll just store them in my Facebook account. If Facebook doesn't like something that you do, they could just literally close your account, and now you don't have your photos because they're owned by Facebook, but you thought they were your photos. And that's kind of the way to think about it with these shares as well. Like, and in the crypto market, what Suleiman's talking about is he thought he had his crypto because he
No,
logged
this was
into a
trading. This is trading.
trading.
Yeah.
So you thought that you owned the shares in that brokerage account, and then the broker decides, "Oh right, okay, either we're bust or we don't like you or we're going to seize your assets,"
They were like,
or it was a
Goive. The
scam.
Israelis, man. Goive.
Yeah, exactly. And all you had was your ability to log into a brokerage account and a promise that those shares belong to you, and so that promise just can be broken. And this is what we've seen time and time, even in the Bitcoin market. You thought that you owned Bitcoin in Coinbase, but if Coinbase decides, or any of these exchanges decide, all right, we're just closing your account, then you no longer own that Bitcoin. And this is what I think, like, we as paranoid Bitcoiners have been driving in, that when the faith of the system doesn't work, um, then your promises to repay you something or own something for you or hold something for you, they break down. And and we've seen it in these bankruptcy processes. And either the government steps in and says, all right, your asset, we'll just spread it across everybody and bail out the financial institution, and we'll make sure that you own it. Or we actually take the individual asset holder and they take the full hit and not everybody else. So this is the whole concept of socializing the losses, privatizing the gain. Um, and paranoid Bitcoiners and paranoid gold holders, they say, if I log into something and it tells me that I own gold, or if I log into something and it tells me that I own Bitcoin, then I just have a promise on that financial institution to give me my gold or to give me my Bitcoin. And during COVID, everyone tried to get their gold, and they realized that during lockdowns, you just, even in the custodians, they couldn't get you or take delivery of your gold. And that's exactly what we witnessed in the silver market, and we're just seeing this story happen again and again and again. And my guess right now, and I'd be curious to say what Robert thinks. My guess is that the US government has this ginormous short oil position in order to try and oppress the price of oil right now. And they're relying upon the price of oil crashing by getting to a resolution. My guess would be that, like, if that turns out that it's a wrong trade and it's a short squeeze and they can't get that oil, then we end up in this whole story again. But my
Wait,
guess
but
is, yeah.
Simon, wouldn't you expect if Trump had done that kind of position that they would be sending every spare or available naval asset the U.S. has throughout the world in a mad dash to the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, there would be like 20 destroyers there. Instead, he's been sort of slow rolling and being like, maybe we'll send a little bit. There's 3 or 4 ships here. They're going to take their sweet time in getting there. And by the way, Hormuz, rest of the world, Hormuz is not really our problem. It's your problem. So maybe you guys should look into that.
Yeah, but my understanding from listening to the military experts is that
Sorry, Simon, can I just quickly give this breaking news and then I'll give it straight back to you? More breaking news. DIMONA is hit hard. Like, I can't exaggerate enough. DIMONA is being hit. At least 20 injuries. DIMONA has been hit really hard. It says DIMONA, and it's just shocking because remember why this is important is I can't clarify this enough. From the Israeli perspective, DIMONA is one of their most important sites. The fact that they can't defend DIMONA, forget about it. This is just an example, evidence of the point we've been making that Israel is struggling to defend themselves. It's over. It's over. Like, they can't defend DIMONA. Like, you know, strategically you'll defend certain areas and be like, look, I'm going to allow other areas to go. So the fact that that DIMONA is being hit so hard, I mean, I can't explain this enough. This is a complete demonstration that Israel just no longer can defend itself. But sorry, Simon, go ahead.
Suleiman, sorry, on that topic, the strike looks like a hypersonic this time. It looks like a Fatah one is very fast compared to the other ones in the past. If you notice, there's a difference. This is a
Yeah,
different.
it was zoomed in at the end, right? You're talking about the last zoom that happened at the end.
This looks like a proper hypersonic attack, not like the ballistic ones. It seems that look, the Republic can hit a site whenever it wants to with a hypersonic. The rest of the missiles being used, the slower ones and the ballistic missiles, the older ones, they're used to just deplete the defenses, and they're not really bothered about hitting it, anything or not. But whenever they want to hit something, they're proven with drones or with the hypersonics they can hit something, and this demonstrates that very well. The other day as well, when they hit all the region, they did the same thing as well. So we can see the capabilities here. The Republic, when it wants to hit somewhere, it hits it.
DIMONA hit hard, guys. DIMONA hit hard. Goive, DIMONA hit. Sorry, Simon, back to you.
I just want to. Oh, before Simon goes in, regarding the new
Other resistance, your mic's not great. Just to let you know.
Can you hear me now, or is it still?
It's like you know, last time when it wasn't that good, and then you sorted it out, and then it went better.
Yeah, I can't do that at the moment because I'm in London, but Central, that is. I just want to say regarding that. Sorry, if you can hear me properly, I'll say a bit louder. Regarding DIMONA, just like we've seen with Fordow and Natanz and the other nuclear facilities, the Israelis, because they're the ones that initiated the Israeli attack, the attack on Iran, they would have decommissioned that site, removed all the centrifuges, the vacuum pumps, the cooling systems, the piping, the plumbing, everything. They would have decommissioned that well in advance of this war. So you're not going to see any sort of nuclear fallout or whatever like that, because they would have likely removed that long ago, because they knew that this is part of their objectives, and then they knew that Iran would retaliate in this way.
Yeah, Goy ve indeed. Someone said, can we stay on the news updates and forget the financial talk? No, we're doing both. We're doing the financial talk. I think it's really important. And we're breaking it up with the news when it comes in. We can't be just like, oh, guess what, news, and then have blanks. This is why these guys don't know what day it is, bruv. Okay, Simon, back to you.
Yeah, let me combine the two then. I'll try and satisfy him. Let me see what I can do.
No, don't satisfy them. Don't give them what they want, Simon. Never give them what they want. Don't
I thought you were
listen
a
to
man
the
of the
guys.
people, Suleiman. You give them what the people want.
No, you don't. You make them think you do, but they're guys. Don't listen to the guys.
All right, we tell them what they need, not give them what they want. All right, cool. But look, anyway, my interpretation of the military strategy, which I'm not an expert on, but I'm listening to other experts, is that there is no way of brute forcing the Strait of Hormuz closed. So I believe that, and again, this is just a hunch and a belief, I can't point to evidence, that the US government has a structural short position in oil, and they know that they can't brute force Hormuz open because of the asymmetric warfare. And so, therefore, they know that they're going to reach an agreement which means that they're going to capitulate to certain concessions. We've already started to test and hint around sanction relief around an oil narrative under limited circumstances. So the short position becomes good if there is actually going to be an announcement that Iran and the IRGC have agreed that the Strait opens. So it can only be done that way. And I think there is a large bet on that. And I think the financial markets think that that's going to happen. Now, with the DIMONA situation as well, they're demonstrating that Israel's not able to, defend itself. And we're clearly seeing that all the narrative around we've eliminated the nuclear threat, we've eliminated their weapons, we've eliminated ballistic missiles. The fact that we're getting strategic targeting and demonstrations, it looks like, IRGC has a lot more, and they're using ever more powerful, weapons in order to strategically destroy certain infrastructure of Israel, which means that part of this is that the Israeli economy is really going to be hit as a result of this, as well as some of those the Gulf country economies. And so there is a financial element to all of this stuff. But yeah, I think the people that know that the US is structurally short and there will be concessions and a deal will be reached, but it will be framed in some kind of victory based upon other things that are happening.
I'm not
Simon.
100% sure, Simon, but I kind of think, I mean, I don't know. Look, the Financial Times, I think, reported that that Monday, remember, oil gapped up huge on Sunday evening and sold off all day on Monday. There was, I think, a Financial Times article that said from an oil trader, there's this really strange, big, very, very large seller, and then people kind of ran with that. But I don't know. I feel like it would just be so much of a biblical mistake, biblical proportions. If that didn't work, the short squeeze that could be, enacted. I mean, it would basically be what Soros did to the Bank of England, but in reverse, right? Like you would think that Besant, having been a part of that, right, and taking them down on the other end, you would think that Besant would, I don't know, maybe he just didn't have say, right? Trump overruled him. I'm not sure, but he has experience being on the other end of that, and he knows it can fail in a biblical kind of way.
Simon, have a look at the FT article I linked in the Purple Pill, and I tagged you in it with because Dark Side, Gary Cardone were talking about it, and I was hearing about it because Gary couldn't believe it, that actually the CME warned the US government not to interfere in the oil market, which we suspect they are. You're right, Simon. They probably have a huge short position, and they're dumping lots of contracts. And I just don't know where they get them from. That's my opinion.
Well, they have the ESF, the Exchange Stabilization Fund.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is basically, for everyone else, that is the U.S. Treasury Department has a slush fund of money that it's typically intended to manage currency, right? So buying and selling of yen, euros, that's where the Argentinian pesos went. But yeah, the Treasury Department has this huge slush fund that they have. They also have the TGA, which theoretically, I guess, they might be able to use. And then you also got the Fed, right? The New York Fed being the operational arm of the kind of overall system. The Treasury can instruct the New York Fed to conduct currency policy, right? A lot of people think that the Fed manages the dollar, but it's actually the U.S. Treasury Department that instructs the Fed, like we saw with the rate check on the yen.
Yeah, Robert, isn't the ESF only like 100 billion?
Yeah, it's like 150.
Is that enough?
Yeah, it's like 150 or something.
Is that enough? They must be using the TGA as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if you were selling calls, like naked calls on futures, that would probably be dark side, probably the better per se.
Yeah, look, they don't have to put up that much margin to nail the market. And of course, remember when the CME is warning the Treasury not to do it, the CME is the exchange. They are the clearing firm, so they know whether they're doing it or not. So when they're warning them not to do it, they already know they're doing it, right? They wouldn't come out with a public statement like that unless they knew who the counterparties to the transactions are. So I think it's pretty clear they
That's a
are
good
doing
point.
it.
Yeah, that's the evidence. Is when the CME warns it. That's how we know it's. You're right, Simon. It is the U.S. government that is shorting the market.
Okay, well, I mean, for me, it was just a hunch, but now you've given me more conviction around it. I think the US government is structurally short oil right now.
Dark, do you think that they would short the front month futures contract, or do you think they'd sell calls?
No, they'd sell calls, most likely. Which, by the way, in turn, the market makers that buy those calls then go out and sell the front month future. So it's an indirect way of selling the future contract. And of course, it gives them leveraged exposure to an upside move. So if we do get some type of an event that's unexpected and oil futures start to rip again, now the US government is leveraged short oil and they have to cover those calls. And they cover those calls.
And it's a reverse gamma squeeze. Yeah,
exactly.
And Doc,
And this
if
is
the trade
why-
works, like they get the straight open, they announce some kind of deal, oil prices crash. Who's on the wrong side of that trade?
That's, it's the market makers, but they're hedged on the other side as well. So in the end, it becomes, the speculators that lose, not the market makers. And look,
yeah, because the market makers that are buying the contracts from, if Treasury is selling calls, the generally the vast majority of the buying would be market makers who then go out and delta hedge. So they're market neutral, right? The market maker doesn't really profit, if oil goes up or down because they're delta neutral.
Could this be why the Scott Bessent and the U.S. government are engaging in so many desperate acts by lifting oil sanctions on Iran, giving extended waivers to Russia, allowing Iran to make oil agreements with so many countries just to relax it because of their short position, and they're in a desperate situation. It's a huge, could be a huge bomb that's going to explode in their faces if they can't contain
Talking
it.
your book, right?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, but U.S. government doesn't want the price. I don't think they want the price of oil above $115. I think there's comfort at these prices in terms of their goal, but they want the price of oil significantly down, but they definitely don't want it above $115, which is where I think this short position is coming from.
Hey,
What's their leverage
real quick.
Ratio, and what is their margin call?
Well, the margin call is the big print, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Hey, real quick on the DIMONA
So
thing.
you look.
So they hit the city of DIMONA. They didn't hit the nuclear research center. So it looks like I saw some satellite imagery. Looks like they hit a residential area in the city of DIMONA, which is some miles away from where the research center is.
Where's your evidence of that?
I mean, I'll DM it to you right now.
Yeah, if you could.
But by the way, these are the types of things. Like I've seen this story again and again and again. I mean, this would be an epic one. We're going to know in the future. But this is what took down Bering's Bank when they this is what took down that infamous George Soros Bank of England trade. This is I even just direct experience. I remember Alex Majinsky and Celsius, a Zaev firm. In his final days of trying to make back the money, he was structurally short Bitcoin, and Bitcoin ran away. And then he took over the trading desk, and you get these. Obviously, it's very different at the governmental level. But we've seen this story many, many times at the end of a desperate cycle where
you bet the whole house on these types of positions.
And
I don't think it's the same thing, but
it's literally the whole house. If you're selling naked calls, your loss or your potential loss is literally unlimited. Literally unlimited. It is infinity. Your potential unrealized loss. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but Simon, you
selling
would
calls
say
would
that
be.
they would be selling calls on the U.S. market, not on the global markets, like on Brent or something, right?
That's correct. They would be selling WTI calls.
Do you think that this was the ruse by the government or by the Trump administration to borrow 200 billion, saying that the Pentagon needs it, and actually that will just go to
no, that's
the
a
ESS?
stimmy check for military. That would definitely be spent into Lockheed Martin and co.
The problem is if China starts to clamp down on exports of things like tungsten, I don't know, that we need, right, to manufacture. I've been saying, the constraint is not dollars or the dollar cost of munitions, of the war, of whatever. The constraint is the physical resources, the commodities, the intermediate goods that go into the components that we rely on China for. That's really the constraint. So if you're seeing kind of a fragmented world start to develop where everyone is looking out for their own national interest, I mean, the tungsten thing just happened overnight. That news just broke overnight. That's probably the first of many dominoes. I mean, they did it, not too many months ago with rare earths, and that is a critical component, or rare earths in general are critical for a lot of the munitions and weapon systems we need. So that's kind of the other component of it too.
Yeah, but I guess in the case of oil, you could imagine some kind of force majeure contract where, well, again, you couldn't, because the U.S. government would still have to buy the oil from the oil companies, because the U.S. government's just got the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and yeah, this is it's
Yeah,
a very interesting trade.
you would have to. So for people that don't know options, when you sell a call, you're selling the right to buy it 100 shares at that price, or you are on the other end of a buy at that price, at that strike price. So
You're
if they're
obligating
selling
yourself to sell.
what?
And also,
Go on, Robert, carry on.
Yeah, let's just make something clear right now. Like the US government controls the CME oil market. So if they decide one day that you're not allowed to open new positions and you can only sell your positions, and this happened in silver back in the 80s, late 70s, 80s, they can go closing only. And they just say, look, you're not allowed to open new positions. You're only allowed to close positions, in which case the price of WTI futures goes down. And look, these are just financial instruments. They can be manipulated. Getting focused on price is missing the real story. The real story is that you can't print oil. You can print futures, you can print options, you can force majeure.
Guys, can you hear me? Let me know on YouTube. Can you hear me? Have I moved this or something? Can you hear me, guys? Let me know. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Can you hear me, guys? Okay, cool. So Professor Morandi is coming on in a couple of minutes. Just wanted to make sure it's working because we're using Teams. Unfortunately for you guys with Teams, when it's live, I'm gonna end up being in a small box because I don't know how to. Wait, or maybe. So hopefully I see the professor. But the thing with Teams is it puts me on a small box and puts the Professor Mandy in a big box. I don't know how to rectify that. Queen, you can just leave this YouTube then because we're moving across. But Professor Morandi is literally in Iran while a war is going on, and you're like, I don't want to listen to him. That's not right, right? I don't know how to do it, so I'll end up being in a small box. He'll end up being in a big box. So check that out. It's gonna be good. Professor Morandi, legend. He's been destroying a lot of Zios on platforms. We're really blessed, and we're really blessed to be able to get someone like him on. So it's going to be good. He's going to be coming on in a couple of minutes. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Someone let me know on Teams how I can do it, where I can show you when I'm live, double screen. Because what happens is I go in a small box, he goes in a big box. I normally do, but not this time. I'm using Microsoft Teams for the interview. And okay. So guys, we're gonna have the professor on now. So let me just give you a bit of information about him to give you an update. Let me just mute this. Okay, so we've got Professor Morandi on the show. Obviously, I haven't done the introduction. He hasn't come on yet. He'll be coming in the next minute or so. But as you know, look, this is very important. Professor Morandi is sought after. He's someone who is in Iran right now as the war's going on. He's presenting the position of Iran to the world. He's been on a number of American shows and absolutely obliterated, decimated, destroyed them. Newsmax was an example of one of the shows he went on, and he laid them to waste. They had no response to him, and they were unable to deal with the issue. And he's done that on Piers Morgan, he's done that on Newsmax, he's done that on many shows. And so it's really good to get someone like him and we're lucky and we're privileged that he's giving us, you know, we're not as big as like Joe Rogan on these guys or Piers Morgan, giving us a opportunity to have this conversation with him, an opportunity to have him on the platform. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be awesome, and we'll have it. And he's a professor. He's a professor in Iran, and he's not just someone who's a professor. He's fought valiantly when he was a youngster. I believe he fought in the Iran-Iraq war. So this is a person who is not only an academic, but someone who has put his money where his mouth is, unlike the American administration, who is sending American soldiers to die while they and their children live in the comforts of their homes or bunkers. So he needs to be given a huge amount of credit for what he's doing and how he's doing it. And we appreciate him. We appreciate the amount of time he gives us in order to ask him questions. So yeah, much love to Professor Morandi. I remember last time we interviewed him, there was sirens or there was sounds of bombs going off, and he said, look, you know, we could be bombed. This interview could end during the conversation because of the attacks that we are facing. In addition to that, if you remember, after he left the studio, later on in the day, that studio that he was at was bombed by the United States of America and Israel. So it's important to realize that the importance of these people, the sacrifices they're making, the risks they're taking. And in the midst of war, destruction, mayhem, people trying to invade your country and take your land and harm your people, he still takes the time out to do these interviews and give us his time. So we really appreciate him. We really value him. And we do hope and pray that he remains safe. So I thought it's important to clarify that, because sometimes people may become grown accustomed to these interviews and equivocate this one to the other ones, when this is a lot more significant, a lot more important. It's a risk in terms of there's an actual, real, tangible, life-threatening risk while this interview is going on. And sometimes we don't realize that because we're so used to this digital world. We don't realize the ramifications of this. We live in this digital society where we don't understand the real world consequences. And so I hope we can all appreciate Professor Morandi coming on and giving us this conversation. Somebody in the chat said Professor Morandi destroyed Newsmax and Times Radio the other day. He did indeed absolutely destroy them, obliterate them, laid them to waste, and they had no answer. So there's no doubt about that. We got the professor coming on for the interview in a couple of minutes. Let me just message him. I'm always, when I'm using a different platform, I'm always like, is it working? Is it working? Normally he's on time, you see. So the fact that he's even a couple of minutes late is unusual and out of character. So it could be either it's my no, that's not the right button. Could be it's because of me, or it could be because he might be a couple of minutes late, or it could be something even more worrisome than that. So let's see. Hopefully he's okay. Anybody good with this social media stuff? I can't even see if he's people. Okay, yeah, cool. So we'll see him when he joins. Okay. That's fine. We're just waiting for the professor to join. And we'll take it from there. Much love to the professor for taking his time out to join us. Like I said, the situation in Iran is not great. The Israelis and the Americans are bombing. Let me just give you some information while the professor is coming on, so you're getting the real news in real time. And as JY says, make sure you like this video. Make sure you share it. I did put a tweet out on it. Let me put another one. Let me retweet this. Hopefully he's coming on any second now. What else do I need to do? Yeah, just much love to the professor. Okay, let me just give you some news in the meantime. DIMONA has been... Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Simon.
Academics have been like a target of Israel, Mossad, and anyone involved in nuclear scientists, professors. They seem to try and classify these intellects and professors and as like some kind of non-civilian target as well. So that's been like a constant theme over the years and decades.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. This is what they do. They target innocent academics. They target journalists. They target innocent people, service members, teachers, doctors, hospitals. This is what they target. I'm just putting a tweet out right now saying DIMONA destroyed, and you can see it's in shambles. Suleiman X is blowing up with that clip cover. Breaking news. Sully X is blowing up with that clip cover. I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean by clip cover? Has the Raw endorsement interview happened? Yeah, it did. We'll put it out in a couple of hours as a separate video. But yeah, that's happened already. I did put the timing on the YouTube, so you can see the timing on YouTube if you want to see it. So, okay, he's just messaged me. He said he's coming on. He's got connection problems, so it might take a couple of more minutes. So we can be patient. We appreciate Professor Morandi coming on. Let me give you some information about him. DIMONA is being absolutely destroyed right now. DIMONA is being obliterated. Okay, I didn't know that Professor Morandi was born in the United States of America. But yeah, he was born in the United States of America. He moved to Iran at the age of 13 and then immediately volunteered to fight in the Iran-Iraq war against Saddam Hussein. So, I mean, this is someone who puts his money where his mouth is. Someone who fights for what he believes in. Yeah, someone says, well done for getting Professor Morandi, the most famous person so far. Well, first of all, I don't think he cares about fame. I think he only cares about people becoming aware and cognizant of what's happening right now to his people, the war that's occurring. That being said, we've had Professor Morandi on many a times, and he is a man of honor and dignity and respect and courage. And the fact that he continues to come on our show when much bigger shows ask for him, much bigger shows want him, says a lot about this man and his character, because obviously he remembers that we platformed him, or he came on our platform in the past when maybe he wasn't as well. He was known, but he wasn't as he hadn't blown up as much as he had now. So a man of honor and integrity. You don't find this honor and integrity amongst a lot of people. I built many people, and you don't get that level of honor and integrity. There's only a handful of people who are like that. And Professor Morandi is one of those people. So Professor Morandi is a hero, truly taking risks to his own safety to spread truth, justice, and integrity. You're quite right. Dabby, thank you for the super chat as well. Appreciate it. Someone mentioned, I saw someone put a bounty on his head. They want to silence him. Yeah, I believe there was a $1 million bounty placed on his head. A $1 million bounty placed on his head on X. For what? For speaking? For relaying the truth? For debating people? They put a bounty on his head? A bounty? Imagine anybody else had done that. Imagine we had done that. We would be banned on social media. We would be arrested. We would be incarcerated. It would be all over the news and social media and mainstream media, talking about how these extremists are putting a fatwa, they would call it, on someone's head, which is basically what these people have done, is their version of a fatwa. So you're quite right. We've got Professor on, so I'll stop talking. Okay, we got the professor on. Professor, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Professor Morandi, thank you for taking your time out to join us. I'm just going to start the recording straight away.
Can you turn up your volume a bit?
Of course. Is that better?
Not much, but I'll try to listen carefully.
Okay. I'll speak lower. So I just want to welcome Professor Morandi onto the show. Thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Professor Morandi, I know it's a very difficult time. Your country has been invaded. It's been attacked. Young children have been hurt. Young children have been injured or become casualties. They've hit a number of innocent civilians and civilian buildings. What's your thoughts on this invasion of your country?
Well, just excuse me. Over the last hour or so, there was carpet bombing again in Tehran, and they have been striking all sorts of civilian targets, murdering large numbers of people. Last night, in one strike in eastern Tehran, they murdered 7 children, including 1 infant. I would imagine that perhaps 2 or 3 families brought their children together so that they would feel less nervous, the children, about the situation, and then they all died together. I'm guessing, but we've had hospitals bombed. Another hospital was bombed today. We've had ambulances bombed. So they've targeted ambulances. They've targeted villages. They just apparently they just want to terrorize people everywhere. So in far off villages, they've slaughtered people. They've destroyed civilian infrastructure that has nothing to do with war. They've targeted banks that were open with people inside, murdering them. They've targeted electricity stations, murdering employees, and of course taking out the electricity for parts of Tehran for hours. This is quite normal for the West because we've seen the genocide in Gaza, and we see the atrocities that are being carried out in Lebanon as we speak. They bring down apartment blocks in excuse me, in Lebanon, and slaughter large numbers of people. And Western journalists based in Lebanon prefer to call these Hezbollah strongholds in order to legitimize the atrocities, or to give an aura of legitimacy to the atrocities. And they know they're lying because these Western journalists in Beirut, excuse me, they have drivers, they have producers who are native to Lebanon, and they know quite well that these are just ordinary people whose homes are being destroyed and apartment blocks that are being brought down. In Tehran, they brought down multiple apartment blocks over the last couple of days. And again, as I said, with all we've seen over the last 2.5 years and what we've seen in Gaza, we expect nothing less and nothing more. This is the behavior of the Israeli regime, and of course, the United States is no different from the Israeli regime.
One of the things that I discuss a lot with my audience, obviously it's largely American, is that this idea that there isn't this equal response by Iran. And what I mean by that is, I don't agree with this point, but just to relate to you, that when you look at the American attacks on Iran, you're looking at thousands of people being killed, innocent civilians. Whereas when Iran strikes back, you don't see human beings being killed. And so they don't see that as an equal pain level, if that makes sense. Now, I understand that Iran is obviously...
Oh, yes. And also, I would also add that, for example, we all know that the Saudis and the Emiratis and Qatar and all of them have allowed the Americans to use their airspace, to use their territory to fire missiles, to use bases to target Iranians. We know all that. But when the Israeli regime, with American consent, struck Iran's critical infrastructure And for example, the South Pars gas field, 2-3 days ago, there were massive explosions and significant damage was done. Well, there are lots of people who work there, and the fires could have killed large numbers of people and the explosions themselves, but they didn't care. And Saudi airspace was used for that strike. So when Iran retaliated, first, it said that people should leave these areas in Qatar where they're going to strike. And a lot of Iranians were actually upset with the armed forces that they announced these beforehand, because they were saying this way they'll have a better opportunity to down Iranian missiles and drones. They can prepare themselves. But the Iranian armed forces did so anyway, because they don't want civilians to be killed. They don't want ordinary people to suffer. In fact, the only reason why Iran is targeting U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf region is because these Arab regimes are allowing them to use their territory and to leave their bases and continue assaulting Iran. So they are firing missiles at Iran from outside their bases. They're stationing their troops in hotels. They're using civilian ports to put their military hardware there across the Persian Gulf region. So the Americans are they're hiding behind civilian targets, and those host countries are allowing them to do so. But if you've noticed, and I'm sure you have, and if your audience has noticed, Iran has on many occasions, when they've threatened retaliation, they've warned people in different neighborhoods in the Emirates, as I said, in Qatar, to leave these neighborhoods or these areas in order that ordinary lives would be spared. So there's an enormous difference between the way in which the Iranians conduct warfare and the way in which the Americans and the Israeli regime conduct warfare. And we can see it from the sheer number of civilian casualties. And of course, this wasn't a war of aggression anyway, just like 8-9 months ago. Unprovoked, illegal, and targeting ordinary Iranians, attempting to terrorize them. And one thing that I would like to add here is that on day one, when they targeted the school and killed all those little kids, all those little children, 168 plus their teachers and school staff, of course, Western media was silent for a week. And after a week, they were very ambivalent, and the U.S. president tried to blame Iran. And then those that were criticizing, they said this was a mistake. It's highly unlikely that this was a mistake, because the first day and the first wave of targets, these are targets that had been studied for weeks, if not months. I mean, if this had happened today, one could say that maybe some officer was in a rush to find new targets and he made a mistake. But on day one, the first wave of attacks, all of them were carefully calculated, carefully vetted to make sure that the best targets were chosen to cause maximum damage. This school was there for a very long time. And the belief here is that since many of them were children of military officers, the Americans wanted to teach these officers a lesson by slaughtering their children. And I personally take that theory to be the most plausible.
That's shocking and shocking in the sense of I wasn't aware of that, and that does make a lot of sense. And by the way, I'm on board with you in terms of the GCC countries. They are complicit, not only in terms of airspace, not only in terms of allowing their land to be used, but also in terms of their support of pain and suffering throughout the Muslim world, including Iran, including Sudan, including Yemen. and then also propagating hatred against Muslims in the West. So I'm completely on board with you. I think they're a very close second and a sister to the Israeli regime. But in terms of what we're seeing now is Iran is dominating militarily. They're dominating.
May I add one thing?
Yeah, of course.
There have been a large number of double tap attacks by the Americans and the Israelis.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was witness to one in Ferdowsi Square in Tehran during the first few days. Others have been witnessing. Recently, a clip came out, which I think you tweeted, where a woman was murdered in the double tap attack. So they were targeting civilian areas, and she was filming after the first strike, and then they struck again. These are crimes against humanity, but you will not see any of this in Western media, not at all, because their objective is to make sure that their audience does not see the true nature of their armed forces, the true nature of their governments, and to antagonize Iran, the victim. So even though there's extraordinary footage out there, they bombed demonstrators, which I'm sure you know, people on the streets in huge numbers in Tehran, in Hamadan, and in Anzali city in the north of Iran. I've posted footage of all three of these rallies. People came to the streets in huge numbers. They fired missiles at them. And I was at that rally in Tehran, actually, when a woman was murdered as a result of the missile strike. So this is the first time, I think, maybe in history, in human history, that demonstrations are attacked with missiles. And but what was extraordinary was also that people stood their ground. No one ran away, and the footage is there for people to see. I posted it, and I think probably you've done the same. But again, this is not on any mainstream Western media outlet. You would think that this would be footage of the year, or a movie, a video clip of the year, but no, they ignore it entirely.
Yeah, because they control the media, and this is media is merely a piece for them to use for propaganda. Now, in terms of Iran, we've seen Iran dominate militarily. We're seeing them dominate economically, financially. Just now, before we came on, DIMONA was hit with no ability to defend whatsoever. And now the Americans, because of the folly of their plan, because of the stupidity of what they have tried to do against Iran, who merely wanted peace and didn't wanted to defend it, and now is merely defending itself, what we're seeing is this almost psychopathic nature of escalating. And there are plans that they're going to take Karg Island, or they're going to try and attempt to take Karg Island, is probably the more accurate way of saying it. What's your thoughts on this ground invasion that's planned?
Well, any escalation is only going to make things worse for the United States and for the world, because when they targeted Iranian critical infrastructure, such as the gas installations, Iran struck back very hard. So if the Americans actually carry out a ground invasion and try to take or destroy Iran's critical infrastructure, then Iran will swiftly retaliate and do the same to those to that infrastructure and those regimes that are hosting the U.S. and aiding the U.S. But in addition to that, let's say hypothetically that somehow the United States is able to get that island. No oil is going to be exported because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So let's say they take the island somehow, which is a flat piece of land, and Iran would obviously resist. And if they take the island, the Iranians will hammer it with missiles and drones.
Yeah.
But let's say they take the island, they won't be able to take any oil or gas out of the Persian Gulf. In fact, it will get worse, because right now they're allowing Iranian oil to get through. Then there will be no Iranian oil. So the economic crisis in the world will worsen. But also they'd have to open the Strait of Hormuz, because if the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, then that island is useless anyway, even though Iran would not allow them to use it to export anything for themselves. But also, Iran doesn't control the Strait of Hormuz through the shoreline. Its bases, its missile and drone bases, are deep inside Iranian territory. They can fire those missiles and drones and destroy all the tankers and all the oil and gas facilities on the other side of the Persian Gulf very easily. And then there will be no oil. And there will be no tankers to take that non-existent oil. So this whole operation is going to be catastrophic for the regime in Washington, and it's also going to be catastrophic for the global economy.
One of the kind of leverage points that they believe they have is the fact that if they were to take the island, Iran might be resistant. It might think twice about attacking them with missiles and drones because of the oil infrastructure they have on the island. What's your thoughts on that? Are Iran willing to sacrifice those facilities in order to defend themselves against the American soldiers?
Oh, absolutely. Remember, the Iranians have been under sanctions for years. And for a number of years, Iran couldn't export its oil until under President Raisi, they started ignoring the sanctions and selling oil and and gradually they reached maximum capacity. But under President Rouhani, we were effectively not exporting any oil for a number of years under those maximum pressure sanctions. So the Iranians are going to see this through. They've said very clearly that if you target our critical infrastructure, our gas, our oil, our electricity, our water, then we are going to retaliate in a very big way. And the Americans have a lot more to lose on the other side of the Persian Gulf than on this side, because we've been sanctioned for so many years. But on the other side of the Persian Gulf, they've invested huge amounts of money in the different, in oil and gas and so on. So if they destroy our assets, then the assets on the other side of the Persian Gulf will all be destroyed. And if that happens, then a long-term global depression is assured. Right now, the situation is getting worse by the day. But if the United States backs down and Iran's conditions are met, after 6 months, 9 months, the oil and gas market can return to normal. Still, even if it ended today somehow miraculously, and again, the U.S. backed down because Iran has clear conditions that have to be met, there is significant damage to the global economy, as there already is damage to the economy. But if they push further, then there will be no oil and gas for the years to come. And the world will remember Trump was doing it. It was all about sacrificing the world for the sake of Zionism, sacrificing India, sacrificing Niger, sacrificing the entire continent of Africa, Latin America, sacrificing the world.
Europe.
Basically because the Zionist regime wants to destroy Iranian oil and gas assets.
No doubt. And that's Europe. Europe's suffering as well, their closest ally. Now, another question people have is this. How can you trust the Americans and the Israelis? And what I mean by that is you're talking about the demands, removing sanctions, reparations, removing the bases from the Middle East, possibly a state for the Palestinians, removing of the settlements in the West Bank. The thing is, they're getting obliterated right now. You've got them on their knees. How can you trust any kind of deal you do with them where they may try and recoup, remilitarize, and try and come back again after like a year or something? I know Iran will be ready, but right now you have them on the knee. How can you trust any agreement with these people who've broken agreement after agreement?
Well, first of all, any agreement will have to include Iran's allies across the region. The Israeli regime just can't bomb Lebanon and occupy it, or just bomb Gaza day and night whenever it wants. But a halt to hostilities is through just some ceasefire is useless, and Iran won't accept it. Because, as you implied, they will just regroup and strike Iran again later on. As we already saw, 8-9 months ago, they carried out a 12-day war, begged for a ceasefire, and now they're attacking Iran with much greater force, as the United States brought all its assets into the region, literally. But air assets, Air Force assets. But I think what Iran will demand is reparations, and it can easily get those from these Arab family dictatorships. It will demand a change with regards to the facts on the ground. And that can easily be done. Iran has destroyed U.S. bases in the Persian Gulf region, and it will ensure that these proxies of the United States in future will no longer be able to use those bases to strike Iran. And remember, it's not just Iran that they've attacked with the help of these bases. It's Yemen. The 7-week war against Yemen, which the United States also lost, it was carried out with the help of these bases in the Persian Gulf region. So the facts on the ground will have to change. And that is what's important for Iran. Iran's sovereignty has to be respected. But a piece of paper signed by Trump is just useless. No one really takes any of that seriously. Trump has actually pushed the United States in a direction where, even though the United States was never reliable or honest at the negotiating table, but he's made a mockery out of agreements and negotiations and settlements.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is America is struggling, and this is why they're trying to take Kharg Island, and I'm in agreement with you. I think this is going to be a huge amount of loss of life of American soldiers, which then means, knowing Trump, he's going to escalate even more. And the concern is, obviously, they've got no chance of doing a ground invasion. That's just simply impossible. But the concern is that they may end up using something like a nuclear bomb in a wide different ways. It could be tactical, or it could be just holistic. What's your view on that, and the kind of Iranian thought about that level of escalation, and what the response could be if they did something crazy like that?
The very fact that you raise this question shows how despicable the Trump regime and the Israeli regime are. That you can even contemplate such a scenario whereas no sane person, no person with the smallest amount of decency would ever even think about using a nuclear weapon. But Iran is not going to be intimidated, nor is it going to accept subjugation under any circumstances. But if the regime in Washington or the regime in occupied Palestine seriously contemplates using a nuclear weapon, the reaction across the world will be enormous. From now on, that would mean everyone has to have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Everyone. And in the day and age where AI is moving forward and the new technologies are being developed at such an extraordinary pace, you can be sure that developing nuclear weapons now is much easier than it was 5 years ago. And 2, 3, 4 years from now will be much easier than it is today. So the United States is, by pushing for such a scenario, or even seriously contemplating such a scenario, or the Israeli regime, they are going to, I think, create outrage across the world. They're going to cause countries across the region and beyond to begin producing their own nuclear weapons for their own survival. And that, of course, brings the world much closer to total annihilation.
I'm in complete agreement with you in terms of what's going to occur, where every country will become nuclearized. But I mean specifically Iran's response. Obviously, such action cannot be left allowed. There would be a major response. What would be the Iran's response if they did something as significant as that?
Well, again, that's a hypothetical, but if they seriously contemplate using a nuclear weapon, then I think Iran, like all the other countries in the world, would move to protect itself, and its nuclear posture would change. Hopefully, we'll never reach such a scenario. The reason why Iran has always been opposed to nuclear weapons is not just because it's an immoral weapon, but also because simply having it provokes others to seeking it, to want to obtain their own weapons. And there are lots of countries in this region and across the world that are very unstable. And so, in general, Iran thinks it's a bad idea. But I know many believe that Iran should have a weapon. But these are the calculations and the beliefs of top leaders. But if we move to such a scenario, then things would change, obviously.
One of the unique things that I've found in this war is that even within these Arab monarchies that you're speaking about, the people within them, generally speaking, are with Iran in this war, except for the paid propagandists, the paid shills on social media. But largely speaking, it's quite ironic that the missiles are coming towards them, and yet they're supporting the person sending it because they know it's not directed at them. It's directed at the US assets in that country. Ras Al Khaimah being an example where Iran just issued a warning. Ras Al Khaimah is a significant US military asset, and it's going to be like a casino industry area, Sin City, basically. And so they're very much supportive of Iran, largely speaking. And so when you look at the GCC, and you look at the fact that the monarchies are acting against the interests of the people, these countries, whether it's the GCC, whether it's the United States of America, what do you foresee? Do you foresee a regime change in those countries when this is what they were actually trying to attempt in Iran?
Yes, I think they're moving towards greater instability by pursuing policies that are completely against the wishes of their own people, especially at a time when they are rapidly on the decline, because the war has weakened these regimes severely. And it's not just them. It's in Turkey, it's in Jordan, it's across the world, even though it's not even our region, it's across the globe. You see enormous sympathy among the global majority for the axis of resistance. So while Erdogan in Turkey continues to provide oil to Netanyahu or transport oil from Baku, people in the Republic of Azerbaijan, in Turkey, in Jordan, in Egypt, just like in these countries that you mentioned, they're completely supportive, except for those mouthpieces and those who are affiliated to the regimes. They're supportive. People across the world despise the Zionist regime for all the crimes that it has committed, and they despise the regime in Washington and Western regimes for enabling all these crimes, and for, in the case of the United States, jointly carrying out these crimes. So this, I think, creates a very strong possibility of instability for these dictatorships. It weakens the foothold of the United States even further in our region, and it's definitely not good news for the Israeli regime. If these Arab family dictatorships in particular in the Persian Gulf region were to tell the United States, get out, we no longer want your forces here, we're neutral, you cannot use our airspace, the problem would be over. Iran would have no problem with these countries. But they cannot pretend that they're neutral when they're active participants in the murder of ordinary Iranians. When it's like, for example, the French giving the Germans bases, and then the Germans use those bases to strike the UK. And then France says, we're neutral. No sane person is going to accept that argument. It's simply, it's insulting the intelligence of the British people if that were to ever happen. This is exactly what these regimes are doing, and their own people recognize this.
No doubt. Professor Morandi, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. We are praying for your safety, for the safety of Iran. I think we never thought that there was ever going to be a chance of Zionism being defeated. We thought they were just such a power that we just couldn't take them on. And what we're seeing now is that the fact that Iran by the support of the people, has basically put them on their knees. We can only hope and pray that you succeed in your efforts and the world can be free. You're basically fighting a war for the world. So we really do appreciate you coming on. I know people can find you on your X page, which is S_M_Morandi, which is you're providing news. And you're doing this in the midst, and I was explaining to my audience before you came on, you're doing in the midst of war, being bombed, civilians being targeted. You're in a civilian infrastructure now. There's a high likelihood that could be targeted. So we really do appreciate you a lot. Is there anywhere else people can find you? Because people want to hear as much as they can on you, other than the podcast run you're doing and destroying people like Piers Morgan and Newsmax. Is there anywhere else they can find you?
Well, I've been removed from Facebook and Instagram a long time ago, so that's basically the only thing I have. I should also point out that the resistance in Lebanon is also doing an extraordinary job right now in confronting the Israeli regime. So is the resistance in Iraq, and Yemen will soon be involved. But we should never forget the fact that as we speak in Palestine, in the West Bank, they continue to kill people. They continue to take more land. And so we shouldn't be distracted. In Gaza, they're murdering people every day while the world is looking away. So we should, while focusing on, and I know you do this, but I mean all of us, while we're the focus is right now for us on Iran and the Israeli regime and Hezbollah and the Israeli regime and the resistance in Iraq and all that, we should make sure that every day we remind people that the genocide in Gaza is ongoing. The cleansing in the West Bank is ongoing as well.
No doubt about it. And this is why we always appreciate you, because in the midst of a war with America and Israel where they're trying to invade your land, you're still thinking about the Palestinian people. But really do appreciate you, Professor, and I don't want to take too much more of your time. You've been very gracious with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Morandi. Please do give him a follow. But more than that, he is a man who is of great honor and integrity. We really do appreciate him a lot. And we do have another interview straight away. We've got Zachary Foster coming on. So I'm just going to put that up on here. Zachary Foster is a journalist. And yeah, guys, give Professor Morandi a follow. Sorry, I kind of switched to the next interview immediately, but give Professor Morandi a follow. Like, the guy's a warrior. Like, one can only dream of acting in the same manner that he acts. One can only dream about behaving in the same manner that he behaves. One can only dream of fighting for the world in a scenario where they control everything. So yeah, really appreciate him. Let me just message this guy's meant to coming on. Yeah, so we really appreciate Professor Morandi. What a legend, to say the least. I'm gonna just change the brilliant. Thanks for putting that in there to follow Professor Morandi. We've got Zachary Foster coming on, and his one is US copied Israel plan for war evidence, we'll call this. Yeah, I think it's gonna be an important interview, this one as well, because they did indeed copy the game plan. They basically what this guy's going to show is that they copied the game plan of the Israelis. So Trump plagiarized the plan of the Israelis in order to basically go to war. So just to clarify, just because I'm not explaining it very well because I'm trying to multitask, but basically what happened was Trump if you look at his reasoning for war, they basically were exactly plagiarized, copied by the copied from the Israelis, and they did that in order to support the war, push the war, but explained that these people did not act in an autonomous manner, but merely this is a war for Israel. And if you want a greater piece of evidence that this war is for Israel, then this is a great example of it, because what they did was they said, look, we're going to war, and here's a document that explains the reasoning why we're going to go to war. And then they explain the reasoning, and the reasoning is exactly verbatim the Israeli reasoning. So this is hopefully he's going to come on and explain it, but the White House plagiarized its reason for launching a war on Iran from FDD, a cutout of Israeli intelligence. And then he showed, and he's done a thread of this, of a side-by-side proof of how this was something that was copied from Israeli intelligence. Now, he's meant to be coming on. He hasn't come on yet, but text me 27 minutes ago, which would be 20 past. Okay. So let's see, because I was a few minutes late as well, so could be because of me. But hopefully he'll be coming on in the next minute or two. We'll have him on. It's Zachary Foster. And then we may have on the bottom of the window you can pick the layout of the call. I think it's the 5th where you both are on the screen. Right now it's set to personal call, so you only see him as a big screen and you're small. Okay, I'll check that out. The good thing is, Musty, like when you record it and then you post it out, it does have both people on big screen. So we're gonna have that for sure, so it should be fine. But we appreciate Professor Morandi. I'm not joking when I say this. Someone like that giving us the time, it really means a lot. It does. I've got a super chat here, and it is from Obsessed Sports, who says, as an American Catholic, I just want to say so many of us support Iran's right to defend itself. We hate what our government is doing, and we now know to despise Israel. May God protect you and bring you peace and victory. Thank you for your courage. Well, we appreciate your support, Obsessed. We appreciate the fact that you understand that this is the right position to have, that this war is for Israel, and people are learning quite quickly that they have gone to war for the foreign nation of Israel, and it doesn't benefit the American people. The American people are harmed by this. The American people are being forced into this war, and it doesn't benefit them whatsoever. It benefits Israel. There is no benefit to the United States of America. And what's happening is, sorry, he's messaged me, so hopefully we'll see if he's coming. But it doesn't. It's a war for a foreign nation. So we're going to get Zachary Foster on in a few seconds, I think. He's messaged me, so hopefully it happens. It's interesting in the sense of, not interesting, sorry. People are waking up. People are realizing this American Catholic lady who was just messaged in the super chat demonstrates what we've been saying. The world has woken up. This isn't just a war for Iran. This is a war for the world to free themselves of the shackles of their control. It's in order to get peace and unity in the world. And someone like Professor Morandi should be commended, for he has, in the midst of war, in the midst of being bombed and bombarded, he has come and spoken to us and given us the truth about exactly what's going on. So shout out to Professor Morandi. If the moderators can put his X handle on the YouTube, that would be brilliant. We've got 1,000 people on YouTube. We've got, I think, 2,000. You're in the room requesting. Am I in the wrong one? I'm here in your room. Oh, you've come on the X. He's come on the X space. Okay, one second. Let's bring him up and then explain to him. Did I not send him the link? Oh, damn. This is my fault. I forgot to send him the link. Okay, let me send him the link. I'm trying to bring him up as well. It's not letting me bring him up. Sorry, guys. This is my fault. 2 seconds.
I'll sort that, Solomon. I'm just going to have to boot someone down. If anyone on the stage wants to go down, I can then let Zachary up.
Yeah, I want him to do the video interview, so I'm just gonna send him the link. It's my fault. I use.
Okay, Zachary's on the stage now.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Zach? Hello.
Hi, Zachary. How are you doing?
Hi, Suleiman. I'm doing well, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, apologies. This is my mistake. I forgot to send you the link. I thought I sent you the link. Are you able to jump on the video?
I suppose I could, yeah. I'm just, I actually would prefer just audio if that's okay.
Okay, I've got like quite a lot of people on YouTube waiting for you as well, if possible. But if you can't do YouTube at all, then that's fine.
I can do audio. So I can do video. Just send me the link.
Brilliant.
I guess I would need to join the YouTube live.
Yeah, I've sent you the link. We're waiting here for you. Brilliant. So Zachary is gonna join the YouTube, and obviously we're gonna be streaming it into X as well. So everyone on X will be able to hear this, and everyone on YouTube will be able to hear it as well. I think it's a very important conversation. He's done some really good research on this war, and I think it's very important. And this is why I'm looking forward to this interview, because hopefully these interviews, especially today, have given you they've looking at the war from different perspectives. So we had Daniel Davis on. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis on, who gave us the military perspective, with Ryan Dawson giving us the geopolitical and Asian perspective. We had Professor Morandi in Iran giving us what's happening on the ground in Iran and the Iranian perspective and what the perspective of the government is. And we had on Ethan, who gave us the social media American perspective on, he was given the locations. We've got Zachariah, who's going to give us the reasoning for war, why they took America to war, what was the motive behind the war, and how it proves unequivocally that this war was for Israel, that this war was a game plan that was perpetuated by Israel. And then finally, we should have on later, but that one's not 100%, Craig Murray from the British perspective. He was a British ambassador. Thank you to Husky for the 10 memberships. All right, evidence. This war is for Israel. Okay. Okay, brilliant. Okay, I'll put that out. Okay, we've got him in. Thanks, Zachary. Appreciate you. We can't hear you, though.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear, yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. It's just that we
My
got
pleasure.
we got like 1,000 people on YouTube and like, I don't know, like 2,500, 3,000 on X, and basically this way I both get it, and then we get the video out that we can put out later as well.
Not sure why my mic keeps going off. Apologies for that. I'm just trying to get my mic set up here. But we can.
Awesome. Okay, let's start.
All right.
Sorry, what was that?
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Okay, brilliant. I just want to welcome journalist Zachary Foster onto the stage. He's been investigating this current war with Iran quite extensively, doing quite a lot of important research. But one of the research items he posted recently, it was a brilliant thread, and it was exposing the fact that the White House plagiarized its reason for launching this war against Iran from the FDD, which is basically a cutout of Israeli intelligence. And so the reason this is important is because what you're basically saying, Zachary, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, is basically you're saying that Israel basically laid out the game plan. This is what we want. This is the step-by-step reason of why this war should happen. And then America, the White House, just basically copied and pasted that. Is that what it is? And if not, do explain and elaborate on what's going on, because your thread was quite extensive.
Well, it was at the very beginning of this war. I think it was on February 28th, or maybe it was March 1st, when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said openly, this is a war we've been dreaming of waging against Iran for 40 years. 40 years. We're going back to 1986. Netanyahu had dreamt up a U.S.-Israeli joint war of aggression on a country of 93 million people who has never launched a war in recent memory, who is constantly defending itself from foreign wars. First Iraq, then Israel, then the U.S., then Israel again. So it's very clear why the United States launched this war. That's because this has been Benjamin Netanyahu's wet dream for 4 decades. And many previous U.S. presidents were presented with this same attempt by an Israeli prime minister, in particular Netanyahu, to drag the U.S. into a war with Iran. But none of them were stupid enough to do it. I mean, Netanyahu tried to pull Bush into a war with Iran. He tried to push Obama into a war with Iran. He did the same with Joe Biden. He did the same with Trump in V1 during his first term as U.S. president. And all of those attempts failed. No one was stupid enough to launch what is becoming a new Vietnam, what is becoming a new Iraq. This is a new America Forever war. And it's entirely because Netanyahu has been obsessed with dragging the U.S. into a war with Iran, and he finally got what he wanted.
No doubt whatsoever on that. This is obviously a war for Israel, and this is why it's done. Now, going to your report, which you laid out, can you explain what that document... First of all, actually, let's start at the beginning. Who is the FDD, and how are they a cutout of Israeli intelligence?
Yeah, so perhaps I misspoke. It may not be fair to call it a cutout of Israeli intelligence. Perhaps a better description would be a cutout of Israeli propaganda, Israeli Hasbara efforts. That might be a better way of putting it. FDD is an organization that's been around for decades. I mean, I remember I've been subscribing to their emails for 20 years. And of course, the organization was originally not called FDD, Foundation for Defense of Democracies. It was originally called Emet. That's the Hebrew word for truth. It was founded by pro-Israel lobbyists, pro-Israel cutouts in the United States. It's a think tank, right? They publish articles, they publish reports. It's trying to generate pro-Israel attitudes, pro-genocide, pro-apartheid attitudes in the United States and elsewhere. And that's what's been doing for decades and decades under the auspices of defending democracy. And this has been one of Israel's newest approaches to propaganda. They try their best to mask the fact that the organization is backed by Israel, funded by Israel, entirely if you look at their list of donors, it's sort of the who's who of pro-genocide and pro-apartheid propagandists in the United States. The Jewish billionaire class, that's who funds this organization. And they've been putting out pro-Israel propaganda for decades. And the most latest instance of this, if we just want to zoom in on the post, this incredible list of, was it 40 some attacks on U.S. targets or U.S. bases or U.S. adjacent interests. So they're talking about Hezbollah attacking, U.S. targets going all the way back to the 80s and 90s. And basically what you have, and then of course Iran as well. Everything is Iran-backed, the Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists. Right? It's almost a caricature of propaganda. The Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists hijacked flight, blah blah blah. Now, the interesting thing is here, if we want to talk about U.S. Americans being killed by foreign actors, we don't need to go back to the 1980s. We could actually go back a week or two in which the U.S.-funded, the U.S.-backed Israeli military is murdering U.S. American citizens on a monthly basis. In the past 2.5 years, we've had something like 11 U.S. Americans murdered by Israeli forces and or Israeli settlers who are carrying American weapons, who are living in American-funded Israeli military bases, who are flying planes bought and paid for by the U.S. taxpayer. So you don't need to go back to the 80s to find someone who killed an American. You could have just turned on your TV at any point in the past 2.5 years, and that's exactly what Israel would be doing. But of course, this isn't. We're not attacking Iran because they were linked to killings of Americans. Of course, that's not why we're attacking Iran. If we did, we'd have to also attack Israel, who has been killing not just U.S. Americans in the West Bank, but also in Gaza, but also in Lebanon. We just had a Lebanese American post the other day. He said, my apartment was blown up on live TV in Beirut because American bombs dropped by American planes, flown by Israeli pilots, are obliterating Beirut right now, as well as much of the rest of Lebanon. So this idea that we're going to war because Iran or Hezbollah has targeted Americans in the past is honestly total insanity. I mean, we don't even have to go to Israel. We just go to Syria, where Ahmed al-Shara, aka Jolani, was in the driver's seat on the Nusra front, Jabhat al-Nusra, which evolved into the current government of Syria today. They've been slaughtering Americans for years and years. This is the Syrian dirty war in which the United States government funded, armed, and trained ISIS-linked militias, jihadis from Central Asia, from various parts of the Arab world, from Syria as well, from Iraq. They funded, they armed, they trained jihadis to kill Americans, including, by the way, the wife of the highest ranking senior government U.S. official to resign since the Vietnam War as a result of a U.S. war, Joe Kent. His wife was murdered by ISIS, by U.S.-funded terrorists. So if we want to go after the people who are killing Americans, we should probably go after Syria. We should probably go after Israel. There are many other countries we could go after. But to get back to the original point, the question you raised, yes, this is effectively a list of 44 attacks on U.S.-linked targets in the Middle East by Iran or Iran-backed groups like Hezbollah that the White House copied and pasted. It's called plagiarism. They copied and pasted quite literally word for word with very few changes this list of 44 attacks, and they put it on the White House's website. So you're literally talking about the FDD, an Israeli cutout, which is run by Israeli lobbyists, which is backed by Jewish billionaires and pro-Israel and pro-apartheid and pro-genocide forces. They copy and paste this list and they put it on the White House's website. I mean, it's almost satire. If you weren't paying that close attention, you might actually think this is satire, because as we all know, the main rift right now in the Republican Party and in the MAGA movement more generally is Israel. It's where do you stand on Israel? Do you think this is make Israel great again? Is this an Israel first administration, or is this an America first administration? And this copy paste, this plagiarism is just music to the ears of everyone who has been saying the White House is run by Tel Aviv, because they're literally not only attacking Iran on behalf of Israel, they're copying and pasting the talking points on why we're attacking Iran from Israeli cutouts.
So, yeah, I mean, I was looking at your research on that, and that quite clearly demonstrated that it was the case. Now, in terms of this war specifically, just from your investigation, you saw, as you mentioned, about Joe Kent resigning based on his opposition to the escalation that occurred. I guess my question to you is, why do you think, if you've got any kind of sources on this, that Joe Kent took 18 days to resign? Why didn't he resign before? What was different about day 18 as opposed to the previous 18 days?
It's a good question. I would be speculating if I tried to tell you why he waited 18 days. But there's clearly some reason to believe that Trump thought this would be a very short operation, that this would be over in a few days. And so perhaps Joe Kent on day one of the war was hopeful and believe this could wrap up soon. And by day 18, it turns out it's not wrapping up soon. In fact, it's escalating. So at some point, he realized, no, this is not the in and out, a kidnapping like a Nicolas Maduro kidnapping, or even a 3 or 4 week war on Ansar Allah in Yemen. It's probably not going to be like that either. This is getting more serious. The United States is getting bogged down. We're getting drawn in. We've now sent 2,500 Marines. By the way, that's to the Middle East theater. That's exactly how the Vietnam War started, right? Let's just inch our way in. It's just one more target, one more dispatch of one more group of soldiers, and then next thing you know, 6 months later, you're in a forever war. And that's probably what Joe was realizing in real time, that this is a war that is not going to end soon, especially because the United States isn't in the driver's seat. Donald Trump said the other day, I'm looking to wrap things up, right? Well, he needs to calm oil markets and gas markets because we're on the verge of the worst inflation we've had in decades. But does he have the ability to end the war even if he wanted to? It's not clear. What if Iran, Iran's not going to open up the Straits of Hormuz until they get something in return for it. So is Trump planning on withdrawing U.S. military bases from the Gulf? Is that how he thinks this war is going to end? Well, I highly doubt that. You tell me Trump's going to, with his tail between his legs, effectively declare defeat? I mean, literally say we started this war with a massive military footprint in Gulf and we're ending it without a military footprint in the Gulf. Like, we literally, like, if you're an advocate of American empire, you must be enraged right now because you literally just lost a dozen military bases in the petrol capital of the world. I mean, you have to literally be insane to think this would be some kind of strategic victory. No, it's very apparently a strategic defeat, which is something Trump will never admit to. So it's unclear if he would offer Iran much of anything in the way of a real concession that would enable this war to actually end. So who knows when this war is going to end? Iran will decide when the war ends. At least that's where things are going right now.
Yeah. You mentioned about Americans being killed in Palestine. You mentioned about them being killed in Lebanon. Just a few days ago, we saw a British journalist, Steve Sweeney, being specifically targeted by the Israelis in Lebanon. They tried to assassinate him for merely reporting the news. What's your thoughts on that?
I think there was 1 or 2 reports, maybe the Independent newspaper published out of the UK had a story about this, but when have we seen on live TV a journalist targeted for assassination? I mean, how often do we see that? I mean, it's some of the most incredible footage I've ever seen in my entire life. And then what does the BBC report? A rocket landed near a journalist. It was almost satire, that title, but it wasn't satire. It was manufacturing consent for Israeli war crimes. The intentional targeting of a journalist covering another war crime, which is Israel's ethnic cleansing of 1 million Lebanese people from their homes, and then the declaration that they will never be allowed to return to their homes until the north is safe, which is code word for permanent forcible displacement. We're talking about another Nakba. I mean, in 1948, when Israel ethnically cleansed Palestinians from their homes, they ethnically cleansed about 750,000 Palestinians. Now we're talking about 1 million Lebanese. This is a Nakba level event that is barely getting any attention because the U.S. is also on the verge of starting World War III and turning Tehran into a cloud of toxic fumes. So, of course, the media's attention is divided. But this attack on the journalist that you just spoke of is one of the most heinous assaults because we could witness it live. They're killing people on camera and they have no shame about it. It's truly despicable. And it's something Israel's been doing not just for the past 2.5 years in Gaza, but they've been doing it for decades. I mean, recall Shireen Abu Akleh, the infamous Al Jazeera correspondent, was murdered, was executed by an Israeli soldier in July 2022. There's a year and a half before October 7th. Israel's intentionally murdering journalists covering Israel's belligerent military occupation of the West Bank. And then how many journalists did they kill in Gaza over the past 2.5 years? Almost 300 in targeted assassination after targeted assassination. I mean, Rifat Abu al-Arir, they literally, he was living in a 5-story building and they targeted floor 3. and left the other floors intact. I mean, precision targeting is actually possible, and Israel does it to murder journalists. And that's what they just did the other day. They tried to murder a journalist, covering Israel's ethnic cleansing of 1 million Lebanese people from their homes.
Yeah. Another example of that is Rachel Corrie as well. Now, in terms of support, in the United States of America, data shows that only 36% of Americans support this war against Iran. And this is something that is consistent throughout the world. Nobody supports this war against Iran, except for Israel. I believe the polls there show it's above 80% support of this war. What's your thoughts on the American administration, the world administration, but more so America, because this is more so America, going against the will of the people and deciding to go to war?
The United States people, the American people, are extremely hostile to this war. You have 90+% of Democrats opposing this war. I mean, when have 90% of Democrats agreed on anything? I mean, that's historic. There's never been more consensus, perhaps including on Israel. Like, the Democratic Party is entirely against this war. And on the Republican side, we're seeing some mixed signals. There were a bunch of polls that came out in the first week of the war suggesting that 70, 80, 90% of Republicans, and perhaps even more, a higher percentage of MAGA, people who self-identify as belonging to the MAGA movement, support this war. But if you look very carefully at the wording of those polls, all of them, every single one of them, there were a slew, 4 or 5 of them, a CBS poll, an ABC poll, they all ask the question as follows: do you support strikes? Do you support U.S. strikes on Iran? That was how the question was framed. And I think if you were a reasonable person trying to interpret what that question was asking, you might associate strikes with what the U.S. did in June 2025, right? The attack, the 3 or 4 hour attack on Iran's nuclear sites. That constitutes a strike. You strike and then you get out. But that's not what the United States is doing, right? It's not that we're not striking Iran. We're waging an all-out war of death and destruction, according to U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth on Iran. That's what we're doing. It's a war. It's not just any kind of war. It's a war to completely obliterate the military capabilities of a country of 93 million people, a country of tremendous culture and history and civilization, and we're just trying to destroy it. We're literally just trying to destroy the country. I mean, that's the goal here: destroy an entire civilization. So that doesn't qualify as strikes to me. That qualifies as an all-out war. So in my opinion, that early data that we saw is not particularly useful because it didn't actually ask people what they thought of the war. They falsely characterized a war as strikes. So that data, in my opinion, is mostly useless. What you did see was, in the past week or so, another poll came out, something to the effect of, do you think Trump should wrap up the war and call it a victory? Something to that effect, right? And it was like 79% of Republicans said yes. Well, of course they said yes, because that's what they voted for. I mean, Trump had campaigned for 4 years on no more foreign wars, no more forever wars, no more wars in the Middle East. That's what you're going to get if you elect Kamala Harris, who's campaigning with Liz Cheney. So that was his main, that was probably his number one, I mean, maybe number 2, but somewhere in like number 1 or number 2 campaign message: no more forever wars. And here we are. So of course people are going to say Trump, of course Republicans, and even MAGA is going to say, like, I support you to end this war and declare victory. That's what MAGA wants. It's obvious that's what MAGA wants. I mean, if you listen to, for example, some of Trump's most loyal and ardent supporters, take, for example, the 4 tech billionaires who co-host the podcast called All In. We're talking about David Sachs, Jason Calacanis, Chamath Palihapitiya, and David Friedberg. These guys they're Trump loyalists. I mean, Chamath is just, he salivates at the thought of licking Trump's boots. That's how much of Trump loyalist Chamath Palihapitiya is, as is David Sachs. And what did he say a week ago on the pod? He said, I mean, literally the thumbnail of the YouTube video advertising the pod is, find the off-ramp. Get to the off-ramp. Trump's loyalists are horrified at what's happening. because none of them want a forever war. None of them want $150, $200 price a crude barrel of oil. All of them understand that this war will drive inflation, which will drive the Fed to keep interest rates up, not down. All of them have massive portfolios that benefit massively from low interest rates, that you can borrow cheaply. That's how these startups exit when money's cheap and money's free and you have 15-year time horizons before you have to make any money. That is what these tech billionaires want, and Trump is delivering to them the exact opposite. So it's very clear Trump's loyalists are not happy about what's going on. I mean, David Sachs even said he's worried Israel would use a nuclear weapon, that this war could escalate into a nuclear war. And that's coming from a David Sachs, a Zionist billionaire who co-hosts perhaps the most influential right-wing podcast today. And so this war is not going well, and the American people do not want another forever war, and that's very, very clear. And that's why Trump is constantly trying to calm the markets and tell them this thing is almost going to wrap up. But it's not up to Trump. He's in the back seat. Iran decides, has control over escalation dominance. They're in the driver's seat.
No doubt, no doubt. Now, if they go to Karg Island, obviously there's going to be a huge loss of American soldiers' lives. How much do you think the sentiment will change? And do you think this will move towards possible protests, riots, rebellions in America? Like, how far does this go?
So long as the number of U.S. casualties remains relatively low, I think the American public, and so long as Trump is able to at least manage the price of natural gas and oil, that he's at least able to keep things under 100, maybe 110. Let's just... if he can do that for another week or two or three, maybe he could keep people from protesting. Maybe Americans are too distracted by all the other million problems to descend to the streets. But one thing is certain: if you start seeing high casualty counts, if you start seeing casualty counts in the dozens or hundreds, if God forbid there's a ground invasion where you see mass casualties in the hundreds or thousands, this war will go from being deeply unpopular to being catastrophic for the Republican Party, for their prospects in the midterms next November, for anyone who's associated with the MAGA movement, for any of the, for anyone in the cabinet, anyone in anyone who has a cabinet position or is a secretary in the Trump administration, their political careers are over. They're all going to go crashing and burning alongside Trump because no one wants this war. Certainly no one wants casualties. Certainly no one wants dead Americans returning home so that we can all pay twice as much for a tank of gas. No one wants that.
For sure, for sure. Zachary, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Where can people find you? I know you've got an X page, obviously. But yeah, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on X at _Zach Foster. And then if you want to read my work, all of that can be found at PalestineNexus.com.
Brilliant. So everyone do give Zachary a follow and do check out his work at his website. But appreciate you taking your time out to join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Appreciate it. That was Zachary Foster. Appreciate him taking his time out to join us. Guys, if you're on the YouTube, make sure you're following us. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. We had over 1,000 people on the YouTube. So make sure you're all subscribing. Look at that. We're giving you the interviews. We're giving you the knowledge. We're giving you the information. How many interviews your boy done today? Oh my God, my back is hurting so badly from carrying this channel. But so many interviews we've done. So many great interviews. Subscribe to the channel. We're getting you the best interviews. We're getting you the best information, the best knowledge. So subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. If you're on the YouTube, hit the subscribe button right now. Like this video as well. But subscribe to the channel. If you're on the X page, then click on the link and subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. We're going to be back on the X space. Lots to speak about, lots to get through. There may be one more interview, but he's not got back to me yet, which is Craig Murray. But we'll see if he gets back to me. If not, we'll just arrange it for tomorrow because I kind of am a bit. We've done a lot of interviews, to be honest. But yeah, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Let's get this YouTube over. Let's get to 60,000 followers on YouTube. That would be awesome. everyone subscribe, tell your friends and family about it. I hope you enjoyed them interviews. I hope we learned a lot of information. It was really, really good. Let me bring some people up. Retweet the space. We're going to be back on the space. Reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. And let's get into it. Let me just quickly put it up. Everybody subscribe. And let's get into it. Let me just quickly put it up. Everybody subscribe.
Great interview, Suleiman. That one with Professor Morandi. Oh my God! And like, obviously, a lot of people relate to him because of the war on Iran. But I just want for everyone to know, and most of them, I'm sure, do, that from like right at the top of the genocide, October the 7th, and even before that. But I mean, right through the genocide, he spoke up for the people of Palestine. That's when he first came on our spaces. In fact, I think ours might have been the first space he ever did, to be honest, back when the genocide started. And he spoke up for the Palestinians non-stop, for all the resistance factions, non-stop. It was never about, it was just about humanity for him. And it was about being anti-oppression and anti-apartheid and anti-terrorism. And he's been very consistent, very, very consistent.
No doubt. He has been brilliant. I think Simon and Gary dropped. Let's see if they can come back, but if not. Yeah, he has. He's been brilliant. He has been brilliant indeed. Guys, do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. If you're on the YouTube, make sure you subscribe into the channel. Subscribe. If you're on the X, make sure you're following. That would be awesome. Appreciate you. Guys, on the YouTube, is it working? I think it is, everybody. Hope everyone can hear and listen to it. And it's fine. And yeah, let's get back into the conversation on the space. Okay, let's go to Conscious, jump in with.
Yeah, thanks, Suleiman. I would like to give the update on casualties. So today I tried to make a grand total of all the casualties in all sides for the whole war. So what the number I got is quite wide range because there are some reportings which were not only from one source. So the range I have is from 4,200 to 8,500 total deaths. And the number for injuries is 26,700 total. So I used for some of the numbers, incident by incident, addition of numbers. Now, for the specific countries, Iran numbers are 3,200 deaths and 19,320 injuries. Lebanon, now it's around 1,020 deaths and 2,580. The number which changed significantly is for the West Bank. Unfortunately, now we have 10 confirmed deaths in the West Bank just because of the missiles and interceptions of Israeli interceptions. And the injuries in the West Bank are more than 13. The numbers also for Iraq went up quite significantly today. We have 73 deaths and around 140 injuries. The UAE numbers also went up. We have 13 deaths and more than 200 injuries. Kuwait also, the number of injuries went up. We have 8 confirmed deaths and 99 injuries. Bahrain also, the number of deaths increased from 2 to 3, and we have more than 43 injuries. The rest of the other countries, did not increase. But I noticed that some countries like Qatar, for example, they started, or Oman, they started decreasing the number of injured people, saying that these were injured by debris and they should not count or something. But I kept the numbers as before, because I feel like now they are trying to interfere with the total number of casualties, like as countries maybe to calm down their people. Now for the other side, and I have to say that I did these in the morning, so the last attack on DIMONA is not included in these numbers. So the number of deaths in Israel is 22, whereas the wounded people are more than 4,000. For the US, the number of confirmed deaths is 15, and the injuries are 200. As I said, the grand total ranges from 4,200 to 8,500 deaths, and the injuries are around 27,000. And again, the sources for all of this are mostly from Reuters, from Al Jazeera Tracker, and other sources for some incidents to confirm the numbers by incident. Thank you very much, Suleiman.
Appreciate that, Conscious. What was the figure for Iran again, did you say?
Yeah, for Iran, the death is around 3,200, and the casualties are 19,320. They did not change too much. I think it's around like 20 or 40 more people, but I confirmed these numbers by Reuters, especially for Iran, Reuters, Al Jazeera, and there is also the another agency which is called Human Rights Activists News Agency, HR, which reports these, and Reuters uses them as well.
And what was the number again?
Yeah, it is 3,200 deaths, 19,300.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whereas, very good question, Suleiman. I noticed that there is a group called themselves Independent Monitors, like somehow associated with something called Iran International. They tried to say that these numbers are low. Reuters is reporting low numbers, and they tried to say that the number should be around 7,000. I didn't take these numbers because Reuters and Al Jazeera are still reporting around 3,200.
Appreciate that. What was I going to say was, appreciate that. Andy, did you want to add anything?
I mean, yeah, I was just seeing the strike in DIMONA. I was just seeing the videos of the strike in DIMONA. That was a pretty big deal. Iran's not playing around. They're like, hey, you hit our nuclear sites, we're gonna show that we can hit you whenever we want, wherever you want. Sorry, I just jumped into space. So that's a pretty big deal that Iran's saying nothing's off limits now.
Andrew, are you there?
Yes, Sully. Yes, Sully, sure
Yeah,
am.
you saw the interview we did with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your
I've been here.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the way he explained the ground invasion?
Yeah, so overall, as we know, I've known Daniel for well over a year, a couple of years now. Outstanding analysis. That's why he is who he is. He's highly respected in the military community. Even those that really have different views on it, he's still highly respected. Not only is he a warrior, I'm talking. He, as you said, you brought up about Professor Brandi. Daniel was on there. He was actually in combat, so he knows. He's been there. Whereas, here's the wonderful thing about him: his integrity. he will even bring out, which few will dare to do, he puts his reputation on the line. Now, I will give figures. I'm going to go high figures, and probably, God only knows, it could be tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars that he's forfeited, no doubt, from lucrative contracts and even positions of prominence because of his integrity. Now, I don't just say that lightly. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. And also in my personal life, I've seen others like him who, especially as you ascend to higher positions, it's so easy to take the bait and play the game and jump into the Zionist mindset to become a Zio page stool. But he doesn't. And that's why I love the man so much and I respect him. And now, as far as his analysis went, absolutely, I would be even stronger in my statements. But yet that's why I respect him because he measures his response. I get sometimes, to be frank, to be honest, I get a little too emotional. Like, nah, man, it'll be decimation. But he measures carefully. But I would have even been stronger. And looking at it from a naval point of view, it's an absolute insane, and I know if I use the word insane, unthinkable, unbelievable, unimaginable, those words, there's no words that can convey how absolutely insane this is. But Daniel laid it out very well, and I would only add, from the naval U.S. Navy point of view, I really believe that the Marine amphibious units will be used as a feint. That's a fake that we used in the Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf used a Marine amphibious unit up there off of Kuwait that pinned down the Republican Guard. But again, that's absurd to even use this because Iran, they're not going to move forces to that threat because they know it's just a joke, and they still have the high level of superiority. I've also, what Daniel Davis said, I would also add that I wish he would have stressed a little more, is the asymmetrical threat. He did mention it, of course, but it's the difference between the United States using conventional force to that asymmetrical ability of Iran is immeasurable. I would have even made that a little clearer. But overall, outstanding job, Suli. The way you're able to find these experts is a salute to you, sir, and it's a blessing that you would get these people of great integrity to come into your channel. And I will land by saying, people, listen, every time Suleiman, Beatrice, they say repost the space, go on the YouTube video, please understand they're saying this for a purpose. We are fighting a psychological war. We here, listeners and those involved in the space, we're involved in this. We are literally at war in this as of the resistance. And Suleiman is doing this through his videos, his TikTok videos, and even here on the space, because this is pushing the surge of opinion, public opinion in any war. I've seen it in Vietnam. I saw it in Iraq and Afghanistan. When public opinion shifts, it happens from a ground roots level. And Suleiman and Beatrice is doing it that way. Please check into those videos because it ups the algorithm on that. So I'll land it here, Suli. Outstanding. And I've been listening to all the interviews. It's just, wow. You mean you're just batting 1,000 plus. God bless you, Suli. You just keep fighting the good fight. Thank you all.
Appreciate that, Andrew. Appreciate you as well. I really do. Let's go to Imad. Imad, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Good evening, everyone. Just I've got two things to say. Israel is burning today, and America's trying just to find a way out. They're struggling, trying to make a deal, but I don't think it's gonna end. Like, this war's not gonna end soon. I think it's gonna take ages. It's gonna take years and years. That's what I think. Hello?
Yeah, cool.
Yes, I heard you. Yes.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, that's my position on this war. I mean, this war is gonna take ages. It's gonna take years. So Israel struck the nuclear facilities in Iran. They destroyed parts of it, but Iran struck back and destroyed all of it. So I genuinely believe Israel is burning at the moment.
Israel is burning. There's no doubt about that. Israel is on fire. Let's go to.
Well, the funny thing about
Yeah.
Americans, yeah, sorry, it's just Americans and Trump trying to find a way out, but they're struggling because they need to get back to the Democrats deal, and I don't think Iranians will accept it. So probably going to ask for a better deal, and that's for the benefit of Iran. So I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but all I can tell, this war is not going to be a short war. It's going to be a long term, and the biggest loser is Israel plus America. That's what I believe. I'm not a big fan of Iran, but I believe Iranians are doing very well because their missiles, they have a very good defense, and Israel is struggling. Okay, if you look at the size of Iran, for example, and the size of Israel, you can see the difference. I mean, Iran is about 120 times bigger than Israel. Okay, so by the way, Iran does have mass destruction weapons, and probably they're going to use it in the future. Who knows?
Cool. Appreciate thoughts. Ashkan, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well.
No problem.
Thanks for that, Imad. Ashkan, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, Sully, how are you, man? Beatrix, thanks, you guys. First, you guys have been doing this for this whole time, and it's just, I just want to thank you guys for putting in all this time. It's like, I don't know how you do it, but you're doing it, man. Thank you. Thank you. My thoughts are, man, we're all fucked, basically. And it's not looking good for any of us. You know, I see these videos, Iran, yeah, pounding Israel. It makes me feel good a little bit. But, I mean, dude, Iran's getting pounded too. And with the straits and the oil and the whole world, it's just, it makes me sad. It just makes me sad, this whole situation.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. It is and it will be very painful to see. What's your and obviously the idea is, or the thought is, that Iran is trying to absorb as much attacks as possible because they're playing the long-term game in terms of trying to respond to Israel. What's your thoughts on that?
Responding to Israel, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job of it, but they're also taking a lot of hits. They're hitting all Iran's hospitals, which is just so heartbreaking. There was that one video of that lady who videoed her last moments. Did you guys see it? Outside of her home. She got double tapped. It's just so bad. It's really bad. I don't, there's not going to be any good that comes out of this in the short term, for sure. It's definitely going to be a long, brutal slugfest. I don't think there's ever going to be ground troops. A lot of people say, yeah, there's ground troops, but I don't think that's really going to happen. Trump he's not going to do that. It'll be suicide for him to do that. But I don't know. I don't really know where this is going to end up. And it's just got me I just listened to you guys.
I just want to say something. If you remember when the West and America went to Afghanistan, so basically it took them 20 years to deal with the war, to deal with it, and they did not win the war, right? So now Iran is about like 17 times bigger and stronger in terms of military. Talk about the size, the people. I mean, you got like, I would say 2/3 of Iranian people support the current regime in Iran. So basically what we're saying here, this war, if it took them 20 years to deal with the Afghani war. I think it's going to take like 50 years to deal with the Iranian war. And as I said, Iran secured its neighbors, which means Turkey is on the side of Iran, so the Gulf countries. Okay, so I genuinely believe this war is a different.
No, this is World War Three. This is World War Three. We're in World War Three. There's no telling how long it's going to go and how many people are going to die worldwide. All this, in Southeast Asia, they're already rationing their fuel. Um, it's really sad, and it's all because for Greater Israel. And I just don't. We got to. And I live in America. We got to get this Zionists out of our government here. That's the main thing. If we could do that, then the whole world will have peace. But we won't have peace as long as these Zionists are in control of the U.S. government.
So I understand what you're saying. You're feeling for the loss of life that's happening in Iran, the destruction that's happening in Iran. This isn't a war that the Iranian people wanted. How are you in Iran right now, Ashkan?
No, I live in Los Angeles.
You're Iranian though, right?
I am. I was born in
Yeah.
Iran. Yeah.
What's the
I moved here. I moved here when I was
okay?
11.
What's the in your from your understanding? What is the perspective of the Iranian people on the ground?
They're fighting for their lives, man. They're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their lives. We talked, last time I was on. I said this isn't it's gonna. This was before anything happened, and I said this was going to be an existential war. And in existential wars, all bets are off. Um, Andrew can back me up on that. I mean, this is not going to be good. And the only solution I see is to get the Zionists out of the government, and I don't know how that can be done, short of a massive civil uprising here in America.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I've been speaking for a while. I thought my mic was on, but it was off, basically. So I was saying, like, why did the NATO they did not send any troops, or they did not support America in this war? So you've got in the NATO, right, in the EU membership, the EU, the European Union, right? You got about 50, I think, 44 countries. None of them allowed America to use their military bases, with the exception of the UK. So you got only one country in the West supporting America, right? So why no one wants to get involved in this war? Here's a question. Because they know it's going to affect their economy. So they don't want to get involved in it because it affects their economy. So now you got only the UK allowed, the Americans to use their military bases. No other country allowed them to do that. So that's something, needs to be taken into consideration as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, no European country even let them overfly their airspace. The B-1s from England have to go through the Strait of Gibraltar and over the Mediterranean and cross Israel and Jordan and Saudi Arabia to get to Iran. So yeah, I mean, not even Germany or nobody's letting them even use their airspace. And now Iran
What
fired these
from
two
from
these these
geopolitical
two
from a
4,000
geopolitical
mile four
yeah. So
thousand.
sorry, just to say something. From a geopolitical perspective, Iran has secured its neighbors. You got Turkey is on the side of Iran, Pakistan supporting Iran, the Gulf countries are on the side of Iran. They're not showing it, but if you look into it more carefully, all the Gulf countries supporting Iran. Okay, so you got Israel. Look at the neighboring countries: Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt. All these countries want Israel to be wiped out. So that's something we need to pay attention to. Iran has secured its neighbors. No neighbors of Iran will attack Iran, but all Israel neighbors will attack Israel if
Uh,
they got a chance.
I don't know. I mean, UAE is pretty much doing it. I mean, they don't have the manpower to do it themselves, but they've got all the West in there and letting them use their airspace. I don't see that. I don't see Iran's neighbors and Turkey especially. Turkey is not helping Iran. Turkey is NATO. I don't see that. I don't know what you're
Turkey is
referring
having
to.
a wonderful relationship with Iran. Turkey, I mean, I don't believe Turkey is going to attack Iran for Israel or for America. That's not going to happen. But I mean, think about that, right? Well, like four countries surrounded Israel, and they all are waiting for the moment to attack and just destroy Israel. Okay,
No,
but
man.
who's
No. What are you talking about? Egypt, Jordan. Those guys aren't going
you
to
got
attack
Lebanon?
Iran,
Let
attack
me
Israel.
break it down to you, right? You got Hezbollah in south of Lebanon. You got in Syria, like all these, rebels are basically against Israel. Okay, Jordan. You
No,
got
man.
Egypt.
Syria
These
is
countries have
Syria is
wars.
ISIS, Al Qaeda. They supported by
It's not
Israel.
a country. In
What are you
Syria, it's not
talking
Al
about?
Qaeda. In Syria, you got troops, you got people who hate Israel very much. Israel is striking Syria every single day on a daily basis. On Jordan, I'm not sure about
Okay,
Jordanians,
one
but
second, man.
to be
Hey, man,
fair,
we're gonna have this conversation because I think you're just completely misinformed. But just before we do, there is a super chat that says Happy Nowruz Eid Spring to Suleiman and his team. Appreciate your support, guys. There is a tweet in the nest, and it is the Ryan Dawson interview that we did earlier on. Many of you may have missed it. Some of you may not have missed it. Either way, that interview is in the nest. Let me put it in the comments in the YouTube. If you've already watched it, W. If you haven't, even if you have watched it or haven't watched it, whatever it may be, if you guys can click and open up a separate tab, if you can open it up on a separate link, if you've already got the YouTube link open, unless you're on a computer or a PC or you've got a phone but you want to do it on the computer. Separate to that, if you could just click on it and open it and like it and watch it, not watch it, but like it and put a comment on it, that would be awesome. It will really help us. And as I mentioned earlier, as we mentioned earlier, if you're able to push and boost these videos, that's how we're able to get the guests that we are getting. And you saw today we had about six, I think about 5 or 6 very good interviews with very good guests. And yeah, the only reason we're able to get that is because of the engagement that people are getting on this show. So the tweet is in the nest. If everyone can come across, either open a tab or open a separate tab or wherever it may be, or just jump over there, that will be awesome. And Sadat has put the link in the YouTube, so let me pin that.
I saw that interview, Suleiman. Sorry to interject you, right? I managed to catch the Ryan Dawson one. It was brilliant. Guys, look, these people, what are we doing here? What we're doing here is actually, when people say that it's the PR battle, you heard Professor Morandi talk about the fact that, the media is so bad, it doesn't cover the reality of what's happening in Iran and geopolitically. And that's why he's so happy to come and talk on our show. So we have to all work together, and we are a community, to make sure we stand on the right side of history. We get the truth out. We make sure everybody knows. So please open that. If you're on the space, and you go up to where you can see Suleiman and myself, just above us, you'll see a tweet pinned. So what I'd like you to do is that tweet, I'd like you to open it up and press that YouTube video link. Once you go on the YouTube link, there's an interview with Ryan Dawson there. Do watch it, put a comment in the box, and on the right-hand side, if you've got the chat open, you can put a comment in the chat. But then on the right-hand side, you'll see just on the video, there's an X. Press that X, it'll minimize the chat for you if you're new. Press the thumbs up to like the stream, and then press the bell icon. that subscribes you to Suleiman's YouTube channel. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. So for those people who want to support but don't know how to, that's how you can support. I'll give you an example. These interviews that Suleiman's done today, I've shared them. So on YouTube, you can take the link of the video and share them. So I've sent them out to my family. You know, they love some of these people. They love hearing from them. They love seeing what they've got to say. So I share them. And I send them on WhatsApp groups and say, here you go. Here's Professor Morandi speaking today. Here you go. Here's Ryan Dawson. He was on today speaking with Suleiman. So that's something you can do. You're part of Suleiman's community, right? You're part of our community. So share the links. Make sure you give it a thumbs up. Make sure you get a like. So once again, just above where you see myself and Suleiman on X, go to that tweet in the nest. That's called the nest with Ryan Dawson. Click on the YouTube. And then go over there, give it a thumbs up, press the bell icon. If you're already in the YouTube, in the live stream, chatting away under the space link, which most of you are, I was there earlier. From there, Siddharth's already putting the link in there. So for everybody on there, we've got 800 people on there. I'd like everybody on there, everybody, just to click on that link to go over to the Ryan Dawson interview, please. And Ryan will, Siddharth will continue putting that link out. Siddharth, I want you to continue so they know exactly where it is. Siddharth's one of our mods. Our mods will keep putting it out. All you have to do is click on it, go over there, give it a like, listen to it. If you haven't already, most of you were here earlier today listening to it. Give it a comment, give it a thumbs up. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Good one, be quick.
If I may,
Smash. Good. One second,
if
bro.
I may,
One sec.
Sully,
One.
Sully,
Yeah.
if I just want to know, you talk to all these people. What is your sense of where we're heading?
I think it's a good question. I appreciate it. I believe that Trump has a kind of lost all control over the situation. And so he's going to continue escalating. I believe he's going to try and take Carg Island. That's going to fail. He's going to then escalate even more. And he's getting to a point where there won't be any off ramp for what he's trying to do. And this could end up being a very long term war. I just can't see a scenario where a deal can be made because any deal would be
It's
something that Israel would never agree to.
Yeah, it's existential for everybody. So we're all fighting to the death. Is basically what we're doing.
Exactly, and Iran is fighting for the world.
And thank you. One thing you said about Kharg Island. How is America gonna get to Kharg Island? You have to go through the Strait of Hormuz first if you want to go with your ships and your amphibious assault, whatever. How is that gonna even happen?
Yeah, I mean, this is why I've tried to demonstrate through these interviews with military experts to show that it's not possible. Like, even if somehow they made it through, they're just not going to succeed in the sense of being able to keep control over the island without Iran trying to hit them. So yeah, it makes no.
And also, Kharg Island is just a terminal. It's just where ships come to get loaded, and I mean, it's not it's not going to cripple Iran anyway because they'll just shut off the valves of the oil going there anyway, and they have a pipeline that goes and empties out in the Sea of Oman. So this whole Kharg Island thing, I think it's just like a head fake. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, yeah. It's well, I think it's to try and take it to negotiate. That's what their mind is at, but it's no, it doesn't make sense. In terms of the Ryan Dawson interview, the tweet is in the nest, guys. Do try and watch it. I can just thank Theophany, who's in there, said, hey, Bing, who says, boom, boom. Hannah, who says, whoop, whoop. Siddhat, who says, hey, all. Samira, who says, present. Silver Sailor, who says, Ryan is a legend. Drake Elliott says, Ryan is the GOAT. F. Lincoln. Andrew says, brilliant interview. JY says, W. Ryan and Suleiman. Numera says, watched it earlier, worth watching again. 100% love Ryan's coolness. Miss Bit says, sorry, Mitz Ebit says, Oive, breaking news. Well, it's Goive. Samira, I like the video, but Ryan never listens. I don't know. Muz Larry says, okay, liked and will leave a comment. Good guy. Numera says, and of course, Asuli, Bing, I love this. Prodigy, come on, like this, people. Hannah says, B is queen. Who's B? Okay, I don't know who that is. Uh, Peter says awesome.
B is me. B is
Wait,
me.
wait, Sully. We know who B is.
Yeah,
Benjamin
exactly.
Netanyahu.
Oh, you're so rude,
X
Suleiman. You're so
commas
rude.
with an emoji. Dabby with the emoji. Jay says all hail Queen Bee. Why is there so much love for Netanyahu in this chat? I don't get it. Fishy says love the content.
Oh my God, you're so rude.
IQ says okay, I'm here. Cesp says we need more Ryans. Yeah, I agree with that. Beatrix on this and hey everyone. Cesp says you're Beatrix. JY says Queen Bee. Money. Okay, this is what is happening in this chat. Money says Bish Bash. This is
They're having fun
I'm just
in the
gonna.
chat. They're having
I
fun in the
might
chat.
start
And guys,
blocking
if you're on
people.
the X
I might
space,
just block that word.
do,
To be honest, you can do that.
no, you're not. You can't bish bash bosh. Guys, if you're on the X space, look up above Suleiman in the nest. That tweet, please retweet it. Look, Andrew's done a brilliant quote tweet of it. Beautiful. So retweet it, quote tweet it. That's another way. If you're not on YouTube, that's another way you can get it out. I'd appreciate you going on YouTube. Because that's where people are really joining the chat and that's where the community is really building. But if you're not, at least here, retweet it, share it, put a comment underneath it, and do watch it. I did have a little bit of news before, Suleiman. I don't know if we've covered this. It's just a bit of schizophrenia again from Trump. So Trump's administration is beginning to plan for potential peace talks with Iran, though fighting is expected to continue for a few more weeks. Now, we've heard this, guys. We heard this like every month on Gaza, every month. Peace talks, peace talks. What was it? They called it a humanitarian pause, a humanitarian pause. That's what they called it. They didn't call it a ceasefire. So this is what they say. Any deal would likely require reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, limiting Iran's nuclear and missile programs, and ending support for regional groups. Indirect messages are being passed through countries like Egypt and Qatar. Iran is, and this is Axios reporting this, right? Uzayo. Iran is open to talks, but wants a ceasefire, guarantees against future attacks, and compensation demands Trump currently rejects. So they want that. Trump's rejecting that. And what Trump wants is opening of the Strait of Hormuz. He wants Iran's nuclear and missile programs limited. They'd agreed to that anyway. So, and ending support for regional groups, right? Now, if you don't do terrorism, there wouldn't have to be any regional groups. They're talking about the resistance factions. If Israel and America weren't doing terrorism, there wouldn't be resistance factions anyway. Whichever way you look at it, the Strait of Hormuz only had to be closed because of Israeli-American terrorism. Okay, so, and the limiting Iran's nuclear and missile programs, Iran had already agreed to that in the negotiations leading up to the start of this war. They started this war despite Iran having agreed to that. So, really, America's losing on all levels here. The US hopes Iran will agree to strict limits, including zero uranium enrichment and reduced missile capabilities, though Iran has rejected similar terms before. So that came out earlier. And US officials have also confirmed that to Al Arabiya TV and said the Trump team is drawing up a plan to start peace talks with Iran. And Axios reported discussions on potential diplomatic process with Iran will involve Kushner and Witkoff. Those two little snakes, those real estate merchants, wouldn't have anywhere near any peace talks. Remember, they were the ones doing the negotiating that started this war. So look, like the thing is, they can draw up whatever plans they want to draw up. It doesn't matter. They can sit there and draw up all the best plans. At the end of the day, it's not worth the paper it's written on unless you actually look at the root cause of this, address the root cause, and start listening to what the Iranian people in Iran want. Also, just really quickly, the IDF tweeted this out from their official page. And it gave me a heartwarming feeling, so I want to read it out. It says, the Iranian terrorist regime launched a long-range missile for the first time since the start of Operation Roaring Lion that could reach a distance of 4,000 kilometers. During Operation Rising Lion in June 2025, like that's the 12-day war, the IDF revealed that the Iranian regime has intentions to develop missiles with a range of 4,000 kilometers, which pose a danger to dozens of countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa. The Iranian regime denied this. We have been saying it. The Iranian terrorist regime poses a global threat. Now with missiles that can reach London, Paris, and Berlin, the Iranian terrorist regime has carried out attacks against 12 countries in the region and is developing a capability that poses a much broader threat. It's like cry more. carry on crying, right? They've literally bish, bash, boshed you all over the place, and they're not attacking, they're defending the defense. Oh, guys, please don't do that. Who's doing that? All right, I'm going to drop who does that. This is just so ugly, please. We don't do those sounds. This is not a juvenile space. Okay. Anyway, Suleiman, back to you. Lost my train of thought.
Yeah, cool. This guy, oh, he dropped now. Imad, that's annoying because he was talking a lot of nonsense. So I wanted to push back on his stupidity.
He's the guy who's probably doing those stupid sound things, isn't
No, that was
it?
somebody else. Yeah, this Imad guy was talking a lot of nonsense, so I was gonna push back and smash him, but welcome.
Suli, can I say a few things? I'm a fairly new listener, and greetings from Toronto, Canada. I love the space. I'm on X, and I had a couple of military questions that I wanted to ask Andrew. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah, go from.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. So more or less, Iran has the intel, and they know more or less where the all the fighter jets are in Israel. They know the airports. They know the runways. Why are they not hitting the runways where these fighter jets are taking off and more or less blowing up Lebanon and parts of Iran? And I get it that they may have underground missiles and maybe underground type cities, but they don't have. It's a small little country. It's not like Iran where they have the missile cities. So how is it possible that they continue to fly out of their airports? Is Iran not? They have the intel on that, don't they?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Real quick, to answer your question, with runway repair technology today, it's basically a waste because if you blow a giant hole in a runway, believe it or not, that can be repaired. And so they have to get their money repaired, and I mean quickly. We learned that from the Gulf War. We learned that lesson quickly. The Israelis certainly, IDF knows it. So does Iran, certainly. You got to get your bang for the buck. Maybe down the road they'll start doing that, but right now they're doing like really doing the job. And because here's the thing, let them launch their aircraft, but they do not have any air superiority whatsoever. Now, I understand with Lebanon and all, but runways can be repaired super fast.
Okay, so Andrew, thank you for that answer. But why not hit then the fighter jets that are sitting in the airports? Why not hit them? Like if they have
I'm
superior
sure.
missile, their missiles are there's no interceptors.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. I'm really sure they have because we know the Israelis have deep. Those hangars are in deep, unpenetrable. Well, to a certain extent, unpenetrable bunker, hard shell bunker encasements. But I'm sure they have been. I'm sure they have been. I think we'd see a lot more sorties now. I know I'm speculating there, but I don't see near the sorties launched unless you have something I haven't seen. I've been listening very carefully here, going on day 20 or 22 here. So, yeah, but they're doing the job. But I know they're systematically doing it. But that's a great question.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I guess my follow up to that is, are they also sending missiles from any of their ships into Lebanon and into Iran, or is it all based from airports in the actual mainland?
Yeah, you're talking the IDF.
Yeah.
The IDF, right now, when it comes into it, it's seeming to me that more and more the IDF, they've got their hands more than full just taking on Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is winning that war, by the way. So they have to really focus their attention on Hezbollah, and they're losing that war, and they will lose it. And Hezbollah will decimate him, and has. They've done it. They've done it over and over again. Israel's also been fighting a conventional war, just like the United States has been fighting a conventional war, whereas Hezbollah has the asymmetrical advantage, and we've seen that. I mean, I'm watching this just amazed by what we're seeing. Was what we thought on the planning board for years. Even from the U.S. Navy perspective, we knew for the past 30 years that Iran and was building a very highly sophisticated asymmetrical threat.
Breaking news. More missiles are heading towards DIMONA. More missiles are heading towards DIMONA right now. But go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, all just landed here, but they're running out of supply. Those missiles, when you say missiles, where I'm talking about Tomahawk launched those ICB correction Tomahawk type missiles. They're very expensive and they're in very short supply. They can't be just shooting them off like crazy because their supply is really drawing down to low levels, and so is the United States.
Yeah, that's a great point, Andrew. I mean, I guess for me is the destruction that you're seeing mostly. I mean, you're seeing it in Iran, and I mean, I think a lot of the attacks in Iran are coming more from the American side, but especially in Lebanon, where the destruction to infrastructure and just all of these buildings and all these innocent people that are being slaughtered. And that's where it makes me think, and obviously Iran is part of the resistance and we're part of the resistance with this space. But it just makes me think there must be a way where they can just eliminate those fighter jets that are just sitting on the fucking runways, that they can just, they obviously ran out of interceptors, right? So,
Jay,
or pretty close to it.
please don't, Jay, please don't swear
Sorry.
on our space. And guys, if we bring you up, please just can you put your hand up and wait? Because obviously, when you're running a space, you have a thought behind it. Hoz was on here, and we really wanted to hear from him, and he's left now. So, Hoz, I don't know if you're listening or if anybody can let Hoz know that I'd like him to come back because we really wanted his take on this. And we were just about to go to him actually. But yeah, so Jay, if you want to finish your point quickly, and then we can go to the other hands. But guys, if we bring you up, please just put your hand up and wait until either Suleiman or myself call for you. Don't jump in. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, no, my final say is, listen, this is one of the best spaces on X. I'm listening to it religiously. You guys are doing an amazing job. We're all part of the resistance, and I really appreciate you, Beatrix and Sully. You guys are phenomenal, and keep up the great work. Greetings from Toronto.
Thanks, Jay. I appreciate you as well, and thank you for joining and for the questions you've asked. We can go to Andy. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, going back to what you were saying earlier, I really don't see an off ramp for this. This is an existential threat for Iran, and now that they're winning, unless they get the perfect deal, I mean, there is no incentive for them to stop because the U.S. in the first week, I mean, it seemed like the strikes were the hardest the first 5 days to a week, and now the strikes have lessened because the U.S. doesn't have those precision munitions to strike from a distance, and we saw what happens when they try to fly closer. The F-35 can get hit, and so they can't do as many strikes now because they don't want to get their planes shot down. So now that the strikes are get lessening, more Iran can actually fire more missiles, and now we're seeing that Iran's getting more hits on Israel than ever. Israel's out of interceptors, so what incentive does Iran have to surrender unless they can get a deal? And so, I mean, Iran's going to keep going for this until they get all of their terms met, and the U.S. has no choice really but to either put boots on the ground, which is a horrific idea, or to accept the deal and lift those sanctions, leave the
I
Middle East.
mean, they could just keep bombing. The choice
I
is to
mean,
just keep the war going.
yeah, they could keep the war going, but I mean, Iran's going to keep that strait closed, and there's going to be a recession. I mean, yeah, they could. I mean, they could bomb for 6 months, but I mean, are they ever going to get those hardened missile facilities? No. Are the people going to rise up because they keep killing civilians? No. That's just going to increase the regime's support.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. So there's a couple of things I want to just cover really quickly. There's been a lot of news during the day, and I'm not going to cover it all because there's things I wanted to talk about. Um, you were talking just then about the recession. So Britain is examining plans to ration petrol and diesel supplies at the pump if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for an extended period. And this has been reported in the Times newspaper. And the plan includes purchase caps and designating certain stations for emergency and critical service vehicles only. So we're going to be rationed on how much fuel we can use, which is not great news. But you know what? If it means Israel's being bish bash boshed, I'll walk everywhere. I don't care. So that's good. Okay. The other thing is, this is a Qatari official. I think he's linked to the royal family. He posted this, and I thought it was just interesting. I read it earlier on today, and it says before the war versus now, right? It says before the war, Iran's power projection was more limited. Now it's targeting US allies across the region and shows no sign of stopping. Before the war, Iranian oil was under sanctions. Now Washington is easing limited restrictions on Iranian oil sales while assuring everyone that yes, Tehran may still get the money, but somehow it will be difficult. Before the war, Iran did not control the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's shaping access to the strait in practice, while US partners such as India and Japan are seeking and receiving Tehran's approval for their ships to pass. This is real political leverage. Before the war, regime change was still part of the conversation. Now, even reports from inside the US administration suggest it is nowhere close. Before the war, gas prices were lower and forever wars were supposed to be behind us. Today, do I even need to say it? From the US administration's perspective, this is winning. That does not mean the United States could not still prevail in this war, but at what cost and towards what end? Innocent lives are now trapped between between an unclear strategy and a terror regime. This is a war that will not be decided kinetically by either side. In the end, it will be decided by diplomacy alone. So he's asking for diplomacy, and he's basically smashing America, saying before the war, this is our position, and now with this war you started, we're actually all worse off. And this is a guy from Qatar who's saying this. He's not just a guy, actually. He's linked to the Al Thani. He's one of the Al Thani family. So yeah, I thought it was quite funny because he's breaking it all down. So yeah, let's go. Who are we going to go to next? Igazeta. Is that I'm pronouncing right? Igazeta, you want to speak?
Yes, hello. IGZ, I'm South American. Sorry for if I speak English más o menos, as we say. We are forgetting, I think we all know it, but we are forgetting how entangled this is with the Epstein files. The escalation that was talking about from Trump and Iran and Israel, of course, is deeply, deeply entangled with the Epstein files. He's trying by all means to hide a thing that he cannot hide anymore. And Israel has proved over and over again that it can be trusted in terms of making concessions in war. The other thing I wanted to say that economically speaking, the petro yuan has entered the market chat. There's no taking it back. The market has spoken, as economists said, and as economists of social science, the petro yuan will be entering the market, Western market, in full force. And the other thing I wanted to say that Iran has no intention, and rightfully so, of stopping, because the Axis USA-Israel, as I call it, double tapped the school on day one and killed the Ayatollah on day two. I mean, they created a whole new generation with fresh actions and memories to be chanting, death to America, and rightfully so. And to finish my intervention, I just wanted to ask your opinion, everyone's opinion, people who know that casualty numbers of the USA and Israelis and maybe their allies, I think it's grossly underreported. Because of the thing that Zach was talking about, I think that this war is so unpopular that if they show how much casualties they have, really, it will be a full-blown revolution, I think, like Vietnam, maybe, or worse. So what are your thoughts about that? And also the style of digital censorship that we, the Western world, the free world, blah, 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 are experimenting right now. I mean, I'm just a Chilean, something-year-old in my house watching how this happens far away. Of course, it's impacting our economy too. And I'd like to know what are your thoughts about digital censorship and underrepresented casualties. Thank you very much for giving me the space to talk.
Appreciate that, I Gazeta. Let's go to Resistance. Resistance, you came up. Is there anything you wanted to say?
Hi, Sully. Fantastic space today. I mean, so many great guests on, from Ryan Dawson and Professor Morandi, Daniel Davis, and the panel as well was brilliant with Simon and Darkside and Robert. Brilliant. I just wanted to say that it doesn't look like there. Well, first of all, I would like to say, yesterday or before yesterday, I said that Netanyahu is. I was thinking he's starting to be alive, and I changed my position based on the conference, the sort of the live quote unquote press conference. Now that he's actually, or his administration has cancelled a trip to Hungary, and now they posted from his official account a photo of him in some meeting with Israel Katz and David Barnia and all the others that are supposedly dead, of a picture that he did today or yesterday, but it was found out is 2.5 years ago, right? So the picture was 2.5 years ago. It was found on by ChatGPT uncovered that, right? So that leads me to believe I'm falling back to my position that he might actually be dead, right? So I was prepared to change and think that he might be alive based on that press conference. But I've been speaking to a few people, and they said, look, a lot of things could be fabricated in that press conference. You could have a dual press conference that was split into two, lots of explanations. And so really, the compelling evidence for me, the multiple AI videos they posted. Let's ignore the press conference for now, live press conference, and the fact that I said, if to double, if the proof is in the pudding, if he goes on state visits and he goes to see the Trump in the US and he invites people like Modi and all the others, and he's seen hugging and kissing and whatever in public, then yeah, he's alive. But if he doesn't, and he didn't after this press conference, and he continues to evade, and he continues to post fake, or they continue to post fake videos, fake pictures, and then you have to revert back to the original premise and theory that actually he might actually be dead, and we do have to believe the Iranians that say that actually we did kill him. Now, obviously, people like Aragshi and Abbas Aragshi did respond to the press conference because they responded to what the content was of that person that claims to be Netanyahu said, and that's fine. And that's why, and they're not willing to engage in speculation on whether he's dead or alive. It's not a problem. It's not. It's irrelevant for them. But for people like us, it does pose a few more questions, because if he's dead, who's sort of driving the ship, right? Who's driving this Israeli sort of momentum and the push inside the Trump administration to continue this war? Because there is an element there that's
He's not dead, Resistance. He's not dead.
yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, he may or may not be dead, but now it's the more that he cancels.
Can I just, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Resistance. I want to say something else. You're going through a catalogue of reasons why you thought he might be dead. You know, the AI, the not turning up, the cancelling the European summit where he was the guest speaker. I believe he was the chief, what do they call it? Featured speaker, right? Alongside that, his wife did a Zoom thing for her court appearance. She didn't turn up. She did it on Zoom, and she looked mashed. Did you see her? She looked like she was in mourning, drugged up to rivals. Did you see
Yeah, I
her?
did. I saw it.
I'll pass it back to
It
you,
yeah,
Resistance.
you're right, Beatrix. She looked like in a different world. She looked like she was a grieving, drugged up, widow. That's what it looked like to me. But yeah, yeah. Some people in the room are laughing because they saw the video as well. Yeah. So that just further proves the point that actually, again, when you combine Yahya, his son mourning for 7 days, it just reverts back to the original data, all the data points that he might in fact be dead. So the proof is in the pudding, and we'll continue to assess it as the days go on. The more that if he posts more, if they post more fake videos. Did you see the memorial video? It looked like a memorial video. today they posted of Netanyahu, of pictures and videos of all through the years. It looked like that was a memorial sort of collage of
Jews are messing with your head resistance. The Jews are messing with your head, and you're falling for it.
yeah.
One thing I wanted to also add was they announced that interim prime minister. Why would they do that?
Yair Lapid. Yair Lapid, yeah.
Was it Lapid?
That's what I think. That's what I heard. But Hassan, yeah, I'm very naive. The Jews are messing with my head, and I believe it. And I'm falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. Thank you very much. But it doesn't. Look, whatever. That's your opinion on it. But again, I have to look at the data points and I have to see it, and because it all fits into, and it all sort of leads into how does this play out? If he is dead, because yes, in one sense, if he's dead, then who's driving the ship? In another sense, who again he's dead, but then
Of course.
there's so many questions that you could say, but they're trying to contain a lid on it. And Israelis have been masters of deception all through since their existence, and they never are never honest with their losses. So it stands to reason that validates the point that he is dead, and they're covering it up, and that maybe this half attempt at this the US side
Of course.
to bring to put in 5,000 troops or whatever, two
Is
and
that
a half
better?
thousand, whatever the number is in Khark Island. It's like a
Not
weak,
much, but
phony
I'll
attempt
try to
at some
listen.
sort of
Yeah.
military strategy to take over something that it's not really. It's going to work against them. So I think this is, for me, it just seems like there isn't so much of a momentum behind what the US is doing, and the fact that Scott Bessent and the government are lifting sanctions on Iran. Again, all complete opposite of what what their war goals were and Israel's goals were, sort of validates that point that actually they're losing heavily. They don't really have that momentum behind them, and it doesn't seem like they have Israel sort of behind them too, so to speak. So it all fits in because it's important that where is Netanyahu? The question still remains. The proof is on them to prove that he is alive. And the longer this continues with him supposedly evading state visits and chief speaker roles and abroad, etc., and still, why hasn't Jared Kushner and Witkoff again rescheduled their visit? They cancelled, but they're meant to be. They should be going there by now. They should be going there every week because supposedly they are really closely aligned in these war objectives. So why aren't they? Why isn't no one going to Israel? Don't tell me it's a war zone and they can't blah blah blah. They've been doing that in the 12-day war. So, and they did it at the beginning, and now they don't.
Brother, I think we got your point. Let's. There's some important stuff coming out now. Number of hits all over over the colony, the Jewish colony, is massive. Today, I think this is the worst.
Yeah,
Sorry, this is since the start of this war. It's the worst day they've had ever, and you're seeing starting to.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Hassan,
Hassan, don't worry, Suleiman, I got you. I got
you got
you.
what?
You and your memory. I jump in. I'll fix it. Don't worry.
it seems like the number of missiles that Iran are throwing launching at Israel, excluding the drones, are increasing. And I was wrong in the sense that it was 100 a day, but it was around about 30 a day across all, 40 a day across all regions. And then I think it was 25 to Israel. Now it's sort of increasing a little bit more in Israel alone. And you could see from the chart.
They use mostly missiles on Israel and mostly drones on everyone else.
Yeah, and they're launching a lot more missile. Well, not a lot more, but a considerable more. I think it's like 20-30% more. Yeah, I was just going to say they're launching more missiles now. So so this narrative about depleting stockpiles, depleting launcher stock, or degrading their launchers is now completely sort of disproven. Hassan, did you want to speak?
Hassan, what's your thought? Obviously, Damona's been hit really hard. There's been a number of waves on it. Right now, there's more waves, but it's not specifically Damona. Hassan, what's your thoughts on that? And what's your thoughts on what Professor Morandi is saying? I did ask your questions in a more of a not so harsh manner.
Thanks. No. I appreciate it. I think I really appreciate it. I'll hopefully keep passing those to you. I did notice them. I was thinking, oh, this guy read my messages. No, look, I think it's good to get feedback, but I also felt like it didn't answer the questions directly. Maybe, I think you could have been a bit more direct on those questions. But look, it was a really good interview, and high respect to Morandi. He's somebody who's no doubt a warrior who's been fighting for years with everything he's got. So really, really respect him. Although I just think he can be maybe a bit more direct on answering some of the questions. Look, what's happening now is very serious. I think the strikes all over the colony now is basically bringing it to his knees. The number of strikes, they're using these hypersonics now, and you can see the damage they're causing. Up till now, I wasn't seeing these kind of strikes come through. I was thinking, when are we going to start seeing the kinds of strikes we saw in the 12-day war? It's like I was getting a bit what's the word? Bit depressed, not depressed, but a bit bored of the kind of the cheaper missiles. But it's clear that they were using them to deplete the interceptors, and also to pave the ground for using these hypersonics. So you can see the hypersonics causing huge damage, numerous strikes. I think, and then I've seen also the head of the chief of staff has come out and said that we're in a lot of pain. They're really suffering now. They're open about it. So look, the Republic cannot let up now. It has to keep going. It has to double down, because it can actually bring them to their knees in the next few days, I think, if this continues. It's a really critical period. I didn't expect to see this so quickly.
It's interesting that Professor Morandi said, "Look, we are negotiating also on behalf of the Palestinians and Hezbollah as well, and the resistance, as well as Yemen." And I think that's a good thing. You set up your stall for negotiations with the strongest terms possible, so that way it gives you sort of some leeway to negotiate, and maybe I do believe they're genuine in sort of supporting the Palestinian cause and Hezbollah. But I think ultimately the three core terms, like you mentioned, Sully, was the removal of bases, lifting of sanctions, and reparations, which I think they should do.
Just some breaking news. I'm going to give straight back to you, Resistance. Israel is more missiles heading towards Israel. There's a direct hit in Arad in the south as well. So Israel is being obliterated right now, and the damage is significant. But these are major hits. Just before I go back to Resistance, just want to welcome Hoz onto the stage. Hoz, hope you're doing well. How are you? Hoz, can you hear me?
I can't hear him. Yeah, How's we can't hear you. You'll have to jump down and come back up, I think.
Oops. Okay, I'm watching it. Major hits in Arad, and actually I'm reading a large number of casualties in Arad as well. And if you look at the bombing, it's very ferocious. Ferocious hits right now in Arad. Which is
What's crazy is there's some news that the Saudi foreign ministry has ordered Iran's military attaché and other diplomatic personnel to leave the country within 24 hours. What's crazy to me is that they were still there this whole time.
You're talking about the Israelis?
No, so a couple days ago, Qatar ordered all the Iranian government personnel, diplomatic personnel, etc., out of their country within 24 hours, and now Saudi Arabia has done it. But what's crazy to me is that wasn't done on day one. You'd assume that would happen right at the beginning, but they're still there.
Why is that crazy?
Yeah, because they're at war. Because they're at war. You generally don't. You generally kick out the government personnel of the country you're at war with when you're at war.
But they weren't at war.
So, Hoz?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I was going to say they're allies. They're meant to be allies. This is why they were never kicked out. They attack the bases, but we know from lots of sources that actually it was Israel are creating a lot of these false flags with their drones, destroying infrastructure that.
No, we know where the drones are coming from. We know what the drones look like. They're clearly
Manko, just
Iranian
one
drones
second.
attacking
Manko,
infrastructure.
Manko, one second. Let me just see if Hos can hear us. Sorry, I'm gonna continue this discussion, but Hos, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Ah, perfect. We have you finally. How are you? Suleiman was asking how you are, and I don't think you could hear him.
Sorry, I've had multiple phone calls. I've tried to come up and talk earlier, but then I had a phone call that came through, so I had to leave because you can't stay on a space and have a phone call. So multiple times, and I don't know why my phone's gone crazy in the last half an hour or so. Anyway, the important thing is this: I wanted to just say I am so grateful to you guys, and I'm in tears talking to you right now that you don't understand how much of a difference what Sully be all of you are making every day to the people of Iran, to the support you're giving to the people of Iran. And the reason I say that is because the way Suleiman carries his space, the way you guys are fighting on behalf of truth and justice. And people must understand that Iran was attacked. Iran was the country that was attacked. Iran did not attack anyone. They started it. We've defended our nation. We've defended our country. And that's all we've ever done. And we've hit them for whatever they've hit us. You hit us at a gas field, we hit a gas field or a refinery of yours. You killed our children. We didn't kill your children. We stuck to military targets. And I want you to understand that I don't know if you have seen my content, but it's almost all of it is exclusively in Iranian now. And the reason is because Iranians are not on Twitter. Iranians are on Instagram. And on Instagram, they don't understand English very well. And they feel more comfortable with someone doing their talks and everything else in Iranian. So I've been doing it since the war started. And all of the content I get, I am getting it from pretty much you guys. And all of the news, like the breaking news that you guys are giving, I'm just translating it to Iranian and putting out there and obviously putting my own anger and passion and hate that I have for Israel, the genocidal state, and putting the Iranian side of things to give hope to people. And so I want you to know that what you're doing here is having a huge impact on so many people across the Instagram space of Iranians. And I'm not going to ever share them, but there are people literally crying in the messages that I receive from them. Iranians who are distraught with what's happening. Are we going to get nuclear bombed? Are we going to this, that, and the other? And I'm able to allay their fears. I'm able to help them. And I have managed to have from the 2,000 people Instagram account to 32 or 3,000 people, and almost all of them are Iranians. And the videos that they get from me is you guys. It's your voice. It's the things that you're able to project. And I listen to you all the time on YouTube. And whenever I come on, I try and send you guys £10, £20, £50, whatever I can, because I want to make sure that you guys don't run out of money, don't run out of support, because if I could afford it, I'd like to give you £1,000 a week just for the fucking work you're doing right now, because you're making a difference. And I love the way that Sully holds people to account. Like Dr. Roy Casagrande, who lives in Abu Dhabi and is a fantastic historian that I love to bits, until he turned around and decided that it's better to sell out to Abu Dhabi than to the truth. And when Sully kept putting it to him and giving it to him, saying like, well, yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I'm going, good. I'm glad you didn't let him just get away with fucking, the talking points of the UAE, which is, we know is an agent of Israel. Nothing more, nothing less. So this is my hugest thank you to you guys. My absolute, I can't thank you enough because you've made a difference to me. As I said, I'm in tears talking to you and thanking you. And believe me, there's a nation of Iranian people who are absorbing the data that you're giving. And that data is being translated into Farsi by me and handed to them on a plate. And every one of my videos has got 20,000, 15,000 views, all of them on Instagram because of you guys. Not because I come up with the stuff. I obviously add my own passion to everything. As you know, I'm quite a passionate human being, but I get all of my stuff from you guys. So
That's all it was. I didn't come up to disturb your space. Just to fucking, sorry swearing, huge thank you. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, Uncle Haz, sorry. What's your Instagram handle?
Everything of mine is exactly the same. It's Hussein Shafi. I mean, my YouTube is Hussein Shafi. My Instagram is Hussein Shafi. Everything of mine is Hussein
Okay.
Shafi. I don't have any. I use my real name, just like Suleiman uses his real name. I've never hidden who I am from anyone because at the end of the day, I'm a British politician. I'm a member of the Workers' Party, and we don't hide who we are because we're not anonymous. We are in your face. That's who we are.
Appreciate that, Haz. Appreciate your kind words. And guys, just Arad, the hits on Arad have been significant. Uh, it is ferocious. We're hearing 30 injuries in Arad, 47 injuries in Dimona. And I'm now hearing Arad is a mass casualty event. Israeli helicopters has summoned to transport the injured. Toll has now increased to 54 wounded and many in critical conditions. It is a significant hit on Arad as well as Dimona. Dimona, which is the nuclear site. This is a ferocious hit, and actually, I can't keep up with the news. There's so much news coming out. A lot of news is coming out. Let's bring this guy up as well. Okay, let me just give some more news. Let's see if there's anything else. There's just a lot. Okay. The commander of the aerospace force of the IRGC, General Majid Musavi, said the following: "We announce from now on the missile dominance of Iran over the skies." This is so good. So this is golden. So we announce from now on the missile dominance of Iran over the skies of the occupied territories. And we say that the new missile launch system will confuse the leaders of America and the Zionists, and the skies of southern occupied territories will remain lit for hours tonight. Hours tonight. I was gonna record a video and I was just like, Beatrice, can you take over 10 minutes? And like it's like the boom booms are not stopping. It's just like goy ve, boom boom Tel Aviv every few hours. But what Iran is saying is buckle up, get ready. This engagement is gonna continue for hours. Hours. The Iranians are dominating the skies of Israel, and the occupation is dealing with the bombardment that's happening from these significant, ferocious missiles.
Suli, can I speak on a post that I just seeing here come across from
Yeah,
Doc?
go for it.
Well, things are going to start getting really real for Americans here. Doc posted a spot here where we see a serviceman. This is when the bodies are actually start being delivered. When our great fallen heroes are they're beloved, they start coming home where they're not nameless soldiers, then airmen, and then sailors, but they're now individuals. The families are now receiving them, and there's a post in there where Doc had it. This is when things get really real, and the numbers are way suppressed from reality.
Sully, I'm going to jump down. Thank you very much for allowing me to come up and say my piece to you. I love you to bits, and I love every single person of your team that you have up here, all of them. Thank you very much for letting me come and share my feelings. Bless you.
Appreciate it.
Bless
Thank
you
you
all.
so much for coming, Haz. Appreciate your kind comments as well. It does definitely mean a lot. Appreciate it. Guys, I don't know if, because you guys are used to me being, I don't know how to explain this. Because you're used to me being like, boom, boom, Tel Aviv, goy ve, Israel's been hit. How do I like over add to that and to explain like this is a lot worse than anything that's happened in the past? Resistance, tell me in your posh
Wait,
language.
Suleiman, are they have they switched to shooting other cities instead of Tel Aviv? Is that what's like going on today?
Yeah, they're hitting Dimona and Arad right now. And Justin. Yeah, so this is crazy. Resistance, explain to me, how do I exemplify, highlight that this is much worse than before?
I honestly don't know.
Well, it's
My
not going to work with your posh accent. You're just like, oh, well, another building has been hit, so la-di-da. But
just nation. I mean, I'm looking at the scenes, and it's something out of Gaza back in like 2024, end of 2024. It's great. I'm hoping that this should excel the mass exodus of accelerate the mass exodus of these people out of the country. Unfortunately, it'll be countries like Cyprus that are going to put up with all the horrors of these people and their mentality.
yeah, ARAD, Israel is in a state of emergency after devastating Iranian strikes. So it's in a state of emergency. Let's go to TT. Go ahead, TT.
Beautiful Iranian strikes. No, no, not this devastating stuff.
Hey guys. Well, thank you so much, Suleiman, for the mic. I think his name was Hussein Shafi, if I'm not wrong. Just wanted to say big love to you as well. I mean, you coming on kind of encouraged me to speak as well. So I wanted to share two things. One, there was a huge demonstration in London today, a protest, anti-war, anti-Iran protest, and I think it was really heartwarming. And I've lost my voice a little bit just from screaming all day, but it felt so good to be amongst people that are standing up for the right thing, are fighting illegal wars, and for the community to actually feel more connected and together. Because I think as of recent, as we know, the monarchists have had a much louder and more hateful voice on our platforms and in real life. And I think the rest of the Iranians are anti-war and they just want Iran to be safe, to be to have a future where we can decide for our own country. I think it was really nice for all of us to come together. So that's one thing. And the turnout was huge. London was completely flooded with people. And actually, for the first time, for me personally, I'm more interested in a united Iran in the future. I don't think it's sustainable for us to keep fighting each other. I think we can't keep being in denial about the fact that people have different opinions and that they have different views. This is not including the monarchists, because I think they have no future in Iran, because they've called for this war and they've manufactured consent for the evilness that's happening right now. But the rest of us, with our different political views, we were all together today, and it was just really nice. And I think this war has really brought people together in a way that we just need to be standing by each other. We don't need to be fighting. We don't need to be silencing each other's voices. We just need to be together for our country. So that's number one. And then number two, luckily and thank God, we've managed to speak to our family today and yesterday for the first time. And I just have to say, we found a way of being able to call home. I think there's just some internet connection is coming back. I have to say, it really, I had goosebumps, genuinely, not just because I was really excited to speak to my family. I am so grateful that I got to hear their voices, but the strength and the steadiness and the steadfastness in their voice and how much they're willing to fight all the way to the end was honestly astonishing. Like, these people are not scared. I'm talking from old to young. You could hear the confidence. You could hear that these people, our families, are ready to fight for Iran and they're not scared. And I think that for me, I mean, we've been worried about them this whole time, thinking, you know, they're under pressure, they're under bombardments, they're under bombs, and what's going to happen to them. But actually hearing the strength in their voices has given me a new level of strength to fight, to keep spreading the message, to join spaces like this, to create more spaces like this. And it was just, honestly, I had goosebumps. The hairs on my arms were standing. Every single person in my family that I spoke to, even the ones that were maybe delusionally pro-war before, there were some people that were calling for war because they thought that would be the solution. There's a complete 180 in their tone and in how they're thinking right now, and their love for their country and their people and the community has grown exponentially. So again, I like to see some positives in this situation, and one of those positives is that the people of Iran have been more united than I've ever seen in my lifetime, at the very least. And I think, Suleiman, that's why we're seeing such huge attacks with so much confidence, because for the first time in our history, our people are united and we're not fighting, and we stand behind our government regardless of the disagreements. And I think that's powerful. This is a really, really important point in the history of Iran. And we're going to look back at this moment as the time where Iranians were united and they fought oppression. Just wanted to share that. It's been a really emotional day in the best ways. And I just feel so lucky that I have people like yourselves here. This feels like home every time I listen to you guys speak. You guys love Iran more than I do sometimes. Inshallah, we can all be in Iran one day together. But also it's given me strength to do more of this outside of this space. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, TT, for your kind words. And listen, once the Persian Empire is here, they can make me the viceroy of Europe. So anyway, it's going down. We appreciate it. It's coming. Okay. Let me just see the news actually, because there's so much news. I keep getting like as soon as I get distracted for like 1-2 minutes, there'll be like so much news. And I'm trying to upload these videos as well, and I'm just flopping a bit. But anyway, that's a separate.
One of the things, Sully, one of the things that I'm sort of contemplating is because Iran's been saying, look, we're using 10-year-old missiles. These are the Imad, Khorramshahr, etc. And they're from 2014, 2016 generation type missiles. But I was waiting for like a real big hit using a more advanced missile that we don't know about. They haven't mentioned. And I was looking for evidence of that to see if there's any new advanced ones. Maybe this is this impact, because I'm looking at the scenes on Channel 11 in Israeli media, and it does look pretty big for one hit. I'm just thinking, what sort of missile can cause that devastation? What sort of beautiful missile or beautiful Iranian attack, as Beatrix likes to say? It's huge. So are we seeing like newer generation of missiles? We don't. You know what? Like my friend, who's been a military sort of analyst, a bit like Ryan Dawson, but for Iran, 2004 for me, and he doesn't have any information on the last sort of 5-6 years of weapons from or missile capabilities, new missile technologies from Iran. So I'm just wondering what could they be? So it's just I'm just wondering what that looks like. What was it? Was it a Khorramshahr 4? Because that's like a cluster 80 sort of warhead cluster bomb, but it looks more than that.
I think I
Some more
might have
breaking
an
news.
idea.
Some more breaking news. 2 major destruction sites in Iran. In Arad. Sorry, 1 second. 2 major destruction sites in Arad. There are people missing, about 100 people injured in Arad. It's a major scene. Like I said, mass casualty event. Whatever's happened in Arad has been ferocious. Arad is on fire right now. Okay, we've got more news coming out of Arad. At least 9 people are dead and 100 people injured in Arad. At least 9 people dead and 100 people injured in Arad right now. So that's the death toll in Arad increased to 900 with over 100 injured. I'm just tweeting this out as I'm speaking to you guys as well. Your boy's multitasking. So that's this is significant, and I think what resistance is saying is quite an accurate assessment in the sense of this looks like it may have just been one missile, but the level of destruction and devastation is quite a lot based on just one missile being sent. Now we've got military helicopters landing in DIMONA to evacuate people. Okay, I was going to do a video update, but there's just so much news coming out, I kind of have to do it after this. But there's now a military helicopter landing in in DIMONA, to evacuate people. A military helicopters are landing at DIMONA to evacuate the wounded. Okay. So that I'm gonna obviously continue giving the news, but yeah, the news is coming thick and fast. Whoever's speaking though, I will apologize because I'm probably gonna have to interrupt quite a few times. But go ahead, Iman.
Just before we go to Iman, I just want to say, Titi, that was such a heartwarming message, honestly, because as well as just trying to make sure that we cover the real news here, you heard Professor Morandi earlier talk about how media is not really covering what's happening. And we want to. We want to make sure that the Iranian people and all the resistance people, everyone who's suffered across that region at the hands of Israel and America, know that there are voices here speaking for them and getting the real news out there. But then to hear from you as an Iranian, it's really heartwarming for all of us, for everybody, to know that it's making a difference. And I hope it continues to make a difference. And it's really heartwarming for me personally to see Israel being bish bash bosh, because I'm not joking. Every time Suleiman jumps in with breaking news, apart from casualties and people being killed, I'm not celebrating that. But when he talks about, like when he said Dimona has been bombed and destroyed, and when he said it about the port the other day, I just imagine those kids in Gaza watching these rockets go over Gaza to Israel, and imagine what they are feeling, because they suffered this, not just for 3 years, but for decades at the hands of Israel. So really appreciate you, Tuti. Thank you. Iman, jump
Some
in.
more major breaking news. Major breaking news. Some are saying that Iran now has basically gone into second gear. That they were just limiting their aggression because it was Ramadan, and so they were limiting their attacks. And now there is second gear, and this is the day after Ramadan. Well, actually, I think for us it is, but I think is it for Shias today? I don't know. Is it today for the Shia brothers and sisters, or was that yesterday as well?
It was yesterday.
Oh, was that yesterday as well? Okay,
Yesterday.
cool. Urgent.
No, no, it was actually today. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. For I mean, that some people have celebrated yesterday, but for us, it was actually today. I don't think it's much to do with Shia, because Morocco and Oman also celebrated today. It's just more to do with the sighting of the moon. Sorry, didn't mean to.
Okay, yeah. Because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought they might have. Yeah, you're probably right. Because they've got different sects as well within their different schools. So like the Jaffrey school probably use like a global sighting, and yeah, that makes sense to be honest. But the what was it again? Okay, so anyway, the point being, it's end of Ramadan, whichever way, Sunni or Shia, right? And it is now, they've gone into second gear. I mentioned about Arad. I mentioned about Dimona. Now and by the way, I'm hearing that Ras Al Aima is actually being hit quite hard and explosions are happening. Remember that evacuation order? But they're keeping it under wraps. But I know someone in Ras Al Aima and they're saying things are quite bad there. And okay. And this is the notice. They've sent a notice out to Qatar, Doha. They're telling people to leave Doha right now. Let me read the entirety of the message. IAGC urgent evacuation order. I should have wrote for Qatar actually. Let me write it. Edit it. Don't like editing things, but order for Qatar. Okay, and it is leave Doha, Qatar immediately. Notice to citizens and residents in Doha, Qatar. Given the use of this region for the deployment of forces in American interests, as well as provocation through the media against the Iranian nation and calling for their murder, this region has now become a legitimate target. We command everyone to leave this region immediately and as soon as possible. Prior to this, clear and repeated warnings were given to your rulers about the dangers of entering this path and risking the fate of their nation. But they chose the path of blind dependence and made decisions that do not reflect the will of their nations, but are imposed from outside their borders, meaning Israel and US, while they lack any real sovereignty. Their media outlets have also gone further and resorted to threatening and provoking our nation to massacre. Therefore, they are fully responsible for all the consequences of the path. This is an evacuation order for Doha, Qatar. And it is leave Qatar now.
Nobody gives an Eid present like the Iranians. I've got to hand it to them. They're celebrating Eid in style with the whole of the Middle East. Bish bash bosh.
The Cool has sent a super chat, and the super chat is The Iranian strikes are so nice. We get to celebrate Eid not once but twice. Allahu Akbar.
I don't know if you read these out, Suleiman, but there was a couple of other super chats. So Husky, I don't know if you read that out. Husky 000 sent 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, Husky. Thank you so much. On behalf of the whole community and the people who received them. And then Huma Shah said, Happy Nowruz, Eid and Spring to Suleiman and his team. Huma, I ain't part of Suleiman's team. It's me and Suleiman, right? But yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And then Black's View says US is running out of options with a super chat. Thank you so much. It says US is running out of options. They can't stop this. The only option is Iran getting BB out and getting some intel from USA and Trump call ceasefire. So what Iran getting BB out, ooh, and getting some intel from USA and Trump call ceasefire. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate everybody in our little YouTube community. Thank you very much. Suleiman, if you don't have breaking news, we'll go to Iman.
Yeah.
Okay, Iman, jump in.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I just want to really thank you to Sulaiman and you and all of the people who are here. And as an Iranian who's living in North America, just I'm really proud to see humanity and human beings is not dead. We still have some sort of like affectations and signs of being a human, a normal human, to understand that what is the justice and not get involved in those huge wave of propaganda that they did to all the people around the world after World War II. Let's say that's unfortunate that I lost the chance to really thank Hawes because, as you said actually a few minutes ago, these kind of non-Iranian and non-Persian communities really brighten the public opinions about the war and what's going on over there. And Haas actually is doing something actually reverse of that, because he's getting information from a non-Persian community and translate it and transform it to the Persian community. For instance, that I have very close friends, as he actually banged on the point and he just mentioned it, they're like very in a bad situation in that part of the war in Iran, and even the Persian people that who love their country and they're living outside the country, they're just bombarded by different news source and news agency that what you know what's a real news, what's the let's say what's the factual news over there. But Haas and those kind of movements and those kind of people help them to have a different voice to saying the truth. And as my friend Tidi, I think that she's Persian too, mentioned, this is very important to have a kind of different communities, different opinions, different people from all over the world to talk about this. Pretty much, the people who are here engaging in these things, in engaging in these kind of topics, you, Suleiman, and Mr. Andrew, I've been here in like 1 hour and a half for the very first time, just brought up to this space through Haas account, let's say. I can see, I'm like, I'm all tears that these people are non-Iranian and they're more Iranian than me. Oh my God. I wish that there was a chance. I wish that we could have a chance to have an online and instant, promptly translation from all of these codes, from all of these independent and very, very solid opinions about the war, about the situation in the west of Asia, because I'm always avoiding to use the term Middle East because I hate Middle East term. Middle to where? They call that part of the world Middle East. Why? Because they thought that they're there and we are in the Middle East. No, I always say that west of Asia. Like you guys having your own opinion, like pure opinion, and then from your own insights, you're not funded by any of it, because all of the news coming from that part of the world, which is my country,
are labeled as a propaganda, are labeled as the Islamic Republic. However, this is not Islamic Republic anymore. This is about the justice. This is about the fact. This is just about the a very, very simple equation to resist and fight for your own country. It's not about any other thing. To be honest with you, as TD said, this war made everything clear. Sometimes you need a chance to straighten things up. Right now, even the people who are believing a little bit more towards the nationalism and then like kind of Iranian blood, Persian blood, 2,500 years civilization, the Great Cyprus, they're like waking up. They understand that this is not about Islam even. This is about the natural resources. This is about all of those power game and all of those like kind of blackmailing from the kind of nasty and corrupted politicians all over the world. It's not about Islam anymore. I'm a proud Iranian Muslim, but I can tell you that this war helped us a lot to be reunion. Let's put it in this way. She used a very right term that it's getting people together way better than any other scenario for Iran, for territorial integrity, for territorial like kind of power. So and two things very short. I'm trying to not get your time. One thing is
Some
I
br-
in
just
my
some break,
opinion.
just some breaking
What?
news, and we'll
Yeah,
get back
sure.
to you. So we're getting some visuals out. There are a number of settlers who are injured. Let me just give you some more breaking news as well. Wounded. Okay, so wounded Israeli settlers in Arad. This is just complete destruction in Arad after Haber Shakan strike. Arad is in complete disarray right now.
Just some news, Suleiman. So Resistance is saying on Resistance Ali on YouTube that Iranian minister said if Israel fails to intercept the missiles in the highly protected Dimona area, it is operationally a sign of entering a new phase of the battle. Israel's skies are defenseless. Israel's skies are defenseless. Iran has done the unimaginable. It has made Israel's skies defenseless. Also, just really quickly, Suleiman, there's a super chat from Kai. There's another one from GGD Bare who says, Suli, Iranian missiles control almost all Israel airspace. Really appreciate the super chat. Iranian missiles are controlling almost all of Israel's airspace. And then Huma gave another super chat for Beatrix. So she didn't lump me in with your team because I'm my own person. Thank you, Huma. Appreciate it. Love you. Let me just see as well what people are saying because they are giving us breaking news on. Said Faizan says, by my count, Israel has eliminated 125% of Iran's missile launchers on each of the past 20 days. And according to Trump, the US has eliminated the remaining 20,000% of them several times over. That sounds about right. Doesn't it sound about right, Resistance? What do you think?
I was just thinking, if Iran's got missile superiority over Israel, is it time for the Iran IRGC, to deploy ground troops in Israel now?
Yeah, well, that's the thought. We never really thought about that. Absolutely. Just walk right through the Middle East and do it. Iran has issued an evacuation warning for central Doha, Qatar. I did see that. I do actually know people in Qatar. I don't tell them because I don't want to frighten them if it's not their area. Let's see. Gabriel says, this is a life lesson. Play your cards close to your chest and don't talk about your plans. Let people underestimate you. I think they did underestimate Iran. But to be fair, Iran did keep telling them, don't mess with us. Don't do it. We're going to be really nice to you. We're going to negotiate. We're going to agree to this, that, and the other. We've taken your oppression. We've taken your bombing. We've taken your assassinations of our leaders. But please don't mess with us. Please don't mess with us, because if we start bish bashing, boshing you, there'll be no stopping. Please don't mess with us. But you know what they thought? They thought Iran was like them. They thought the way that they say one thing and do something else, the way they lie and deceive and just shoot their mouth off like Trump was, they judged Iran by their own standards. They completely misread Iran. And when Iran came out and said, right, we had warned you repeatedly, now it's boom, boom, Tel Aviv. You know what I mean? Resistance.
So
Yeah.
I want just before you go to resistance, the what do you call it again? I tweeted about 7 minutes ago. I wrote, "Leave the Gulf states now," and then Professor Morandi tweeted exactly the same. Minds think alike, bro. This is why I love this guy. He tweeted at the exact same time. He wrote, "Leave Qatar now." So I just quote tweeted him again and wrote, "Leave Qatar now." This is amazing. You might think like, why am I celebrating? Like, listen, these Gulf states are complicit. They have been supporting and embedded with Israel, helping them with the genocide in Gaza, helping them with the attacks on Iran.
Suleiman, your mic's gone muffled. Your
Okay,
mic's gone
what about
muffled.
now? Okay, you're
Better.
helping them with the attacks on Iran, helping them with the attacks, helping them with the propaganda against Muslims in Europe, treating the underclass in their countries very low. Like, just think about it. When the Qatar had the World Cup, the number of underclass workers who died just to build their mausoleums for to basically get Western tourists to into to basically appreciate them is horrific. And so, yeah, these people are now being hit up for their complicit nature. Qatar had the biggest US military airbase in the entirety of the Middle East. They had a $1.1 billion radar that helped the Israelis be warned when there was an attack against them. And remember, defense is a support of offense. This is why I called out AOC when she was like, "Oh, money gets providing funding for defensive weapons," and it's like, "Nah, AOC, that don't work. Like, you are helping them commit the attacks that they are partaking in." And the Israelis know this. This is why they wanted Iranian ballistic missiles to be reduced below 300 kilometers. Because for them, they know that if they don't need to defend themselves, then they can offensively attack as much as they want. So offense and defense works in tandem. But anyway, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, resistance. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to follow on from what Beatrix said about.
I'm going to let you follow on in 1 second, Resistance. I'm so sorry because you know what? If we don't do it at the time, then they mount up. We have another super chat. Really appreciating all the support on YouTube from Obsessed Sports. Obsessed Sports says, and you know what? I'll let you jump in on this as well, Resistance, when you answer. I have no idea about this question. You may do. I suspect TT probably will do for sure. But the question is, please ask the panel if maybe replacing the beloved, pragmatic Ali Larijani with Hussein Dagan might result in escalation? Question mark. Either way, wise to do so now before U.S. ground troops are sacrificed on Karg. Resistance.
I think TT. I'm not aware of Hussein Dagan, but maybe TT does know.
So this person, Hossein Dehghani, I actually don't know much about him, but the only thing that I've read is that he's more of a hardliner than Larijani was. Because Larijani was actually in negotiations and he was supposed to be the sort of replacement leader. Larijani had a bit of a mixed bag of, let's just say, feelings about him in Iran. He was seen as quite a strong leader, quite determined, very well educated, very well versed on sort of Western politics. But he was seen as someone that was quite harsh on the internal communities and society. So there was a bit of a mixed feeling towards him, but he was seen genuinely as quite a determined leader. This new person, from what I've read, because I don't know him that well, but I can definitely do a bit of research, comes across a lot more of a hardliner. I could be very wrong. Please, anyone that knows more about him, correct me. But Larijani was actually in active negotiations with the US and they assassinated him, which was a very, very silly thing to do. So yeah, that's the only comment that I have. Apologies, I know that's not very helpful, but that's what I've kind of done through my little research that I've done. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, the only thing I know about him is that he's unlike Larijani, who is like he's a scholar and he was highly educated. He's got 3 degrees, PhD, etc. Whereas Hussein Daghani, whatever, he was just a straight military guy. complete military guy, loyal to the IRGC, and they tend to have that, as TT said, they tend to have a hard line sort of ideology and thinking. So I would imagine that that's probably what his policy is going to be. So it's not going to be so he's not going to be so malleable like maybe Larijani was, even though we probably didn't think he was the last couple of weeks. But I'd say good luck with Hossein Daghani. So I think he's going to be very hard line, very hard to negotiate with.
Thank you for saying that, Issue Resistance. You just reminded me of something else that I read about him. So he was actually, so when the revolution happened, he was, okay, so let me explain something. Sorry, before I go to Dehghani, I'll explain something really quickly. Larijani was an advisor to the leadership in Iran. So I know he had a title which was like Security Council, something, but actually like Larijani was literally the brains behind the Islamic Republic. So he was a trusted advisor, very highly regarded, very, very intelligent. I mean, you can look at the books that he's written, like he was very well respected, right? And he was an advisor. So he was the brains behind a lot of the decisions that were made, which is why it was such a loss at this point in time for him to get assassinated. Dehghani, on the other hand, he was actually one of the students. So when the revolution happened back in like 47 years ago, and they shut down the US embassy, Dehghani was one of the people that was actually there, one of the students that, you know, went up the walls, went into the embassy, and actually, sorry, I think someone's come off mute, so hopefully I'm not misleading anyone on this information. They might be correcting me, but what I read is that he was one of the people that was actively there and was quite a hardliner revolutionary person. So he does have a bit of a different view, and what you've got to realize is that IRGC literally stands for the Islamic Republic Revolutionary Guard. So these are the people that protect the current government. That's literally their name. I mean, we have an army. I know a lot of people have asked about why doesn't Iran have a conventional army? We do. IRGC is just an arm within that army, and they are quite literally the Revolutionary Guard, so the people that protect the revolution, as they call it. And Dehghani was one of the people that was actually there when the revolution happened, and they took the U.S. embassy. They took the U.S. embassy down. So he would have very, very sort of rooted feelings about this because he was literally there during the time of the resistance and the revolution 47 years ago. Hopefully that's helpful.
I'd like to add something to that. When our U.S. Embassy was taken that day, I was very well aware of that. I was an adult watching that whole thing very carefully. And again, we saw the United States sacrifice our Marines and our civilians. It was pure blood sacrifice. We knew, the United States intel knew that the IRGC was going to make that movement. They had the Marines stand in place, defend when they were outnumbered. I mean, hundreds to one. There was no way to protect that embassy. The United States threw them under the bus, just like we did Benghazi, just like we did in Libya with our ambassador. And remember Benghazi, I don't even want to go into that. Again, I'm so sick and tired of seeing this happen over and over again. This must stop.
Sorry, just off the back of that as well, Andrew. I mean, if you compare it to what's happened right now, right? Like if you look at Iraq right now and how NATO and all of these countries are exiting Iraq because they can see that they don't have a future in this region. I mean, this is all based on evidence and this is based on in intel, right? It's not random that they're leaving Iraq. I know for us, because these things are happening iteratively, especially for the ones that are on this space, we see the news happen over time and in iterations. We don't realize how much big milestones these things are. So if you look at, for example, when the US Embassy was taken 47 years ago, that was a significant movement in our history. That was a clear message to the US that you have no place in our country. You will not meddle. You will not intervene. You will not be involved in our internal affairs. Funny enough, they've come back 47 years old with a war to try and do the same BS that they used to pull back then. But it's interesting because in Iraq right now, you've got all of these countries exiting Iraq actively, as in Iraq doesn't really have any sort of, I don't know if there are any other bases or anyone else that's left. I'm sure our Iraqi brothers and sisters on the chat would be able to tell us more. But these are significant movements in history, and these are going to be huge milestones in every country's sort of past and their future. And that was exactly it for Iran back in 1957, whenever it was, not 57, sorry, 1979. I'm sure this is a huge moment for countries like Iraq and the rest of the countries which are not our friends in the Persian Gulf. But again, they are actively being sort of evacuated as well. So yeah, it's definitely an inflection point. Like it's a turning point in history for us.
BTK, I really need to also weigh into that with some more evidence. I was on active duty at the time, and when that happened, we felt the rage, and it was all pointed toward now we got to go pay him back. That's when Carter was dealing it, and Reagan came in and said, "I'm going to fix this with power. We're going to fix this." The great Republican movement came in with its absurdity, but shortly after that happened, during that time frame, it also emboldened the Cuban special forces and insurgents with the Los Macheteros in Puerto Rico. And they said, yeah, man, we feel the resistance. And that's when I lost my shipmates, a whole bunch of them. And it was just a bloodbath. We got caught in that crossfire. So, yeah, we're tired of it. We're done with this insanity. So, thank you.
Yeah, it's funny because Andrew, if you compare it to just like real life, right? If you have a friend that doesn't want you in their house and says, get out, we don't want you here, like just in simple terms, you don't then go and force yourself back in. Like I think this is what always is astonishing because we're watching literally these countries say, we don't want your meddling, we don't want your intervention. Obviously, we understand there are bigger messages behind this, but I don't understand who in their right mind would think these countries absolutely despise us for all of the crimes, and rightly so, for all of the crimes that they've committed in our countries, the people that they've killed, the resources that they've stolen, and the fact that a lot of the deaths and the destruction that they've caused is not even, if you once you start looking into it, it's much greater than what we even anticipate sometimes. Like for example, in Iran, 3 to 4 million people died during the World War II, even though Iran was neutral. And this was all orchestrated, right? Like there's been endless crimes in our countries. And instead of just leaving these countries alone, because they are blatantly saying, we don't want your involvement, we don't want you here, they just come back with new wars and they'll come back with new tactics and new ways of destroying our homelands. And to me, just in simple terms, let's not even think about this in a political way. Like what else do you need to hear for you to get out of the region? Like what else needs to happen for you to then not think, I'm just going to invest more in my military and in my Ministry of War to come back even harder and kill more people and lose anyway? You've lost every single time. This is people's countries, this is their homeland. There is no way in this life where you will go into another land, even if you get to a point where you invade them, you're not going to be able to hold on to them for long. People will stand up for and fight against oppression. So I just don't understand what needs to happen for these Western countries to take a look at themselves, take a look at their foreign policy and think, do you know what? We've done enough evil. Let's rise above this. Let's not undermine these people. Let's not be patronizing in thinking that they're below diplomatic and what's the word? Just diplomatic agreements. Let's not go down the route of war because that's what they do, right? Beatrix, you said that they underestimated Iran. Of course they did, because they genuinely look at countries in that region and think, oh no, we can do that. We'll just destroy them. We'll kill their people and we'll steal their resources and we'll do whatever we want. But that's why they don't take negotiations seriously and they don't choose diplomatic routes, because to them, I feel like it's always like we're below that and we're not capable of doing that because they do have that supremacist view of the world. That's what it seems like anyways. And that's why they force their way back in and kill more of our people and steal more resources and lose every single time anyways. And that's my vent done. Apologies. Sorry, Brother Hussein. I know you've got your hand up.
Yeah, let's go to my boy Hussein. But just before we do, Hussein, calm yourself down, blood. Calm yourself down. I know there's a little bit of boom boom going on. But just before I go to you, just a couple of super chats. Suleiman, Iran has the right to defend itself. Well, I actually put a tweet out. I said, Israel has a right to defend itself. Oh, it's dropped. Israel has a right to defend itself, but they're failing to do so. So I put that tweet out. That was hilarious. The cool says, LSTG. I don't know what that is for slang. Someone have to tell me. Iran is the true top G. To tell the entire capital of Qatar to evacuate immediately is the next level scenes. What is this power? This is the $1 million question. What is this power? Okay, I think Hussein will be resetting because he'll be coming back. Appreciate him. Okay, also someone's put Morning K. Question for Simon, please. Well, he's gone now, but it was about the stock market. But I appreciate your support on the website super chat, and then a big website super chat support as well of the space. Listen, we're only able to do these spaces with your support, and obviously without your support, then it makes it a lot more difficult because I have to again do other things to try and facilitate my situation. So appreciate all the support of the space because it does help us and allow us to do what we are doing. So really appreciate it. Coming back onto the space, I got news to give you guys actually, and let me just quickly put this Uber through. Okay, cool. Okay, coming back to the news, lots of news. ARAD has been decimated. Yes, decimated right now, and oh damn. Okay, 1 second. Let me go back to the news. Okay, I'm hearing, but I don't think this is true, but that DIMONA, when it was hit, there was a lot of high-level Israeli personnel who were hit. That's what I'm hearing. But these are just like, it's hard to like kind of highlight the level of destruction that's happening, but it is immense. I'm looking at Arad, and it's like scenes out of, well, it's much worse. It's not, obviously, it's nowhere near what they did to Gaza, but it is some form of karma and comeuppance for what they did, because the scenes are horrific when it comes to Arad. Significant hits. Go ahead.
Solly, can I add to that with Arad? Because looking at the map, it says there's an airfield right next to it, and a major industrial estate as well. And they said the airfield, I just researched it, they said the airfield is used for obviously civilian use, but we know that they've targeted a lot of the bases in the Negev and other areas of Israel, Iran has, and destroyed them. And they may be using civilian air bases, civilian airfields right now to load and unload cargo, etc., as well as
Well, just
support.
to add to that, it's not that there might be, but this is actually happening without a shadow of a doubt. So what happens is, from a military perspective, you have to actually target airports and the runways, because they actually are used for military reasons and for military reasons, both to unload, offload, helicopters coming in, fighter jets coming in, and etc. And so this is well known. So, for example, if I was to give you an example in the UK, so I live in an area called Doncaster, and that has like the largest runway in the entirety of the United Kingdom. Now, that's not a military runway anymore. But if there is a kind of a military situation, that's what, if someone was offensively attacking the UK, they would attack that, because there is a military, it would be used for military purposes as soon as they're in a state of war.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, total sense. It seems like Iran are really suffocating Israel now, just eliminating every single military site they have and forcing them to use civilian infrastructure. And so Iran is targeting the civilian infrastructure. People are going to cry, "Oh my God, Iran are targeting civilian infrastructure," and they're just like they are brutal and savages. That's what they are. So no, they're just carrying out their military objectives because they're following what Israel are doing. So yeah, it makes perfect sense. Thanks, Sully.
Yeah, I just want to bring Dr. Michael into the conversation. Dr. Michael, hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming into the space. Give us your thoughts.
Hey there, it's good to be here. It's great to hear everybody. Thanks for holding the space open so well. Yeah, well, there's 8,000 troops now, American troops that are being deployed, and the sentiment or the sense is this is for an invasion, a group, boots on the ground in Iran, which would be totally disastrous. But with Israel getting pummeled like this, I think it's going to it'll lead to the possibility of actually doing this, because Trump is not going to accept defeat, and I think that he would feed these American military men and women directly into the mouth of death for Israel. And this is unbelievable, but it's probably going to happen, I think. My guess is there will be troops deployed, amphibian, ground to beachhead type mission here to open up the Strait of Hormuz, because the Europeans are not obliging in sending ships or whatever they're supposed to do to defend the strait. So likewise, it looks like this is going to happen, and it's. I think that Iran's success here in Israel is going to prompt Trump to actually undertake this. I'd like to hear other thoughts on it.
Michael, I wouldn't be surprised, because they have to show some sort of dominance, some sort of strength, to make sure that actually they're perceived as strong. Given how many, like you said, they're taking a lot of losses right now. They're not really penetrating Iran as much as they want to, and they're not really degrading the missile capabilities of Iran, because you can see that the number of missiles and drones that are being launched now have increased compared to last week. So they need to assert their dominance, and this is probably their way, a foolish way, so to speak. I agree with you, and I think everyone does. A foolish way of doing that, and it's only going to result in as what Ryan Dawson, Colonel Daniel Davis said. They're going to be slaughtered, and even if they do put boots on the ground, how many troops will remain if they even defeat the Iranians in Khark Island, and they will definitely not be able to hold that territory either. So I definitely agree with both Ryan and Colonel Davis on that. So it's just you're just going to invite more losses, a lot of political backlash domestically, and I don't know if Trump can survive this. If the casualty numbers come out from Khark Island if they do invade, I don't know if he can survive this term, in my opinion.
Breaking
Yeah, back it
news,
up on that.
breaking news. This is huge breaking news. This is live breaking news. This is why I shouldn't be laughing, but this is why I was gonna do a video, quick one, like the 10-minute one updates I do about the DIMONA being hit. But Iran just can't stop. Like Iran just can't stop right now. But the breaking news is that Iran has issued a warning. Iran has issued a warning, and the warning is this. I'm struggling to even put this out. Iran has said, urgent warning statement, evacuate DIMONA reactor. Iran has issued an official warning calling for the immediate evacuation of DIMONA nuclear reactor in Israel. So evacuation, urgent warning statement. Actually, let me write that.
This would be, if there are mass casualties, which there would be if troops are sent in to Iran, then Trump was hoping, I think, that there would be greater sympathy from the American people, but there won't be, because we know very well that this was completely instigated by the United States and Israel. Likewise, there'll be no sympathy, just total anger and total rage towards Trump. But he may not know this. He thinks that maybe losing some soldiers, which he will cause the American public to get behind this war. And only 7% of Americans support putting troops on the ground. But if they're killed, he's hoping they'll actually elicit sympathy from the public. And I think that's a really bad calculation, but it's probably one that he would likely make.
Yes, Dr. Michael, and adding what Resistance said, I don't have words, dear doctor. I do not have words to express. It's beyond words, beyond insanity, psychopathic. I don't have words to say how insane this is to even consider a ground insertion of any sort. It's beyond insane. If I pray if the commanders out there to refuse those orders, I would reject them. If I at a commander level, when I was at command level, I would say I renounce these orders. I reject them orders. It's unlawful. I will not obey. I will not let my men go through this. I would resign. I pray to God they do.
Yeah, I mean, these men are probably, these military people are probably thinking they're doing the right thing somehow, because they've been indoctrinated very much so into the Christian Zionist martyr
Oh,
routine.
yeah,
So there's a lot of that, and
absolutely.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath, and I think then that would justify in their mind tactical nukes. Now I don't see they doing them both at the same time, because you'd have to evacuate your troops first. But I wouldn't be surprised if they use tactical nukes as a response to the slaughter of the Marines and Navy in Iran.
Yep, we've weighed in on that heavily, and I love the way retired Colonel Aguilar, Anthony Aguilar, was talking about that, Doc. And yeah, we have certain designated forces afloat and our assets afloat that are designated tactical nukes to strike. We have certainly we have the target packages. We know clearly what we'd strike and how we'd do it. However, we could launch and launch and launch tactical nukes and just keep blowing up, making big park lots of sand, not taking out complete cities. But then what? It won't accomplish the end goal again unless the insane psychopaths think they're going to completely turn the entire country, which we wouldn't have the arsenals. And I mean, I don't have words. We're in the surreal here.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Guys, kind of, I don't know if it's good timing or worse timing, but so guys, do me a favor. So there's a tweet in the nest. It is the interview we did with Rathbone. Like I said, obviously we're giving you the news on the space. So if you can do me a favor and you can, if you could do me a favor and you can open it up on a separate tab, that would be awesome. Obviously we've got this space going for you guys to give you guys the breaking news and the real news in real time. I'm just going to put the link in the other chat as well. If you can open it up on a separate tab, that will be awesome. Oops. Yeah, so if you can open it up, if you can get like 100, 200 people in there watching it, that would be awesome. We would really appreciate it. It just helps with us getting the information out to as many people as possible. Like I said, and it helps us get the interviews, because right now things are going well because people are seeing the videos doing quite well. Like every time I hit someone up for an interview, they're like, yeah, straight away. So it is beneficial in getting the interviews. And like someone asked for Norman Finkelstein, and I've got his contact. I've got his number, so I'll message him. For that. But yeah, if you guys can do me a favor, if you could push those videos out either by, let me put Siddharth's pin it on the pin it on the YouTube, and then yeah, if you can watch that for me, that would be awesome. Let me see who's in there. And then I'll get back to giving you guys updates on the news, which is coming in real time, real life, real news. What's this? Here we go.
Sully, while you're doing that, can I suggest that you also please interview Andrei Martyanov, the Russian analyst, because it will be really good to get a Russian perspective on what they think, and maybe get some intel from his sources on what is happening with regards to Iran and Israel. Because
how do you spell his name? Andrei what?
Martyanov.
How do you spell it?
Good question. Let me just Google it for a second. Andre. Yeah, so it's Andre, Andrei. That's Andre, and Martyanov is Martyanov.
Is he not on X?
I believe so, but I'll just X handle. So his X handle is, just double check. Search results.
Yeah, sure. I can't see him with the thingy, but I see that Daniel Davis interviewed him, so I can ask him for the contact for that. No
Yeah,
problem.
he definitely interviews him a lot.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Thank you.
For sure. Yeah, of course. No problem. Yeah, we're able to do these interviews because you guys have helped push out the interviews that we're doing, and this just incentivizes people to do it. So yeah, like up to now, whenever we get information, whenever we are asking people for interviews, we're able to get them straight away because of the fact that you guys are pushing the interviews out. So yeah, I'll ask Norman and I'll ask Andre as well. And I've asked and there's not the timing hasn't been confirmed, but the guys agreed to it. I just need to lock down the time frame for tomorrow. But you know the journalist who journalist got bombed in Lebanon, Sweeney. So we got him coming on tomorrow as well. So that should be pretty cool. But just the timing I need to lock down. So that should be good. Let me just quickly see how many people are in that video. Well, we've got 80 people. Guys, 80. I'm just praising you guys. And you only got 80 people in there. We need more people to open it. Bing says boom boom. Rolota says what's up guys. Siddharth says hey all. Loki is with a salute. Samira's in there. Claire, Saad, Mez, Eva. Today is looking great for Iran. He said Nosy Parker, Helen, John Cox, DJ Cam, and OWP. How serious is the evacuation notice in Qatar? Quite serious. We've DJ says we've learned doing splits by between the chat and new tabs. Laugh aloud. It's like being in gym thanks to Q and Sully. That's funny. Do the splits, guys. I'm so busy doing these interviews for you guys and putting these videos up. Man, I ain't even had a chance to eat yet. So I'm sure you can do the splits, my brother, and open up a separate tab. Well, at least only 72 people are doing, which is kind of lame because we've got, 4,000 people between the two different streams. So I'm sure we can get more people to open a separate tab and help support the work that we are doing. That would be highly appreciated. So yeah, guys, if you can open a separate tab, that would be awesome. Okay, let me get back into the news. I just did see some news. Let me see. Where is it? Let me just get the news up. Give me 2 seconds. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so I'm seeing that Iranian media, Iran state media, RIRB, are saying that they did not order an evacuation order for Qatar. So that information that's going out is incorrect. So let me post that out. So Iranian media are saying that they did not order an evacuation order for Qatar.
But they should still leave Doha anyway.
Exactly. Well, I'm gonna leave that's for you. Just in. Let me just put that out there. Just in Iran did not issue order for Qatar as stated by Iran media. Okay, I sorted. Okay, cool. Posted that out. Okay, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space. Lost to speak about, lost to get through. There's an attack on Dimona. There's an attack on Arad, and those places are being completely decimated right now. Being completely decimated. Let's go to Iran policy. Was there anything?
I've got some news, Suleiman. Just really quickly, Iran denies it targeted UK's military base Diego Garcia. Iran saying it weren't them, and I believe Iran. What Iran says, I do believe them, so it's probably a false flag by either Israel or maybe even by Starmer himself because he wants to get in there, doesn't he? Let me see what else I've got. Firefighters say there's extensive damage in Israel's Arad after a direct hit. Extensive damage. An Israeli broadcasting authority say that Iranian attack on Arad has resulted in the highest number of casualties since the war began. The highest number. Well, you should have listened. They did tell you they're going to escalate, did they? Or did they not tell you that yesterday? They literally told you that we're going to up the ante, so they're upping the ante. Take them at their word. Have you not learned that yet? But yeah, welcome, Dr. Michael. How are you? Oh, he's gone. I can't even see who's still on the panel. I see Resistance is still there. You there, Resistance?
Yeah, and he's still here. Titi did raise her hand. She will speak, I think.
Oh, I can't see her hand. Oh, okay, Titi, jump in. I can't see anybody's hand. It's bad. Go ahead, Titi.
Dr. Michael is still on the panel, by the way, Beatrix. But yeah, thank you. There's no rush. I mean, I just had one comment and a question for Andrew, actually, if it's okay. The comment being, I think Dr. Michael mentioned earlier that, the loss of human life is, if they were to invade the Khark Island, will be devastating. But actually, I think I've just been reflecting, and I think the leadership, especially in America and Israel, don't actually care about loss of human life. I know that they undermine ours, as in no matter the number of people that die on our side of the world, it literally doesn't do anything to them and it doesn't change their policies in the slightest. I actually don't think they care about American deaths either. They genuinely don't, because then they wouldn't be doing any of this. I think they have to pretend to care about these deaths and they make a big deal out of it and they go on TV and act all sad, but then they'll make decisions that will end up in more deaths in America. So I think that's just the moral baseline is just doesn't exist. As in, human life is nothing to these people as long as they get their outcomes. And the question that I had, Andrew, I would really appreciate your thoughts on something, because if you look at the geographical position of Khark Island, it's like well within the Persian Gulf. We're not talking is at the entrance where Qeshm is, or the Hormuz Island is, or Abu Musa, which is like closer to the Straits. Khark Island is like all the way far up, if you look on the map, where in the Persian Gulf, and it's near Bushehr, actually. It's near one of the ports in Iran. It's like very close to Bushehr. I think it's like 20 kilometers off the coast. So when we're talking about an invasion, I mean, how does it work? I'm not a Navy expert like yourself. Are these guys going to come through the strait, sail all the way to Khark Island with all of that distance open to be taken out, to overtake Khark Island, or would they land there? Like, what would be their plan? Because it's a huge distance from the strait, and it's literally by Iran, Iraq, and I think on the other side, I don't know what other cities, like Basra is like literally over the water.
Right. Yes, Titi, to answer your question, number one, they do not care about the loss of lives. Peckseth even said he went to a funeral with his son. He said, I gladly will even offer my son as a sacrifice. My own father even told me, I'd rather see you go to Vietnam, because my mom got the letter. Well, she opened the mail when I had to register, than run away to Canada and be a coward. We have to stop communism. So no, of course they don't care. They look at it as honor. To die for one's country is honor. And I won't go into that, but yeah, absolutely. A lot of people don't even have a map out. I don't know what they think, but please, folks, get a map with Google Maps and really look at these geographical positions. You'll see a small little Persian Gulf compared to the rest of the oceans. It's a kill box. I can't describe it. And yes, the plan would be to go insert in there, but here's the thing: there's 1,000 miles of coastline. They can pick an amphibious assault anywhere, but you have to look at depth, changes at keel depth. You have to look at rock formations. There's 1,000 things they have to consider in doing a beach landing. Well, believe me, the Iranians have figured it out. They know exactly where they would most likely come into. But so what? There's stuff. If someone could just look at my Twitter posts, I have a Frogman. I post Frogman's posts on there. Yeah, you land on this tiny little strip, and then you're facing a mountain. It is beyond insane, and I think that's why I pray they don't use the Marine Ready Group to do those strikes with two amphibious ready groups, Boxer and Tripoli. I pray they wouldn't. I pray they wouldn't. But let's say if they tried to, it would be a devastating. It would be D-Day, Normandy. It would be Omaha Beach on steroids. So what I think they'll do is they'll use the Marines as a feint. You can look that word up. It's a military word. It means a feint. It's a fake, meaning a fake to fake like they're going to hit that, but they don't. It's a joke, and they'll strike from up in north with the 82nd Airborne up north there. You see, and if you look at a map up there on the landmass up there next to Kuwait Net, they'll come in from there. But again, another bloodbath. Yeah. So thanks, T.
Thanks for that. Let me just give some more breaking news. Here we go. The Israelis are claiming that there was a 7-minute warning before the impact. Those who wanted and could took shelter in a safe place, but most were unable to do so. We've seen complete devastation. This is mean. I just seen it says study cancelled in Arad and DIMONA, which is kind of hilarious. We have 1,300 rescuers and firefighters are working on the site where the Iranian missile hit Arad. So significant hits. Let's go to Sol. Go ahead, Sol.
Hey guys, I just want to go back to what Beatrix said about the hit on Diego Garcia and it being a potential false flag. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I saw across like Reddit and other accounts on Twitter, they already kind of had a Hasbara script ready about, oh, Israeli intelligence had warned well in advance that Iranians' ballistic missile capabilities would reach over 4,000 kilometers. And I saw it repeated multiple times as soon as it got struck. So it does definitely lend credence to what she's saying, that Iran is saying, we didn't do that, because they already had the messaging out just to say, basically, Iran is guilty of this and it can be you guys next. And we know that they're already trying to manufacture consent to get other European countries to join the war. And then another point that I had to make was also, it's like, Israel's been decimated. We've seen them get hit up, down, left, and right. And now look at Arad. They have civilian casualties. They're going around begging for boots on the ground, boots on the ground, boots on the ground. And it's like, what's it going to take for Israel to give up their soldiers to do the boots on the ground? Like, this is your war. You've been asking for it. And yet you're not even willing to give up your own soldiers, even though you need boots on the ground. So it's just nonsensical for them to be begging for soldiers from other countries that are not involved. And yet they're unwilling to give up their own. Like, have some pride and dignity. This is your war. Why aren't you fighting it?
Exactly. So, I mean, this is the thing. They're taking a lot of losses in Lebanon, southern Lebanon right now. It's so badly underreported. Hezbollah has literally been eh, like killing them like a meat grinder in Hezbollah, and they don't learn. Like, as Ryan Dawson said, they just don't learn. The way that they are just ambushed all the time. Hezbollah lures traps there. They partially damage a tank, thinking that other so that it gets other tanks coming in, and other IDF soldiers to come in, only for Hezbollah to launch a missile attack on that region. and just wipe them out. And then all of a sudden, the casualty numbers are just really, really bad. From what I've seen, they've already taken over Matullah. So Hezbollah has already taken over Matullah, which is the bordering town between northern occupied Palestine, which they say Israel, and Lebanon. And so they've managed to take territory. Hezbollah managed to take over territory there. And so far, there's still fighting going on, but the IDF has been heavily reliant on air support. But actually, without the ground troops, the air support doesn't mean anything, because this is why they retreated. They got up to the first line, the IDF troops, first line of villages, and then they got a lot of them got killed, or several. I don't know the numbers, but it's really heavily underreported. And then they've had to retreat, and Hezbollah pushed them all the way back into occupied Palestine, and then they've taken over Matullah. So they've retreated really big time in certain areas across the border. So I'd imagine they would be very reluctant to go, 600 miles away to Harg Island and be part of this boots on the ground. They'd rather do the Israeli thing and just get US troops be their cannon fodder, unfortunately, because that's the type of people they are.
I've heard several like Lebanese people express fear about southern Lebanon being occupied. Do you think that they're actually going to succeed in like taking over towns, like basically what happened before the year 2000?
It's very difficult because of the terrain of southern Lebanon being so mountainous, and Hezbollah's got hundreds, if not thousands, of miles of tunnels, all across underneath uh, that area, that region, and it also the tunnels I've heard they spread into northern occupied Palestine as well. So, say like Ryan said with the and Colonel Daniel Davis said with Hark Island, even if you have an invasion group, how can you maintain it? Because Hezbollah is still there. They've still got their network, their underground network there. It's going to be very difficult, even if you were to try to invade and occupy it. It's very difficult. Hezbollah know the terrain very well. It's a mountainous area. They've got lots of holes from underneath, from the ground that leads all the way to the surface of these mountains, and they just ambush them and kill them. So it's just, and they've already taken out the radar. So in northern occupied Palestine, so they don't really have, they can't really defend themselves against missile barrages from Hezbollah. So those soldiers, if they ever try to attempt or to try to stay in that region, they will just be sitting ducks, just like Israel right now are sitting ducks because they've got no air defense now. In so many areas of Israel, there's no air defense. So I'd imagine the same thing in southern occupied, in Lebanon, southern Lebanon rather. So yeah, it's not likely. Then they can't even go past the first villages near the border, because they get killed all the time and then they have to retreat. So how do they do that? I just don't see how they can do that. Hezbollah have been trained for, is it since the 80s? So 35 years, 40 years, 35 years, I think. Or 30 years. I think it's very difficult against sort of ideologically driven, trained militia with and the infrastructure, the semi-heavy artillery they've got, hand artillery they've got, to try to even overcome them, for the IDF to even overcome them, no matter their air superiority, Israel's air superiority using their jets. They don't have the radars now, and it's going to take some time to rebuild the radars, assuming they can. We don't know what's going to happen at the end of this war, what the state of Israel is going to be, and what their capability to rebuild will be. But certainly, that's not what Israel are thinking right now. I don't believe they've got a chance in hell to occupy southern Lebanon. That's my opinion on it.
Just thanks for that, Resistance. Just I think was it Saul speaking? I was listening, but I was just in the middle of doing something. So you made 2 points. On your second point, what Resistance was accurately saying about the IDF putting their people in. let's just think back to the genocide. They had the Haredi Jews literally fighting and going to court saying, we're not going to serve in this monstrous army. And they were literally being beat up on the streets, and they had to go to court to say, we don't want to serve. So desperate were the IDF to get people to serve. Then they hired people, recruited them, whatever, from India, from Africa. There were Americans, there were British, like people from across the world were in the IDF. You wouldn't have to do that if you had a self-sufficient army. If they were struggling at that time, when it was on their doorstep, there's no way they've got anybody that's going to go to Iran as boots on the ground. No way. Not after the genocide, right? And so I was reading a headline. I did speak about it on Spaces before, but I was reading a headline from Israeli media, which said that they've had a record number of young people commit suicide in Israel. And the headline said, probably because it's not normal for a 19-year-old to have killed 25 people. So that's the state of affairs. So they went into, Americans need to understand this, right? And people from the West generally, UK, etc., but especially Americans, that Israel went into this knowing they have no boots to put on the ground. And it's the American army that's at their disposal to do their dirty work. And that's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. And on your first point, in terms of the news you were talking about Diego Garcia, look, there's going to be a massive information warfare out there. We put it out, we correct it if we need to, but we always say the source. So the Qatar thing, I think 5 minutes later, Suleiman corrected it and put a correction out there. We'll report the news, but we'll also say, Washington Post has said this or Bloomberg has said this, and then we'll do an analysis and say we don't believe it. And X, Y, Z are the reasons why this doesn't make sense. So we'll break it down and say, I don't believe this is true, but this is what is being said. So people know, like, you know, they have that ability to critically think for themselves as well. When they see the news, they'll know that actually this doesn't make sense because we know X to be true. But I think they're going to ramp this up. And this information warfare, I think they're going to ramp it up. So I saw this morning, somebody posted that Iran's given a direct threat that they can hit London now. And they haven't. So I think where Iran is concerned, so like Trump shoots his mouth off everywhere. It's not difficult to actually say, you know, to find what he said, because he's all over the place, isn't he? But where Iran is concerned, we always try to go back to an original Iranian source. And they are on social media and they do clarify and they are very transparent. Or we'll say, you know, whatever, New York Post is reporting this and we know not to believe them, you know. So we have to be, and we have to really, I think they're going to up the ante and we're going to have to up our game as well in making sure that, you know, everything that's out there, we decipher it to say what's real and what's not.
I appreciate that. I think that when for me, I got alarm bells going off in my head the moment I saw like 3 different posts on Reddit talking about, oh, Iran's ballistic missiles can reach over 4,000 kilometers. I was like, why am I seeing this repeatedly? It felt very like intentional messaging to kind of put fear into the European countries, like, oh, Iran's after you guys next if you don't join this conflict. So for me, it felt like propaganda. And I'm glad that you mentioned the Diego Garcia thing, because it just further affirmed for me that it was just a bunch of BS.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, you know what? They may well have missiles, but they haven't threatened London with them. And if they have missiles, I mean, they've hit Dimona today, so obviously they have that range of missiles. But so what? You guys freaking bombed Gaza for 3 years with the utmost of American missiles. So what if they have them? Right? They haven't threatened London with them. It's what they do with the information and how they. I read a post out earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but it's the IDF official account on X. And they were crying about this exact thing. That, oh my God, we always said they were going to have 4,000 kilometer range missiles. Now they've got them and our lives are in danger. And it was hilarious. Like literally, the IDF were crying. I read it out because it was quite funny, actually. It was a comedy value. So it's funny. But listen, I got some news here. I've got an update. Resistance are like this. Netanyahu vows to bolster emergency forces after the Arad attack. So Al Jazeera is saying this. Netanyahu vows to bolster emergency forces after Arad attack. And I thought of you straight away, Resistance, because I thought, from where has he vowed this? Beyond the grave, Resistance? I don't know.
Exactly. I think that does Al Jazeera have a telephone line to the afterlife? Because that's the only way I think that he's speaking. I mean, look, let's ask his wife. That's what I want to know. I want to speak to his wife because I've seen her picture. I've seen the videos of her, and I'd love to get her take on things. If her husband is really bowing to really escalate and up the ante there. Because look, let's see how many state visits he does. Let's see how many meetings he does in person with everybody. Let's see where he goes. Let's see who visits him. I'm waiting for Jared Kushner and Witkoff to come to Israel. I'm waiting for all of these guys to come and speak to Netanyahu because all I ever hear is I spoke to Netanyahu and he said this. I spoke to Netanyahu. Another person, Trump said, "Yeah, I spoke to Netanyahu. He's not going to do that again. He's not going to attack the gas field again. I spoke to Netanyahu. Yeah, he doesn't. It's just like where is he? Where is he? He just posted just yesterday, and that he was in a meeting with another dead Israel Katz and dead David Barnea, head of Mossad. In the same picture, and that's found to be a 2023 picture, right? So, yeah, again, where is he? Where is Bibi?
Do you guys remember
Yeah.
after October 7th, they gave those guided tours through the kibbutzim, and they gave it to like Elon Musk and a bunch of other political figures in the States. Like they couldn't wait. And I think BB himself actually was there in those tours showing off. This is where they struck. This is the house that they detonated. This is the beheaded babies, and this is where the family was killed. They were showing it off like crazy. It was all over the media. So I still think that BB is at least injured. He's definitely not in any capacity to give any of these guided tours this time around.
And knowing what we
There is
both
another thing, though, because when Brother Hassan came up, he was quite adamant that we were wrong on this. And he said something like, the Zionists are playing with your mind. And I thought about that. And I thought, do you know what? Maybe, just maybe, they hid him in a bunker to keep him safe so that he's not at risk because he's that big a coward. He would. I mean, he'd go in a bunker and let everybody else die for him and his cause. And then when they lose this, as they continue to do, and everything's sorted, he'll come out of the bunker and say, but I survived and therefore, Israel won. I did think that because it's the kind of sick thing he'd do. But let's see.
But Beatrix, his son was mourning for
Yeah.
7 days, or just disappeared for 7 days, and his wife looks in a dreadful, dreadful state. So that's something's wrong with the two most important people in his life. The closest around him are, for whatever reason, got their own issues, and I don't know how can you reconcile that fact. So that for me, that doesn't lend itself to the idea that he's just hiding in a bunker somewhere. If his wife looks absolutely like a drugged out Skid Row sort of druggy widow, and his son just disappeared in accordance with Jewish tradition for mourning.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I'm with you, Resistance, because look, I'm trying to be as open minded as possible. But when I seen his wife give that court appearance, she looked mashed. She looked she looked like she'd been on heroin for a week. And then she was doing that court appearance, right? She looked like she hadn't showered in like 3 months. Like, that is not how you do a Zoom call with a court where you're up for fraud and corruption charges. And where's he? Actually, that's something we should find out. When's his court date? We know his last court date was, I'll tell you when his last court date was, when Modi was in Israel, and because his lawyers went to court and said, oh, Modi's visiting, so he can't come to court. It was a Tuesday and a Wednesday, and that was before the war, right? I think it was the week before the war. When's his next date? That's what we need to find out. And, well, actually, no, I don't think it'll help because they'll just say wartime situation, he can't attend.
Well, that's what they said, but then they also said that they're considering pardoning him. Let me dig up the article where the courts are considering pardoning him. So that means that he doesn't have to make a court appearance.
Can I just chime in on this, the BB death thing? First of all, Beatrix, you're cracking me up with your comments about his wife. But what I was going to say is, I've been.
But did you see it? Did you see it, TT?
Yeah, I did.
Did you see it?
Scary to watch. She looked possessed.
Did she not look like that? Did she not look like she hadn't washed for like months and she'd been high on heroin for weeks? Like, did you see her? She did.
You can tell she's going through something, you know, like you can tell something's not right, and like not on a small scale, you know. Well, I've literally been preaching. I mean, my mum is so worried that BB's alive, and I've been telling her that he's dead. Like, I'm adamant, as in I'm willing to bet my life. No, okay, no, that's the wrong thing to say. I'm willing to stand by my word and say he's dead, and I say that because the Israeli society is very fragile, very, very fragile. Their people are divided. They're scared because they know their country is committing crimes, and you know their society will break up if they find out that their leadership, aka Netanyahu, has been killed off by Iran, which is, from their perspective, they see Iran as weak. They believe the propaganda. They think Iran's evil, but it's controlled. And if they find out that, their leadership is dead because of Iran, I think their whole society will break apart. I mean, we already know that they had to stage a lot of like attacks and so on back in the days for people to move to Israel. I mean, a lot of the Jewish Iranians that moved to Israel ended up kind of getting forced into it because there is a huge, outside of Israel, there are still a lot of Jewish people in Iran, funny enough. The biggest community is in Iran, actually. So yeah, I think if they were to find out that he's dead, I think their whole society will fall apart because they're already terrified. They're cowards anyways. They're living on stolen land, which they know is stolen, or they should if they don't. So if they find out this guy's dead, I think their whole society will crumble. And what I think they're going to do, they're just delaying this because they need to play this off as a natural death. I wholeheartedly believe once this thing calms down, which actually is out of their control now, I think the end of this war will be decided on Iran's terms and by Iran. But once this thing calms down, I think they're just going to play it off as like something's happened to him or it's natural death, because anything else will just destroy anything that the society is holding on to, which is not much. It's like a very, very thin thread. So they're doing everything to protect it. But he's 100% dead. I mean, why would you try so hard to prove that he's alive and fail at it anyways, because it's all just not very good evidence, but try so hard to prove that he's alive? If he was alive, they wouldn't even be trying to prove that he's alive. They would just say, yeah, whatever, moving on, you know?
Also, just to add on to that,
Well,
sorry.
I'm going to give it right to you. No, Saul, it's okay. I just need to, what Titi was saying about proving hard that he's alive. Benjamin Netanyahu's tweeted. He has done a tweet and he says, "This is a very difficult evening in the campaign for our future. Just a short while ago, I spoke with the mayor of Arad, Yarmayan, and asked him to convey, on behalf of all Israeli citizens, our prayers for the peace of the injured. I've instructed the Director General of my office to provide all the necessary assistance together with all government ministries. I strengthen the emergency and rescue forces operating in the field right now, and I call on everyone to heed the instructions of the Home Front Command. We are determined to continue to strike our enemies on all fronts." Now, that's what he's tweeted, right? So let me break it down for you. That's not for the, so that is about internal kind of logistics in a state of emergency because, of the bombing that's occurred, right, in Arad. Now, when you're doing that kind of thing in the state of emergency, it's for a domestic audience. Your domestic audience in the middle of this freaking bombing ain't going to be sat on Twitter to read that, right? They're not going to read it on Twitter. So it's not for them. He's doing that for us to tell us he's alive. Because no one's going to be running under no bunker looking on Netanyahu's Twitter page to see what instructions he's given.
Yiddish.
What? What did you say? So funny. So he's just tweeted that out. "This is a very difficult evening in the campaign for our future. We are determined to continue to strike our enemies on all fronts." Yeah, yada, yada, yada. Also, let me just give the news. Yeah, we've already covered that. Iran didn't issue evacuation warnings for Qatar and Doha. And then I'm going to give it straight to you, Sol. Let me have a look what else there is. Loads of videos coming out. Loads and loads of videos from
Beatrix, did you see the one? Did you see the video
loads.
where Iran promises to protect Greenland?
No way, did
Yeah,
they?
I just posted it. It goes. It said basically Iran offers to protect Greenland from Trump. He said just ask and we'll come.
That's so funny. That's so funny. That's hilarious, actually. They probably would do it. But look, this is fake news right here, right? Iran's missile capabilities are now feared to be in striking distance of London and Paris after two ballistic missiles were launched towards Diego Garcia. One failed mid-air, the other was intercepted, right? Now, Iran said it, number one, this isn't the full news because Iran said it didn't do those. So they should put that here, that Iran said it did not do those, number one. Number two, what you're doing is you're measuring 4,000 kilometers from Iran and taking any city and doing propaganda about it. Like literally, this is propaganda. Iran's missile capabilities are now free to be in striking distance of London and Paris, so they can be in striking distance of Tokyo. Doesn't mean they're going to hit frigging Tokyo, does it? This is how they do their propaganda. So that's another bit of news that's come out. Also, unrelated to this, but kind of related to the genocide. So remember Karim Khan? He was the chief prosecutor for the ICC who issued the arrest warrants for Netanyahu et ilk. And what they did, the kind of Zio media and the Zio establishment here, apparently he was threatened as well. I think David Cameron called him up, ex-prime minister of ours, and threatened him and said, don't issue these arrest warrants and stuff. But he did it anyway. So then they threw all the dirt on him that they could, that he'd sexually harassed. They brought these Karens out of the woodwork. I don't even know who these Karens were, but these Karens came out, you know, thought it was Me Too movement time and started saying, oh, yeah, he sexually harassed me 35 years ago. And I remember, and I'm still traumatized. Whatever the story was, I didn't even look at it, to be honest, because it was so fabricated. Anyway, so they tarnished his name. He was suspended, and that put into question the whole ICC warrant thing. So now the breaking news is that he's been cleared of all wrongdoing by a panel of judges appointed to review the findings of a UN investigation into sexual misconduct allegations against him. And that's what it was. The UN actually picked that nonsense up as well, the talking shop based in New York. So now he's been cleared of all misdoings. Funny time that, isn't it? Like he's got ICC arrest warrants against Netanyahu and he's been cleared against all wrongdoings when Netanyahu can no longer be arrested. Ta-da! Sol, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, but remember, Trump said that he will invade The Hague if he needs to. I remember he said that on social media or in an interview. But anyway, back to what we were saying about is Netanyahu alive or dead? Just to carry off of what TT said, and actually this is going back to something you spoke about the other day, Beatrix. You said, who on earth in Israel would want to be the leader right now? Because the whole country is basically a shit show. And when I think about it, if Iran was successful in killing their leader within, what was it, the 8th day of the war, what message does that send to the Israeli people? Anyone who picks up the mantle where Netanyahu left off is the next target. I genuinely believe there is direct incentive of why they would want a dead person to still be the commander in chief, just because anyone else in the middle of the war who took over his job would just be the next target. So it also collapses the illusion of might is right, Israel is the ultimate power. If the people of Israel find out that their leader, the number one guy, was killed, then that means every single one of them is not safe. I genuinely believe that the Zionist ideology would die with that knowledge.
Yeah, well, so let me tell you, you're right. You're absolutely right. The reason I said that nobody'd want to pick up the poison chalice and you know admit that he's dead right now is there's a civil war in Israel. People are on the streets crying. You know, they're not tough people, right? They're used to being like grade A victims. Everything is victimhood. Everything about them is like pampered. Just being in those bunkers for safety in their shelters, that's a pain to them because they don't have their home comforts. They've been crying and fighting with each other in those shelters. There's videos coming out where they're fighting with each other. Then they come out on the streets and they hear the sirens and they can't go home and they haven't got jobs and everything's closed. And so there's literally civil war on the streets. And remember, they've been protesting against Netanyahu for years anyway, well before the genocide. So no one wants to touch that. They don't know how this is going to turn out. At the moment, they're being bish, bash, boshed everywhere. No one's going to step up and say, I'm now the prime minister and taking command of this. Taking command of what? Somebody's put it really eloquently, actually. Saqib, on the YouTube chat. He said, Sully, Mario just posted he thinks the war is out of control. Can you please tell your friend it's still under control? It's just not under Israel's control anymore. Iran is controlling the war now. Absolutely spot on comment, right? Like, it's so under control. It's just not under Zio control. Like, these people didn't think the genocide was out of control. Literally. And now they're crying that this is out of control. Why? Because you didn't get regime change, quote unquote. Oh, do you know what? What a time to be alive. I'm
Yeah,
not kidding you when
he's
I
not
say
my
this, and
friend.
we
He's
say
Joe's
this.
friend.
Yeah, actually, where's Jonah? Jonah, come out the tunnels and join us. Your mate spouting Hasbara, your Davos mate. Come on up, Jonah. Um,
Personally,
but we say this every night, and
I
I'm
think
gonna.
all pro-Palestinians and pro anyone who's against Zionism should boycott his platform. But they don't realize, but they give him huge numbers.
Yeah, well, we had that issue during the genocide as well.
But
And
on X,
sadly,
everyone started boycotting him. But it's on YouTube now. He's getting people to come. Oh, he's Simon's friend as well. Simon's here. He's Simon's close friend.
hi, Simon.
He's my
I
close friend.
disavow.
Ma-
He's not Simon's friend. He's not Simon's friend.
I was
Disavow,
joking. I was joking. I
disavow.
said Simon. I was saying Mario. Basically, a super chat came in and said that Mario is my friend, and I said no, he's Simon's friend.
No, Mario,
It
you
wasn't
had
super chat.
to
It was a comment.
you had to do the back doors like he used to message saying, "Don't let Simon up, don't let Simon up."
That's true.
I was saying that to somebody yesterday morning, literally, because they yesterday when I was running the space, you weren't here, neither of you were here. Somebody started talking about Mario. Resistance actually was here. Resistance was talking about it, and I said that even when Suleiman did go back for a couple of weeks, it was really difficult because they'd be like, "Don't want Simon up, don't want so and so up," and Suleiman would bring them up, and his team at the back end would be like, "Why are you bringing them up?" And there'd always be fights. But it wasn't a super chat; it was a comment, Simon, which was quite apt and quite funny as well. It says, Sully, Mario just posted he thinks the war is out of control. Can you please tell your friend it's still under control? It's just not under Israel's control anymore. Iran is controlling the war now. So I said, yeah, it's quite a funny comment and it's quite true. And these people didn't think the genocide was out of control, but now they think this war is out of control because Israel's not in control. And then we said, yeah, it's actually Jonah's friend, not Suleiman's friend, Davos Jonah. And then you came up. So that's what
Yeah.
happened, just to fill you in.
Well, I guess he's probably in Dubai. He might be seeing some rockets above his head, right? So that's out of control.
Goive.
But yeah, you're right, Khaleesi. Like, Beatrix, it's like what out of control was what happened in Gaza. That's serious out of control. Like, this is this is one 0.5% of what they inflicted upon Gaza, and they can't handle it. It's out of control.
And we were saying Iran's been actually pretty restrained so far, and now they're sort of entering gear two with this attack on Arad, which looks pretty devastating to me. But yeah, no, sorry, it's a beautiful Iranian attack, according to Beatrix. But yeah, I like that one. But yeah, it's been pretty.
What's happening anyway? Then what's
Oh
the
my
attack?
God, the scenes in Sully, it's your job. Go for it.
It's boom, 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 Simon. It's bish, bash, bosh, literally. Listen, Omara, stop complaining on our freaking YouTube chat, right? We talk about all sorts of things, and this is very productive. Let us enjoy the moment, all right? I just want to read another comment, and then I'm going to tell you what's happened, Simon. So this is the same person, Saqib. He says, Axio says, this is funny actually, US officials say there could be, quote unquote, room to negotiate over returning frozen assets to Iran. I bet they do. Trump's getting on his knees right about now. And then he says, they call it reparations. Maybe we can call it return of frozen money. So this is really important, guys, right? If they do return frozen assets, that's not America doing a favor to Iran. That's basically America returning to Iran what was already theirs in the first place, and America stole it. So it's a really important point to make.
Funny
Let
thing
me
about
tell
that,
you what.
Beatrix, do you remember right in the beginning when Jordan Peterson freaking out, saying give him hell, like to Netanyahu, give him hell to the Palestinians. And he was freaking out and he was saying, this is Biden's fault. Biden paid for the Iran in order to, do October the 7th. And they sent $6 billion dollars over. This was basically like the release. And, as soon as Trump comes in, like now they got sanction relief. Now they've got money being unfrozen. Now they've got like but you wouldn't hear anything about that. Apparently it only matters when Biden, and by the way, it wasn't that they were paying $6 billion. It was that they had an agreement for the return of funds that was sanctioned, frozen, and stolen from them.
I thought Scott Besant's Cope speech was brilliant. Cope's statement on unsanctioning Iran was helping them, was actually helping them defeat Iran. That was brilliant.
Yeah, you bad boy Iran, you regime, like world's largest. You know what I'm gonna do to you? I'm gonna unsanction you, and I'm gonna give you billions of dollars. You take that.
Oh my God, Joe's here. Joe has a right
Yeah,
to
and
defend himself.
Yeah, Solomon, where do you think she got her training?
who's she? You
Uh,
talk to her with respect.
But I'm talking to
Who's she?
Soliman. I'm talking to the host of
She
the
is the
space.
cat's mother.
You talk. Yeah, who's she? The cat's mother? Simon, exactly. Tell him. Listen, someone's saying Beatrix betrayed Team Bish Bash with a boom boom. I did not. It's Bish Bash
You said
Bosh.
it. You
Everything's
said
Bish
it right.
Bash
You said
Bosh.
it
I
right.
did
You
not.
said it right. The right. You realized you got. I actually thought, wow, she's finally realized the error of her ways. But Joe, I think you're coming out with a very good point. What was it, Joe? I said she was trained by who?
Yeah, where did she get her training? The Hasbara coming out of Khaleesi or Beatrix is insane. That's elite level Hasbara. Must be like at least a decade in the organization.
What's the Hespera, Joe? What
To
have I
say
missed?
to say that out of anyone on this panel that I'm the one that's friends with Mario. That's quite funny.
I thought you were though.
Davos. Yeah, Davos, Jonah. Davos. You both went to Davos. You both hung out at Davos. What are you talking about, Jonah? It's your
We didn't
hangout.
go. We didn't go to. First of all, I didn't go the year he went. Number one. Um, look, I'm not even gonna say. I'm not the one who's friends with Mario here. I liked what Mario did in the very beginning. I think just like everyone else did. I think after a while we realized what was really going on, and that we were speaking to an empty room for the most part. Except for big events like this, yes, some people are real. A lot of people are not. But then after October 7th, things changed. He seemed to want Elon Musk's attention very much so. So everything was brown nosing Elon Trump, whatever path Elon was going, that's where they were going. And now the space is. Do you know that they're still hanging people in Iran? They hung 7 men today in Iran. That was what was going on. Um, it's absolutely ridiculous. And then you have people come up and be like Craig, which I typically don't see eye to eye with Craig, but Craig was rightfully saying, he's like, these countries are actually legal targets under the rules of international law because they're launching attacks from those countries. So they are legal locations, the GCC. And they were pushing against it back that, and then they started talking about they're hanging people. Yeah, I think it's a bit ridiculous the things they say, and um, Yeah, I don't. I would not consider myself friends with Mario. Haven't spoken to Mario since Singapore, which is what 2 years ago now. So definitely not friends
So you know,
with
Me,
propagandists at
me,
all.
me and Joe, me and Joe met up in Singapore at that time. It was awesome.
But
Yeah,
no, they
true.
got to Joe.
yeah.
They got to deal with the fact that the they did all this effort. Like they did all of these monarchists. They got all these agents out there. They came up here and they were crying about everything. I think. Hey, do you remember the old spaces? What was it? Sarah, the illegal settler in Israel. But they did all of this
Yeah,
work, and now they've got to come to terms with the IRGC is still there. They replaced Khomeini with Khomeini, and after all this effort, the biggest punishment that they gave to the IRGC is they gave them their money back and some sanctions relief. Like this is real.
yeah.
This is really hard
They replaced
times.
Khomeini. They replaced Khomeini with Khomeini. Strong sanctions with relieving sanctions. It's like you know, things are not going well. Um,
What are
look,
they saying about that, Joel? What are they saying in that space about that? Because they must be scratching their heads thinking, what's going on?
but no, they
So
don't.
so I was
You think they
resistance.
think? They
I
don't think.
joined
They
it.
just play the propaganda.
Most of them are bots anyway. But I yesterday when I went to join Suleiman's space because it comes up on my bar, but I didn't move the bar left enough. I clicked on that space by accident, and I literally went in. And do you know when I went in? I went in and I didn't realize at first whose space it was until I heard what someone was saying on the panel. I saw all these hundreds, and some guy was saying, the only adult in the room is President Trump. He's the only one that's making sense at the moment. When he speaks, like the world literally stands up and understands. And I thought, what is going on our space? What freaking nonsense. And then I checked and I realized it was in the wrong space and I came out. But anyway, I've got a crypto, I've got a super chat from crypto. Thank you so much, saying Beatrix is the best here, always, Suleiman. Thank you. Appreciate your
I
support,
don't.
always, crypto.
So
And
just on that, I mean, I don't think so. I need to be convinced at the moment. I don't think that convinces me. You need to push me a little bit more. Right now, I'm at the point where I think she's very below average. Very below average crypto. You need to push me a lot more into thinking that she's actually below average.
so bad. And Sub Zero says, Jonah, he saw you at one of the Bilderberg meetings. So I don't know what you were doing there, but he says on YouTube that he saw you at a Bilderberg
Why was he
meeting.
at a Bilderberg meeting?
He's probably taking photos. He's probably a journalist, but he says he saw you there. So yeah, we're looking at you in a whole different way right about now. To be honest, if you were at Bilderberg as
That's
well.
actually a
Yeah,
flex.
I'm doing a horrible job with infiltration. Then I got Khaleesi unbanned,
Yeah.
or helped her get unbanned. I've been against Israel the whole time.
He did. He got me out of jail. He made me pictures of Khaleesi behind bars. Run an all-night campaign to get me out of jail. It was the Free Khaleesi campaign. And in the morning, Twitter literally messaged me and said, fine, fine. We take you out of jail. I was shadow banned for 5
Yeah,
months for doing a Mossad
me,
space, wasn't I?
me and Beatrix love each other.
But you're not allowed to go to India, though.
She's just upset that I exposed that she
Yeah.
loves Piers Morgan, and that's the only reason why she attacks me.
That's true. He's been getting exposed a lot recently.
But
Several people.
Beatrix still not allowed to go to India on X.
I wonder why.
No, my posts aren't allowed to be seen across India. Modi does not like the truth. So he's banned my account across India, which is what it is, I guess, anyway.
That's a reward, isn't it?
It is in a way, but it's frustrating in a way because they're really suffering out there, Simon. And like I always thought that once the genocide was over, obviously nobody thought this war was coming. I would have liked to have gone back and done those spaces, and maybe we can still, in another way or something. But after the war, hopefully, because Modi's a tyrant, really tyrant. Oi, Aaron Johnston, I'm
You can do
listening to
the
you.
Imran Khan spaces instead.
Oh my God, you mentioned his name, and our freaking YouTube chat is going to be flooded in a second because they make it all about him being in prison. I literally had to tell somebody yesterday, why is this relevant? And the person was like, oh. The person
All
was
the
like, oh,
requests, all the requests are coming now.
Yeah, your DMs are going to get open. Simon made the comment. His DMs are open, guys. If you want to go over to him. So listen, this Aaron Johnson is saying, agree. Where did he say it? He says, agrees, Beatrix sucks. Up your game, Beatrix. Right, I saw it somewhere. I'll deal with him in a second, right? Aaron Johnson. Agree, Beatrix sucks. Lift your game, Beatrix. And Crypto, thank you very much. Crypto has now given another super chat saying confirmed, convinced, confirmed, Suleiman. Yeah, he is convinced. He's got to be convinced after that. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Let me see 1 second. Let me see. Let me see.
Appreciate
Let me
you.
see. Let me see. What does his comment say?
It says convinced, confirmed, Suleiman.
You've pushed me towards saying I think she's average right now. She's average. She's moved from below average to average right now. She's moved from below average to average. She's got far to go yet, Crypto. She's got far to go. But she has moved. She's moved from below average to average. But she's got far to go. She's got far to go. She's just not there yet, Crypto.
Is that because she called out Joa?
Okay, when you put that down, then maybe she's going back towards below average. But like, okay, we'll say she's average.
Sully, has anyone gifted you in shekels yet?
Okay, guys, listen.
We did have that Israeli that used to give the super chats
Oh yeah,
just to tell Suleiman what and abuse
yeah.
me,
I
isn't
remember
it?
that back in the day. That was hilarious. Yeah, I have received shekels only from Joe though.
Sully and Beatrix,
What's that? You go from defending me to attacking me?
It's just an easy one about the mezuzah. Hey Gary, how you doing? Gary, I'm not too far away from you, bro. Once the war's over, I need to come and link.
Yeah, let's grab a drink or dinner or a falafel. I don't know. Where are you at? You in Clearwater?
I'm in. No, I just left Clearwater. I'm in. I'm in. I'm in like a different area. I'm about 15 minutes. It's about 30 minutes away from there. I'm in Temple Terrace.
Temple Terrace. I'm in St. Pete.
Oh, that's like really close.
How long are you here for?
I don't know anything up to. Well, I was gonna go back and then this war started, so I was thinking about going after the war ends. But if the war doesn't end, then I'm gonna have to make a decision and we'll go back soon, in a few weeks.
Well, let's try and love to meet you, man.
Definitely. I'll before I go, I'll definitely come and see you. And
Happy to have you out here. We could well, this is a really unique location. If you wanted to see something really beautiful, I'd love to have you out, man. Happy to make you dinner here, have a drink or whatever.
appreciate that.
But
Yeah, I'll definitely
whatever's good
come.
for you, dude.
It'll have to be a cup of tea, but definitely I'll come and see you.
Yeah, cup of tea's fine. I got tea.
Appreciate it, Gary.
So what's going on, guys? I've been disconnected here. Hey, do we have updates? I mean,
So many
have
updates,
things?
Gary. So many updates. Israel is being decimated to the extent where Netanyahu's come out, Naftali Bennett's come out, sending prayers and wishes to Arad and DIMONA, where the nuclear site is. Completely decimated, completely destroyed. And it just shows they've got no air defense left. They've got no defense interceptor missiles. The ones that hit DIMONA, I was watching it, and there was actually defense interceptor missiles that were sent in the air to try and stop it, but they just failed. So this is not looking good for Israel. They are being obliterated.
And what's Iran's position right now? They're just pressing forward. No negotiations, or
Well, I think they've set out what they want, which is obviously some they've already got. They got the sanction relief for a month already, but obviously they want permanent sanction relief. They want reparations. They want the bases in the Middle East to go. They want
that's a big
those are the
one.
main
That's
things
a
they've
big one,
demanded.
man. I don't see the bases going. I mean, I'd
You
like to
forgot
see
a
the bases going, but I don't
you
see
forgot
it
a big one,
happening.
Tully. The threat from the Houthis, which I had said the other day, actually, that if they go onto the island, they're closing off the other strait.
What was that, Joe? The Houthis just said that.
Yeah, they said that like 2 hours ago.
Okay, I
that
might have
if
missed it.
yeah, if they go to the island, if they attack the island, the Houthis are instructed to shut off the other strait, which affects everything.
So hold on. So US are selling replenishment of their defense interceptors to the Gulf countries, but Israel doesn't have any, and that's a bit weird, isn't it?
That's a huge signal, Simon.
11. So it was 11 billion. Was it specifically for defense interceptors? I thought it was for all. It was for a variety of military defense.
Probably, yeah. I'm not sure of the details, but I think they put in at like my understanding 11 billion or 23 billion something order. But if these things are just getting through in Israel, like that's pretty
Well, this is
interesting.
my point, Simon. This is what I've been saying. I told you these Gulf countries are cooked. So just think about that. The Gulf countries paid for these military equipment. The military equipment is decimated. They're not able to defend themselves. America decides to defend Israel anyway. The Gulf countries decide, guess what? We're going to spend more money with you and we're going to send you more money. That just shows you how cooked they are.
Well, remember, it doesn't go to America; it goes to a few elites in a few companies in
Exactly.
America. All this stuff, none of it goes to America's benefit. It just goes to print some GDP, prop up, like the wealth class, and Trump is just burdening the American people with debt while he tries to get some sales for the stockholders.
Exactly. And I said it. I said they're cooked. They will never change their perspective. And this is just an example of it.
They will. They'll be East aligned. They got no choice.
I think honestly, it's hard. It's hard. I can see why it's hard for you to understand why they're so cooked. It's because it's a psychology, and sometimes, like from the West, people don't realize how these people think, whether it's Asians or Arabs or wherever. But these people are completely cooked. Like they pay for abuse.
Yeah, no, I think it's a bit more than that. I think they've been paying for influence, which is changing results and changing dynamics. Like I think it's a bit more than that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's quite clear what it is. The countries are being hit. Now, right now, they're going to send more money for what? If it's for influence, they're paying what? For military equipment that doesn't work. How does that work? Why not send it to the Chinaman for 20% of the price? Where's inevitable China? Where's inevitable China when you need him?
Yeah, well, you're dealing with you're dealing with America here. Like it's it was a dominant empire, and everything in America is for sale, and so they have to acquire their to the next world order. I think.
So, Andrew, I want to ask you if you can do me a favor. Are you there, Andrew? Oh, he's not there. Maybe when he's back.
What? You? I didn't. You broke up there, Beatrice.
Yeah, could you do me a favor, please? I read out that post earlier, and I'll read it out again from the Altani, the guy in the Altani family in Qatar, and it'd be good to read it out now while Simon's up here and Joa. And somebody wants me to repost it because they want to share it, but I can't repost it because, well, even if I did, they wouldn't be able to see it because my account's locked. So if I send it to you, would you be able to repost it for me, please? I've sent you their post.
Sure.
Thank you. They tagged me in it, and I'll send it to you now. So this is, I'm going to read it out again, and the person who asked for it, just so that they know I'm sending it, is Pete. Perdido Stacks Pete. Andrew's going to repost it, and I'll read it out. Simon, this is actually quite funny. So this is oh shit, where's it gone? I'll just have to go to the DMs because I sent it to Andrew. I'll have to find it there. I think I took the bookmark off it. This is from Nawaf Al Thani, who's obviously linked to the royalties in Qatar. And he says, before the war versus now. Before the war, Iran's power projection was more limited. Now it's targeting US allies across the region and shows no sign of stopping. Before the war, Iranian oil was under sanctions. Now Washington is easing limited restrictions on Iranian oil sales while assuring everyone that yes, Tehran may still get the money, but somehow it will be difficult. Before the war, Iran did not control the Strait of Hormuz. Now it is shaping access to the strait in practice, while US partners such as India and Japan are seeking and receiving Tehran's approval for their ships to pass. That is real political leverage. Before the war, regime change was still part of the conversation. Now even reports from inside the US administration suggest it is nowhere close. Before the war, gas prices were lower and forever wars were supposed to be behind us. Today, do I even need to say it? From the US administration's perspective, this is winning. That does not mean the United States cannot still prevail in this war, but at what cost and towards what end? Innocent lives are now trapped between an unclear strategy and a terror regime. This is a war that will not be decided kinetically by either side. In the end, it will be decided by diplomacy alone. So I thought it was quite an interesting tweet. I wonder who he's calling the terror regime. I hope he's calling Israel the freaking terror regime and he's not
No,
calling
he's calling. I
Iran the
think he's
terror
calling
regime
Iran it
because I
because
like.
I've been watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching his posts and he's been really attacking Iran. He's attacked Iran more than he's ever attacked Israel, to be honest. So again, it shows the psychology of these Gulf state people.
Yeah, they also arrested 2 Al Jazeera journalists as well for praising Iran's attacks on the Gulf, the US base in the Gulf and the GCC.
Well, wait a minute. I'm reading it now, Beatrice, and I reposted it, and I posted it in Purple Pill. So wait a minute. So what are we saying here? Because I'm reading it now, and I listen to you. Do you want me to post that?
So the person that I sent you the post above that tweet, the post above
Yep.
is the person who's tagged me. If you can just post it as a response to them, please, as well, that'd be really helpful. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
And the mayor of Arad apparently had a seance with Netanyahu just after these bombings today.
A seance, like to summon the dead?
Oh my God, did we lose Simon again? Simon's playing ping pong with the mic today. Luna's just posted on the YouTube chat what you guys were just talking about, that Iran's police chief Ahmad Reza Radan said, I want to say to the European Union, if you're not capable of preserving Greenland, submit a request and we will come. Oh, somebody's saying Ben Gavir came to Arad. He's still alive. Have you seen it? Resistance. Did Ben Gavir go?
No, I haven't seen it. Let me have a look.
Is it AI Ben Gavir? Is it real Ben Gavir? And just really quickly, in response to who was it? Kai Batu. Thank you so much. You tagged me in a post. If you look on the space, Kai, and you look above where you can see Suleiman and myself, there's some tweets pinned there. That first tweet, that first post, is how you can support the space in terms of buying a coffee or anything like that. You asked specifically you want to buy a coffee. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's how you can support the work that we're doing. So appreciate you, Kai. Thank you.
Just seeing the images of Ben Gavir, it does seem he's alive. So, because he's really they're looking at that on site in the.
How good is our YouTube chat? How good is our YouTube chat? They're amazing. They're like, saw a video 1 minute ago, looks really real. Someone saying it was on live broadcast 20 minutes ago. Someone saying it's a blow up doll.
He looks different though. He doesn't look like the Ben Gavir I remember. Honestly, I'm being serious.
No, it's still him. He's as fat as ever.
Resistance, I got some bad news for you, bro.
What's that?
Ben Gavir's alive.
Yeah, I'm just watching. I'm just looking at the videos. He looks like in the street, but
He's
I'm
in
just think.
Arad. I'm just about to post it now.
Yeah,
You know what that means, resistance? You know what that means? Like when Suleiman says, I never listen to chicks, he literally never listens. I'm not joking. So we just had a conversation, but because I was the one telling you, it just went right over his head, literally.
yeah. I didn't want to say to him, So yeah, he's the host.
So what, you were talking about it before, right? Cool.
I only heard it when you said it, Sully.
Legend. This is what I mean. This is the legend that is Simon. Love it. Okay, so that
Simon, I thought you had my back. I thought you had my back. You done it. You're like
he's
Davos
not
Jonah.
he's
Don't
not
be like
simp. He's
Davos
not a simp,
Jonah.
bro. Why would
Seriously,
he?
Simon.
I mean,
But still. Okay, so Resistance Ali's asking, Beatrix, can Suleiman and Simon assess the war in terms of gas, not oil? Richard Mates says, with Qatar's gas shut, USA is winning the economic side of war by seizing global LNG market.
It's really important to get this right. There is no such thing as USA. There is some LNG companies that are going to benefit from it. That doesn't have anything to do with USA. USA, as in the American people, the cost is socialized for you, but the profits go to a couple of LNG companies. That's it. They're getting contracts. That it doesn't. You're paying the cost. They're getting the profits. There is no concept of USA winning here. There's just a bunch of companies that win. That's what everyone needs to get their head around. You're paying the cost if you're American, and a bunch of companies are cashing in on on some contracts. Oh, and you also get some inflation as well as a little gift on top.
guy there.
Simon, the more we go into this, I'm seeing the deals being cut left and right, Simon. I'm serious. It's very obvious here, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, there's lots of deals being cut here.
Sully, I saw you clapping. I'm
No,
telling you, Sully,
I
you
don't
gotta see.
agree. I don't agree with you guys. I think this the only deal that the only deal I'm seeing is the Israel and his allies bending the knee to the domination of the Iranians. The Persian Empire is coming, and I've been told I'm going to be the viceroy of Europe. So listen, domination. Zios need to bend the knee. It's going to be over for them. And I'm seeing it in real time, and we're here for it. And I can tell my grandchildren, listen, we were there when the end of Israel occurred. We were doing live spaces with how many people in this one? 3,100. Oh God, everyone's come back. We were like, for the last week, like nobody, like, we would like drop down to like 2,000. Soon as Israel gets decimated, everyone's like, Goive, Goive, we're back in town. What we got? We got nearly 4,000 people between YouTube and here, and what they're watching is Israel be damn it. All 4,000. You're gonna tell your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, we were there when evil was extinguished, when the Zionists were destroyed, when there was freedom in the world. Goive, indeed.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, they could get just right,
Apparently,
but then they're too. That's why they're going to power broker this from a power position.
I don't know, Siddharth, if this is true, but apparently Trump's new truth post, is it true, Siddharth? Trump's new truth post, social post is the United States has blown Iran off the map. Is that real? Let me see if that's real.
Have you got a Truth Social
Yeah,
account to check
going
it?
south.
When you hear the administration talk about it, we are kicking everyone's ass. Yeah, I heard Pete, what's his name, the other night. I'm like, wow, dude, like, uh, it's actually crazy. Suleiman, on a more humorous note, in that you could possibly be royalty someday in the future, please place your tea order now, so I can make sure that customs can get it through by the time that you're here at my house. I wouldn't want to let you down. I need to do first
Well,
impressions are
there is
very
a
important.
delicacy. Well, Gary, now that you ask, and I know you're a man of fine
Hey,
dining and exquisite choice, there is but a delicacy in the north of England too. One is a tea and it's called Ringtons. Can only be found in the north of England. The southerners don't even know what this is.
that's R I
They
T T E N, right?
Ringtons, as in ring and then tons.
Ring 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then obviously you won't be able to get the other stuff, but that is the tea that we have in the north of England, and I do miss it
Wait,
when I go
was that better
anywhere out of
than?
the north.
Is that better than PG Tips?
Oh my God, Simon!
Oh yeah, dude, because it comes with special cold that even South London can't fucking take credit for. The Northerners know what real cold is. It just
E-
cuts through everything.
exactly, bruv. And how can you, Simon, have some shame, bro? This is why you live in the Isle of Man. PG Tips. How can you even compare that to Ringtons?
We have
Yeah,
we have
Simon,
fair we
don't
have
don't be
Fairy Bridge
don't
tea over here.
don't be so classless there, Simon. Okay,
Exactly.
PG tips. Come on,
Come on,
dude.
bro.
I mean, come on, bro.
Come on.
Ringtons. All right. What's the other delicacy? Solomon, you got
Well,
tea.
the other one is a food delicacy. It's called Parmesan, but again, people in the south will have never heard of that.
Oh, it's beautiful, bro. Like you like veal parmesan, you like chicken parmesan. How do you like it?
Chicken Parmesan.
Yeah. Can you eat veal? Is veal a good thing or a bad thing for you?
What veal? Oh,
Veal,
veal. Yeah, yeah,
V
we can have
E
veal.
A
Yeah, yeah,
L.
we can have veal.
Veal parmesan is better than chicken
Really, I've never
parmesan,
had
my
it.
friend. Fucking
Swear
stunning.
down, bro.
Yeah, stunning. My favorite meal in London was I spent about 14 years there, a little Italian restaurant, and they did the best uh, chicken Milanese I've ever had in my fucking life. It came out on a chop that was the size of a hubcap, man. I mean, this thing was huge, and on a arugula salad, and the two of those it was just perfect. Anyway, I'm getting hungry, I think.
That's hilarious. Let me read this new tweet by Donald J. Trump. Uh, off the map. Sorry, I'm tweeting it out at the same time. So Donald Trump says they have blown Iran off the map, and this is what he says. What's wrong with my phone? Why is it taking so long to tweet? Okay. The United States have blown Iran off the map, and yet their lightweight analyst David Sanger says that I haven't met my goals. Yes, I have, and weeks ahead of schedule. The leadership is gone. The Navy and Air Forces are dead. They have absolutely no defense, and they want to make a deal. I don't. We are weeks ahead of schedule, just like the incompetent election coverage of me. The failing New York Times always get it wrong. President Donald J. Trump. Hussein, you had your hand up. Hussein?
He's probably busy. He's trolling Jonah's friend Mario. And not trolling, he's smashing him, to be honest. Brother Hussein, can you hear us?
Hey, sorry,
Yeah,
yeah.
he can't
I
hear.
stepped away from the phone. I'm sorry. How you guys doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Good. I'm sure you guys heard the news about what's happening in South Lebanon. A lot of these diaper forces went missing, huh?
I haven't heard that. What happened?
Oh, you haven't heard that it was they put up and this is like by multiple media outlets that they lost contact. The diaper forces lost contact with a bunch of their soldiers inside South Lebanon. So I think Sully posted about it, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. I think he did. In any event, they lost contact with a bunch of soldiers. Now either they could be dead or captured. Who knows? Honestly, I'd rather them be captured because obviously that's like a huge leverage, and they hate to have their own captured. I mean, they'll try to probably kill them so they don't have to negotiate, but Yeah, that's big news in South Lebanon. The resistance is still destroying them, and they're barely able to get in a couple of kilometers into the beyond the border. So it's good stuff. Good stuff coming out of South Lebanon. Good stuff coming out of Iran, and couldn't be more excited. What a time to be alive.
Somebody said on YouTube that Trump saying that he's blown Iran off the map. They're saying he's probably reading the map the wrong way around. He's probably holding it upside down. So funny.
He's a
These
professional.
YouTube lot
He's a
are so funny.
professional, like shit talker. Excuse my language. That's
Like
he's
professional bullshit artist, basically.
Yeah, yeah, and he's good on that. Like, well, I'll give him one thing. Like, if there's anything he's good at, it's talking nonsense and talking shit. To be honest with you, so he knows how to propagate to his cult fan base. Like, I'm gonna be honest, and no offense to anybody, Joe, I know you voted for him, but anybody who still supports Trump, and Joe, this is not for you. I know you're against it, but anyone who
Oh
still
my god,
supports
shots
Trump,
fired.
no, I love Joe. Anybody who still supports Trump just needs to have their heads examined. This guy really, really, like, he's so transparently such a liar. He's so transparent. His BS is, I don't know how else to say it. You have to have your head examined if you still believe in anything he says. None of his objectives are. If anything, he's in a worse situation now. He should have never even. He was in a better situation before attacking Iran than he is in now. Now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The GCC countries are all battered to hell. Israel's battered to hell. Like these, like at that point, like none of these countries were destroyed, and now we're in a situation where he has to come up with an excuse for the GCC countries. Now he's trying to get money out of them to try to rebuild all these vases, like as if like. And I know they're probably gonna come up with it because they're cucks, but yeah, I mean he's in a worse situation now than ever. The crude oil prices are around 100, I think, and they went up to like 120 at a point. That's gonna go up as time goes by, and his tweets and his truth social posts are not gonna have any merit anymore. I mean, as the prices go up and as like the market ignores what he's saying because he has no validity to what he's saying, it's gonna be a bad day for him. And this is the way he's gonna leave his legacy, just being a sucker for Israel. Sorry, was that a mic drop or is anybody gonna say anything?
Yeah, it was a mic
No,
drop.
I
It was
heard
a mic
it.
drop for sure. Whole huge mic drop. Beatrix don't know what to say, but that might not be because of the mic drop. But go ahead, Beatrix.
Oh, Beatrice is on the panel. I didn't see her. Hey, Beatrice, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Oh, Suleiman, your chat's crashed on your YouTube as well. Good to have you on. Brother Hussein. Let me just have a look what other news there is. There's quite a lot of news coming through today. Let me have a look. This is Axios. Axios says Trump is trying to figure out who in Iran actually makes decisions. Oh, God. Oh, the irony. He killed the guy that made the decisions. Now he's trying to figure out who makes the decisions. While Arakshi has handled past talks, US officials see him as a fax machine with little real
Which is
authority.
true.
They're now trying to identify and reach Iran's true decision makers.
Which is actually true. Aragchi has no power. He's literally is a fax machine. And he's right. Like basically by killing the people who were actually more amiable to negotiations, they've left it where now it's like people want to take Israel and the United States of America and put it on their knees. So if you were to describe it, which I don't really like describing it as in hardliners and all this kind of stuff, then there's no doubt about it that now the complete autonomy is with people who want a more stronger response as opposed to having a negotiation.
So you said to Brother Hussein, Beatrix doesn't know what to say. So Aaron Johnston says, Suleiman, that's fake news, bro. Beatrix always has something to say. These guys, man.
That's a good one. That's an attack.
Sully, didn't you? I could have sworn you posted about that incident in South Lebanon, or maybe I just. I know. Did you hear about that? Where the soldiers that lost contact with them?
That was I posted about the tank being taken out. That was about 3-4 hours ago. But not the soldiers. I didn't post that, but that might have happened while I was while this whole DIMONA thing's been happening.
Yeah, I'll send it to you just so you could take a look at it. But a lot of media outlets were reporting it. Even it actually came out of Israel, if anything.
Yeah,
I'll
there's
send
no
it to you.
doubt about it, bro. This is like, I've never seen such a clapping in my life. Like, this is worse than 2024.
This is worse than 2024, but this is and even though in 2006 they really just like massacred Israel too, this is even probably better than 2006 as well.
Oh yeah, because it's like they're not even able to like put a step into Lebanon. Like they're just getting clapped everywhere. Like this is
Yeah, so the strategy in 2006 was, and this is like the resistance old strategy, was to allow them to go in a little bit deeper and to entrench them and entrap them. But at this point, they're not even allowing them to get in within like 5 kilometers. Like they're literally still at the border.
well, this is actually why, if you remember, I was like, they're gonna let them go in, they're gonna let them get in deep, and then they're gonna clap them, and that's actually what I thought was gonna happen because that's what the strategy Hezbollah has been using in the past, and this is what the strategy the Israelis have been falling for. But it's worse than that, bro. Like they're not even letting them get close; they're just getting smashed.
So this has come out from an Israeli channel. Or Simon's dropped. I wanted his take on this as well, but let's see what everybody else's take is. Senior Iranian official, and this is Iranian news agency, and they've got quite a following. And I found their news to be so far quite on point. So they don't, from what I've seen, they haven't put out any of the fake news. So they say senior Iranian official says Iran's conditions for stopping the war rests on 6 basic clauses, including 1, guarantees against the repetition of the war, so no more kind of attacks on ours. 2, closing American bases in the region. 3, ending wars on all fronts. I guess that kind of means like, the Israeli terror in Lebanon and Gaza and Syria and Yemen and everywhere else. 4, payment of compensation. 5, imposing a new legal system for the Strait of Hormuz. So they're happy to do that, which is good. 6, trial and handover of elements from hostile media outlets. Trial and handover of elements from hostile media outlets. I don't understand that bit. What does that mean? Trial and handover of elements from hostile media outlets. I don't understand that. Yeah, that looks quite reasonable, though. What do you think of that, Titi?
Sorry, could you repeat that, Beatrix? I didn't hear what you read.
Yeah, let me go back to it and I'll repeat it. Give me a second. Oh, just switch that off. Let me find it again. So actually, there's breaking news as well. Without offering any details, Trump has repeated claims that Iran wants to make a deal and says he does not. So Trump is saying right now, Iran wants to make a deal, but I do not. Right? I mean, like I want anybody who still believes him to come up on this space, literally, because I think you need to go to a
Where's
museum and
Mankos?
be
He should be up
exhibition
here
there.
soon, no?
No, don't have a go at Mancos. Okay, so
Are you
I'm just
really? Are
looking
you
at what
really
other
starting
news there is.
to protect? I don't know. It's, you made several comments tonight. I'm starting to wonder what side you're on.
Oh
Yeah.
damn, Joe,
Sebastian.
went there, blood.
Also, can I just say,
You're so bad. Yeah, go ahead, and I'll find that while you're talking. Go ahead.
thank you so much. I was going to say, it's just interesting because obviously there came a point where they wanted to negotiate with Iran and Iran said no. And they came back with that request a few times, and Iran said, no, absolutely not. We tried to negotiate with you, and you attacked us both times. So there is no negotiation now. And Trump is genuinely like a child. So it feels like now he's like, well, now I don't want to negotiate with you, to try and save face. It's just a bit comical. It makes the whole thing seem so silly. If you didn't think there was a war and people were dying, you would just think there's a bunch of children sat at the top, just basically trying to act like they don't want to talk to each other, but they really do, and they actually do want to play together, but they can't.
There's one side, TT, excuse me. There's one side that has taken limited help from their allies, very limited, and then there's one side that's begging NATO to come in and try to save them. So I mean, you put the pieces to the puzzle there, and who's really like begging who for for a ceasefire?
Well, just on that, but
Yeah, so it's there's a lot of mixed news coming out. Let me just read this for you, TT, then I'll read the news and I'll give the mic right back to you. So this is what I read earlier. This is coming out from Iranian media. A senior Iranian official says Iran's conditions for stopping the war rest on 6 basic clauses, including number one, guarantees against the repetition of the war. 2, closing American bases in the region. 3, ending wars on all fronts. And I interpret that to be like in Lebanon and, Yemen and Syria. Everywhere basically Israel does its terrorism, Palestine, Gaza. 4, payment of compensation. 5, imposing a new legal system for the Strait of Hormuz, which is nice, which is fair. And 6, trial and handover of elements from hostile media outlets. And I didn't understand that one. Trial and handover of elements from hostile media outlets. And then the other news I had, which I'm just going to read really quickly as well, and then I'll pass the mic to you. A spokesperson for the Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters says more modern systems have entered the battlefield for a new round of impact-orientated operations. I swear to God, they timed these statements right at the end of midnight, just gone midnight, and I bet you the Israelis don't sleep all night thinking, oh my God, what have they got in store for us tomorrow? So he says more modern systems have entered the battlefield for a new round of impact-orientated operations. And I read this earlier, but I think it's quite funny, so I'll read it again. 1 second, let me just mute this guy. So then Trump is trying to figure out who in Iran is actually making decisions. And I laughed when I read that because I said, like, literally kill the guy that was making the decisions. While Arakshi has handled past talks, US officials see him as a fax machine with little authority. They're now trying to identify and reach Iran's true decision makers. We did say this earlier, just going to repeat it again. Tasnim News has categorically denied news of Iran issuing an evacuation order for Al Jazeera HQ in Doha. And that was a false claim made by the media. Iran's Foreign Minister Arakshi says to Kyoto, we do not accept a ceasefire. We do not want the scenario of last year to be repeated. We want a complete, comprehensive and sustainable end to the war. The only acceptable solution is a complete end to the war. There must be guarantees that this situation will not be repeated. The damages must be compensated. That's fair, because we know from history what ceasefire means. When we look at Gaza, what their ceasefire means. So that was it, TT. So over to you. Hi, Darkside. Good to have you on. I'll come to you in a second, Darkside. Go ahead, TT.
yeah, thank you so much, Beatrix. I didn't hear that last part, which I'm glad you repeated because I think I know what they're talking about. But before I go into it, I'm just so glad that the world is learning about Iranian humor.
Iran has destroyed DIMONA and ARAD. They have absolutely demolished Israel. Missile after missile after missile has been hit or has been flown towards Israel, and Israel had no way to stop them. One missile hit, second missile hit, third missile hit. And what we're seeing in Israel is complete decimation. We're seeing buildings being destroyed. We're seeing craters within Arad, and they're simply not able to do so. Such is the level of extent that Netanyahu had to come out. Naftali Bennett had to come out and talk about the pain and suffering that the Israeli people are going through from witnessing such a devastating attack. Ben Gvir even went to the site in DIMONA. Now, why this is important is because DIMONA is where the nuclear site, the Israeli nuclear facilities are. And so those facilities are meant to be extremely well guarded. There's meant to be a lot of interceptor missiles there. And yet all of those interceptor missiles failed. This was one of Iran's most ferocious attacks since the start of the war. Iran hit so hard that DIMONA looks like Gaza. Now, I'm not trying to make comparison to Gaza because what they did to Gaza is exponentially worse, but it's a small grain of example of what occurred in Gaza, where they're having to feel the same level of pain and suffering. Let's break down exactly what happened today. I'm just going to go through the news over the last few hours to demonstrate through the video so you have a kind of cataloging of exactly what occurred. So firstly, this was a few hours ago. We got reports. And it was... Let me do this one here. Here we go. So it said, missile impact on DIMONA. Israeli forces are heading towards the site. And this was according to Israeli media. You can see here. Okay, here we go. So you can see the missile. You can see the missile there. And there you go. There was an attempt to stop it, but the attempt failed. And then wow, huge impact on DIMONA from Iranian missile. And you can see the impact. Once again, you can see it. There you go. The interceptor fails, and then it hits. And this is a more close-up version of it. You can see what it is. That is destructive. Ballistic emergency services were out in DIMONA in order to help. That was the emergency services were out in order to get to and this is important. You can see here what I mentioned. Whoa. Whoa. And some would describe this as boom, boom, Tel Aviv. And you can see the devastation left in
קדימה, משימה חשובה, ביצוע סריקות. קדימה. ביצוע סריקות מהירות בכל הנקודות לדבר.
And then, after DIMONA, we got another hit, this time towards ARAD. And the hit was significant.
קדימה. ביצוע סריקות מהירות בכל הנקודות לדבר. קדימה, משימה חשובה, ביצוע סריקות.
Guys, you saying what? Your video audio is too loud, can't hear you.
ביצוע סריקות מהירות בכל הנקודות לדבר. קדימה, משימה חשובה, ביצוע סריקות. קדימה. ביצוע סריקות מהירות בכל הנקודות לדווח. קדימה, משימה חשובה, ביצוע סריקות. قديمة. ده أراد بويرة بنيان التليفون.
Okay, guys. Testing. What about now? What about now? Testing. Is it sorted? Finally muted. Okay, cool. Let's do it again then. I didn't think I did that well enough anyway, so I'm glad we do it again. 22. Okay, let's try this again. Hopefully it'll be better. Iran has destroyed, decimated, demolished DIMONA. And they've done the exact same thing to ARAD. They've left it destroyed. Rubble is what we can see in these two areas, these two regions. DIMONA is extremely important because they have a nuclear facility there. And in reality, why it's important is because that should be the place which Israel defends more than anything else. There should be a high level of defense there because it's their nuclear facility, their nuclear capability. They also have military bases there as well. And so in reality, the fact that DIMONA was hit so easily and Israel was unable to defend it shows the weakness when it comes to Israeli defense. And it proves our point that Israel is unable to defend itself. Israel has run out of defense interceptor missiles. Those that they have are unable to stop the ongoing Iranian attack. And they are failing. Not able to stop the Iraq attacks by Iran. People are saying that during Ramadan, Iran was in the first gear. They managed to turn it up into second gear. And what you saw was complete devastation in DIMONA and Arad. You know what was even more worse? The fact that Netanyahu, Naftali Bennett both came out giving their condolences to the people of DIMONA and Arad. Such was the level of damage, such was the level and significance that occurred today. Ben Gvir even came out. Many people thought, where's Ben Gvir? He's been silent. No one's even seen him in public. He came out in public to, I believe it was, I can't remember which of the two sites it was. It was one of the two, DIMONA or Arad. I believe it was DIMONA that he went to in order to give his condolences, in order to show his support. Such was the level of devastation. It's so bad in DIMONA. It's so bad in Arad that some of the scenes look like Gaza. Now, we're not making a comparison. What they did in Gaza was horrific, was horrendous, but they got a small taste of what the people of Gaza were suffering. This attack was ferocious. They have no defense left. And it just goes to our point. They're unable to defend themselves. Iran's able to hit at will. What happened to Trump's statement when he said that the Iranian military had completely been decimated, that they were unable to attack, that they were unable to assault anyone? That was obviously faced because Israel has realized, the United States of America has realized, and I'm talking about the people because we know the leadership are just lying, that Iran has the ability to hit them whenever they want. Now, I want to go through and document some of the events that occurred over the last few hours, just so you have an understanding of what occurred one after the other. So initially, we got this report. Now, let me get it up for you. And you can see here, the first report we got was that DIMONA was hit. And there you can see, there you go, and it hit. So the first report we got was DIMONA was hit. After that, we saw, I wrote, wow, huge impact on DIMONA from an Iranian missile. Remember, DIMONA is home to Israel's nuclear facility. This makes it really important, and I can't emphasize enough the level of importance this has. Because this is where the nuclear capability is, this is where the nuclear facility is, and they would have been able to, they should be able to defend it at all times. People say that the Iranians waited till the end of Ramadan, the holy month of the Muslims, to take things into the next gear to absolutely decimate and destroy Israel.
And here you see, oh my God, missile hits Dimona. The footage is shocking. And you can see it. Look at it. Look at this hit. And there you go. And this was the level of devastation that occurred. You can see here, fire burns at the impact site of an Iranian ballistic missile in Dimona. Dimona was on fire. They were unable to defend themselves. And you saw emergency services out at Dimona trying to help people or help soldiers get emergency services help and be taken to hospital. It was significant and it was ferocious. And it demonstrated that they were unable to defend themselves. This one was interesting because there was footage of interceptors failing and missiles hitting Dimona. And let me show you. You'll see this. There'll be an interceptor. You can see the interceptor. It goes for it. It fails. It doesn't manage to hit. And then bang. The speed. Can you see the acceleration of the speed towards the end? It zooms in. And here you can see Dimona left. Did I show you this one? Sorry, let me show you this one again. Which is, you can see the interceptor goes up to try and hit it. The interceptor fails. The missiles comes in and the speed. Look at the speed towards the end. Dimona completely destroyed. Look at the devastation in Dimona. And then here you can see fire burning at the impact site of Dimona. Complete destruction in Dimona. But we didn't end things there. Also, ARAD was hit as well. Let me show you what happened to ARAD. ARAD is important because they have a basically they have a port there, an airport there, which can be used for military purposes. Because what happens is with airports, even civilian airports, at times of war, they are repurposed for military assets. And so planes come in, planes come out. Or for example, like I give an example in the UK, the biggest airport or with the longest runway is a place called Doncaster. And what it is it's a civilian airport, and it was used as a military airport during World War II. Now, if the UK was ever to go back into war again, that would be repurposed as a military runway because it's such a large runway. And what would happen is those people who went to war with the UK would then attack that airport in the idea or notion that this airport will be used. And here, let me show you. Look at this hit on ARAD. Look at this missile. And then, there you go. Casualties in the city of Arad and you can see once again the complete devastation. At this point, it was 30 injured in Arad, 47 injured in Dimona. Later, and once again, this is Arad again. You can see the devastation in Arad, complete destruction. And by the end of it, we had it. It's not the end of it, but up to that point, we had 2 major destruction sites in Arad. There are people missing, about 100 people injured and trapped in the scene. So they were unable to defend themselves. They were completely destroyed, completely decimated, and they couldn't do anything about it. Now, what this demonstrates is the point we've been saying, that Iran has not been using their stronger weapons. And today you saw one of their more advanced missiles. People think or believe it could be the Khorram Shah Shakar, which was used. And that's why you saw the missile come in, and towards the end, it accelerates and hits the target with extreme speed. They were unable to stop it with their defense interceptor missiles. And one missile did that type of devastation. This is going to be the end of Israel. Israel is unable to defend itself. They've ran out of defense interceptor missiles. Iran is now using their more advanced interceptor missiles. This wave continued on Dimona for hours upon hours upon hours. And they then sent a warning that they will be targeting the nuclear site in Dimona. They told everyone to leave. This is huge news. I can't emphasize how big news this is. It's more bigger and more ferocious than any of the attacks that have happened in the past. And simply, Israel is unable to do so. And this have exposed the lies of Donald Trump, who claims that they've destroyed Iran's military capability, their naval capability, any ability for Iran to defend itself, any ability for Iran to attack. We're seeing the opposite. Iran's defended itself by taking out the F-35s yesterday or the day before. Iran today has caused such level of devastation on Israel that the people of Israel are crying. They're complaining. They said they only had 7 minutes warning before the missile struck. Such is the level of speed of the missile. Also, the radar systems are no longer working, so they don't have the warning systems that are there. Let me know your thoughts on this devastating attack on Israel, the destruction of DIMONA, the annihilation of ARAD. Let me know what you think in the comments. What's next? Do you think Iran continues at this level? Do they escalate? What is Israel going to do to defend itself? Let us know in the comments. Give me your thoughts. Like this video. Subscribe to the channel. Get your friends and family to subscribe to the channel. Let everybody know it's the only place where we get real news, real information, and the best interviews out there. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. And for sure, we'll see you next time. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Palestinian territories, as well as Ali Salem, Minhad, and Al Zafra bases belonging to the U.S. terrorist. Reports indicated that more than 200 people were killed or wounded in the first hours of the invasion. The Zionist security officials have intensified their pressure on journalists and eyewitnesses to cover up the damage and report no casualties. It is necessary to remind the brave struggle of Hezbollah's Mujahideen forces in defending Lebanese territory, forming a fierce and intense front against the northern and central regions of occupied territory, and congratulating the Lebanese people and Muslims in the region on these victories. The miserable and neglected conditions under which residents of occupied territories live, who are suffering from a crisis that had worsened since Netanyahu declared war, are evident, especially for residents of areas under Zionist control, whose lives and security are threatened by the construction of nuclear and military centers near residential areas. The equation of war are changing, and the Zionist army's control over defense of occupied Palestinian territories is disappearing. So that's the end of the statement. But that last bit is really profound, because they talk about residents under Zionist control whose lives and security are threatened by the construction of nuclear and military centers near residential areas. Basically, what they're saying is Israelis are used as human shields because their homes are so close to nuclear and military centers, and therefore they're suffering because we're only hitting the nuclear and military targets. And then when they say the equations of war are changing rapidly, Zionist army's control over defense of occupied Palestinian territories is disappearing. They can no longer defend Israel. They can no longer defend Israel. Let's have a look just really quickly. Estimated US cost of war rises to 27 billion. So we said in the beginning, if you remember, we said it's going to be 1 billion a day. It's been 21 days. So 6 billion more. So current burn rate is 1 billion a day, 41.7 million per hour, 11.6 thousand per second. Based on Pentagon briefing, 11.3 billion in the first 6 days, and then 1 billion per day ongoing, and the conflict duration 21 days. So we're pretty spot on. And this is coming out of the Pentagon. 1 billion a day to fight Israel's terrorism, Israel's war. And that's it, actually. TT, over to you. Thanks for waiting.
No, sorry, Beatrice, not at all. I didn't mean to speak over you. I'm just going to share something. I know we're talking about a lot of serious stuff here. I'm just going to share something that's going to make you laugh as well. So, I think, Resistance, you mentioned, the signal, the jamming signals, and how Hezbollah might be using them, and they've been using them in Iran, because I heard, over some news, that when they come over into Iran's territory, they get like their whole systems kind of mess up and they can't find their way around. That's just something that I heard. And again, this goes back to the Iranian people's faith, right? Because a lot of Iranian mums, and this is just a bit of an insight into our communities, have genuinely been praying, obviously, for Iran to prevail and to come out of this stronger than ever and to win the war. And they genuinely, because they can't explain like why this is happening, they genuinely like having conversations like, yeah, it must be because of our prayers that a lot of these things are happening. And I know Beatrix, people have been commenting that, you know, it's because of our prayers that Israel is basically getting the treatment that it's getting right now. But yeah, it just goes back to the Iranian people and their sort of level of faith, because they genuinely believe so much in their land and in God that they, like, I've heard them say, like some of the mums, that they've been praying and that's why the signals over Iran don't work, which I absolutely love. It's obviously not the case. We know why it is, but I'm not going to explain to my mum that we're jamming signals. I'm not going to kill her. I'm not going to burst the bubble.
TT, my when I lived in California, my hair, the lady that the beautiful, beautiful woman that cut my hair, she's Iranian, and she was an Iranian with a PhD in chemistry. She's a chemist, and I was like, "What? What? You're cutting hair?" And tears just poured down her cheeks. And she said, "I can't even go into that. Anyway, how's your day?" And I go, "Well, not real well, since I'm learning more about you. But I do believe." And TT, please, I say this in love. I believe in their prayers because God's answering my prayers. Imagine my prayers. Israel and in America is coming into derision. That open shame is before God, because you cannot mock God like that. We're going to go kill him in the name of Jesus, and it's God's will. We go kill those. It can't happen. It won't happen. God will not be mocked. I've been praying and praying and praying, and that's why I'm so happy for what I see. No, not praying. Not happy to see people suffering, and no one wants death or destruction. But I'm seeing God's hand upon this, and I know I'm not supposed to say that, but I just said it, so I believe in that. And another thing too, these women there in Iran, they're so suppressed, and why more and more we find out how brilliantly educated yourself. Take yourself for instance. I'm not trying to glam you up here a little bit, but you never really tell us about your background. But let's be honest, you're a very intelligent, highly educated woman. So I'll land it there.
That is so kind, Andrew. I'll take the compliment. Thank you. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I do believe in God's power, and I genuinely believe that if you're like, we do have God on our side. I 100% believe that, and that enough. Whether you believe in God or not is not the point here. I believe in God. I'm a practicing Muslim, but even if you don't believe in God, the power and the courage that you get from leaving your faith in the hands of God surpasses anything else. Like that's the most important thing, right? You believe in a higher power that will protect you, almost gives you the courage to fight back. Like you might not have that courage otherwise, and that's been really, really important, I would say, for Iran, and also for the Iranians on the chat. They will know about this famous Persian saying, which I'm going to butcher by trying to turn it into an English saying, but we say I mean, this is quite a famous thing that we always use, that if you have a load on your back and it's sitting wonky on your back, you won't reach home. And it's basically to say that if you're taking the wrong path, it might work for some time, but it will eventually fall off your back and you won't reach home. And I've absolutely butchered that. In Persian, it's just like one straightforward saying that we have. But I think that's what we're seeing, is that, you know, this bullying and this pressure that they've put on our countries and on our region worked for some time, but there will come a point where the empire will crumble, which is, I think, what we're witnessing right now, and it won't have the right outcome because we're on the wrong path, and we just need to correct that path.
Appreciate that. Let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that strike in our dad literally right when Trump is saying Iran is completely destroyed. It's just like, at this point, I'm half convinced that Trump has no clue what's going on in this war, and they're just feeding him lines to say. Because there's no, I don't like. Obviously, we know Trump's a liar, but at this point, I'm convinced he's just getting fed things from Kushner and Adelson. Like, there's no, like, I literally don't think he even knows that our bases are probably decimated and that Israel's getting pummeled. Like, I literally don't think he even knows. to an extent. To an extent, I'm not absolving him of any guilt. He's still made the decision to go to war, so everything that happens is on him. Like if he wanted to, he could go on Twitter and get real news, but he's in his true social bubble and he's getting his information from a few handlers.
So
And
what?
that's on him. It's his job as the commander in chief to know what's going on. But I really I just
So, but then when you see this attack, this hit on Arad and Dimona, what do you think happens? Like, what's he thinking? Guys, can you hear me?
I'm dead.
Yeah, hey, Sully, can I jump in on that? What he's thinking is he's got his handlers and also his military advisors. He has his cabinet advisors, and when he's broken them down to the point where he wants to hear what he wants to hear, they will filter it. Demona got hit, and they'll filter it down to be palatable to him, palatable to him. And I've seen it happen. There was, I won't go into detail, but we briefed a four-star who briefed the Senate Armed Services Committee, and you had to be very careful with this one four-star because would really get very upset if you went off track on leaning anything towards submarine weapons versus the air power thing. I won't go into it, but eventually you get sanitized and beat down to where you only get filtered stuff. So what I'm saying, he'll hear it, Sully, but it's going to be very twisted and negative. And we saw it happen with Hitler. We've seen it happen with all these despots.
Exactly. So they might say Arad got hit, but they might say minor damage to one apartment building and not and they might say, oh, this is a one-off incident, and they'll act like today is the first day Israel's really gotten hit when we know that Israel's been getting pummeled for 3 weeks. And you have probably a lot of people in the MAGA cult who are thinking this is the first day Israel's gotten hit because today is the first day that like our dad and Dimona are trending on X, and real footage of Israel getting pummeled is making it to the mainstream influencers because now they're trying to portray Israel as the victim. That Eric Doherty guy saying they try to call Trump and Pete Hegseth the monsters. Oh my God, 100 wounded and some kids injured. Yeah, obviously I don't want to see any kids injured. These kids are not responsible for anything. I never want to see kids injured in any conflict. That's absolutely horrific. I'm never rooting for any kids on either side injured. I don't believe in collective punishment. But
But
I'm saying these MAGAs that are trying to make the Israelis into the victims, that I think is their new propaganda orders. They now are realizing Israel is losing the war so badly, they're trying to make the Israelis the victims, and it's just absolutely pathetic.
that's the thing is because the way they measure well, rather, the way they measure things is by how many innocents get hurt, right? And since Iran wasn't targeting or isn't targeting any civilians, structural, like any structural civilians or anything like that, they're not looking to kill innocents. So they don't want to tell the public, oh, our Tel Aviv is getting rocked, or Haifa is getting rocked, the ports, this, that, the Nevatim air bases, all these military sites are getting bombed. They don't measure destruction by anything other than just innocents getting hurt. And so again, like you said, we don't condone innocent people getting hurt, obviously, in any country, no matter who their governments are. But that's how they measure. That's how they measure their destruction, by how many innocents get killed.
Exactly. Like they show that these videos that that they celebrated that horrific strike on Iran's oil infrastructure that exposed all of those Iranians to cancer, and you have MAGA influencers who celebrated that, and it's like Trump's not messing around. Are you kidding me? Exposing 10 million people to cancer? That's absolutely horrific. So when those people are now trying to say what Iran's doing is going too far, it's this complete hypocrisy.
There's a book. It's called 900 Days by Arthur Schlesinger, the first 900 days of the Kennedy administration. It is a must read if you want to really get into the depth of how people influence the president's thinking. And Arthur Schlesinger goes into this deep. But for example, the Bay of Pigs, I won't elaborate on that. I saw it happen in real life when I was active working in Washington shortly after when a certain admiral, I'm not mentioning names, was brought up over over 15 officers senior to him. Why? Because the then president wanted to have the right guy say the right things, and there was a huge shift inside of the Pentagon, and they eventually got him fired. It's a big mess. But no, it's amazing what happens, really, who has the president's ear. It's called the doorman. We have a saying, whoever is the doorman, who speaks what and who says what, and it's very profound.
Thanks for that. Let's go to Darkside. Darkside, jump in.
Yeah, so let's not forget what was going on before this war kicked off, and that was the Epstein files. Trump was accused of raping a 13-year-old girl. I have no idea whether that's true or not. But the degree of compromise that's held on our public figures, be it in the executive branch or in Congress, is tremendous. And it doesn't just stop there. I mean, earlier you guys were talking about the GCC and curious, why are they doing deals with America? Why aren't they just doing what's in their best interest? Because they're compromised. They're no different. And we know that because from the Epstein files, one of the top, I think it was the UAE officials, was had to resign, right? One of the top corporate leaders. So this compromise doesn't just stop in America, right? Look, the GCC is acting like a group of people that are paying essentially mobsters for protection racket. And even though they're not getting protected, that doesn't matter. They got to pay the money or they're going down. So I think this level of compromise goes way beyond just the U.S., the executive branch and our Congress. I think this is global, and certainly the way the GCC leaders, monarchs are acting, they're acting like they are completely compromised. So, and of course, I would assume they are. And then, I'll give you one more thing. Here I live in Las Vegas. In Las Vegas, we kind of know that the greatest mass murder in U.S. history, which was the Las Vegas shooting, was done by the Saudis. Right? It's kind of given here that that was part of the battle that led to the Night of 1,000 Knives and all that crap that went down, and Khashoggi and everything else. It was a power struggle, and that was an attempt to kill MBS. So look, to think that this like stops and that these people are acting in their best interest of their countries is crazy. These people are all compromised, and until the people that own that compromise against them are destroyed, this is going to continue. I'll end it there.
Why did
I'll say one
Professor
thing.
Miranda?
Like sorry, Andrew. I'll say one thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Like the whole strike on Dimona right now. I blame Israel for having settlements around Dimona, around their nuclear sites, when they know it's a prime target for a military strike. I mean, why would they allow illegal settlements or settlements around their military sites? It's just like having the head of Mossad in the heart of Tel Aviv. I don't think that was a smart move.
Exactly. Iran's nuclear sites are all in the middle of nowhere. They don't have their nuclear site in the heart of Tehran.
Yeah, so well, Israel, it's on you.
Exactly, and that's why Professor Miranda, he said, quote, he said, and I'll never forget that in that interview that Sully has with him. Please go back in Sully's archives in the YouTube channel and watch that interview. Not the last one. I'm talking the one in about 3 weeks ago. Oh my God, over a month ago. But Professor Miranda said, he said, let's be very clear on this. This is the Epstein class versus the moral resistance. And I went, wow. He just nailed it.
W. Let's go to British. Go ahead, British.
How's everyone doing tonight? Hope everyone's well.
Yeah,
Well,
doing
happy,
good. Doing
healthy.
good. Doing really good. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Just in London, England, seeing all this going on. I mean, I just think that wasn't it? I think Israel's air defense isn't perfect, is it? So obviously they've just Iran's been firing a lot at Israel, and they've obviously just missed this one, and it's hit a building. But as far as I see from my sources on the ground, that no one's actually been killed. There has been injuries, but people haven't been killed, as far as I see. Which is good because loss of life isn't good on any end, whoever the person is, whatever race or religion he is. I condone people dying.
Unless you're Ben Gvir, Netanyahu, Smotrich, yeah, any of them, like, then we don't care.
Right, you don't care, but other people do.
No, nobody, no human cares if they're gone. Sorry.
Right. Okay, that's your opinion. Uh,
I don't know how you can
maybe
have
people.
another opinion to that. I
Well,
mean, the biggest
there
mass
are people
murderer.
in the world who do care. I'm just saying facts. I'm not taking bias to any side. Saying you don't care, but there are people out there who would care. That's all.
Unusual for you to
Brit,
say that.
Brit,
It's just a fact. It's a fair point. That's all.
British. Do you really believe that no, there's no that would happen? There wouldn't be severe casualties.
If if what would happen? Let me just be clear on what
That
you're
that
asking.
that yes, those very horrific missile strikes that are coming into DIMONA and the region in Israel.
I think they're terrible, and I think it was in a vulnerable position, and I mean, I think because a lot of people obviously went inside the bomb shelters, that definitely minimized casualties there, 100%.
How long
What about
how long
Arad?
do they have to get to the bomb shelters?
It depends. I don't know. I mean, depends how much warning they have. It depends where the rocket's coming from. But I'm assuming they got a few minutes. I would assume at least if the rocket's coming from 2,000 kilometers away, I'm assuming they've got the minimum of a few minutes.
I think that's right. I think about 5 to 7 minutes.
Alpha, yeah, I just want to say something, Alpha. So when you came
Yeah,
on and you said that Israel's obviously defense system isn't perfect, and
yeah.
this rocket got through.
Hmm.
Israel doesn't have a defense system anymore. All rockets are getting through. I don't know how much you've been following
Well,
this, but it doesn't have a defense
well, there's
system
definitely
anymore.
been
It's
videos
down. It's gone.
recently of rockets being intercepted. So that's called an air defense system, isn't it?
But when you say recently, what do you mean? A week, 10 days ago? Have you been following this on a daily,
In the
hourly
past
basis?
couple of days, I mean, I've got no, in the past couple of days, what makes you think that? I mean, in the past couple of days, they have had air defense. So what makes you think that tonight the air defense system has gone? What's your reason for that?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying it's gone tonight, but I'm disagreeing with your. Oh, Israel's air defense isn't perfect. This rocket got through. Have you seen what's been happening? Have you seen what's happened at Eilat? Have you seen what's happened at Haifa? Have you seen what's happened over the last
Yeah,
10, 12 days,
yeah.
15 days? It's not
Hmm.
this one that got through. So when you're landing so much,
Hmm.
right, all across Israel, then you don't really have an air defense system. It's not the odd one that's gone through, is
Right,
my
but how many
point.
rockets
Have you
have they
seen what's
fired
happened at Haifa?
altogether? Yeah, I have seen. I mean, I saw something. Yeah,
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter how many have been fired,
it
but the
does.
point is, if you've seen the damage at Haifa, if you've seen the damage at Eilat, if you've seen the
Hmm.
damage across Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, all of these places, right? Iraq tonight, if you've seen all of this, then you know there isn't an air defense system, because if there was an air defense system, this wouldn't have happened.
Do you
And
know how much?
None of it.
Beatrice, just to add to your point, I mean, what we're seeing is the bare minimum too. Remember, there's still a massive blackout over there. What's being seeped through is the bare minimum. So we haven't even
I
seen
mean,
the full. Well, I'm still talking, sir. We haven't even still seen the full spectrum of what's really happened. And just based off of what we've seen, yeah, the damage is catastrophic.
Okay, so just
right.
before you respond, what you call it, British, there is a tree in the nest. Beatrix, do you wanna do your thing?
Yeah, guys, if you go up to the nest where Suleiman is, on your X screen, if you're on the space, if you go above where you can see Suleiman, there's a post in the nest, and it's about Dimona and ARAD destroyed by Iran. And you might actually want to see this, Alpha, because it's Dimona. Dimona was hit today. I forgot that in my list of things. Dimona and ARAD destroyed by Iran. I saw Suleiman make this. It's a short video which gives you a complete update of everything that's happened just today. Well, actually, just this evening to be precise. And I saw him make this. I saw him do the first take and then the proper take for it. because the YouTube lot were onto it, and they were actually saying he's gonna have to do another take of this. It's a good video, guys, really good video. Lots and lots and lots of clips of actually what's gone down. So I'd like everyone to go to that tweet above where you can see Suleiman. We've got over 2,000 people on here. I'd like you to firstly retweet it for me, put a comment underneath it, because if you comment it on underneath it, your followers will definitely see it. Ask them to retweet it. And then click on the YouTube link. And when you click on the YouTube link, I'll do it with you. It opens up the YouTube video and you've got the chat there. I'd like everyone to watch that and put a comment in the chat like I'm going to do now really quickly. And then if you're not familiar with Suleiman's channel, if you haven't been there before, I'd really like you, once you've seen the video, underneath the video on the right hand side, there's an X. Press that X, give the video a thumbs up, press the bell icon. Once you press the bell icon, then you look at people have already gone there with popcorn because they want to watch the bish bash bosh. They want to watch the bish bash bosh. Give it a thumbs up and press the bell icon to subscribe to Suleiman's channel. I'd like everyone, we've got 700 people on our YouTube live chat, on our stream. Siddharth is kindly posting the link for you guys. Please click on the link. If you look on the chat you're on now, everyone on YouTube, the chat that you're on, where you've all been chatting all day, all evening, Siddharth is continuously posting the link. Please click on that link for me. Go to the video. I'm seeing you move over. Come on over. I want everyone over here. I don't want just a few people. I want
I'm
all 700 of you over here.
just not sure
Yeah,
why
you
it's
can
giving you
listen to
so
Manko
much
in a
pleasure
minute,
to
but
see
can you come over here
civilians get
first,
injured.
Blake? Come on over here. Say hello first. Hi, Andrew. I see you here. Andrew's always here supporting. Sniper King Gull. Hello. He says, I'm going to sleep good tonight. I bet you will. I bet you will. Wellness Warrior. Yes,
Why is that
appreciate
giving
you
you so
coming
much
over. Guys,
pleasure?
come on over.
I don't
Digital
understand.
Vortex. Appreciate you coming over. I want everybody coming over onto this YouTube now. Join us over here. X Commerce is there. Thank you, X Commerce. You always over. So everyone on the YouTube chat, Siddharth is posting the link. If you look, there's the link there. Look in the chat just recently. Siddharth will continue to post it. I want everyone to go to that YouTube link. And then you can come back to this chat. Don't worry, no one's going to take that chat away from you. The chat's going to stay. I'll post the link as well just to help out. Give me a second. And then we'll go back to the space in a minute. Let's go here. This is premiering now, this video, guys. It's premiering. Wrong place. Give me a second. Here we go. There you go. Siddharth is continue. I'm posting the link now as well. Please click on that link. Come on over and join us. Find out everything that's gone down in Dimona. You can see the link there. We're posting the link continuously. Come on over onto YouTube. Bish Bash Bosh, the cool says, absolutely. Queen Finsov, you're a diamond. She's liked and shared it. Appreciate you. Me think you're in the chat already. That's where the link is. You're in the right place. The link is for the people on the other chat. No one's going to take the chat away from you, Dynamic, but you just got to just come on over here, though. Look, I posted a link below your comment, Dynamic. Come on over and say hello on that chat to us as well. Say hello there. Mystery, come on over. I'm going to start calling people out from here. Come on over. Siddharth's posting the link. I'm posting the link. Come on over. Maddie, come on over. Say hello. We've posted the link there. Oh, good. So many of you coming over and saying hello. Oh, yes, you need that phrase on a t-shirt. The cool. I agree. I agree. Ali Hussein says anything for you, Suli. Samira Aslam's over. Thank you, Samira. Kaboom, she says. Um, thanks for that, Patrick Hesterson. I just read your comment. Hilarious. Jack says Rat was hiding. Oh, good. I'm so pleased all of you guys are coming over. More of you need to come over. Are you there? Where are you, Dynamic? Say hello now, and I'll have a look. I didn't see you over here, Dynamic. Say hello. The cool. I see Andrew. Yes, Denmark. They are crybabies. I really appreciate you guys. Let's get a few more of you over. To UK, you're over. If Denmark, as always, over. Andrew the goat. I love you, says Zoha. I Zoha. Appreciate you guys coming over. Yeah, we did talk about Truth Social and Trump's new post. Click on this link and come on over. Click on this link that we're posting in the YouTube chat and come on over. Say hello, and then you can come back here. I'll pass it back to you, Suleiman.
And
Thanks.
and nobody. I don't know why this guy's coming up here thinking like we're celebrating any innocence being hurt.
Wait,
This,
I'm celebrating the attacks on Israel.
yeah, on the demo,
Loving
of
it.
course, yeah.
I'm loving it.
But he's over here insinuating we're like
Yeah, but where's he
celebrating.
gone? I want him back because I've got questions for him.
Yeah,
Where's
I
he
think
gone?
he ran
Ran
away.
away? Let's ask him what his views are on the Gaza genocide.
Oh yeah.
It's not Gaza genocide, it's Gaza Wood. Have a look at his profile. Pallywood and Gaza Wood.
Is that what he says? Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Little
hilarious.
joker. So he comes here trying to play it all like, oh, I care about thinking. But this is what these Jewish Zionists do. They just propagandize and lie. And he's ran off now because he wouldn't be because I was gonna basically ask. That was the first thing I was gonna ask him because I understood what he was doing, and I was gonna ask him about the Gaza genocide, but obviously he ran off.
Hey, Sully, you see this latest post from Trump or on Truth Social? If Iran
Uh,
doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours of this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate the various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
no way.
So
He's losing it.
I guess the de-escalation speech from yesterday is out the door.
Well,
Breaking news. Suleiman, did you see this? So Trump just tweeted out, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting in all caps with the biggest one first! Exclamation point. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
thanks for that, Mancos.
Dark side, welcome to my world. This happens to me every day. What just happened to you, Dark side?
That's so
What,
funny.
did he just read this?
Literally just before you did. But all good, all good. And I think this shows that he's scrambling. The fact that he's doing that, it shows that he's completely scrambling. And actually, that's fine. If he's going down that road, that means he's sacrificing. This is a good lesson for the GCC. This is why when people are, oh, GCC is in power, it's like, bro, they're not in power. Do you not understand that they're under the feet of Trump, who's under the foot of the Israel? So why has he done this? Just think about it. So what's changed since the last tweet where he wanted complete de-escalation? He was telling nobody hit each other's on energy and oil. So what changed? Well, first, I'm guessing the market's going to go flying, dark side. You'd probably have to give us updates on that. Dark side. I'm guessing oil prices are going to hit well above 150 now. 115, sorry.
This is just crazy. Bitcoin dropped $1,000 on the tweet. We'll see. Like, an hour from now, he could take it all back. This is just, the whole thing's ludicrous. But
Yeah. So,
if
but what's changed?
he's serious, I mean, if they do that, I gotta believe the escalation ladder goes to 10, right?
Oh, 100%. This is like all GCC countries are going to be open season. It's literally going to be, it literally is going to be an energy holocaust.
Yeah, I imagine what changed is he saw the pictures out of Israel.
Exactly, and that's the point I was making. So what's changed since yesterday to today? He saw what happened in Israel, and then his paymasters, those who control him, those who got the Epstein files. Because remember, the Epstein files haven't been released. They only gave us what they wanted us to see. The real bits of the Epstein files haven't been released. So whatever's in there hasn't been released. And quite clearly, whatever's in there and the control they have has made him change yesterday to say, Israel, I promise you Israel's not going to hit you. I promise you none of those things are going to happen. Like, don't hit our energy plans, to the point where he's given 48 hours notice that he's going to hit the energy plans. This is crazy. Actually, I should have put the title as Trump gives 48 hours notice, but anyway, it's fine. Now it's gone out. This is crazy. Like, oh, man.
I mean, at this rate, he might as well just release the Epstein files to cover up this war, because it's looking like a disaster right now.
I think his concern is that those are much worse, and that's why he doesn't want to. That's just crazy, bro. It's like I don't know, man. I'm just. It's just every day it's getting worse and worse and worse. I'm worried about the way this is going, to be honest.
So then, technically, by Monday night, if he keeps true to his promise, then Monday night this is going to happen. Apparently,
Yeah, so they bomb Iran's energy. Guys, like, you need to get out of the Gulf states. Like, this is just too dangerous. You're not going to live. You're going to cease to exist. If they take all your energy out, your desalination, it's over for you. And Trump is sacrificing you at the altar, as Andrew would say. Trump is sacrificing you at the altar of Baal, at the altar of Israel. He's literally sacrificing you. And all the Arabs are like, la, 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 la. Like, bruv, stop doing that. Wake up. Wake up, bruvs. You guys are being taken out. This is crazy, bruvs. This is crazy. What is going on? Look, and they're like, we don't want to. Someone writes, that's funny. Listen, look, is there resistance? Is there camels in? Can they get camels in some other countries? Where can they go? Because they need some fine drink.
They're still going to be
Meanwhile,
licking stars.
Scott Bessent's probably running through the White House right now trying to find Trump to tell him we're short oil. Don't do it. Don't do it.
What's the name again? Dark side. It's the end of the market, right? So the market's not on at the moment. It's closed, right? Is
Yes,
it
sir.
is it a long weekend this weekend or is it not?
I don't believe so.
Okay, for some reason I
That's
thought it was, but then
next
some.
weekend, I believe, is Easter.
Okay. So question, oil prices, would they not change now? Would they end up changing like late tomorrow? Or what's the situation with the impact this would have on the oil prices?
Yeah. So the market for oil will open up at 6 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and then we'll get to see what happens. But
So we
this
don't
is
have any
definitely
indicators today. Up until that point, we won't have no indicators about whether it's gone up or down.
no, sir.
We won't. Okay. Okay. Cause and like I'm assuming again, this is not my expertise. This is your expertise. But I'm assuming this is gonna increase the oil prices significantly. But am I right? And if so, what do you think?
Well, I mean, the threat to go nuclear, well, not, pardon my expression, but to actually take out electricity would be, and Iran has said, if you attack our infrastructure, we will take your infrastructure. So here we go, right? But again, it's 48 hours, so that gets us to Monday afternoon. Let's see what happens. But let's see what statements come out between now and then.
Yeah, because you could backtrack as well, isn't it? But also, oh, well, it can't even be that's playing the market because I thought maybe he's long the market and that's why he's doing it. But
He said this morning, was it this morning or late last night? Oh, we're not even bothered about the Strait of Hormuz. These Europeans and these Japan and everybody else that needs it, they could go fight their battles if they want it.
exactly,
They could go. We're not bothered.
exactly. Where did that go? What
Huh?
happened to that?
Yeah, he was like, we're not bothered. And he made that statement a couple of times. And now he's just like, I think he's trying to like play every angle to get a reaction, like we're not bothered or yeah, I don't really care. And he's just resistance. I sent you a couple of things in your DMs. Have a look for your little strategy of Netanyahu being dead.
Okay, thanks.
Oh my god. Resistance, you do know you become that guy now.
You got the case study. You're gonna collect all the receipts. Resistance. I'm gonna keep sending them to you. Don't worry. You're gonna go to guy for Netanyahu's. The evidence, the case study on Netanyahu's demise.
Okay, hey, let's go to go ahead, Andy, jump in.
Yeah, Trump is completely off his rocker at this point. It's clear that he's like yesterday he says the war is winding down, the Gulf can open the strait, and now he's literally talking about a complete like Iran would take out all of the oil fields in every Gulf state within a half hour. You could take out Iran's entire power grid and they'll fight in the dark. They don't care. They'll fight on. They'll take out all of the energy infrastructure. They'll completely they'll keep fighting. They do not care. That is what people do not understand. They do not care. If the power went out in the United States for 24 hours, there would be looting and rioting. In Iran, they won't surrender just because the power goes out. If the power went out in the U.S. for 24 hours, people would literally be breaking into each other's homes and panicking. Like, that's the difference, because we're used to, or not just the US, any well off country, because we're used to living lives of comfort. They're not used to comfort, so they can go without power. We cannot go without power. And then Iran takes out all that oil infrastructure. I just made a post explaining that Iran would retaliate, taking out all the Gulf oil, and oil goes above 200 a barrel, and we have a worse recession than 2008. And that's exactly what would happen. That's just the economic reality. We've all talked about it. Like, oil could go above 200 a barrel just with the strait being closed for a few more months. So if all that oil is actually destroyed and we're talking about having to rebuild 20% of the world's oil infrastructure, we're in uncharted territory. We don't even know where it can go from there at that point. And it's going to be very interesting to see where Trump goes from this. He's just gone completely mad. Like, this is the emperor has no clothes, Mad King scenario.
Sangha.
Beatrix just
Hey,
sent you.
hey,
Yeah, hello.
Sorry, Beatrix just sent you a reply to that.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Sangha, jump in. Let me check.
can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, I want to talk about the video from DIMONA today. It's insane, and I'm not gonna lie. Even cinematically, Israelis are so bad at this. They're like their videos are. They're in a control room and pushing buttons and blowing up like empty buildings or people that they cannot see them from above. And meanwhile, Iranians are creating like real life Avenger movies. So I'm definitely getting my popcorn when it happens, and I don't feel bad when it happens. And also on the other side, you have Trump saying they're out of missiles, and I feel like they do a even heavier operation minutes after Trump comes out and says Iranians are defeated. They do it on purpose. It just can't happen just for nothing. And and I also don't understand how a nation in a literal full scale war with another nation could be so indifferent about everything that's happening. For the most part, Americans are aware of this because the price of gas brought them back to reality. So it's a little pathetic that and it's also the reason why some of these politics are being elected and doing these things. So yeah. And by the way, today they strike a city. It's called This Fool. Half of my family technically lives in that town, and it's such a special place in my heart. If I were to compare it to any city in America, it would be, Denver. So we were out there camping all the time. And by the way, adding just this last note that Solomon is completely right. This escalation is just out of this world, and it would happen so fast. People in Qatar, Bahrain, and all those countries, they have only a few days of water, to sustain electricity and things like that. So it would be catastrophic. All these people now are on the move, finding a place where they can get all of that stuff, and this is insane. And I do wonder what's going to be next. When this happens, when they blow up important things like this, what's going to happen to um the life of people just like us, us. Not I'm not going to go. But yeah, so it's going to be very bad for all of us. This is where we're heading with this war. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, brother. I think you made
Yep.
some great points. Yeah, so I'm sad to hear about your area that they bombed, but these are This is how these people are. They don't care about anything except for destruction and mayhem. And yeah, we got to deal with this psychopathy, basically. Unfortunately.
Totally. Sorry.
Oh no, go brother.
No, I was also going to talk about like if it's okay, it's not like directly related to the escalation news, but I was going to talk about like the IRGC folks that are currently defending Iran, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Sangha.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? I was just getting disconnected for a second.
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so after the revolution, most of the military personnel fled Iran, followed by the Shah. So the country was defendless. The IRGC was unexperienced, unorganized, and knew nothing compared to now. Nor did they have like the equipment to start working with them and like learn like how to work with them. So everything that they have today, they created out of thin air. The engineers, like they brought all the human capital together and seriously thought of like how they can defeat this enemy, and then like they created all of this in house, which is insane. These people are smart, and usually they're not after lost. Like they're women are like covered, and they're decent, like they're like normal people, but they're like decently covered, so they're not like after lost like in America. Like the American societies is poisoned by they fill your screen with like porn and I don't know, parties and passing out and having sex with anybody so they can distract you and control you in these ways. These people are not after any of that, so that's why they're like so strong, fighting back like this. There's something super special about them. And anyways, but like my mom had always told me that like when the Iran-Iraq war started, they didn't even have like the barricades, like the wire things that like they didn't even have that, and my entire family had to flee the city of Susangir and like flee to Qom. Um, and then later on, we we moved to like the city of Dishul that was like struck today. Um, so when I hear the news, it's also like a little personal to me because of the connection I have to those places. But so yeah, like these are the kind of people that are after purpose. They're not after lost, and they also believe in Imam Hussein. I really recommend, if you don't know who Imam Hussein is, like just go like chat GBT and put in like the story of Imam Hussein. It's really important. And if I were to give an equivalent of like Imam Hussein, that would be like the Scottish, I forgot what his name was, but like he got killed. The I forgot the movie that like they created about that guy. Obviously, like Shia Muslims like believe in that person in a religious manner, but like understand like who Imam Hussein is. He was the man that like rose up against the person that was trying to oppress the ummah, like meaning like the Muslims, in their own bad ways, and they killed and massacred him like in a worst way possible. Like they cut off his head and hands, and like they really like brutally like killed Imam Hussein. So these people come from the same bloodline, so they understand they understand what it means to resist. Imam Hussein had 70 people where the enemy had like some people say like 20,000 people, so 70 people against 20,000 people, they got massacred, but they did not bend the knee. So I need you to understand who IRGC is and why is defending Iran in the way they are. It's very important, and it helps you like connect the dots in this war. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sangha. Appreciate your comments there. Let's go to Saracen.
Suleiman, thank you so much. You and Beatrix, you're slightly off your game tonight. I've got this energy from 5 hours ago that I'm trying to get out and waiting for a mic. Oh my God. Anyway, I have a few thoughts here. Yeah. The first one is whatever it is that you say, I don't know what it means, but when you say it, I just feel the joy go away all the way, whatever that means. Yeah. To me, it just means joy, 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 joy. I just want to say that when I say joy, it's obviously not for any civilians, right? But I feel like we are dismantling that apartheid Zionist colony in real time. And yes, we need to keep the eye on the ball, not to live in an illusion. But Iran, to me, at this point, is the pride of the Muslim world. And inshallah, may we head into a different future where Sunni and Shia is unified. Yeah. And a shout out to every Iranian who is on this group who's listening. You are loved, and thank you. I feel good about where this will go. And yes, I know Iran is on the front line. These people are dying. They're taking the beating. But what am I aware of is that it's not only for themselves. It's not only for the Palestinians. For every one of the coward states who are captured, including people in the UK and the USA who want to dismantle the Zionist system of control, but who are not out there doing what is necessary. Iran is taking the bombs for themselves and for every one of those people in those countries as well to dismantle the system. So while we need to keep an eye on the ball, I am feeling a deep sense of appreciation for what Iran is in the midst of right now. And yes, I understand that it entails pain that I cannot understand. Just one prediction moving forward, which I rather look forward to, whether it's a World Cup or any other world event, I'm convinced, and I'm asking everybody to watch it. When Iran enters and when Israel enters, watch the entire planet and watch the crowds because they will be howling Iran's name through every corner of this planet when they emerge. Yeah. So I do feel like
I thought Iran's boycotting the World Cup, right?
yeah, but with Mexico, they are making the offer. Why don't you play the games where we are? But what I'm saying is, whether it's now at this World Cup or not, I think it's going to be a
Wait, one
permanent.
second, because I wasn't listening to what you had to say. Jose, we don't need this sectarian chat. Who was speaking? Was someone being sectarian? Who's being sectarian? Okay, don't know. Go on, continue. Sorry.
Okay. Well, if they think I was being sectarian, I absolutely was not. Perhaps it's just that I mentioned Sunni and Shia, but it was mentioned within the context of unifying. Yeah. So just a few final thoughts and points. One of the lads that came on earlier on, his name was British Jewish boy or something like that. He was touting himself as saying that he's got no bias, but when you open his account, he's retweeting Douglas Mari with a caption that says "fact verified," which is obviously not based in reality. Yeah? But anyway, just some concluding thoughts just based on one or two things that I saw pop up. I'm not sure if you saw this, Suleiman and Beatrix, but I pasted something in, I think you call it the poll or whatever. There's apparently a nuclear-powered Royal submarine that they say that's arriving in the Arabian Sea with the capacity to launch strikes on Iran if the conflict escalates. I don't know if you saw that or what that means. If the UK has gone a bit nuts and is intending to escalate this, but either way, thank you for the platform. For allowing me to air the thoughts just based on what was happening early on. Like I say, we don't ever rejoice in civilians being hurt, but this evil Zionist empire needs to be dismantled, and Iran is on the front line for that. Thank you.
Hey Solomon, can I jump in really quick?
Yeah, bro.
So he mentioned like the sectarism. I think he's talking about like when I was talking about Imam Hussein and like who the people are. I was just simply saying that so that people can have a reference as far as like dignity to who these people are. And I mentioned so that like I can create the analogy at least. Imam Hussein was like the Scottish guy William Wallace who rose against its oppressor of the time, and he got killed and murdered for his beliefs. At the time, the British would come in and take your wife, have sex with your wife on the first night of your marriage, and send your wife back then. So this is the exact meaning of oppression. It was then, and it is now. Like what they're trying to, you know, uh, you know, make Iran to accept. So I was just, it was not about being sectarian. It was about like the truth. Just so like people can have a reference of like how should they consume this war to understand it better. So that's all.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Let's go to HK. HK. Beatrix, do you want to get your HK? Go ahead.
I'm right. Hey guys, how you doing? You alright? Ethan Bart.
HK, you got terrible mic. We're not going to be able to hear that.
Is this any better?
It's a bit better. It's still got a bit back on. Yeah, but that's better now.
Awesome. First of all, Eden Borough to the guys that celebrated. Been sitting on this thing for like I don't know since it started. Listening in. Great discussions, Suleiman. Good interviews going on there. So well done with that. I'm hearing some news as well, or some unverified claims that there is going to be a ground invasion in Iran going through the Balochistani areas. So that's a quick update from my end. I had some contact with a few Iranians that I know that are currently in Iran, and they're serving, and they seem very excited about the what's his name? The sanctions lifting. Sorry, just having a little moment. But yeah, there's a lot of money moving at the moment in Iran, so that's some good news for them, guys. And yeah, overall, Iran are just happily waiting for the invasion to come in. But another thing I want to point out: has anyone noticed like all of the propaganda? It seems to be ramping up at this point. So they are doing something. Not sure what their end goal is, the Americans and the Israelis, but I'd keep a eye on the financial markets as well, because the Iranians are going to do something stupid. Well, good for them, but like stupid for everyone else, because they're going to crash it, from my understanding, or at least have a big impact in the next week or two. And yeah, that's my update.
HK,
Yeah, what's that?
you request the space like throughout the whole day, and I get it, you want to come and speak, but like at least sort your mic out, isn't it? Because like it's got such background noise, it's very difficult to like what you're saying is decent, but then in my head I'm like, oh, like I don't want to bring this guy up again because the background just gives you a headache. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No, I get it. I get it. It's just I'm not on my main, laptop or whatnot. It's with a good mic at the moment.
Well, why don't you take your mic off and just speak through the phone?
Wait, is this any better?
Speak.
Is this any better?
Oh my god, miles better, bro.
Awesome. I just put the mic a little closer, but yeah. So yeah, that's the things that are going on at the moment.
Cool.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been here a few times before, so some people know like my background as well. So, and if there's any other questions or information needed, let me know. I'll be happy to, go ahead and assist with that.
Cool. Thank you for that.
No worries, guys.
Appreciate it.
Have a
Where
blessed day.
you from?
I'm from Afghanistan. I've got a lot of information networks there and within the surrounding region, extending into Iran as well.
Cool. Okay, thanks. Okay, let's go to. Okay, your mic's still doing that thing again. Let's go to Silver Sailor. Okay, reservations.
Looks like he dropped Sully.
Hey, what's up? I don't know. Is Andrew talking? Sorry.
No, go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay, cool. Dude, thank you guys for keeping this going for so long, man. And I just want to hop on and say thank you to everyone on here. I appreciate you guys. Like, I don't, dude, what is going on, man? Like, I don't see an off ramp here. Like, I just want everyone to tell Trump that we won and then this ends. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to say, dude. I don't see him backing down because it seems like every time we're gonna back down or we're just gonna stop, it just keeps escalating, man. And if he bombs the power infrastructure of Iran, I don't know what Iran's next move is gonna be, but it's gonna be gnarly. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know, man. I feel like I've been with you guys, for a while now, and I don't know, man. I appreciate you guys keeping this going. I kind of like the fact that you're stopping to take a break. It feels better. Just wanted to tell you guys that it feels better. Like conversation feels better and stuff like that. So I think that was a good move on you guys doing that. But man, you guys are keeping it going, and I've been with you all, so I appreciate you all. And then Andrew, my friend, I am having a hard time reconciling what America's doing with how I share that with my kids, because I've taught my kids to be very patriotic, but like, when my kids are like, we're rooting for America, right? And it's like this hard conversation to have with my children, where it's like, yes, we root for America, but sometimes America doesn't do things that are in the best interest of America. And so imagine if you're riding with daddy in the car and he runs a red light and he's putting you at risk. You still love dad, but dad didn't do something right. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I have to do these things to keep because I want my kids to be proud of being American, right? Like we're proud, but man, it's just putting us in this like really bad spot. So I wanted to get this off my chest because I'm like struggling in this, but I appreciate you guys giving me a space to do that, because I support you all. And if you're listening, please subscribe to Suleiman and Beatrix, and I've been a paying person with them as much as I could. Wherever I find their opportunities to pay them, I do. So please do that, everyone. I mean, can you imagine like being on this for so long? Like, holy cow, like I'm like at the gym, spending time with my kids, working, and they're in the background talking and keeping us updated. So like, if you guys can, please sign up, please, whatever a month, just do it. I just wanna shill for them because I think they deserve it. Like getting whatever we can as a community, getting unfiltered, unbiased information. It's good. It's good. So I just want to share that with you all, and just thank you all for letting me get on. I'm on my way to do something, to go into an event, but I just wanted to come up and say something. And one more thing. Sometimes when you guys have let me up, I can't hear you guys, and I don't know if that's happening to other speakers. Like, I don't think they're trying to like just be up here, but sometimes like I can't hear anything anymore, But this time it worked. So thank you all. Long-winded, but thank you all.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much for coming up, and appreciate your statements and thoughts. Andrew, was there anything you wanted to add based on what he said?
Whoops,
Oh,
I
he
hit
thumbs
the.
downed
I was
him.
going to
Oh
hit
my
the.
god,
Yeah,
bro. Why do you attack him so badly, Andrew?
no, I hit the wrong.
He's
I was going to
crying
hit
right
thumbs
now.
up. I'm sorry. Hey, brother. No, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong. No, but bro, I had went through that when I was 17 years old, okay, I had that epiphany, that come to Jesus moment when all I heard was America, America, God bless America, yeah, praise the Lord, yeah, and then my dad's like, we're winning the war of Vietnam, boy, we winning the war, we're beating down them commies, yeah. And then my cousin comes home without a foot, and then I'm like, what in the hell is going on? So, yeah, we all have to come to that fork in the road, where Santa Claus isn't really real. And sir, you're doing the perfect job giving your children those stories, analogies. Yes, we love our country, and that's why we speak out against it, because we love our country, and not when we have despot, tyrannical, psychotic maniacs run things. We speak out against it, sir. So you're being a true patriot when you
And they've done
speak
the
out
exact
against
same
it.
thing.
That's why we love our country. The psychopaths that go rah rah rah, send some more boys in there, let them die. Those are the psychopaths, and honestly, they're in a cult. They are. I've got it figured out. They're in a cult. They're blind and they're idiotic. Because they're, excuse me, they're completely in an idiotic state of delusion. So keep fighting the good fight. Love you, brother. And I'm trying to figure out who that was as a speaker. That wasn't Silver Sailor.
It was a reservation confirmed.
Oh, I see. Okay, brother. You're doing a perfect job. You're a great dad.
Awesome. Miz, how you doing? How's things? What's your thoughts?
Hi guys. Man, I'm still like seething from his last truth post. I mean, the consequences of Trump's incompetence and his lack of emotional restraint, like on the world stage, is just global. And I guess I'm like feeling it. Are you guys feeling it? Like, holy shit, like we might really end up in World War III. I think that's kind of hitting me right now. But anytime that you have like leadership who's operating in such extremes with inconsistent decision making from day to day, that's driven mostly by, and this is my opinion, but it's like his ego, his need to flex power and always be winning. That's like highly exploitable. And not only exploitable, let's just say by Iran, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but they do throw some shade, and I think that they're able to poke at him and make him react emotionally, but also by the Zios and their ability to manipulate him. Like it's just crazy. I don't know. I'm just I can't I don't think I've ever regretted more than this moment right now. Putting a vote in for this crazy psychotic like president. But yeah, that's where I'm at. How you guys doing? Well, dang, Sully, he
Yeah,
could
good, thanks,
he's
mate.
Sully's
Guys,
getting busy over there with his little
no, it's this Adam guy. I'm trying to mute his mic, but I've done it like 5 times. I'm just gonna drop him now.
oh, sorry, I thought it was you.
Mate, did you say the Iranians react emotionally?
No, 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 no. They're great. They're actually very restrained emotionally. They know how to present their it's very art of warish, honestly. Like I don't see them reacting emotionally at all. But I think their knowledge and of him and his emotional, like he's very incompetent, obviously. And he lacks emotional restraint. That's exploitable. And I think that it's not only exploitable, let's just say, by whatever in the art of war, but I think that the Zios, and like knowing he's so predictable from his need to like always be winning and have his ego stroked and project and flex power, like and you have Hegseth in one ear and you have Adelson in the other ear. It's like I just feel like, gosh, with what's at stake, with what we're seeing, and like I really do think that people should also be concerned that like he has no. I think that he could literally, with the mission creep and with what he just put out there, that threat that he just put out there, he's going to have to live up to that because it's on the world stage. He's such an idiot. Like now he has to do, like, you know what I mean? Like what is he going to do? I think his need to flex power in that moment, it's going to have consequences because in 48 hours, I don't see Iran ever capitulating to them. to him, right? And so I just think that, like, what's he going to do when, that time, period expires? And if he does do that, I think that Iran has now 48 hours to prepare for whatever it is like that they would do to the entire region, which they had already, they do everything they say. Oh gosh, Beatrix, I just don't know. I feel like
I just think, mate, you know what? I feel like he didn't want to do this. He doesn't want to go anywhere near the Strait of Hormuz. That's why he's been going around with his begging cap all across the world, including like the Far East and certainly to Europe, country by country. You guys go, you guys send your ships. And Europe have even said, well, you're not sending yours. Why should we send ours? We're just going to deal with the consequences of your war.
Iran
You
has
started
destroyed,
without our permission. Don't
decimated,
make it our war.
demolished
This was their message,
DIMONA.
black and white to
And they've done
hum.
the exact same
So
thing
he's
to
just spent the
Iran.
last
They've
2
left it
weeks
destroyed.
or more
Rubble
trying to
is
get
what we
anybody
can
in the world
see
to
in
support him.
these
He's
two
even gone to the
areas,
stage of
these two
saying
regions. DIMONA is
this morning
extremely
or last
important
night, whenever it
because they
was,
have
because
a
the days are just
nuclear
merging into one
facility
now, where his
there.
statements are
And
concerned and
in
his
reality,
yo-yoing.
why it's important.
I'm not even bothered about the Strait of Hormuz. We don't even use it. Those countries that use it, they can fight it out. Europe and those guys, they can sort it out themselves. So I feel, given all of this effort, A, he doesn't have the capability, B, he doesn't want to do it. But I think he's being pushed into it. And obviously we know who pushes him, who controls him, whose war this is. They want to take it to a next level. They want to escalate it. We were talking on this space earlier about, somebody made a Sol was up here, and he made a really good point about, he said, oh, when they put troops on the ground, why don't they put their troops on the ground? And I was like, they haven't got any. They were even struggling to get enough IDF soldiers during the genocide. They were like fighting with the Haredi Jews who were saying, we're going to take you to court, we don't want to serve. And they're trying to drag them into serving into the IDF. Then they were getting people from India and Africa and the UK and America, all over the world, to come and join the IDF. You don't do that if you've got a fully fledged military, especially when it's on your home front in Gaza and you've got all the control. Even then, you're having to beg people or borrow people from across the world. So they've gone into this war knowing they didn't have a military to put boots on the ground, and the American military is their boots on the ground, disposable to them, lambs to the slaughter for them. And Trump must have known the IDF cannot provide any military. I mean, what little they've got is facing Lebanon right now. And what little they've got, and I literally mean little, right? So they don't have
Is
a
because
military. So
that should
Trump
be the
doesn't want to go
place
anywhere near
which
this. He's
Israel.
been made to go near this. I don't think he's going to do anything in 48 hours. I think in 48 hours, he's going to turn around, probably even before that, and say something like, oh, you know what? I was going to do it, but then I thought, you know what? Let the Europeans do it. We don't really care. Or make something up like, oh, I decided to give them another chance. I prefer diplomacy. I don't want to make those people suffer. I don't want to do this. So he's going to make it all about himself again, but I don't think he's going to do it. He can't. It's a suicide wish. I'm not joking. If he does anything, it's absolute 100% escalation. And Israel and America are being annihilated by Iran. Absolutely destroyed. He can't do it.
Beatrice, I agree 100%. We've seen it, for the past 21 days, 22 days, this flip flop back and forth like a maniac. And he is a maniac. And I agree with you 100%, Beatrice. He'll come flip the switch on. And again, it'll make him look like we got a handle on this. Agree 150%. Also, real quick, we know that Iran has planned for the worst, right? In the backup plans, in any battle plan for a military, the way the military strategy is planned is you always go the Alamo route, meaning what's the final option. And that means they have, and I looked at this about 4 days ago, I looked at the options of their backup emergency generators. I know people could say, yeah, but those are just emergency generators. No, but they have in those underground, over 100 underground cities, they have extensive reserves and generators, and also for water resupply. They have emergencies, but the people will suffer immeasurably. But guess what? They'll do it. They'll do it. Americans, and especially the Israelis, they can't deal with the suffering. So yeah, this will come to. He'll have to flip. He'll have to flip.
Hey, Andrew, I got a question for you. Attacking civilian infrastructure like power lines, power plants would be a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. Would the military be off or out of line in not following such an order?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There are targets. They're like forbidden, absolutely forbidden because they're war crimes. Anthony Aguilar went in depth on this. As an officer, you're trained on ROE and rules within the guidelines of the Geneva Convention. And believe me, we train on that. We do briefings on that. We even have JAG officers brief us. Before we were in, like in Lebanon, for example, we had to go through the briefing. Here's what you can do. Here's what you can't do. There's a lot of restrictions. So absolutely, again, we see a maniac saying insane. I'm wondering what these commanders on the ground are thinking. I know what they're thinking. I know exactly what they're thinking, but they're just beaten down into submission. That's why I think we'll see more and more officers resign their commission, like Alvin Halsey did, and like Admiral Ketcher. Admiral Ketcher is a great man. I salute him. But raising Cain, to me, is despicable. He has shame. He's full of shame.
Also, Israel just doesn't have that military concept that the UK and America have. I mean, they make it compulsory for every young person to do 2 years in the IDF for a reason, because they don't have an army. They don't have a conventional army. So it's every citizen is their army. Now, whilst they're running in bunkers and crying and having civil war on the streets of Tel Aviv, screaming and crying about why they're put through this, they cannot handle what's happening to them. You think they're going to don a uniform up and say, actually, let me go fight on the front lines of Iran? Hell no.
No, and they're
Never in a million
absolutely
years.
not.
They're
Yeah, and
not, are they,
Beatrice.
Andrew? It's going to be America.
Yeah, and Beatrice, let me tell you, we had reserves. I had a big wake up call when I was on my first shore command and on a staff of of Submarine Force Atlantic. We would bring in reserve to train them. And you know what we told the reservists that came in, their little weekend warriors that put on their little uniforms to play? Let's go play Navy this weekend. You know what we would tell them? I told this one lieutenant, he brought his guys in, his crew in, right? I said, Rule one, listen to me carefully. Do not touch this. Do not touch that. You can go ahead and walk around, drink coffee, eat some donuts, pretend, play Navy for the weekend, but don't mess anything up. And we even had to watch them. I can't stress. Now, I'm not, for those out there who are in the reserves, I respect your service. Please don't think I'm demeaning you, but you'll be honest, when you're in the reserves, no matter how hard you train, you don't get it until you've actually been in there extensively, hands on. Compare it to even civilian life. I'm sure you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Andy, jump in. I do understand, Andrew. It's not the same. You can't do 2 years in the IDF and get called up 6 years later to go on the front lines of Iran and feel happy about it. They ain't going to do it. Andy,
Exactly.
jump in.
Exactly. Every war, for everyone saying, "Oh my God, Israel's our greatest ally." Oh, they fight terrorism in the Middle East. Okay, they were not there in Afghanistan. They weren't there in Iraq. They didn't even take our wounded soldiers in Iraq. We flew them to Germany. Israel did not take one wounded soldier. It's a complete lie. So for everyone saying they're our ally, why weren't they on the ground with us? Because they're freaking cowards. They can't even go into Gaza to fight Hamas, so they have to slaughter 70,000 plus people because they cannot fight an actual war. Could you imagine the IDF in Afghanistan and Iraq? They would absolutely crap themselves and run away screaming. That Israeli diaper force. That they are not equipped for a ground war. They have some very impressive air capabilities and they're great at tracking down and assassinating people. I will not doubt their air power. It is impressive because we funded it, absolutely. They have some good pilots. They can absolutely do that, but they cannot fight a ground war. We have seen it with Hezbollah. They have Hezbollah absolutely outnumbered. They have better weapons than Hezbollah, but every time they go in there, they run out with their tail tucked between their legs. Anything even resembling a fair fight, they lose because they are not tough.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Their air power is overrated. Also, they could not sink the USS Liberty. That is a small ship. We could sink it in any naval. I mean, well, I'm not getting compared. A submarine would be one shot dead, drowned, bottom of the ocean. But they, for what, 2 hours, could not sink the USS Liberty. They blew holes in it. They tried it with strafing. Well, the idiots thought they were. Yeah, they're way overrated. Way overrated.
So, guys, One.
Exactly. They don't have any strategic bombers like we have. They don't have any. They don't have the B2 or B52, B1, whatever it is.
Yeah, we're sure. We're learning how badly they're flopping anyway in terms of the B bombers. The guys, just a quick one. I have. Listen, so I've put out a shot. It's in the. It's in the nest of. Sorry, it's in the YouTube comments and it's linked up, and I'm just about to put it in the nest on the YouTube. Boy, your boy tried something called a B-roll. So I tried to put a B-roll in there. So I don't know. Obviously, it's like a terrible version of it, but I thought I'd just try it out. So that's in the nest, or it's about to go in the nest from me. Is Beatrix there? Is she? No, she's not. Okay. So yeah, that's that tweet's in the nest. If you guys can do me a huge favor, as per what you always do, and listen, guys, on the YouTube, you're like, oh, we can hear Suleiman editing. Well, our editing was I just quickly took one of the videos I post on Twitter and just put it underneath the shot that I was doing so that it shows a video on there. So if you just check that out for me, if you could do me a favor and watch the video, like it, let's try and get 100 likes on there. That would be awesome. As JY said, like the shot. Let's see how many we got. How many likes have we got already? 8. Well, that's pretty crap actually. But anyway, the tweet is in the nest. We got 4,000 people between these two, the YouTube and the X. So if everyone can like the shot, at least get 100 likes in there. I need a Beatrix, which she was just talking like 30 seconds ago. She must have just went off at the wrong time. But what do you call it again? If everyone can like it and everyone can okay, sweet. Let me post this out as well. It's important news. But yeah, if everyone can like it, that video, it's about, listen, it's about DIMONA being destroyed. It's about ARAD being destroyed. It's about them being decimated. So like it, share it. Everybody know about it. Let everybody know they got destroyed. And that's the real reason Donald Trump is deciding that he wants to now destroy the world energy structure. And about that, actually, let me just give you some latest news on that. It's so I mentioned the Trump one. This is just in. And Iran said this. They said, is this from Iran's Khatam and Nabi Central HQ spokesman? Said, if Iran. Wait a second. Here we go. If Iran's fuel and energy infrastructure is attacked by the enemy, all energy infrastructure, information technology systems, and desalination facilities belonging to the United States and the regime in the region will be targeted. Just in. Iran responds and will target Gulf energy and desalination plants. If you live in these regions, leave now. This is it. It's going to be the end if Trump starts this. Because without the desalination plants, they don't have the ability to drink. They don't have the ability to have clean water. Without the energy, it's chaos in the world, destruction in the world. You're seeing the beginning of the raving lunatic that is Trump losing his mind and taking the world towards destruction. This isn't minor. This is huge. JY says, go and like the short video, please. Yeah, what a legend. JY is a legend. What, like now if others would. I know what that means. But anyway, guys, do that. Listen to JY. Be like JY. Am I even getting his name right? Yeah, JY. We got 40 likes, 13 comments. We need 100 likes, 50 comments. The world needs to know that Trump is doing this for Israel. He's doing this for the foreign nation. He was saying, oh, guess what, Israel? You know what? Like, he was saying, Iran, guess what? Don't hit our energy. Don't hit any of the energy and we'll be good. We won't hit your energy. And from that, after seeing the devastation and destruction in what's it called again? In Israel today, in Dimona and Al Arad, his handlers, his controllers, the Epstein class, more and more, like I have been, if you notice with Epstein, I've always not kind of said it as much as anybody else, but quite clearly there's files that were released, which were meant to be released, and then there's files that were not released, and those were the important files, which was a means of control. And whatever's in those files, they probably have a big factor in what's happening right now. And the early bit was a threat. And this is the reality. So I'm starting to think there's something major in those Epstein files. This is just crazy. Because as soon as Dimona and Arad was here, he's come out and said, guess what? We're going to destroy all of Iran's energy in 48 hours. Iran said, okay, we're going to destroy all of GCC and Israel's energy and desalination plants. That's literally the end. That's literally the end. This is like literally the destruction of the world. This is worse than nuclear. Joe. I by the way, like it. Like the video and comment. I want 100 likes and 50 comments. Please. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
good.
yeah, Suleiman. I keep saying, like, I know that people are like, oh, they're going to have to pull out. Oh, they're just going to give up. Oh, they're deadlocked. Oh, they can't do anything. They're stuck. I don't think people realize how existential this is to America. I brought it up yesterday. How nearly every empire falls, except for ones that had natural catastrophes or people came in and spread disease, like the Aztec Empire. Um, it's not normally a big battle. It's normally something small that reveals a weakness, and then the allies move away, and that's when you lose your empire. It's because the allies move away. You're seeing the allies move away now. They're not going there to help America. But if you think America's just going to be like, oops, okay, we lost, we're going to back out now, um, that's kind of the end. Do you understand? We all know that what's probably coming. But if you
Joe,
think they're
I
not
never
going to
fully
do a
heard your
last ditch effort,
Joe, I never fully heard your argument. Yes. By the way, I agree with your premise. Uh,
yeah,
because so was your argument that basically, which I agree with. Let's deal with each part. So what you're saying is when an empire is about to fall, it doesn't go out without going out swinging. Is that the point you're making?
yeah,
Right. So I agree with that.
exactly.
And it was actually the basis of that I always predicted like an America-China war, because I said in my mind I always thought that even America in a weakened condition, they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, guess what? Well, guess what, China, you're in charge now, or you'll take this bit and I'll take this bit and we'll be all friends and we'll do multipolar. I was like, that's never gonna happen. America will go down fighting, and even if it means losing, they'll go out fighting. So I always did expect an America-China war for that reason. But actually, what you're saying is America's going down fighting now. That isn't the China bit's not even happening, and this is the end of America, and therefore this is actually going to be the fight that they
if
go out down
if
fighting.
they don't win here, the allies have already pulled away, right? That is always the crux of falling empires. It's not the empire, it's not the country itself, it's the allies that it has, right? um the fact that Europe is not backing up America in the strait is already showing the allies are like, wait a minute, you guys aren't as strong as you say, we're not going to put our people at risk, right? um that's a clear sign to me. Now, they could probably get it back if America gains control again. But if they don't, I think Europe's going to be looking to the west, to the east, not to the west. Um, and that's what America's facing. I don't think there's like backdoor deals and things like that. I think they're trying to maintain the global dominance of America. I do think the way they do that is they crash the dollar, get rid of the debt, put in stable coins, blah blah blah. But there's a war, and that war, uh, they can't lose. If they lose the war, they lose the empire. All right. So I do think America will do everything in its power not to lose this. So But we've been hearing a lot of people be like, oh, America's at a standstill. They're going to have to pull out. They're going to have to give up. They're going to have to give Iran what they want. Like I literally spent an hour arguing with someone about the fact that America is not going to do everything Iran wants. That's not happening. America will probably be a fallen empire, won't be able to give what they want if that was the case. And I don't think America's done. So they're not pulling out. They will do crazy stuff. They could give two shits. Sorry, there's no other way to say this. They can give two shits. Sorry, Beatrix, about GCC. They really could, right? They care about America, and they're gonna do what they got to do. And if they say, "Oh, we're gonna take out the power plants," they know damn well that what's gonna happen is they're gonna take out the power in the GCC. Maybe they block the other trade route. If they block the other trade route, I don't know what America's gonna do. I really don't. But I guess they think they'll deal with that later, or they will use really, really powerful weapons, maybe even nukes, and the Houthis won't do it because then they'll be scared that they'll get nuked. I don't know. But to keep thinking that this is Iran has America by the short hairs and they're over. They're not over. As much as I think everyone here would like it to be, and they would pull away and be like, "Hey, go home." I just don't see it that way.
Yeah, I got to just say this real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, real brief. So yeah, we were kind of hammering this out yesterday. Yeah, it's either go full nuke. I mean, just go full out nuke, and then we're looking at we're looking at wrap it up here, or negotiate, and that means literally giving everything up, meeting all the requirements, and open up straight. But I know no one thinks that that'll happen, so I'll just leave it there. And
So, Maze, if you weren't sick to your stomach, I think I probably just made it worse because I don't even think this is the worst America can do, is attack the fuel, which we know is going to escalate things.
But like we discussed yesterday, Joa, the empire is not a military. The empire is the dollar. And these types of attacks threaten the dollar more than they help it. So the empire falls when the dollar falls.
that's
But
a
the
perfect
empire,
point. Yep.
yeah, but the dark side, our dollar has been enforced by the military,
Yeah, I get
right?
that. I get that. But when the military goes full war crime or goes nuke, that's checkmate. That's the end of the story.
Oh yeah, if it goes full nuke, I think the Allies turn and run, which is the end of the empire. Because the only reason why the dollar is the empire is because the Allies use that dollar. If they decide to cut and run, then there's no dollar. Like we spoke yesterday, once confidence breaks, it just completely falls out of the sky.
And I just need to read this. This is only 2 days ago. I was reposted here from the White House. This is from Trump. We're getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. We'll see it flip. I agree with Beatrice. We're going to see it. We'll see. He'll flip it again.
Yeah, Joe,
I
I
think
was saying because before I was interrupted, I agree with you that what you call it again, America, whatever the final war is, in the sense of whatever they think is going to be the end of the empire, they're not going to go without going out with a fight. And so the question mark becomes: is this that war, or is it the one with China? And you're basically saying this is it, and therefore they're going to go out fighting. So they're going to throw everything at this. And that means things are gonna go
it can
worse.
it can be this
Sorry.
because of the way the Allies are acting. It can be this because of the way the Allies are acting, right?
I mean, look.
If the Allies would have went to the Strait, I would have said a different story. They're not going.
I mean,
Right? That changes things a lot.
yeah. I mean, like what this obviously this is a negotiation tactic, but like Trump's a savvy businessman, and I've never read his book Art of the Deal. I'm guessing you read it because you're a quite, I know you've always been a big fan. And have you read it book? Have you read it?
I have
I
read
thought
it
so. I thought so.
because
I
I was
thought
just
so. Yeah, yeah, I
curious.
thought so. I thought so. So
I was
I thought so.
curious
I thought so, Joe.
what the art of the deal was.
Yeah. So I've never read the Art of the Deal, but I assume like a big fan like Joe would have read it. And like one of the rules about, from my understanding, I'm not like a businessman or something like he is, but one of the things is that whenever you, my own perspective is that whenever you make a demand, even if you're using it as a negotiation, even if you're using it as a pressure valve, you have to be willing to follow through. And so, and if you're not, then that isn't a realistic demand or negotiation tactic or whatever it is. Is that something that he would, is that an idea that he would follow based on your extensive research of him, Joa, and your reading of much of his literature?
Uh, no, Trump is unpredictable.
Mm,
He always has been in business. He like if you look at Art of the Deal, there's something in there that's just absolutely insane. And he boasts about it, right? Which is he was trying to do this thing in this I think it was Trump Plaza, and it was in front of Citibank, which was his lender, and he wanted the air rights in order to build higher, and Citibank didn't want to sell it because it would take away from their view, right? So what does he do as the art of the deal? This is part of his like genius, and he brags about this. He walked in their office with a model of the ugliest building you could imagine and said, "If you don't want your real estate price to drop and have me build the ugliest building in the world, you're going to sell me those air rights." Right? Because this is what it will look like. And so they sold him the air rights. Citibank is also the one who then bankrupted him, by the way, um, which he doesn't talk about in the art of the deal. So, yeah, he got his air rights by saying he would build the ugliest building in the world. And then they turned around and started calling on his debt, um, which helped sped up his bankruptcies. So yeah, that's how he deals. So you don't know what the man's going to do. And right now, where before I thought it was the adults in the building making decisions, from his back and forth, I feel like this is a, how old is he now? 70 whatever. This is a 70-year-old man who is now making decisions off the cuff, trying to negotiate like he's negotiating New York real estate, thinking pressure tactics works, going back and forth on, oh, we don't need it. Oh, allies, please come and help. Oh, you deal with it. We don't need that oil at all. That doesn't affect us. Oh, if you keep it closed, we're gonna bomb all your power facilities. Like this is what he did in his real estate career, right? He tries everything, right? This is what he did. Don't forget, this is the most litigious man in history. He had 3,000 lawsuits. I think was from the year 2010 to from the year 2000 until 2016. 3,000 lawsuits. That wasn't him suing. That was both getting sued and being sued. And as many people here know, because they've heard me on Spaces many times, my dad, he didn't pay my dad for work he did in Atlantic City. That's why I hated the man. Um, and he'll do everything in his power to pressure, um, but things that you would find ridiculous, almost like playground bully type stuff. Um, I don't doubt that the attack in Qatar, for example, was very much a Trump idea. Oh, we'll tell them to go meet us, and then you guys can bomb them. It just sounds like something, not the bombing part, but the setup thing is very Trumpian. So yeah, I don't think you can predict what he's going to do. And before, I thought other people were making decisions. I think Trump is like, oh, you guys messed up. Let me take care of it now. That's kind of what it feels like to me, just having watched them for the past 30 years.
Yeah, and so on that, Joa, and guys, by the way, if you're on the YouTube, I put it as subscriber only mode. That's free. You just need to be make sure that you sub into the channel. So make sure you all sub into the channel. We've got about 800 people listening on the YouTube, and the YouTube is just growing so much. So make sure you're a subscriber. Come in the and make sure you're following us and subscribe, and get your friends and family to subscribe. And it was really good because when we had Professor Morandi on, we had well over 1,000 people on the YouTube. I think we had about 3,000 on the X, and I think we got 3,000 now. So a lot of people are back. I think the Iranians have not only destroyed Dimona, not only destroyed Arad, they woke up the people from a week of slumber, of forgetting about what was happening with this war and realizing we're now existential. In the next 2 days, we could see the beginning of the end. Maybe after that, we see a ground invasion. This is scary times. I'm worried for people in the GCC. I know I enjoyed the fact that GCC gets destroyed, but I actually do care about the people. I don't want any human being to get harmed, and so I am severely concerned about how much this is going to escalate in terms of the Gulf states and the people from Iran, because Trump's going to do it to the people of Iran, and then because of what he's doing, it's going to happen to the GCC as well. So worrying times, guys. Worrying times. Let me put it that way. But yeah, if you guys can subscribe. If you're in the YouTube, obviously you guys know how to subscribe. It's in the YouTube chat you're in. If you're not in the YouTube chat, if you're on the X, then just come and subscribe. It's the tweet in the nest. Just follow one of the links and subscribe. And in terms of the video in the nest, let me see how many people have done it. Let me see if you lazy bums have actually done it. Right? Let me see. I bet I've got loads of Gen X fans. Not Gen X, what do you call them? Millennials. 68 likes. 68 likes. There's 4,000 human beings in here. These chats are full of millennials and Gen Alphas and boomers because they don't know how to use technology. Sort your lives out. Like that video. We need it 100. How is it? We should have 4,000. There's 4,000 of you. There's literally 4,000 of you bloods. What is going on? Joe, what's the reason you're the marketing guy? Why are these guys so lazy? Is it my followers are so lazy? Joe,
I don't know. I don't know.
is it the too young or the too old or whatever? It's not chicks. I haven't got hardly any chick followers. I was looking at the analytics.
Is it really
Explain it,
from?
Joe. Explain it.
I really don't know. I don't know. I can look into it though.
I'm joking, bro. You don't do it now. He's funny. Joe's funny, bro. I shall investigate. Joe is gonna right. You better like it, because Joe is gonna come and literally, Joe is gonna come and he's gonna research every single one of you. He's gonna expose your history. Someone said I see 876. I don't mean in this one, but actually I didn't realize we had 876 likes on this one. Let's get that to 1,000. I don't think I've ever had 1,000 on a video. That's awesome. No, I meant this one here. Well, that's not the right one. It's this one here. Put the link in. Joe is gonna come and research all of you. I'm telling you now. You guys better get on the manners. You don't know Joe. He's literally the best investigator in the world. Like, he'll come after you. Joe will come after every one of you. All 4,000 of you are put on alert right now. So you guys better like the video.
I have taken down a lot of people in spaces.
I know they think I'm joking, Joe. They actually think I'm joking. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking, bro. Right, like that's the video. I put it in the nest. It's the one in the nest, and it's in the comments. You better like that. Let's get that to over 200. Or Joe is coming after you. You don't know Joe. He's exposed so many people on X. He exposed some BlackRock chick. He exposed BZ. He exposed someone from the Israeli ministry. Like, you're not ready for this guy. Listen, Oive was 6207. If you're not liked, you won't be was. You will be was. You was someone. You won't exist anymore, bruv. Eric Tosser, you will become only a tosser. Eric will be removed from your name when Joe comes after you. You better watch it. Sean Neuner, you'll become... Joe is the statistician of Paul Expert. He is, yeah, as well. He's that as well. So you better like it. Okay, I'm going to look at this because I'm going to give Joe the go-ahead, and he's going to expose all of you. But just before I do, Joe, let me tell you this bit. My audience. Yeah, so I got lots of millennials, but then I got Gen X. I got a lot of Gen X. So why are they lazy? Gen X is the least lazy people. Where's the Okay, yeah, male.
Beatrice.
Oh yeah, why is the female following increasing so much? I literally smashed these chicks so badly. Why are you guys following me? I push insult you guys all. Why are you guys following me? Why is the female following increasing? I want it to decrease. Probs, my female following's gone to 15%. What is going on? I started with 8%. I want to be Simon. Simon said he's only got 4%. I want to be Simon. Please, oh God. That explains it. Okay, let me go to this video now. Let me check the crack. All right, let me check. 106. Okay, that's better, but it should be 200. Joe, listen, if it's not 200, Joe's coming after you. I'm telling you now. You don't know this guy. Honestly, you don't know him. He is brutal. And the main video has got 914 likes. Wow, we're only 80. Guys, let's get 86. It'll be my first time ever to get 1,000. I don't think I've had 1,000 on a video. 1,000. Wow. Suleiman smashes too hard. Bro, yeah, I do smash too hard, bro. Okay, I don't want to be tight because you're my chatter, but that was easy. He gave me a pickup there. I'll be like, I do smash too hard. Ask your, but obviously I'm not going to say it. But let's see. How do you know they are female, Sully? The YouTube, innit? It tells you what percentage. The ladies need direction. That's why I'm giving them direction. Mystic Wonder says chicks rule. Mystic Wonder, don't put that in my chat. That's a lie. We don't allow Hasbara in the chat. The cool says the GCC must end. They have backstabbed enough. Yeah, they have. Okay, let's get back into the conversation. Obviously, I got distracted there. But yeah, much love to you. I don't even know what we. Oh yeah, Joa. I was gonna say, Joa. Also, what I was gonna guess the reason I'm having this conversation with you, Joa, is will Trump? So he's given this threat for 48 hours. Will he? In the past, when he's backtracked, it's always because of more powerful people. Will he backtrack from this 48 hours, or when Iran doesn't agree because they won't open the strait, does he actually hit the energy and infrastructure? Is what I'm asking. Based
It
on
depends.
your extensive knowledge and experience of following him and being one of his biggest fans.
I think he backtracks only because I think smarter heads will prevail and get in his ear. But I don't know if that's just partially me hoping or if that's actually what my gut's telling me. Do you know what I mean? Um, he does listen to people, but it needs to be like overwhelming. And I don't know if the people he has around right now are going to overwhelm him with this is not a good idea, right? Uh, Like I said, he's unpredictable, so I can't predict. I can't predict it. I just hope that's what happens. But we don't even know who he has around him right now, right? Because if it's all Zionists, they're gonna be like, yeah, bomb Iran. You know what I mean? So I hope he doesn't, because honestly, I think GCC would suffer. A lot of people that live there would suffer. I think they would close the other strait. And if they close the other strait, the world has very, very big problems.
Did you say you hope he does it?
I said I hope he doesn't.
Oh, I thought you said I hope he does. I was like, Joe is becoming maniacal. Crazy times. Mayor's jumping.
Yeah, I was trying to see if there was anything that, like, maybe this is something he's doing to also nudge other people to kind of get involved. I mean, because it's a hot mess. Anytime you give an ultimatum like this, now you not doing what you said is obviously a sign of weakness, right? So, like, what would be the strategy from then on? And when they're, targeting, or his threat was targeting their entire energy infrastructure. So Iran, was basically threatening just basic for deterrence, it seems, right? Like, well, if you do that, then we're going to do this. But it's like I was thinking, okay, so let's look at what could anything in
Coming
this,
back
and
to
I
the
did
point, I
a
think
while you
those
guys were
are
talking back
hopefully
and forth,
like
I was trying to see if there could be anything with
coming back
NATO
to the
that
point. I think
triggers
those are
NATO.
hopefully like
Any, like, just kind of feeling around to see what like if any of that infrastructure. I don't really know much about what their articles are. I do know that there was a few, like if any of the French troops, I don't know why it came back as French troops, but it says what would trigger NATO is, sorry, it's right up here. Okay. The classic, okay, so dang, I don't know. Okay, the choke point, I don't know where it went, but oh, okay, does
As you
Iran's
were
response,
kind
okay,
of
so it says
outlining how
the
the
what to
changed
look
their
for.
society,
Okay, one
it
side
kind of
actually hits
how
major
losing to
infrastructure
maintain
target
and
and
get
causes
stronger.
mass
You know,
civilian
it's like
impact,
they've never changed.
then the escalation. Anyway, there was a few things. Whenever I find it, I'll raise my hand again. But there was a few things that would happen. But there's no French. I don't know why. Does anybody have any idea why they specifically say French troops? Everything else is about on other people's soil, but it specifically highlighted this about the troops. I was gonna ask it, and then you called on me. But anyway, other things that I am curious about is like when the plan has changed, by the way, right? Because he was going to invade the Karg Island, and then that changed. And then he was going to force the strait to open, and then that changed. It's like I'm sensing complete and utter frustration and exhaustion, and this is showing his hand. Like, damn it, if you don't open it, we're gonna bomb your infrastructure. Like, I don't know. I just think that all of the things that he had planned to do, it seems like he's found out between yesterday and today that it's not possible. Whatever briefings they've had, I think it's been bad news for him. But yeah, once I find that little piece about NATO, I'll let you know.
I jump in on what Joa said last. If they to raise the bar, if Trump really did do what he threatened to do, their entire grid, then I guarantee you Yemen will be completely shut down. That will be hammered shut. Then everyone agrees that takes it to, global meltdown, economic meltdown. So I really believe with all my heart he's going to have to come back and backtrack, as we've seen him do before. I agree with you, Joe. Cooler heads will prevail. Someone's going to have to come in and say, "Okay, idiot, stop." And I think that'll happen from. Who knows how it's going to happen, but I believe that someone's going to step in there.
So I've got some news, but also I don't think NATO is the answer. NATO have already there isn't a NATO basically. They told him to do one. They said it's not our war. You didn't ask us before you started it. You're not sending your own ships. Don't ask us to. And he's been crying about them he's been bashing them and crying about them for like, I don't know, the entire time.
But what I was saying is like, would
But having
they
said that,
trigger something that requires them? Because I think he would do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was like. Is he trying to instigate something that would then require everyone to kind of partner against Iran? I don't know. But anyway, I mean, I know, but I agree with you. Otherwise, go ahead.
yeah, you know what it is. I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking about the IDF and the fact that there isn't really a kind of military force there. And therefore, they've always relied on the American force. I think Andy was saying it, right? That when you look at Iraq, it was the Americans who went in. When you look at Afghanistan, it was the Americans. When you look at Libya, Libya was NATO. But the majority of Libya, we did go in as well. Obviously, all the NATO countries did, was American. And that was all for Israel. So I was thinking about this when Andy was talking, but I just didn't mention it, that NATO was a concept built, funded in the majority by America. Trump's right about that. The other European countries give very little, but it was built for Israel. Notice how Israel's not a party to NATO. Notice how Israel doesn't have the vote of veto at the UN. It's always America who does Israel's dirty work. And NATO was a concept to fight Israel/America's wars on the home front here. So that war with Russia wasn't, we all went in it, the UK and Europe and everything, because we were part of NATO. But a decision had to be made as NATO. It cannot work where Trump goes and does something, Europe wakes up the next day, finds out about it, and then they're compelled to send their troops. And I think it's been aggravated, and they may have even done it previously, but I think he's aggravated them because all he's done for the last year is fight with them. He's literally fought with them and said, I'm not sending any more money. You guys better fund it. I'm putting out a NATO. Russia's your war. It's not my war. And all of these European leaders, this is why I say constantly, the fact that they've now grown a bit of a spine and they've realized they've all upped their military budgets. I know Keir Starmer has upped his military budget massively, as has France. And all the European countries are going to have to, because they realize they've not got protection from America. NATO doesn't work. It's only when America wants them to fight a war. Now Trump's been threatening them and he's not been providing them with any military help for the last year. And that Russia-Ukraine thing is on their home front and they've been left to fight it. And it serves them right, because they should have never signed up to it. They should have never been a part of it. They should have never agreed to go and do all these wars for America and Israel. So now that they've been left for this, it serves them right. So I think there's a lot of tension there, and I don't think they're going to touch this with a barge pole. They're not going to want to be a target for Iran in any way. But let me give some news out really quickly, and then we'll get back to it. But I think it was a good thing to look at, though, Maze, because somebody is going to have to. I just think he's going to backtrack. I think he's just threatening and he's going to backtrack. But otherwise, if somebody does have to intervene, it is like, who could it be? Could it be? I mean, the European countries wouldn't intervene. They'd just go along with him. Really, if they did one thing, they'd just go along with him and say, okay, fine, you've gone in it, therefore we have to go in it, so we'll all go and bash Strait of Hormuz. But they've already said no. I know that the papers in the UK were reporting that fuel's going to be rationed. And, you're going to have a cap on how much you can get. And some of the stations are going to be, some of the gas stations are going to be exclusively for emergency vehicles like ambulances and stuff. And police vehicles, so no one's going to be allowed to touch those, and that's the plan they're putting in place. Spain's already put a plan in place where they've allocated so many hundreds of million, and they're going to cap fuel at such an amount, and they're going to, reimburse, and they're going to try to subsidize stuff. So they've allocated money from their budget, so they're already making plans for the, the shortfall or the impact of this. They're not going to go and do anything for the Strait of Hormuz, which is why they're making these plans. But let's go. So Qatar says a helicopter crashed in regional waters of state. Search operation is underway. We don't have any more information on that. IRGC said it targeted Israeli military installations and security centers in the cities of Arad, Dimona, Eilat, Beersheba, and Kiryat Gat in this most recent attack, which you can see on Suleiman's page. There's been explosions reported near the tanker off of UAE's Sharjah. Explosions reported near a tanker off UAE Sharjah. Explosion at US Victoria Base. Iraqi sources report a missile attack on the US Victoria Base near Baghdad and the sound of severe explosions. And sources are saying that parts of the base have caught fire, but we don't have confirmation yet. This is the US Victoria Base. Baghdad, parts of the base have caught fire. And just a couple of other things. So Ben Gavir, when he went to that Arad site today, the Israelis, he went to console the Israeli civilians. They started shouting at him, saying, "What are you doing here? This war's your fault. You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi." So he's getting a really warm welcome there. UK Maritime Authority reports a commercial ship has been targeted off the coast of the UAE. So that has happened then. The ship I was just reporting, the UK Maritime Authority said a commercial ship has been targeted. Also, this Trump's threat of 48 hours for the Strait of Hormuz, the response, the equation for energy was laid out by the late Ali Larijani, because his tweet on the 12th of March said, Trump has said, this was Ali Larijani before his assassination, on the 12th of March, he said, Trump has said we can take apart Iran's electric capacity within 1 hour, but we've not done it. Well, if they do that, the whole region will go dark in less than half an hour, and the darkness provides ample opportunity to hunt down US servicemen running for safety. So that's what they're basing that on. On other news, completely aside from this, for Eid, during Eid celebrations, Israeli settlers carried out arson attacks on Palestinian homes and vehicles in the occupied West Bank. They set homes ablaze and cars burnt. This is in wartime. These guys are disgusting. I read out the 6 demands earlier, Iran's 6 demands that are being reported. The Telegraph in the UK reported an emergency situation in the energy sector could lead to the complete exhaustion of oil reserves in some countries. The optimistic scenario for the USA is that Trump will retreat and leave the countries of the Persian Gulf to deal with the fire he himself ignited. Now, I can't tell you how serious this is, guys, because Telegraph is like it's proper right-wing establishment paper, right, in the UK. Like, really toes the line with government establishment narratives. And for them to say that the best thing Trump can do is retreat and leave the countries of the Persian Gulf to deal with the fire he himself ignited, that's massive. They're saying he started it, but he should just leave the Middle East now, and that's it. Also, this, where did it go? The International Energy Agency says this was reported in America. CNBC said, work from home, drive slower, and don't use the stove. We are facing the largest supply disruptions in the history of the global oil market. The Atlantic magazine has the bad news is that Iran has a weapon more powerful than blocking the Strait of Hormuz, and that's the ability to destroy the entire energy infrastructure throughout Western Asia. So the Atlantic magazine is calling that the economic doomsday opinion. So that's interesting. The US has asked trillions, not billions, but trillions in ransom from the Gulf states over the Iran war. I think we covered that earlier, but I will find the article. Somebody sent it to me on YouTube. And this is interesting. President Trump, over the last 36 hours, Friday, 3:40 p.m. This is all Eastern time, right? 3:40 p.m. I don't want to do a ceasefire with Iran. Friday, 5:15 p.m., an hour and a half later, the US is considering winding down the war with Iran. Today, 2 p.m. Eastern time, Trump is planning peace talks. Now, if Iran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, the US will obliterate Iran's power plants. Like, what is happening behind the scenes here? I'd love to know, because this guy's off his rockers. That's it. That's the news from my side.
Beatrix, you know, one thing I do find, I don't find it strange, but it kind of shows a sign is over the weekend, there was a report in Portugal and one in France that was kind of like a documentary about World War II, except the announcers, instead of the typical story, which is, you know, the Allied forces came and won and blah, blah, blah. The true story was told, which is um, without Russia, which did most of the work, you know, they would have defeated Germany. I mean, 70% of the victory was because of Russia. It was not because of the Allied forces. If Russia alone took more casualties than all the Allied forces put together, and they turned the battle in Stalingrad. And that report started to come out, and I was like, why are they trying to change Europeans' mind toward Russia right now? And I found it kind of strange because you normally don't see that kind of documentary. And I wonder if Europe is starting to be like, hey, America is not our great ally. Do you know what I mean? If they're starting to push the propaganda machine, or if it was simply a coincidence that this was up there. Do you know what I mean?
No, that's a good point, Joa.
Yeah.
And also Churchill, again, we're not told this in education at school. Is that Churchill even admitted, look, the Russians ripped the heart out of the Wehrmacht, so they're the ones that really gutted the German base and allowed the Allies to win the war.
Yeah, Russia did the work. American allies gave the death blow. That's kind of what happened.
Hey guys, are we having
So,
glitches here with the hands?
who's that?
It's
Tom.
Tom. Yeah, they've had their hands up for a
No,
while.
Tom, I didn't see your hand, but I can't see any hands, but we'll come to you in a second. I just want to answer Joa and just give a couple of bits of news, and we'll come to you, Tom. I can't see any hands at all, and welcome to you, and welcome to Casey, and of course the lovely Silver Sailor. So yeah, Joe, I do think this is deliberate, and I think Europe. I just feel that it's going to start warming to Russia now. It was completely unnecessary. The whole Ukraine-Russia thing. They put NATO bases at the south of Russia. They instigated this whole thing. I'm not a fan of Russia. I think Russia's done its utmost to destroy UK. Literally, you know, it funded Brexit. It funded Boris Johnson. It's put a lot of money in our economy. But you know what? Then why wouldn't it? When you've got Europe antagonizing it constantly, why wouldn't it? You know, I think if we just had a different foreign policy towards Russia, it would have been fine. And the reason why we didn't is because of America and Israel. That's the only reason we didn't. And I think they are
But
softening, and I
why
think they need
Israel
to. I
though?
think they need to.
Because Israel deals with Russia a lot. It did a lot of trade. I feel
Well,
like it's always just been in
yeah,
America.
but Israel deals with a lot of countries a lot at the end of the day, but it keeps America on its toes by fighting all these wars regardless, doesn't it? To be honest.
They don't want, they don't, yeah, I agree with Beatrix that in my opinion Israel does not want America to be allies with anybody, and they'd rather be the ones that allies with everybody, and that their allies are not friends with each other, so that way they got leverage over they got leverage over all the countries, and they can play friends with everybody but ensure that they're always fighting each other, so they get to have the box seat just sitting it out.
Keep the world in complete chaos. So me, the lovely me, I did see your message yesterday when you said don't listen to these guys. You were on our spaces back then 4 years ago and they were the best. I appreciate you. She's just done another post. She says, Beatrix, this is a perfect opportunity for them to implement Agenda 2030 lockdowns and many other restrictions. I agree. And I appreciate you very much. And I just want to give some news really quickly, then I'll go straight over to you, Tom. Iran has intensified its attacks on Gulf nations, launching nearly 60 drones towards Saudi in the last 24 hours. Also, now we've got an image coming through. Fire has erupted inside the US Victoria base near Baghdad International Airport in Iraq. So we are getting some images of that. Go ahead, Tom, jump in.
Appreciate it, Khaleesi. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, look, I'd like to take this opportunity to officially welcome everybody to Trump's Great Reset. Isn't this great? You guys tired of winning yet? Anyway, yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's
Tom, there's too
ridiculous.
much
What are you gonna have
winning.
to do? Yeah, brother, what are you gonna have to do? Wait until the Golden Dome is up before the Golden Age starts, or what? We got
I'm
to
saying
spend
Trump, there's too
$100
much
trillion
winning. You
dollars
gotta
on.
stop with this. There's too much winning. Remember.
Yeah, I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna have to call him and tell him that I just can't handle it. Too much winning, brother. But yeah, no. On a serious note, these next 48 hours are definitely going to be the most insane of the war so far because, as you guys just covered very well, Trump just gave this 48-hour notice, and I'll push back a little bit. My own opinion, obviously. I hope you guys are right, and I truly hope I'm mistaken. But with everything we've seen from this administration, I don't anticipate anything but erratic escalation. I actually think that they're gonna fulfill that threat. I don't think Trump is gonna pull back. I hope he does, but I've seen nothing so far during his time in office, this second or third time around, depending on who you ask, that indicates that we're going to see any pragmatic action. We're going to see nothing but insane escalation. And one of the reasons I believe that, well, I'll just not be controversial and keep on rattling off some of the points that I wanted to make. But I think I know exactly why, and I could get into details about it if you guys want once I'm done with a couple of other issues I wanted to touch on really quickly. But I think it's really interesting what Joe had just said about Trump possibly having set up the negotiators in Qatar. I'd heard that as well. It's a well-established rumor. I don't think it's been confirmed, but it definitely is understood to be the case that he set them up. And when I think about that, I can literally visualize in my mind's eye Trump and Netanyahu, obviously behind closed doors, kind of talking in a fond way about each other's war crimes and who's more deceptive or capable of doing, more. Just there's nothing. I mean, I don't know, man. I think most people that have any kind of warrior background look down at that kind of maneuvering. And the Iranians, they're prosecuting this war much more morally than. It shames me to admit that the country I'm from has been dealing with this situation. And look, the Iranians, all they have to do at this point is just survive. And they literally, as I see it, are going to end up becoming like the hero nation, kind of like what the United States was after World War II, but organically and more naturally without as much need for propaganda. I think they're going to become like the world's darling if they survive this thing. So they just need to survive this deal, and they come out on the other side looking beautiful. And I have a couple of questions. I have one for Andrew and one for Suleiman. The question for Andrew is, unless you've already covered this 50 times today, brother, in which case don't worry about it. What do you think this 4,400 Marine deployment is about? Because I tend to think they might be deceiving with, oh, we're going to send them to Karg Island or do this or do that, but they're really planning on sending them to Lebanon, to South Lebanon, to help with that incursion that's not going well at all. The numbers, it's been underreported, but apparently they're taking a hell of a lot of losses in southern Lebanon. Yeah, please go ahead,
You'd
Andrew.
have to, you mean, run up from where they are off the Persian Gulf and come up to the Suez Canal into the Sixth Fleet, you mean?
Oh, I didn't know where they were positioned,
Oh
so it's
yeah,
not
they're on the
tenable. You
other
don't see that
side.
as being.
They're clear, far, far, far away from the being able to do anything with Lebanon, brother. Right now, at the moment.
Good. All right, cool, brother.
Yeah,
The question for Suleiman is,
yeah, bro.
yeah, no,
God bless, brother.
that's probably a good thing, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. The French were supposed to help back up the Sixth Fleet asset, but that's not going to happen. So yeah, no, the plan is Israel's supposed to take care of Lebanon, and we've seen that joke. So yeah, the Hezbollah's they have free reign right now. Thank God. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, they're a competent. Yeah, they're definitely a very competent fighting force. I think they're like the special forces of any sort of irregular army on Earth right now,
No,
probably.
true.
But yeah. So the question for Suleiman was, bro, do you have any contacts in the region that they're either knowledgeable on everything having to do with nuclear energy, nuclear fallout, or just people who are kind of on their game and worry about that kind of thing that can give us an understanding as to whether or not these strikes on Dimona or Natanz or any of these other facilities have caused any fallout?
Yeah, I've got an interview lined up on an expert on nuclear fallout and nuclear capability. But he was traveling, so he said to me as soon as he's back that we'll get it on. So he said we spoke on the 13th. What's the date now? It's what's the date? The 20th, isn't it? So I guess I'll message him in a couple of days. But yeah, he said he's definitely gonna come on. It's just he needs to be back from holiday. But this guy's literally the expert on all things nuclear. So we'll get an interview, and I'm gonna speak about all those things with him. So I actually contacted him on the 13th. It's all confirmed. It's just that he's traveling to Japan. He said that when I'm back in the US, then we'll do it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an interesting space. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, it'll be a nice interview. It will be an interview, but like a 30-40 minute interview. Like how we did today. We did like 5 or 6 today. I think it's your boy's tired, bro. Like so many interviews. I'm like, oh, bro, it's energy, blood. Okay, let's
You're
go
I dig
crushing
it,
to.
it
man.
though. You definitely are. You were crushing it. I wanted to compliment you the other day because between having several interviews with actually great people, great speakers, and then putting out, in between while people are talking your kind of summaries of the day, and then also like, staying up and getting all the news and all the posts. I mean, it's incredible. Like it's the amount of work. I think people underestimate it. So kudos, shout out to you.
Appreciate that, Maze. Thank you so much for your kind words. Listen, I know you're all simps, right? So listen to the chick and make sure you follow me on YouTube. Listen, and all you. Oh no, now we got more chick. Now that the number of chicks who follow me, they're gonna all be catfighting now. They'll be like, oh no, now May said it, we ain't gonna do it. Oh, who's that girl telling me what to do? There ain't nobody telling Mama what to do. Ah, what should I do? This is the problem now. I got chick fans. It was so easy when I had the Simps.
No,
Anyway,
let me give you a quick plug too, because I do need to get it
go
because I'm
ahead.
looking at your numbers and I see you at like, it looks like 676 or something like that, like really close to 1,000 people in the stream on YouTube. So I just want to jump in and just plug guys and to the chicks. First of all, I'm glad the chicks are subbing to Suleiman's channel. They want to get the real information. So when they explain it to their girls, at work, they're getting the real information from Suleiman's channel. So thank you for subbing, women. But everybody, everybody, please hit that like button on the stream, okay? We must push this stream out. We have to. We are fighting the eighth front in Netanyahu's war, and that is the war on information, okay? So hit that like button. Go ahead, and I know you guys are in the chat, definitely having a good time on the chat, but just don't forget to hit the like button. It brings more people in. Of course, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, retweet, reshare the space, have your notifications on for Suleiman on Twitter, because truth is so vital. It really is. And they're going to try to suppress this channel really hard, but we can beat that and reset the algorithm if we just keep hitting like buttons, engaging with the content, and all of that. You can reset it where we get Suleiman to at least 1,000 on the stream today. I know it can happen, and it happens fast too when you're live streaming. So
Oh
let's
no,
get that.
Casey, we had 1,000 on earlier.
Oh,
We had like 1,020 people
beautiful.
on the stream. Yeah, we hit that already. Actually, on the first day we hit 1,200, but then this is the first time since the first day that we've hit 1,000 on YouTube live listening. That was during Professor Mirandi's interview. But the likes, Casey, they're on 952. If we get 48 more likes, this will be the first time we ever got 1,000 likes.
Oh, y'all, we could get 48 more likes. That's easy. That thing, we could, come on, y'all. We could do that in like 3 minutes. Come on, guys, just hit the thumbs up. Boom, that's it. Doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the thumbs up. That's amazing. We're so close, guys. We could do it. I know we could do it. I'm gonna go back and check in about 5 minutes, and I'm sure we'll have those 48 likes.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you,
better listen
everybody.
to Casey, or she'll come and literally go all Haitian at you. And Haitian basically means she will literally eat you, and you ain't gonna enjoy it. You'll just be food in the blood. So
I
yeah,
can't take it.
don't mess with Casey. Why? Wait a sec. Ladies be fighting over. Sully got the girlies. Yeah, bro. I don't want girlies. I don't want them.
Okay, first off, you want girlies because women bring more ads to your channel. Okay, so you do want
I don't
girlies.
want them,
Okay,
bro. I want to be Simon, but I've only got 2%.
stop it.
15%. How come it's increased so much, bro?
Because you're that good, and women understand what you're saying, and that they're
No, they
sharing.
don't understand. The chicks bring all the people to the YouTube, Sully. Bro, I
They
don't want chicks
do.
to bring people. That's more Sims. But then my followers are Sims. So, I don't know, it's confusing. Okay, right, guys,
Sully,
back to this.
Sully, the
Yeah.
reason why Simon doesn't have many female friends is because girls don't want to listen to financial advice.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that's the reason, bro. They're like, well, what? You said something more complicated than 1+1. Oh damn, forget this, bro. Like this finances. Dark side, what's your following? I bet you got 0% chicks.
That's funny. I have no idea.
um, trust me, Simon's only got 3-4%, and Simon does that emotional stuff where he gets with the chicks. At least that's how he got the 3%. There's no way you don't do the emotional stuff. You ain't gonna. You'll be on 0%. I'm telling you that right now.
Well,
Um,
Simon's got that soothing voice. I don't have that.
yeah, Simon's got the soothing voice, and he does have that kind of emotional bit as well. But you're just pure finance, right? So Simon's got. He said he's got 4% or 3% women. You're gonna have zero, bro. I
No,
don't know how I've increased on women when I just attack them all the time. I don't get what's going on here.
no.
I went.
Dark's got that nighttime radio voice. You know, that's
Yeah,
quite
he
soothing
does.
too.
He does. Legard says ladies love the suit, Sully. That's not gonna work on me. I'm still gonna wear the suit. That ain't. Listen, the what's it called? Reverse psychology don't work on me. You guys do reverse psychology. I play 5D chess. That ain't gonna work on me. That suit's not going. No matter what you do, that suit is not going. My mum was complaining about that suit today. I was like, listen, mum, get in lane. That suit ain't going. She's like, oh, I like the hoodie better. I said, I don't care what you like. The suit is staying.
Wait, how do
She
you
must be
find out the gender breakup between your
on YouTube or on X.
on X? I don't have, yeah, on X.
Oh, so the one I was saying was on YouTube, but on X it's on Premium, and then Analytics, and then Audience.
Oh, it's an analytics. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, whoa! How come there's so many chicks on my YouTube X? I haven't even looked at X for ages. Oh, that's not women.
Wait,
Wait.
X. Oh, that's 13%. 13% chicks on X.
Hey, Suli, Beatrice has to check her DMs, man. She's got some love coming her way. I just got a post from somebody who wants to send her some bucks. Yeah. Beatrice.
9.2%, Sully. 9.2% female.
Oh, no way. Is that on X though?
On X, yeah.
Oh, bro, that's quite high.
Oh, that's crazy.
I wonder how much. I wonder how much Simon's on X, because in
But we got women in the Bitcoin space. So that kind of makes sense.
I mean, I have 23.2% female followers. Shout out to y'all.
how much?
23.2.
And you're a chick as well, bro. You got so many simps, bro. Okay, let's get back to the conversation. Silver Sailor, we need to do your very important 1 minute thing, bro. Go for it.
Hey, thank you, Sully Man, for the microphone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, brother, we can.
Shout out to the chicks, Beatrix, Maze, Amanda. Oh my God, Amanda's here. Casey, salute to you. Our veterans, Andrew. But here we go. I'm gonna do my piece. Here we go. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. I'm gonna read a quote by Jackie Chan. We live now in a global village, and we are in one single family. It's our responsibility to bring friendship and love from all different places around the world and to live together in peace. Thank you. I want to go ahead and talk about being out here in Japan. And, you know, I'm the only American in the office I work at, and amongst American speaking Japanese people. And we were discussing what that idiot said about Pearl Harbor in front of the prime minister from Japan, Takaichi. And we were discussing that in the office with my fellow coworkers, Japanese. And then after discussing that, my mom calls me. And then she's like, hey, did you hear what that idiot said about Pearl Harbor? And I was like, wait. And I went to speaker and I was like, Mom, say that again. And then my coworkers are like, damn. I'm like, see, look, my mom knows what's up. But I want to speak again about the veterans and the service members. You know, majority of them don't know, you know, they're fighting for and defending our rights that we enjoy to have as Americans, right? But majority of them do not know the rights that they have to exercise, you know, as far as like during the Rona. They didn't know, the bases are not promoting religious exemptions or conscientious objections, you know, for for service members that object to participating in these wars. So, you know, we need to do what we can to get the word out to the service members that they do have rights, and that by exercising those rights, they may end up being separated from the military or being blackballed, you know, throughout their career, you know, if they remain in the service. But they need to know they at least have these rights and to exercise them. Thank you.
Thank you, as always, Silver Sailor. Appreciate you, and appreciate what you were saying. Andy, just quick question before we go to KSC. Guess what, guys? We hit 1,000 likes on the YouTube. That is so awesome. It's the very first time we've ever done it. So really appreciate all of you on that. Andy, let's go to Andy. Oh yeah, someone said hit 1K. Brilliant, nice one, Saad. Yeah, we hit 1K. Major W, guys. I'm pretty sure that's the first time we ever hit 1,000 likes. NPC with a huge super chat says, bro, you've killed it with the interviews in the last 12 hours. Love your work. And guys, like, subscribe, and support. No one else gives you access to political, military, and economic analysis like this. It's true, bro. We get real news, real information, real analysis like no one else. Like no one else whatsoever. Appreciate y'all, you guys. I'm really tired, but it's all good. We keep going. Let's go to
I was gonna say, Andy. Andy, a quick question to you. While I just put this video out.
And Sully, you could take a little bit of a break if you want. I can rock out for a few hours.
Appreciate that, Maze. Appreciate that. So what was it that Andy? What was I gonna say to Andy? Andy, in terms of like from an America perspective, how do you see things in terms of like Trump still got quite a bit of support in MAGA? Do you think that changes?
I mean, I think it's starting to shift because you had someone like, I mean, Cernovich at the beginning of this was saying, of the war, was saying MAGA is like Trump 2.0 is going better than Trump 1.0, but now he's saying this is like COVID, where if you were the dissenter, you got attacked, and now MAGA is feeling like that. So someone like Cernovich has seemed to have shifted a bit against Trump since this war has began, and he's saying this is like the biggest war we've had in a long time, and there's a total media blackout in the US. It's like you can't even get accurate information on this war. So someone like Cernovich, who is very loyal to Trump, seems to at least be shifting a bit against